A game of civilizational evolution descends upon Blue Star, where each nation will randomly select an individual to enter the battlefield of myriad races. At the outset, each participant is granted a city to defend against the onslaught of monsters. Should the defense of the city prove successful, the lord of the city and the nation he represents shall reap immense rewards. Conversely, in the event of a failed defense, for each monster that occupies the lord's estate, the nation represented by the lord will be beset by 10,000 identical monsters. Just as the 9 provinces find themselves in dire straits, Lin Yu arrives on the battlefield of myriad races, equipped with the infinite evolution system. Upon commencement, he awakens the bloodline of Pangu, one man, one gun, to guard a city. He stands as a sentinel for the countless citizens of the 9 provinces behind him. Ultimately, Lin Yu leads the entire 9 provinces to evolve into a divine-level civilization, dominating the myriad realms. Chapter 1. The Civilizational Evolution Game, binding national fortune to become a city lord. As the morning sun casts its golden rays upon the hospital's lawn, Lin Yu's silhouette stretches long in its embrace. Damn it, this treacherous fate bestowed by the heavens, while others traverse realms with dazzling backgrounds and various golden fingers. I find myself in this wretched state. Lin Yu seethed through gritted teeth. He was not originally from this world. Awakening one morning, he discovered himself confined to a wheelchair. Both legs and his left arm were encased in plaster, while his right hand was receiving intravenous fluids. Through the melding of memories from his former self, he learned that the planet he now inhabited was called Blue Star, a world strikingly similar to his previous one. However, this planet boasted 208 nations with a staggering population of 20 billion. The world economy had surged to rapid heights, yet resources were severely depleted, leading to incessant friction among nations. War was imminent. How much more peaceful it was in my previous life, Lin Yu sighed. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. The civilizational evolution game has commenced. The evolutionary subjects are the 208 nations of Blue Star. Game rules. Each nation will randomly select one individual to enter the battlefield of myriad races, with each person tasked to safeguard a city against a monster's assault. Should the defense fail, for every monster that occupies the Lord's estate, the nation represented by the Lord will face the emergence of 10,000 identical monsters. If the city Lord falls, the lifespan of the entire populace decreases by 10 years, followed by a new random selection of city lord until the last citizen of that nation perishes. If the city is defended successfully, the lord and the nation he represents shall receive substantial rewards. Evolutionary power is classified as black iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, diamond level, king level, emperor level, demigod level, and divine level. The entirety of the events occurring on the battlefield of myriad races shall be presented to all inhabitants of Blue Star through a global live broadcast, with the exception of private matters such as bathing and procreation. Commencing the selection of the city lord. The selection of the city lord has concluded. The teleportation will commence in 1 hour. As the rules of the game reverberated in his mind, Lin Yu found himself engulfed in utter bewilderment. What on earth is this? The battlefield of myriad races. Is this world truly so perilous? My bones have yet to fully heal. However, what instilled in him a deeper terror was the subsequent announcement. Citizen Lin Yu of the Jojo Kingdom, congratulations on being chosen as the Lord of Jojo City on the battlefield of myriad races. You shall represent the Jojo Kingdom in the game of civilizational evolution, safeguarding Jojo City. You have 1 hour to prepare. In 1 hour, you will be teleported to Jojo City. Best of luck in achieving divine level evolution. As the voice faded, Lin Yu snapped back to reality from his state of panic. This is absurd. I can barely walk, and now I am thrust into battle. My death is inconsequential. After all, I have already died once. Yet if I perish, the entire nation will suffer a 10-year reduction in lifespan. This burden is too great for me to bear. Even if I am to enter the battlefield, at the very least, heal my leg injury first. Lin Yu cried out in his heart, yet he had only 1 hour to prepare. Time was of the essence. Lin Yu shouted loudly, "Nurse! Nurse! Nurse! Hurry, someone! I have been chosen as the Lord of Jojo City. I need assistance." However, no matter how fervently Lin Yu called out, no one came to his aid. The entire world was thrown into chaos due to the announcement that had just echoed. What the hell? Did you all hear that? The game of civilizational evolution. It seems they are randomly selecting someone to go to battle and defend the city. Rewards await success, while failure will unleash a horde of monsters upon our homeland. This is unjust. Why should the fate of an entire nation rest in the hands of a single individual? What if that person is a fool? Indeed, it is unfair. Why must we suffer a 10-year reduction in lifespan if he dies? Where's our Jojo City Lord? Step forward quickly. Time is running out. Countless individuals expressed their opinions online, filled with fear, anger, resentment, and even schadenfreude. Yet none questioned the authenticity of the game. For everyone across the globe had heard that voice simultaneously. No one, save for the divine, could accomplish such a feat. Time was precious, and the city lord had only 1 hour to prepare. The Jojo authorities hastily issued statements across all news media and video platforms. They hoped the city lord would contact an official promptly. The Jojo authorities would surely extend their utmost assistance. However, half an hour had passed, and still, no one had contacted the officials. Meanwhile, the Jojo City Lord, Lin Yu, was currently struggling to maneuver his wheelchair with one hand towards the inpatient building. The distance from the hospital's lawn to the inpatient hall was a daunting 200 meters for someone with 2 fractured legs. When Lin Yu finally arrived at the inpatient hall, he discovered it was also in disarray. Dozens of doctors and nurses were attempting to soothe the emotions of hundreds of patients and their families, completely oblivious to Lin Yu, the patient in the wheelchair. Observing the chaotic scene, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. He bellowed, "Silence! I am the chosen city lord. Assist me in contacting the officials." The moment he declared himself as the city lord, the raucous atmosphere fell eerily silent. Surrounding him were hundreds of astonished, confused, angry, and resentful faces gazing at Lin Yu. A city lord? A cripple? The crowd was incredulous. You claim to be the city lord. What proof do you have? Indeed, what evidence can you provide to substantiate your claim as the city lord? Exactly. Why should a cripple like you be the city lord? Why should the fate of all of us rest in your hands? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lin Yu had no desire to engage in dialogue. He merely wished to contact the officials for help. These individuals had been startled by the sudden upheaval and lost their basic judgment. Impersonating the city lord? Only a fool would undertake such a folly. If he was not teleported within an hour, he would surely face dire consequences. Soon, the crowd parted, and a doctor approached Lin Yu. "I am the hospital director. You are the chosen lord of Jojo?" The director inquired urgently. "Indeed, please help me contact the officials. I require weapons," Lin Yu stated decisively. "Rest assured, the official helicopter has already taken off and will arrive shortly. I will take you to the lawn to wait." After speaking, the director wheeled Lin Yu outside to the lawn, coordinating with the doctors to keep the onlookers at bay. Time ticked away, and just as the crowd grew increasingly anxious, an armed helicopter descended steadily onto the grass. The doors of the helicopter swung open, and 2 squads of fully armed soldiers rushed towards Lin Yu, each carrying several boxes. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The 1 hour has elapsed. Teleportation commencing. A beam of light enveloped Lin Yu from the sky. Panic-stricken, he extended his hand toward the soldiers standing a few meters away and shouted, "Hurry!" The foremost soldier, seeing this, quickly drew his sidearm and tossed it to Lin Yu. With a clatter, the pistol fell to the ground as Lin Yu vanished without a trace, along with the wheelchair he occupied. "It's over. Our Jojo City Lord is truly a cripple," lamented the onlookers. Chapter 2. The Battlefield of 10,000 Races, the Infinite Evolution System. Lin Yu vanished from the grassy expanse of the hospital. Only then did the onlookers come to believe that he was indeed the chosen Lord of Jojo. A wave of lamentations swept through the crowd. Jojo is doomed. The fate of the nation rests in the hands of a cripple. My father is already over 70. If that lame lord perishes on the battlefield, my father will surely follow him to the grave. Oh heavens, why choose a cripple? Others cried. Let us not forget, if Jojo falls, countless monsters will invade our homeland, and we shall all perish. Some lamented, I should have just killed that crippled lord to install a new one. Regret consumes me. The atmosphere grew chaotic as people hurled curses at Lin Yu, envisioning his death on the battlefield and the fall of Jojo. At that moment, a figure descended from a helicopter. Tall and imposing, he was none other than Zhou Tai, the head of the emergency command center established by the Zhou government to tackle this civilization evolution game. Enough. Silence. Zhou Tai bellowed. You must have faith in your compatriot. If he has been chosen as Lord, he surely possesses exceptional qualities. We must believe that he will safeguard Zhou. He continued, moreover. Trust in our nation and its brave soldiers. Even in the face of monsters, we shall protect your lives and eradicate all intruders. Upon hearing Zhou Tai's words, the crowd seemed to find solace, quieting down. Now disperse. The scenes from the battlefield will be broadcast live globally. Please remain indoors and watch the live stream. Zhou Tai instructed. Yet, deep down, he too harbored doubts about a crippled individual defending Zhou. He could only advise everyone to stay home to reduce unnecessary casualties should monsters appear. Dean, I require the complete medical records of that lord. Zhou Tai called for the head of the hospital. Understood, sir. I will retrieve them immediately. At that moment, a soldier approached Zhou Tai, bowing his head in contrition. Sir, I apologize for my earlier delay. Zhou Tai glanced at the soldier's handgun, his expression grave. Lin Yu had failed to grasp the only weapon before he was transported away. Nonetheless, he patted the soldier's shoulder, offering reassurance. This is not your fault. Our priority now is to protect Zhou. As for what transpires on the battlefield, we can only hope for a miracle. Soon, the dean returned with Lin Yu's medical records. Lin Yu, male, 22 years old, bilateral leg fractures, left upper arm fracture. After reviewing the documents, Zhou Tai's heart sank further. How could a person with such debilitating injuries defend Zhou? Let us hurry back to the command center. Zhou Tai decisively ordered. In his view, Lin Yu had become a lost cause. He needed to prepare for the worst outcome. Whether it was researching the impending monsters or reallocating military resources, meticulous planning was essential. Fortunately, he had been granted sufficient authority to mobilize all resources of Zhou. A global announcement declared that the 208 lords had successfully arrived at their respective cities. People worldwide could watch the lords defending their realms in real time through a live streaming platform. The first phase of the initial assault would commence in 10 minutes. As the announcement concluded, individuals across the globe simultaneously opened their phones and computers. A live streaming application named Evolution Game appeared on their devices. The interface was simple, showcasing only 208 live rooms. Zhou's room was prominently positioned in the front row, alongside the rooms for Meili City and Beixiong City. The citizens of Zhou eagerly accessed their city's live stream, only to find their Lord Lin Yu sitting in a wheelchair, staring vacantly at the majestic yet desolate Zhou. What the hell? Our lord is a cripple? Oh heavens, are you jesting? What kind of absurd evolution game is this? Couldn't you choose a normal person? A cripple? This is the end for Zhou. The doctor said I only have 3 years left to live. If this guy dies, I'll be buried alongside him. Laughter echoed. I'm fortunate to have acquired Meili citizenship 3 days ago. Our lord is an active special forces soldier. He will surely defend the city. Who are you? A traitor to your own roots? Get lost. I believe in our lord. He will surely create miracles. The total population of Zhou stood at 3 billion. With nearly 2 billion witnessing the revelation that their lord was a cripple, anguish and fury surged within them, fearing that monsters would soon descend upon them. Meanwhile, Lin Yu gazed at the towering Zhou city in a daze. Alas, without even a gun, how can I fight? He sighed. Ding. Detection of host arrival at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Infinite evolution system activating. Ding. Infinite evolution system activation successful. 2 voices echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Infinite evolution system? It bears a striking resemblance to this civilization evolution game, he murmured. System, what are your capabilities? This system is the infinite evolution system. Evolution is filled with infinite possibilities. The host can expend evolution points to enhance themselves, others, or objects. 1 evolution point allows for a single evolution. The more points expended, the greater the degree of evolution. The host can acquire evolution points by slaying monsters on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Current remaining evolution points, 10 points. Having absorbed the system's introduction, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. Arriving on the battlefield, he had resigned himself to death. After all, his legs were not yet healed, and he lacked a suitable weapon. He possessed neither the ability to enter the city nor to close its gates. Apart from awaiting death, he could conceive no other escape. Yet now, with the infinite evolution system, Lin Yu saw a glimmer of hope for survival and the strength to protect Zhou. Most importantly, the entire population of Zhou, numbering 3 billion, would not have to accompany him to the grave. Fear not, Zhou, I shall guard you henceforth. As long as I stand, no monster shall set foot in Zhou. Citizens of Zhou, you may continue to enjoy your mahjong and hot pot in peace. Regardless of the number of demons and monsters ahead, I, Lin Yu, shall stand against them all. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute, a surge of hope and fervor swelling within him. though he had just traversed into this world. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his homeland. Moreover, having integrated the memories of this body's original owner, he felt an unwavering affection for Jojo. He rose slowly, only to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. I was careless. My legs are still not healed. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, masking his pain with self-deprecating humor, deciding it best to utilize his evolution points first. Although he was indifferent to his recent fall, the 20 billion citizens of Jojo watching the live broadcast were collectively engulfed in despair. What a pitiful sight, a disabled man. Is this the end of our illustrious Jojo and its 5,000-year civilization? Chapter 3, Evolution. The Bloodline of Pangu. Is heaven truly intent on obliterating Jojo? Why must our lord be a cripple? In merely 10 minutes, the monsters will commence their assault. This lord will hardly last a minute. We should flee for our lives. I am over 70. Where can I escape to? I might as well return home for a hearty meal and await my demise, he sighed. Deservedly so. Jojo has met its match, a crippled lord, huh? Our Dahan Republic's lord is a professional Taekwondo black belt. Our Yamato Republic's lord is a Jonin-level ninja. Our esteemed Jonin will surely defend the city. You Jojo folk should prepare for your ruin. The live stream was filled with lamentations. Many foreign onlookers mocked the situation, inciting a fierce quarrel. To most, Lin Yu had little chance of successfully defending the city. Zhou Tai, seated in a helicopter, observed the live stream on his phone. His expression grim. Accelerate. Lin Yu may not endure even a minute. We must prepare urgently. Witnessing Lin Yu tumble from his wheelchair extinguished Zhou Tai's last flicker of hope. Relying on a man with disabilities to defend the city? How absurd. To Zhou Tai, the death of the Lord and the invasion of monsters seemed an inevitable fate. Yet, he was uncertain where the monsters would strike within Jojo. His only recourse was to mobilize every available resource to brace for the worst outcome. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Yu struggled to rise from the ground, laboriously pulling himself back into his wheelchair. There was no time for hesitation. System, initiate evolution. Please select evolution target. Self. Please select evolution points. Lin Yu pondered briefly. 1 point. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1/1,000,000th of the bloodline of Pangu. At the instant he received the system notification of his successful evolution, Lin Yu felt a warm surge coursing through his limbs. His legs and left arm tingled with a delightful sensation as his bones began to mend. Within mere breaths, he sensed his body had healed. Not only had his bones mended, but he also felt imbued with newfound strength, and his senses sharpened remarkably. After all, the deity Pangu was renowned for cleaving chaos with a single stroke, an existence teetering on the brink of the Tao level. Even a mere fraction of that bloodline contained potential and power far exceeding that of an average person. System, open my personal panel. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Host, Lin Yu. Power level, high black iron. Bloodline, 1/1,000,000th of the bloodline of Pangu. Skill, opening heaven and earth, high black iron, can be advanced. Evolution points, 9. To his astonishment, he had acquired an additional skill. Lin Yu opened the skill description. Opening heaven and earth. Concentrates power into a weapon, creating a chasm 10 zhang long and 1 zhang wide in front of him. Upon advancing to divine level, it can cleave heaven and earth. Impressive, Lin Yu exclaimed. With a mere swing of his axe, he could carve a chasm 10 zhang deep. He felt confident that no matter what monstrous adversary he faced next, he could cleave it in two. Huh, an axe? Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled something, glancing down at his empty hands in shock. Can I utilize the skill opening heaven and earth without a weapon? As the Jojo populace watched Lin Yu's expression shift from initial euphoria to a state of bewilderment, they began to pound their chests in despair. Has this lord truly lost his wits? The monsters are about to attack. Can't he at least get inside the city? He should be able to offer some resistance. It's over. We might all lose 10 years off our lives. Honestly, I've longed for death. Are we doomed now? With a foolish and crippled lord, what can protect Jojo? My grandfather would perform better. Zhou Tai observed Lin Yu's performance with growing disappointment. He turned to his aide. What is the status of the other lords? Director, after our observations, the lords from other nations are all capable individuals, each possessing unique abilities. Elaborate, Zhou Tai commanded sternly. The lord of Melee Country is an active special forces soldier named William. He carries 100 kilograms of weaponry and has already laid mines outside the city, significantly increasing the chances of a successful defense. The lord of Beishiong Country is a towering man named Ivan, standing 2 meters tall, equipped with a few hunting rifles and a long 2-meter machete. The lord of Dahan Country is Park Gukchong, a Taekwondo expert with a modest arsenal of modern weaponry. The lord of Yamato Country is Yamamoto Kazuo, reputed to be a jonin, wielding a katana, though his abilities remain unclear. Listening to the aide's report, Zhou Tai's expression darkened further. Among the 208 nations of Blue Star, 208 lords, all were either active military personnel, towering figures, or possessed extraordinary abilities, except for Jojo's Lin Yu, a mere patient with broken legs. Moreover, even prior to his injury, Lin Yu's life had been unremarkable. Born into a peasant family, he hailed from a rural background, graduated from an ordinary university, lacking exceptional intelligence or a robust physique. Apart from his handsome appearance, he possessed no outstanding qualities. In peacetime, his prospects were limited to entering the entertainment industry or seeking the favor of a wealthy woman. Yet, this unremarkable individual had been chosen as the Lord of Jojo, with the lives of 30 billion citizens resting solely upon his shoulders. The more Zhoutai pondered, the more agitated he became. Enough with the report, he interrupted the aide. Have we received any responses from higher-ups? Director, we have just received notification that all major armed bases nationwide are on high alert, ready for first-level combat preparations. Once the monsters appear, rapid response teams can reach any battlefield within 10 minutes. Excellent. Heightened vigilance. The monsters could manifest anywhere in Jojo at any moment. Zhoutai stated gravely, this is a battle for the survival of Jojo and all humanity. Even if Jojo falls, we must safeguard the lives of our people. Understood, Director. Zhoutai continued to methodically arrange strategies, preparing to confront the impending monster invasion. In contrast, on the battlefield, Lin Yu stared at his empty hands, suddenly recalling the gun he had grasped before the transmission, leaving him without a suitable weapon. Although he felt capable of defeating a monster with his fists, the absence of a weapon weighed heavily on him. Unable to unleash his full combat potential, Lin Yu pondered the skill of the primordial deity Pangu, opening the heavens and earth. There was no reason for him to refrain from utilizing it. However, without a weapon, how could he employ such a skill? He certainly couldn't just toss his wheelchair aside. Lin Yu murmured to himself. As he gazed at the wheelchair he was seated in, his eyes shifted to the force stand, the hanging bottles, and the syringes attached to it, including the half-finished bottle of glucose solution. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. It appeared that evolution points could enhance all items. The force stand might be unsightly, but it was preferable to being empty-handed. System. Expend 1 evolution point to enhance the force stand, Lin Yu urged eagerly. Evolution commencing. Chapter 4. The long spear defends the 9 provinces city. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Dragon's Gallant Bright Silver Spear. Dragon's Gallant Bright Silver Spear, bronze grade. With a hint of cold radiance, the spear strikes like a dragon, possessing armor-piercing capabilities. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the force stand on his wheelchair. The once 1-meter-long stainless steel force stand had now transformed into a long spear, approximately 10 feet in length, shimmering with a chilling brilliance. What a splendid weapon! Lin Yu exclaimed in admiration. He grasped the bright silver spear firmly in his right hand, and, with a powerful push from his legs, catapulted himself from the wheelchair. Soaring 3 meters high like a descending war god, exuding an aura of indomitable might. The citizens of the 9 provinces, witnessing this miraculous scene, were utterly astonished. Wow, incredible. I always thought the esteemed Lord of 9 provinces could not possibly be a cripple. He is clearly a war god. Salvation is at hand. We are saved. Finally, I won't have to accompany the dead. Although they were baffled as to why the Lord had struggled to stand moments before, such concerns quickly faded. Did anyone see where the Lord's spear came from? It appeared to originate from what was merely a stand for 4 bottles. This is truly astonishing. An iron frame transforming into a spear. You're celebrating too soon. Even if he isn't a cripple, how can a mere cold weapon fend off the monsters? To protect the city, we must rely on the advanced weaponry of our great Millie Kingdom. People upstairs, hurry back to your island. Our 9 provinces war god can topple all monsters with a single thrust of his spear. The citizens of 9 provinces were engulfed in overwhelming emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Just moments ago, they had resigned themselves to death. Now, hope for survival flickered before them. The Lord of 9 provinces was not a cripple, but a war god wielding a long spear, leaping 10 meters high. Although it remained uncertain how formidable his combat prowess truly was, this did not diminish Lin Yu's elevated status in the hearts of the 9 provinces' populace. Throughout history, countless renowned generals in 9 provinces had wielded spears: the mighty Xiang Yu, the undefeated Zhao Zilong, the loyal Yu Fei, and the valiant Yang family warriors. All were heroes who fought with long spears. In the minds of the 9 provinces' people, anyone who wielded a spear was undoubtedly powerful. Furthermore, judging by Lin Yu's recent display of leaping 3 meters high, his physical prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of the so-called special forces from Millie Kingdom. Zhoutai, who remained in a helicopter, was initially taken aback by Lin Yu's transformation. He then excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Well, he hasn't disappointed me." I knew Lin Yu must possess extraordinary abilities. I'm glad it's not too late. Nearby soldiers displayed expressions of joy. Director, Lin Yu now appears to possess considerable combat strength. He should be able to withstand the initial wave of attacks, right? Though Lin Yu's displayed power was impressive, the nature of the impending monsters remained a mystery. So they could not afford to be complacent. Preparations must be made. Zhou Tai remarked coolly. Ultimately, there is great hope, unlike before. Indeed, there is hope, Zhou Tai mused. In the 9 provinces, there were over 200 million elderly citizens aged 70 and above. If Lin Yu were to perish, the entire nation's populace would collectively lose 10 years of life. The consequences were unimaginable. On the battlefield of myriad races, Lin Yu soared 3 meters high, gazing up at the overcast sky and sensing the chilling atmosphere in the air. Gradually, he composed himself. After lingering in midair for 3 seconds, he landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Looking at the dragon's gallant bright silver spear in his hand, he felt a surge of inspiration. With a firm grip, he thrust the spear forward, its tip gleaming like a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. He then performed a series of basic spear techniques, thrusting, flicking, striking, and slashing, showcasing an impressive display of martial prowess. Though Lin Yu had not systematically studied martial arts, he drew upon the basic moves he had gleaned from years of watching television, combined with his own high-level black iron strength, wielding the spear with impressive vigor and commanding presence. Indeed, it is a splendid weapon, Lin Yu exclaimed again, astonished that a single evolution point had transformed the iron stand into a bronze-grade spear. With 8 evolution points remaining, he couldn't afford to waste them. He would use them all. System, evolve the wheelchair, for stand, glucose solution, and the clothing and shoes I am wearing, each expending 1 evolution point. Lin Yu had 8 evolution points left and was oblivious to the nature of the monsters in the first wave of attacks. Thus, he chose to enhance all his items for comprehensive defense. Moreover, he was still clad in hospital attire and wearing a pair of flip-flops, which not only looked unsightly, but also hindered his mobility. Evolution commencing. Wheelchair evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bronze chariot. Bronze chariot, bronze grade. Remarkably swift in movement and boasting impressive defense. 4-stand evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a jade bottle. Jade bottle, bronze grade. Possessing 1 cubic meter of storage space. Glucose solution evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired life spring water. Life spring water, gold grade. Capable of reviving the deceased. Hospital garb evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Dragon's Head Bright Silver Armor. Dragon's Head Bright Silver Armor, bronze grade, astonishingly defensive. Capable of withstanding small cannon fire. Flip-flops evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Light Flight Boots. Light Flight Boots. Wearing them allows one to traverse the winds, covering 1,000 miles in a day. In an instant, Lin Yu had evolved all the visible items around him. System. Why are all the others bronze grade while the life spring water is gold grade? Evolution is filled with infinite possibilities. If the host is fortunate, 1 evolution point can directly elevate an item to divine grade. Divine grade, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. If he could achieve divine grade, he could potentially end this civilization evolution game outright. However, he did not intend to place his hopes solely on luck. As long as he eliminated enough monsters, he could likewise ascend to divine grade. Lin Yu held the jade bottle in his hand, which provided ample storage space for the bronze chariot. Then, he placed the white jade bottle inside the armor. It must be said that the bronze-grade armor not only boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, but also offers remarkable comfort. Lin Yu casually swung his spear a few times, feeling no sense of restraint whatsoever. System, evolve all 3 remaining evolution points into myself. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 1/3 of a billionth of the Pangu Bloodline. Current strength, intermediate bronze. With the allocation of 3 evolution points, Lin Yu's power level surged by 2 tiers, and his combat prowess multiplied exponentially. Confidence surged within him, just as Lin Yu reveled in his excitement. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Global announcement. The first stage of the first round of attacks has officially commenced. The attacking group consists of 18 high-ranking hellhounds of the Black Iron tier. Grasping his spear tightly, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he stared ahead. Dark figures surged towards him, and battle was imminent. Chapter 5. Hellhounds, Successful City Defense. As the global announcement concluded, 18 hellhounds rushed towards Lin Yu from the distance. In an instant, a group of nearly 10-foot-tall hellhounds closed in within 20 meters of him. The terrifying visage of these hellhounds was instantly transmitted back to the land of Kyushu. Wow, these monsters are utterly terrifying. They are larger than the biggest tiger in our country, and they have 3 heads. How on earth are we supposed to fight them? One of their heads is bigger than my bathtub. I feel like I wouldn't even be enough for them to eat in one meal. Those rows of sharp teeth are sharper than daggers. If one bites me, I reckon I'd be done for. Oh no, oh no. How can we withstand such fearsome monsters? Can the city lord hold his ground? The city lord must hold his ground. Look, the city lord is moving. Wow. The city lord has taken to the skies again. On the battlefield, with a hellhound merely 10 meters away, Lin Yu's eyes were frigid. With over a decade of experience watching films and reading novels, he understood that one must not hold back against foes. It was best to unleash a powerful strike right from the start. Thus, he summoned all his strength and channeled it into his spear. The spear, already gleaming with a cold light, became even more radiant at that moment. Lin Yu stomped his left foot fiercely against the ground, propelling himself skyward. He raised the spear above his head and bellowed, opened the heavens, and split the earth. The spear erupted with dazzling brilliance, striking forth with astonishing momentum towards the hellhounds. The 6 hellhounds caught in the icy glow were instantly torn asunder, their bodies scattering. The remaining 12 hellhounds were also knocked back, thrown 10 meters away by the shockwave. The ground before him was cleaved open, creating a chasm 10 yards long and 1 yard wide. Lin Yu gently landed on the ground, panting heavily. He had underestimated the toll of such a grand maneuver. It had nearly drained him of his internal strength. However, upon witnessing the shattered corpses and the severely injured hellhounds lying nearby, Lin Yu could not conceal the excitement in his eyes. At that moment, the people of Kyushu, having witnessed Lin Yu's godlike combat prowess, felt a profound sense of survival after the calamity. Across the nation, whether in squares, by the roadside, or in schools and hospitals, waves of enthusiastic screams and applause erupted. Incredible! The city lord is magnificent. Truly the warrior of this age, a contemporary overlord. Who would have thought these terrifying monsters could not withstand a single strike from the city lord? That awe-inspiring light cleaved the earth apart. There's real hope now. Mom, why am I kneeling to watch the live stream? Is this something achievable by mere mortals? It's simply unimaginable. Perhaps the city lord is a descendant of ancient martial arts, and his previous limp was merely a ruse. Makes sense. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai, still aboard the helicopter, leaped up from his seat in sheer exhilaration. Yes, this is absolutely fantastic. The officer beside him cautioned softly, "Director, let us not get too excited. We're still in the air. You chatter too much. Can't I be happy?" Zhou Tai retorted with a laugh. "You keep an eye on the city defense status of other countries." Zhou Tai was also overwhelmed with excitement. The moment the hellhounds appeared, a flicker of despair had crept into his heart. Such a monster, said to be legendary, with its towering frame and razor-sharp fangs, was more fearsome than any beast on earth. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yu's performance. With a single strike, he had felled 6 hellhounds, leaving the others injured. If Lin Yu continued to strike, the 18 hellhounds would soon be eradicated. Zhou Tai marveled at the unexpected delight Lin Yu had brought forth. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the soldier beside him and inquired, "Have we clarified Lin Yu's family situation?" "Yes, we have. Lin Yu hails from Jiang City. His parents are farmers, and he has a younger sister in high school. He is currently single." The soldier replied, "Good. Quickly dispatch someone to protect Lin Yu's parents and sister. If they agree, bring them to the base. If not, send a platoon to ensure their safety. Lin Yu is fighting for all of Kyushu. We must protect his family," Zhou Tai instructed solemnly. "Understood, Director." Meanwhile, Lin Yu's sister, Lin Ming, was in the classroom, witnessing her brother bravely slaying monsters alongside her classmates. Tears welled in her eyes. "Is that really you? Brother, you must come back alive." At that moment, Lin Yu's parents were toiling in the fields. To them, this so-called civilization evolution game might just be a mere illusion. Nothing could be more important than the harvest from their land. Thus, this ordinary farming couple had nurtured a living warrior who stood guard at the gates of Kyushu. At this moment, Lin Yu, having regained his combat readiness after a few deep breaths, knew he must capitalize on the moment. With the remaining 12 hellhounds already wounded, he would not allow them a moment's respite. Gripping his spear, he dashed forward and pierced through one of the hellhounds, delivering a lethal blow. With a fierce shake, the corpse of the hellhound was sent flying, blood and flesh scattering. With Lin Yu's current intermediate bronze strength against the high black iron hellhounds, it was akin to a massacre. The remaining 11 hellhounds, witnessing their companion's demise, rose from the ground and surrounded Lin Yu. With a few howls, 6 of the hellhounds abandoned their assault and sprinted towards the inner city of Kyushu. The remaining 5 charged toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's heart sank as he observed the hellhounds racing towards the city gate. This was disastrous. If the hellhounds were to occupy the city lord's mansion, the land of Kyushu would soon be inundated with a multitude of hellhounds. Lin Yu would never allow such an occurrence to transpire. "Abominable beast! Where do you think you're going?" Lin Yu bellowed with authority. In an instant, He executed a sweeping strike that sent 5 hellish three-headed hounds soaring through the air. With a powerful stomp, his ethereal boots shimmered with radiant light. Lin Yu erupted with astonishing speed, darting to the city gate in the blink of an eye, positioning himself to block the 6 hellish three-headed hounds from entering. If they wished to breach the city, they would first have to contend with the spear I wield. To conserve his strength, Lin Yu refrained from employing his formidable technique, Heaven Splitter, opting instead to rely solely on his mid-level bronze prowess and the marksmanship he had acquired from television. With this, he forced the hellish three-headed hounds into a retreat. Even when he occasionally fell prey to their bites, the defenses of his gleaming silver dragon scale armor remained unscathed. After all, the defensive capabilities of bronze-grade armor were far beyond the reach of the high-tier black iron hellish three-headed hounds. The disparity in strength was monumental. In less than a minute, all remaining 11 hellish three-headed hounds were vanquished. At the instant the last monster fell, a familiar announcement reverberated across the entire battlefield of myriad races and Blue Star. Lin Yu, the Lord of Jojo, has achieved the unprecedented feat of eliminating all attacking monsters, successfully repelling the first wave of assault. The Jojo city remains unscathed, and the endeavor took less than 2 minutes, earning an S rating. Following the conclusion of the attack, rewards were distributed to the Lord of Jojo and its citizens, marking the end of the event. The entire nation of Jojo erupted in jubilation. The entirety of Blue Star was left in astonishment. Chapter 6. The First Fallen Lord. The announcement of Lin Yu's triumph over all monsters echoed throughout the battlefield in Blue Star, leaving the world in sheer disbelief. The people of Jojo were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears. They had successfully thwarted the first wave of attack. They would not suffer a decade's worth of life loss nor face an overwhelming invasion of monsters. They might even receive rewards. This filled them with immense pride and elation. We, the illustrious Jojo, have our own heroes to safeguard us. How splendid! The Lord has defended our city. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. I shall immediately erect a monument to immortalize Lord Lin Yu. Lin Yu is our guardian deity of Jojo. Where are the traitors who once mocked our deity? You Shun, have successfully defended the city first. Where are your special forces? Previously, Lin Yu's image as a limping figure had drawn the ridicule of countless foreigners. What was even more infuriating was the presence of a group of traitors, originally from Jojo, who had defected to foreign lands. They reveled in the misfortune of Jojo, wishing for its immediate collapse, so they could lounge in their villas in the country of Mealy, sipping coffee. Yet, the reality was that Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Jojo not only defended its city successfully, but also became the first nation to do so without a single monster breaching its walls. In that moment, all derisive voices were silenced. Countless citizens of Jojo finally felt vindicated, their pent-up grievances released. Multitudes of citizens flooded into the live broadcasts of these traitors, exposing their treachery. However, with joy comes sorrow. For the opposing nation of Mealy, they were none too pleased to witness Jojo's victorious defense. David, the supreme commander of Mealy, slammed his fist on the table in anger. This is impossible. How could that cripple from Jojo withstand the onslaught of monsters? He must be cheating. He then exited the live stream of Mealy and opened that of Jojo. There, he beheld Lin Yu clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear. His gaze icy and commanding, an embodiment of a legendary warrior. This cannot be. Isn't the Lord of Jojo a cripple? Who is this person? David bellowed in disbelief. He then seized his assistant, demanding, "Who is this individual?" "Sir, this is indeed Lin Yu, the Lord of Jojo," the assistant replied cautiously. "You're talking nonsense. Do you think I am blind?" The commander furiously swatted the assistant aside. At that moment, another officer stepped forward, saying, "Commander David, this man is indeed the Lord of Jojo. The previous image of him as a cripple was merely a disguise. Just now, he used his spear to slay 18 hellish three-headed hounds, and look at the ground ahead. He effortlessly created a chasm several dozen meters deep. I suspect he is the fabled ancient martial arts heir of Jojo." "An ancient martial arts heir?" David roared in disbelief. "Could an ancient martial arts heir possibly surpass our special forces? This William is utterly useless for allowing Jojo to seize the initiative." William, the Lord of Mealy, was a serving special forces soldier prior to the battle, thus had the opportunity to bring ample weapons and ammunition. He too had heard the announcement. Damn it! Jojo has achieved the first successful defense. He cursed. Previously, to conserve ammunition, William had refrained from employing heavy firepower. This was merely the first wave of attack. There would be a second and third wave to contend with. If he exhausted all heavy weaponry in the first wave, he would be left with no options later. Thus, he had only utilized handguns and rifles from atop the city walls to shoot at the hellish three-headed hounds, simultaneously gauging their strength. He discovered that standard handguns could inflict no substantial harm on these beasts. Only automatic rifles could penetrate their bodies. After expending 3 magazines, William managed to eliminate 8 hellish three-headed hounds. We cannot delay any longer. We must strike decisively, William resolved. Retrieving an RPG from the weapon cache and directing it at the remaining 10 monsters, launching a shell. With a resounding boom, the 5 monsters at the epicenter of the explosion were obliterated, while the 5 that were farther away sustained significant injuries. The wounded hellish three-headed hounds howled in agony, scattering in retreat towards the other 3 city gates. Damn it, William seethed, grabbing his rifle and 3 magazines as he rushed towards another city gate. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more. Global announcement. Lord Raja of Sindhu has fallen. The Lord's residence in Sindhu has been breached, with 18 hellish three-headed hounds remaining alive. Punishments will be administered following the conclusion of the attack. A new Lord will be randomly selected before the second wave commences. A series of announcements swept across Blue Star and the battlefield of myriad races, leaving the world in shock. The nation of Sindhu, though considered formidable, had its lord perish after only 3 minutes without slaying a single hellish three-headed hound. This sparked widespread curiosity. What manner of inept lord could be the first to fall? Consequently, billions across the globe flocked to Sindhu's live stream, activating the video playback feature. There, they witnessed a middle-aged monk donned in a yellow robe, initially appearing somewhat competent. Upon entering the battlefield, the decision was made to charge into the city and secure the gates. However, the following actions were perplexing. As the assault commenced, the hellish three-headed dog began its siege at the city gates. Instead of arming himself to combat the monstrous foe, the monk clad in yellow settled upon the city walls, reciting incantations. Upon concluding his chants, he astonishingly retrieved a lump of cow dung from the pack on his back and hurled it down upon the hellish creature below, striking it squarely on the forehead. The dog, seemingly affronted by this grave insult, bared its teeth and roared at the monk, intensifying its assault on the gates. Within a mere minute, the gates were breached, and the monk was torn to shreds by the advancing hellish beast, devoured entirely. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, countless onlookers were compelled to regurgitate their breakfast. The unfiltered imagery was simply too shocking. The peculiarities of the inhabitants of the land of sin were well known. Attempting to confront such terrifying monsters with mere chance and cow dung, having long been accustomed to the bizarre occurrences in sin, this time they could only attribute their misfortune to the selection of this eccentric city lord. It was rumored that failure to defend a city incurs punishment, with the lifespan of the entire populace reduced by 10 years, along with a 10,000-fold increase in monstrous adversaries. My goodness, that amounted to 180,000 dreadful creatures, sufficient to annihilate a small nation. One could only wonder if sin could withstand such a calamity. Nevertheless, it mattered little as long as the monsters did not invade Jiuzhou. With the war god Lin Yu safeguarding Jiuzhou, no monsters would dare to appear. In stark contrast to the devastation faced by sin, the citizens of Jiuzhou were undeniably fortunate. On the battlefield, Lin Yu stood as their protector, a solitary figure defending the gates of Jiuzhou. Domestically, there were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers selflessly dedicating themselves to the nation, safeguarding every inch of Jiuzhou's territory. As a citizen of Jiuzhou, how could one not feel a sense of pride and honor? In Chapter 7, the first wave of attacks concluded with calamity. The cow-dung lord of sin was slain by monsters within 3 minutes, leading to the city's downfall. The world watched as sin became a subject of ridicule, simultaneously igniting a fierce determination among other lords on the battlefield. This was a realm where lives were genuinely at stake. Thus, they held nothing back, unleashing a torrent of bullets and artillery upon the monsters. Soon, announcements rang out across the battlefield proclaiming the success of other cities in repelling the attacks. Global announcement. Lord William of the Kingdom of Mealy has slain all monsters, successfully withstanding the first wave of assaults. Upon evaluation, Mealy City remained unscathed, completing the defense in 4 minutes, earning an A-grade rating. Shortly thereafter, another announcement followed. Global announcement. Lord Ivan of the Northern Bear Kingdom has vanquished all attacking monsters, successfully defending against the first wave of attacks. Evaluation revealed that the eastern gate of Northern Bear City sustained damage, completing the defense in 5 minutes, earning a C-grade rating. In the ensuing minutes, further announcements heralded the successes of the lords of the Sunset Kingdom and the Gaul Kingdom. As of now, 5 lords from various nations had successfully defended their cities. Just as the populace of Blue Star rejoiced, a wave of dire news swept in. Global announcement. Lord Park Gukchang of the Great Han Republic has fallen in battle. The Lord's residence in Great Han City was breached, with 10 hellish creatures surviving. Following the assault, punishments would be enacted. Before the second wave of attacks commenced, a new lord would be randomly selected. Global announcement. Lord Yamamoto Kazuo of the Yamato Republic has perished. The Lord's residence in Yamato City was breached, with 5 hellish creatures surviving. Following the assault, punishments would be enacted. Before the second wave began, a new lord would be chosen at random. In the subsequent 5 minutes, over 200 announcements echoed through the air. Aside from 12 nations whose lords had successfully defended their cities, all other lords from more than 100 nations had perished, their residences overtaken by monsters. From the onset of the monsters' assault to the conclusion of the first wave, it had taken a mere 10 minutes. Out of the 208 nations on Blue Star, only 17 had successfully defended their cities, while a staggering 191 nations faced total annihilation. Global announcement: the first wave of attacks has concluded, with 17 lords successfully defending their cities. Now, the rewards for the victors will be distributed. Lord Lin Yu of Jiuzhou City receives an S-grade rating, enhancing the physical attributes of all citizens by 20, with Lord Lin Yu receiving double rewards, enhancing his attributes by 40. Lord William of Mealy City receives an A-grade rating, enhancing the physical attributes of all citizens by 10, with Lord William receiving double rewards, enhancing his attributes by 20. Lord Lewis of Snow Island City receives an F-grade rating, enhancing the physical attributes of all citizens by 1, with Lord Lewis receiving double rewards, enhancing his attributes by 2. Now, to address the vanquished, all citizens of nations that failed to defend their cities will face a collective reduction of 10 years from their lifespans, while simultaneously facing a 10,000-fold invasion of monsters. Nations that failed to defend their cities will have their lords randomly selected again and will be transported to the battlefield of the myriad races in 1 hour. Tomorrow, the second wave of attacks will begin. As the announcements concluded, before the global populace could fully comprehend the situation, monstrous silhouettes darkened the skies of various nations. Resembling the hellish three-headed dogs from the battlefield, they descended slowly, and upon touching the ground, the phantoms transformed into tangible beasts. Countless hellish three-headed dogs roared across Blue Star, as if intent on tearing apart every human being in sight. Some of the more powerful nations hastily organized their armed forces to retaliate, deploying aircraft and tanks towards the encroaching monsters. However, smaller nations found their military numbers insufficient to combat the overwhelming horde of monsters. Moreover, some peculiar religious nations, with land areas not exceeding 1 square kilometer and populations of fewer than 1,000, faced an insurmountable challenge with 180,000 monsters bearing down upon them. When these 180,000 beasts descended upon such a minuscule territory, the entire population of 1,000 was swiftly devoured by the ravenous creatures. Fortunately, after consuming everyone in the nation, the 180,000 monsters did not proceed to attack other countries. Due to the exceedingly small area of the nation and the sheer size of the monsters, they piled atop one another in a most spectacular display. Merely half an hour after the invasion began, dozens of nations declared their obliteration, with some smaller nations unable to even issue a declaration, as their entire populations were slaughtered. As a great power of the contemporary world, Jiuzhou was the first nation to successfully withstand the monster onslaught, and in no time, requests for assistance flooded in from neighboring countries. Jiuzhou, please save us. We are willing to become your vassals once more. Jiuzhou, we were your vassals centuries ago. Now we are in peril. You cannot abandon us. You are a world power. Jiuzhou, you have withstood the monsters. Why will you not come to our aid? Countless pleas for help reached Jiuzhou, not only from the official channels, but also from the people. The populace of the vast realm of Jiuzhou has become acutely aware of the misfortunes befalling neighboring nations. Oh, how wretched are the souls of those countries. Why has our military not yet extended a hand to assist them? With fervent indignation, some decry the virtuous sentiments of those lofty in spirit, questioning why our valiant soldiers should be sent to their demise. Indeed, it is the prowess of our divine warriors that has safeguarded Jiuzhou, and any blame should rest solely upon the ineptitude of their lords. Undoubtedly, the security of our land has been forged by the relentless valor of our champions. Why must we aid outsiders? Amidst this global calamity, how can one remain indifferent? Yet, do not utter such lofty platitudes. Their plight is merely a localized tragedy. Look at those nations that have fallen. No monsters have emerged from their lands. So what noise is this? Online discourse has polarized into two camps, the altruistic and the rational. A faction of online idealists insists that Jiuzhou ought to selflessly assist its neighboring countries. Conversely, the majority of clear-headed individuals argue against intervention, recognizing that this is merely the initial wave of aggression. What follows will surely be a second, and perhaps a third wave. Can we offer help once, and then again? Today, there are merely 180,000 monsters. Tomorrow, there could be 800,000. How many troops and how much weaponry would be required to provide support? Even if we were to assist, could we truly save a nation? There are no guarantees. Furthermore, While Lin Yu has successfully defended the city today, what of tomorrow? If Lin Yu fails in his defense, our own land will be besieged by monsters as well. At that point, with our forces dispatched, who will guard our homeland? Who will protect our families? Thus, over 90% of the populace unanimously agrees, we cannot offer aid. We must tightly shut our borders and safeguard our homeland. The Jojo government swiftly issued a response, clearly expressing its deep sympathy for the plight of other nations while emphasizing the necessity to guard against monster incursions, declaring that there exists no capacity to offer assistance. Upon hearing this news, Commander David of the Millie Nation gleamed with excitement. This presented a splendid opportunity to launch an assault on Jojo. Chapter 8. Global Discourse. I stand unashamed for Jojo. Among the 208 nations of Blue Star, only 17 lords have successfully defended their cities, while the remaining 191 have faced varying degrees of monster incursions. Various smaller nations have pleaded for assistance from several superpowers. Yet the harsh reality is that not a single country has extended a helping hand. Nevertheless, this has not deterred Commander David from casting aspersions upon Jojo. Soon enough, David took to the internet to declare, "You of Jojo have long prided yourselves as the Celestial Empire. Yet you offer no aid to your neighboring states in their time of need. You are unworthy of the title you claim. This monster invasion is a catastrophe for all humanity, and Jojo ought to demonstrate the grandeur befitting a great nation by offering unconditioned support to its neighboring countries." David's statements rapidly spread across the globe, and the nations untouched by monster invasions, as well as those yet to fall, pointed their fingers at Jojo. The ensuing flood of condemnation swelled online, accusing Jojo of selfishness, neglecting the safety of its neighbors, and standing idly by in the face of calamity. The world suffers, and Jojo should assist other nations. Millions in our country have perished, and now I stand alone, all because Jojo chose not to help us. Simultaneously, certain so-called public intellectuals within the country began to voice their opinions. Our illustrious Jojo, with its formidable strength, should lend a hand to our neighboring nations, opening our borders to the homeless refugees of fallen states. The plight of those people is too tragic. We must let them in. Meanwhile, Zhou, having returned to the command center, seethed with rage as he absorbed the online discourse. Grabbing his firearm, he unleashed a barrage of shots at a distant target, venting his frustration. "This is absurd," Zhou roared. "Why should Jojo sacrifice the lives of its soldiers to save other nations? And these despicable scholars, with their yellow skin and white hearts, I will see to it that they are all expelled from Jojo." Summoning an assistant, he instructed, "Come here and record a video. Then disseminate it across global media platforms." Once the assistant acquired the camera, Zhou composed himself before the lens and addressed the citizens of Jojo and the peoples of the world. "Greetings, I am Zhou, the Supreme Commander of Jojo's military. In response to the discussions circulating online regarding Jojo's closed borders and perceived apathy towards neighboring crises, I wish to convey the following points." After a brief pause, Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, his gaze hardened as he bellowed, "On what grounds? I wish to ask those who criticize Jojo, on what grounds? Why should Jojo offer assistance without recompense? Is the ruin of your nations the fault of Jojo? No. It is the incompetence of your own lords and the failures of your own states. Why should Jojo bear the burden of your nation's ineptitude? Why must we risk the lives of our soldiers to aid you? Jojo's safety is a result of our Lord Lin Yu's valor on the battlefield, which has preserved our land. To those from Millie and the Sunset Nation, I warn you to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. If you truly care for humanity, you should dispatch your own forces to assist others rather than inciting discord online. I also caution foreigners within Jojo's borders. During this time of war, any actions detrimental to Jojo will be regarded as hostile. Should you continue to provoke our limits, you will be expelled or eliminated on the spot. Furthermore, I warn neighboring nations. Any who illegally trespass upon Jojo's territory will be met with lethal force. Lastly, I wish to reassure my compatriots in Jojo, do not concern yourselves with the affairs of foreign lands. As long as you remain within Jojo's borders, your safety is assured. Even if Lord Lin Yu were to fall, there are still millions of our brave soldiers ready to shield you from danger. I extend my heartfelt sympathy to the plight of nations worldwide. However, neither Lord Lin Yu nor I, representing the Jojo government, bear any shame before our people." With a thunderous declaration, Zhou concluded, instilling a sense of reverence among the soldiers in the command center. Indeed, the world is vast. Jojo cannot concern itself with every detail. We seek only to stand unashamed before our citizens. "Director, your words resonate profoundly. I am moved to tears," remarked the assistant upon the camera being switched off. "Enough with the flattery. Quickly, disseminate the video," Zhou commanded. "We must convey Jojo's stance to the world while reassuring our own populace." "Yes, Director." Having relayed his instructions, Zhou Tai remained vigilant. Picking up the crimson telephone and dialing several numbers, those belonging to the commanders guarding the borders. He issued commands to strictly secure the national borders and prevent any illicit crossings. Anyone attempting to smuggle in will be shot on sight. He also alerted the domestic security forces to thoroughly investigate any traitors or foreign personnel within the country. Any who sow discord shall face consequences. Expulsion or detention is the order of the day. In extraordinary times, severe penalties must be employed swiftly. Soon, the declaration issued by Zhou Tai reverberated across the globe. The citizens of the Great Jiuzhou, upon witnessing Zhou Tai's proclamation, erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Well said. Our illustrious Jiuzhou ought to be this resolute. Indeed, your nation lies in ruins due to your own ineptitude. Why should we, Jiuzhou, come to your rescue? Every warrior from Jiuzhou is a treasure, and we shall not allow them to perish on foreign battlegrounds. The likes of the Mealy and Sunset nations have never harbored good intentions. They expect us to act while they remain passive? Preposterous. Commander Zhou Tai truly is magnificent. How admirable. But in truth, he is merely a selfish scoundrel. A traitor has been spotted. Quickly, apprehend him. I report him, seize him, and expel him from our land. Such a person does not deserve to remain on Jiuzhou soil." Following Zhou Tai's statement, there were still those who clung to dissent online. Little did they know. Within 10 minutes, they were taken away by the enforcers, either detained or expelled. Once they were cast out of Jiuzhou and confronted by the terrifying Cerberus of hell, they began to regret their actions. Yet the Cerberus offered no opportunity for repentance. An ordinary adult would barely satiate its hunger. The soldiers guarding the borders, upon witnessing the horror of the Cerberus, gained a profound understanding of the formidable power of Lin Yu. One man, one rifle. In less than 2 minutes, he felled 18 dreadful monsters. If it were left to their ordinary soldiers, even with modern weaponry, they could not guarantee their survival in direct combat. A few soldiers exchanged glances and smiled with relief, thankful for Lin Yu's presence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu on the battlefield began to gather the shattered remains of some of the Cerberus. Though many were left as mere bones, he still salvaged what he could. After all, these were high-tier black iron monsters, and their remains might prove useful. He piled the bodies in a corner outside the city before entering and shutting the city gates, making his way directly to the Lord's Manor. After slaying so many monsters, he wondered how many evolution points he had amassed. Chapter 9. The 9 Spirits and the Surge of Power. After collecting the bodies of the Cerberus, Lin Yu proceeded to the Lord's Manor. The expanse of Jiuzhou City was not vast, covering merely 2 to 3 square kilometers, with the Lord's Manor measuring only 4 to 500 square meters. Its design mirrored that of ancient Jiuzhou architecture, with walls towering over 10 feet. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, exquisitely carved, exuding a regal aura. Lin Yu suddenly inquired, "System, can these stone lions evolve into living beings?" All things in the world can evolve. Whether they can transform from illusion to reality depends entirely on fate. Understood, Lin Yu acknowledged, opening his personal panel. Host, Lin Yu. Power level, intermediate bronze. Bloodline, 0, 4 Pangu Bloodline. Skill, creation of heaven and earth, high black iron, can be upgraded. Evolution points, 18. His power level remained at intermediate bronze, indicating that the game's offer of a 40-point increase in physique was of little consequence. Lin Yu murmured, if others were to hear this, they would surely be infuriated. You're dissatisfied with a 40-point increase. What more could you desire? The Lord of the Snowy Land received only a 2-point increase. Please, spare us the pretentiousness. This was, in fact, a reflection of Lin Yu's insufficient understanding of the disparities in power levels. Both he and the other lords were mere ordinary humans before the commencement of the civilization evolution game. Even with the system's assistance, it merely provided him an advantage. He lacked a clear comprehension of the rigorous cultivation system and the distinctions between each stage of power. Power levels span 9 major classifications. From the lowest black iron beginner to the highest god level, each further divided into 3 sublevels. The progression from lower to higher levels exhibits exponential growth. Thus, Lin Yu's intermediate bronze strength could utterly dominate a horde of high black iron Cerberus. Moreover, the strength of an advanced bronze being exceeds that of an intermediate bronze by more than double. Thus, a mere 40-point increase in physique could hardly remedy this deficiency. Contemplating his 18 evolution points, Lin Yu made his decision. While offense may be the best defense, he was but a single individual. Should monsters attack from all 4 city gates simultaneously next time, he might not arrive in time for assistance. Therefore, the fortification of the city gates was of utmost importance. Likewise, the defenses of the Lord's Manor could not be overlooked. If the manor were to be breached, Jiuzhou would be inundated with countless monsters. Lin Yu would not allow such a calamity to unfold. System: expend 2 evolution points to upgrade the Lord's Manor. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations. The host's Lord's Manor has evolved to intermediate bronze, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities and granting a rebound effect. Rebound can reflect 50 of the damage received. Effective against attacks of bronze rank and below. Intermediate bronze, with an additional 50% rebound effect, would suffice, Lin Yu noted. System: continue to expend 2 evolution points to upgrade the 2 stone lions. Since the system indicated the possibility of transforming illusion into reality, Lin Yu resolved to use 2 evolution points to test it. After all, he had ample evolution points available. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations. The host's 2 stone lions have each acquired a 0.00000019 spirits bloodline, current level, intermediate black iron. As the system's notification concluded, the eyes of the 2 stone lions erupted with azure light. The once stationary stone lions at the entrance of the Lord's Manor sprang to life. Their white stone skin began to shed, revealing soft, pale blue fur beneath. Moments later, the 2 towering lions, each measuring over 10 feet in height and approximately 20 feet in length, roared skyward. Subsequently, they leapt before Lin Yu. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the people of Jojo were left agape in astonishment. What on earth am I witnessing? The stone lions have come to life? Oh no. These lions seem far more formidable than those hellish Cerberus. Can the god of you withstand them? Why do such terrifying creatures appear even after the assault has ended? Is there a glitch in the game? Whatever you all are clamoring about, these are not monsters from the assault. These lions are evidently property of the Lord's Manor. Although we do not know why they have come to life, as the Lord, the god of you must surely not fear them. Indeed. Look, these 2 lions are not attacking the god of you. They appear quite docile. As the people of the 9 provinces expressed their concerns for Lin Yu, 2 azure lions leapt gracefully before him. Lowering their enormous heads, each with a diameter of 1 meter, they gently nudged Lin Yu. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed sufficient strength and was not intimidated by the black iron rank azure lions. He extended his hand, softly stroking their heads. Since you have transformed from ethereal to tangible and gained life, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you names, Lin Yu declared with a smile. As you are the male lion, I shall call you Jiuling, and you, being the female lion, shall be named Yuan Sheng. The 2 stone lions, now imbued with the bloodlines of Jiuling and Yuan Sheng, received their names from Lin Yu, who hoped that one day they would truly evolve into the legendary mounts of the celestial sovereigns. At that time, riding them would certainly be a matter of prestige for Lin Yu. He glanced at the remaining 14 evolution points and resolved to continue evolving the 2 azure lions. In future battles, they would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. System: proceed to expend 4 evolution points to enhance the 2 azure lions, he commanded. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host. The 2 azure lions have each acquired a 2 billionth fraction of the Jiuling and Yuan Sheng bloodlines. Current level, bronze initial. This evolution did not trigger any significant phenomena. However, Lin Yu could distinctly sense the substantial enhancement in the lion's power. Their bronze initial strength would suffice for the time being. According to Lin Yu's projections, the monsters that would soon appear would not exceed the bronze advanced tier, with the advantage of the Jiuling Yuan Sheng bloodlines. The combat prowess of the 2 lions would certainly surpass that of ordinary monsters, even if they could not defeat monsters of higher tiers. Their ability to impede a few would greatly assist Lin Yu's timely interventions. With a light leap, Lin Yu landed upon Jiuling's broad back. Onward. To the East City Gate, he proclaimed boldly. Jiuling let out a thunderous roar and leapt a distance of 20 meters, swiftly making their way toward the East City Gate, with Yuan Sheng closely following. Across the land of the 9 provinces, exclamations of admiration rang out. Wow! The god of universe is truly magnificent. Such large lions have become his mounts. He is indeed the guardian deity of our 9 provinces. I am utterly enamored. The god of universe is so impressive. I want to bear his children. With these 2 formidable lions by his side, facing the impending monster onslaught should become far easier. What's so great about that? They're just 2 beasts. No matter how strong, they can't compare to missiles. Suddenly, a traitor was identified in the live stream. Quickly apprehend him. There's a bounty of 500,000. I'm in the Melee Kingdom. Your 9 provinces have no jurisdiction over me. Following this, a wave of vitriol erupted in the comments. After Zhou Tai issued a statement regarding the capture of several traitors and foreign agents, and their subsequent expulsion from the territory, the dissenting voices online diminished significantly. However, some traitors abroad continued to vociferate online, leaving the 9 provinces officials powerless to counteract this. Having evolved to bronze initial, Jiuling moved with impressive speed. After a few leaps, they arrived at the East City Gate. Lin Yu, seated upon the lion's back, spoke, "System. Expend 1 evolution point to enhance the East City Gate. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host. The East City Gate has evolved to Bronze Intermediate, with a defense boost of 100 and a rebound effect. Rebound can reflect 50 of the damage received, effective against attacks of Bronze rank and below." Lin Yu rejoiced, astonished that a single evolution point had elevated the gate to a level surpassing even that of the Lord's Manor. Not only had its defense doubled, but it also possessed a rebound effect. Subsequently, Lin Yu rode Jiuling to the remaining West, South, and North City gates, each time expending 1 evolution point to elevate them to Bronze Intermediate gates. Upon completion of the evolutions, Lin Yu surveyed the fortified city walls with satisfaction. The city's defenses had been significantly enhanced, and with the assistance of Jiuling and Yuan Sheng, Lin Yu felt no lingering worries. He merely needed to eliminate all the monsters without concern for them breaching his stronghold. Casting a glance at his personal panel, he noted he still had 7 evolution points remaining. "System, expend 2 evolution points to enhance myself," he instructed. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 2 billionth fraction of the Pangu Bloodline, current level, Silver Initial. He then decided to expend 2 evolution points to evolve the skill Kaitian Pity, which accompanied the Pangu Bloodline. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host. The Kaitian Pity skill has advanced to Bronze Intermediate. The divine skill Kaitian Pity, obtained alongside the Pangu Bloodline, had not automatically evolved with the Bloodline's enhancement, remaining at the Black Iron Advanced skill level, which had become inadequate for Lin Yu's Silver Initial power. Now, with the skill evolved to Bronze Intermediate, Lin Yu felt confident that he could eliminate the 18 Hellhound 3-headed dogs in the first wave of attacks with a single strike, and still have energy to spare. After evolving the Kaitian Pity skill, Lin Yu found himself with 3 evolution points remaining. However, he possessed quite an array of equipment. Whether it was the dragon's gallant silver spear in his hand or the dragon's head silver armor adorning his body, all were merely of Bronze Initial quality. To elevate them all to silver grade was evidently unrealistic. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yu made his decision. "System. Expend 3 evolution points to enhance the dragon's gallant silver spear. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host. The dragon's gallant silver spear has evolved to Silver Initial, with an added burn effect. Aggression is the best form of defense. With a silver-grade weapon, he could efficiently slay monsters, and the Bronze Initial armor would suffice for now. Even if he were to incur injuries, he still had the Golden Initial Life Spring Water, leaving him unperturbed. Exhausting all his evolution points, Lin Yu's strength saw a substantial increase. As for the upcoming battle, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Unlike the other lords who were gripped by trepidation, Lin Yu eagerly anticipated the arrival of the second wave of attacks. Those monsters, feared by many, appeared to him as a treasure trove of evolution points. Chapter 10, A Pyrrhic Victory for Humanity. Having depleted all his evolution points, Lin Yu experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength. As he prepared for the second wave of attacks the following day, he felt no trace of pressure, only a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Within the entire 9 provinces city, Lin Yu was accompanied solely by Jiuling and Yuan Sheng, the 2 Azure Lions. In a fit of boredom, Lin Yu enlisted Jiuling and Yuan Sheng as sparring partners to practice his still unrefined marksmanship and agility. Engaging in a 1 versus 2 scenario, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered amidst the onslaught of the 2 lions, skillfully evading their strikes. Initially, under the barrage of their attacks, Jiuling and Yuan Sheng occasionally brushed against the hem of Lin Yu's garments. However, as time passed, Lin Yu's experience grew, and his mastery over his own strength became increasingly adept. The agile figure danced between the 9 spirits and the primordial sage, evading their attacks with effortless grace. Often, before a claw could even descend, Lin Yu had already sidestepped, and he even utilized the primordial sage's body to shield himself from the 9 spirit strikes. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yu came to a halt. "That's enough for now," he declared. "You 2 are no longer able to keep pace with me." The 9 spirits and the primordial sage gazed up at him with an expression of dismay, nuzzling against him. "Come now, don't wear such pitiful faces," Lin Yu chuckled, offering comfort. "Tomorrow, for every monster you slay, I shall grant you an equivalent number of evolution points." The 2 Azure Lions, transformed by their evolution points, understood this message well and joyfully bounded around Lin Yu. "Well then, I shall retire to rest. You may frolic freely, if you find yourselves hungry. There are some corpses of hellhounds outside the city. If you don't mind the unpleasantness, feel free to partake." Thus, Lin Yu dismissed the 2 Azure Lions and made his way into the Lord's mansion, grumbling as he went. "This wretched evolution game is utterly inhumane. Such a grand mansion lacks even a morsel of food or a drop of water. If not for the little life spring water I possess, I might have to resort to consuming those repugnant hellhounds as well. I wonder how others are managing this predicament. After his complaints, Lin Yu retrieved a white jade vial from his armor, glancing at the remaining 300 milliliters of life spring water within. This divine water could revive the dead. Using it merely to satiate hunger felt like a tremendous waste. However, after the relentless battles, his energy was indeed considerably depleted, and he could not afford to be wasteful. He tilted the vial and took a small sip. As the golden tear life spring water coursed through him, Lin Yu instantly felt a surge of pure energy radiate throughout his body, instantly banishing the weariness from his previous exertions. He sensed that even his silver tier strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. I didn't expect this spring water could also aid in enhancing my realm. Lin Yu exclaimed in delight. Alas, it is rather limited. To avoid waste, he settled onto the ground to slowly assimilate the energy within him. In contrast, among the other 200 or so lords, aside from the second batch of lords who had ample supplies, only William, the lord of Myri City, had brought a modest stock of compressed biscuits and water among the surviving first batch of 17 lords. The rest had nearly no food supplies at all. For instance, Ivan, the lord of North Bear City, had already begun to carve up the corpses of the hellhounds with a knife. Fortunately, there was no shortage of timber within the city. A door panel from a house would suffice to prepare a small barbecue. Yet, the horrendous stench of the hellhounds lingered, difficult to eradicate even with cooking. After all, they were creatures from hell. It would be a miracle if they tasted delectable. Nonetheless, between starvation and consuming the malodorous roast, Ivan chose the latter. As for any potential side effects from eating the hellhound meat, he could hardly afford to ponder such matters. Not eating would lead to starvation. Gritting his teeth against the foul odor, Ivan shoved a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. Ugh! The taste, reminiscent of decaying flesh, assaulted his palate and nostrils. Upon witnessing Ivan's revolting predicament, the others from Blue Star couldn't help but regurgitate their breakfasts in disgust. Good heavens! This is utterly repulsive. How could anyone eat a hellhound? It was revolting even when alive, and now it's unbearable to behold. That Ivan actually managed to consume it. I commend his fortitude. You lot are merely speaking from a place of comfort. On the battlefield of myriad races, aside from the corpses of hellhounds, there isn't even a blade of edible grass. What choice do we have? Indeed, if they did not consume the monster's carcasses, they would lack the strength to withstand the second wave of attacks, and death would be inevitable. It was better to eat the monster, conserve energy, and fight valiantly once more. William, the wise lord of Myri City, had brought ample food and water, thus avoiding the need to consume such loathsome creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Yu from Jojo had secluded himself within the Lord's mansion, perhaps secretly feasting upon monster carcasses. You're talking nonsense. How could our god possibly consume such refuse? As the first lord to successfully defend a city, and the only one to receive an S-grade evaluation, he undoubtedly has alternative sources of food. You're deluding yourselves. Everyone knows that the Jojo lord started off as a cripple, with only a broken wheelchair, bringing no supplies whatsoever. What else could he eat if not monster carcasses? How could the illustrious god be comprehended by mere mortals like you? The long-standing enmity between Jojo and Myri would inevitably flare up whenever the opportunity arose. The other smaller nations could only silently watch the spectacle unfold. Some nations that had already been annihilated could not even afford to spectate. 2 hours had passed since the first wave of attacks had concluded. Some of the lesser nations were obliterated before they even had a chance to resist. Only a few larger nations remained stubbornly holding on. Meanwhile, the nation of Sindhu, having suffered the tragic loss of millions of residents, finally eradicated the 180,000 monsters. The common folk of Sindhu were overwhelmed with joy, having finally eliminated the monsters. Curse that lord. I hope the next lord does not fall prey to the superstitions surrounding cow dung like the previous yellow-robed monk. It is said that the next lord has brought sufficient artillery and will undoubtedly withstand the second wave of attacks. As time progressed, as the sun set, the war between the humans of Blue Star and the Hellhounds had yielded a decisive outcome. Out of a total of 208 nations worldwide, 88 had been completely annihilated, primarily those with small territories or lacking military strength. These nations' lands had all been overtaken by the Hellhounds. Meanwhile, the remaining nations, after paying a heavy toll, succeeded in exterminating all Hellhounds within their borders. Humanity had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. However, just as victory should have been celebrated and the fallen mourned, the insatiable ambitions of Myri resurfaced. David, the commander of Myri, issued a statement online, proclaiming that for the peace of Blue Star, Jojo ought to set an example by dispatching troops to eradicate the remaining Hellhounds on Blue Star. Chapter 11. The dragon-like people of Jojo, the second wave of attacks begins. David's incessant greed led him to publish anti-intellectual rhetoric across major global media platforms, insisting that Jojo should send troops to eliminate the remaining hellhounds. Several smaller nations, led by Myri, echoed his sentiments. As the first nation to successfully repel a monster invasion, Jojo should set a precedent for the world. Jojo owes a debt to the world and must promptly send troops. Unfortunately, after Zhou Tai's declaration, the national cohesion of Jojo became unprecedentedly robust. Showing no signs of being swayed by such anti-intellectual discourse, Jojo owed nothing to anyone and had no obligation to assist other nations in slaying monsters. With many of those smaller nations already obliterated, any intervention would now be meaningless. The monstrous entities shall not breach the territorial boundaries of their respective nations, given enough time. They shall inevitably succumb to starvation. Indeed, if military action is to be taken, let it be the nation of Melee that does so. Have you not consistently proclaimed yourselves as the world's foremost power? Have you not positioned yourselves as the global guardians? Why should the burden fall upon our Jojo? Are you fearful? Zhou Tai observed the heated online discourse with a mere disdainful smile. The nation of Melee truly harbors an unyielding ambition towards our downfall. Yet the citizens of Jojo are not so easily swayed. Of course, ever since you issued that impassioned declaration, the patriotic fervor of the populace has been ignited, and dissenting voices have nearly vanished from the internet, remarked an assistant, eager to curry favor. True sentiments are revealed in times of adversity, Zhou Tai mused. Jojo has enjoyed an era of peace for far too long, a tranquility that has dulled the warrior spirit in many hearts. This upcoming civilizational evolution game appears fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to national demise. However, it is equally brimming with immense opportunity. In the first round of offense, Lin Yu attained an S-grade evaluation, resulting in a 20 enhancement of the national physique. Even I, a man of middle age, feel as though my physical capabilities have reverted to those of a decade past. If we can successfully withstand a few more assaults, Jojo will rise with citizens as formidable as dragons. The aspiration of many, once mere fantasy, is now within reach. For Jojo possesses its guardian deity, Lin Yu, an invincible warrior, brandishing a spear, standing sentinel over the city of Jojo. Do you possess such confidence in Lord Lin Yu? Inquired the curious assistant. Zhou Tai smiled faintly, refraining from a direct response, instead asking, "And what of you? Do you hold confidence in him?" The assistant, caught off guard, recalled the unmatched figure at the gates of Jojo. He nodded vigorously, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, their thoughts unspoken. The battlefield of myriad races remained ensconced in a hazy twilight, devoid of a clear distinction between day and night. Lin Yu was oblivious to the passage of time until, after a lengthy slumber, he resumed rigorous practice of marksmanship and agility alongside Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. It was then that he finally heard the long-anticipated announcement, global announcement. All 188 city lords have assembled. The second phase of the first round of offense officially commences. The attacking entities comprise 36 advanced black iron hellhounds and 18 advanced bronze titans. With the conclusion of the announcement, Lin Yu was taken aback to discover that the 208 city lords had dwindled to 188. However, there was no time for contemplation, unlike the first round. This second wave of assault offered no preparatory interval of 10 minutes. The monsters launched their attack immediately. Lin Yu swiftly concentrated his energy into his feet, enhanced by the bronze-grade light-footed boots, covering the distance of 700 to 800 meters in mere seconds to reach the city gates. He vaulted over the towering 10-meter walls, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With eyes ablaze with determination, he fixed his gaze on the depths of the encroaching darkness. After 10 breaths, massive silhouettes emerged before him, prompting Lin Yu to exclaim, "By the heavens, how immense!" The inhabitants of Blue Star, upon witnessing the newly appeared titans, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Good heavens, that titan is at least 10 meters tall. How on earth do we combat such a creature? Standing, it nearly matches the height of the city walls. Such a terrifying beast besieging our city. How can we possibly defend against it? One of its eyes is larger than my head. I fear that conventional weaponry will scarcely penetrate its defenses. Let us pray that the Divine Guardian can hold the line. The Divine Guardian must prevail. The people of Jojo fervently prayed for Lin Yu. Should such a creature enter the lands of Jojo, it would spell utter catastrophe. Lin Yu, surveying the 18 colossal titans ahead, felt an intense surge of battle spirit. No matter your rank as a monster, I, Lin Yu, shall fell you with a single shot. Casting a glance at Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng flanking him, he noted that these two possessed the bloodline of Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng, displaying remarkable poise even in the face of titanic foes 3 times their size. With satisfaction, Lin Yu declared, "The 36 hellhounds shall be entrusted to you." With his words echoing, Lin Yu charged towards the titans, spear in hand. with Zhu Ling and Yuan Sheng following suit to confront the Hellhounds. Lin Yu's combat style was devoid of embellishment, nor did his strength permit such flourishes. He relied solely on a singular skill, the heaven-splitting strike. Fortunately, his current prowess had ascended to the initial stage of silver, while the skill itself remained at the intermediate stage of bronze, allowing him to utilize it without reservation. Unlike before when a single execution had drained him of all energy. Moreover, Lin Yu had learned from past lessons. His previous strike had been delivered vertically, resulting in insufficient coverage, vanquishing only 6 Hellhounds. This time, he resolved to alter his approach slightly. Techniques may be fixed, but the practitioner is alive, who decrees that the heaven-splitting strike must be executed vertically. I shall deliver it horizontally. I shall even strike diagonally. I can cleave from below. In no time, Lin Yu found himself within 200 meters of the Titans, undaunted by the colossal forms charging towards him. With a powerful stomp upon the ground, he concentrated all his might into his spear, the silver-grade, long and bright silver spear erupting with blinding radiance. Heaven-splitting strike, Lin Yu shouted, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that surged towards the Titans. The advanced bronze Titans were not dim-witted, sensing the immense energy contained within the light. The lead Titan let out a thunderous roar, prompting the remaining 17 Titans to swiftly reposition behind their leader. With a tremendous impact, the lead Titan was cleaved in two, its severed body hurtling backward, colliding with the remaining Titans and sending them sprawling. The 17 Titans, witnessing their fallen comrade, howled in fury, their eyes blazing as they glared at Lin Yu. They then formed a serpentine formation and charged at him. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that these beasts possessed such cunning. This battle would not be easily won. Chapter 12. Evolution to Gold Level, Annihilation of the Monsters. Lin Yu's singular heaven-splitting strike had only claimed one Titan, and the Titan's display of intelligence left him momentarily stunned. He regarded the 17 Titans advancing towards him with cold resolve, his battle spirit surging as he bellowed, "Come forth." Empowered by his silver-grade capabilities, he prepared to engage. With a firm grip on his spear, Lin Yu charged boldly towards the colossal Titan beast before him. The resplendent silver lance, forged from primordial silver, radiated brilliance. Its razor-sharp tip sliced through the air with a cacophony of shattering sounds as it lunged towards the foremost Titan. In the blink of an eye, the towering Three-Zhong Titan was pierced through, leaving it momentarily chilled to the core. However, the advanced bronze Titan exhibited remarkable resilience, even with a gaping wound. It did not succumb immediately. In agony and fury, it roared at Lin Yu, extending its robust arms in an attempt to rend him asunder. Yet, Lin Yu was not one to relent. With a deft motion, he withdrew the spear and executed a graceful turn in midair, sweeping the lance with a swift arc, severing the Titan's massive head, which then plummeted heavily to the ground. A second Titan lay lifeless. Only 16 remained. At that moment, jubilant cheers erupted across the land of Jiuzhou. God of the universe, you are magnificent. One spear, one Titan, as effortless as slicing through vegetables. I was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. When the Titans first appeared, I feared for Lin Yu's life, yet he astounded me yet again. One can eternally place their faith in the God of the universe. These Titans, seemingly formidable, proved to be so fragile, falling with a single thrust. No, you are mistaken. It is not the weakness of the Titans, but rather the overwhelming strength of Lin Yu. Witness the streams of other Lords Live broadcasts, and you will understand. Unlike Lin Yu's effortless dispatching of Titans, the circumstances for other Lords were dire. After the initial wave of attacks, only 17 Lords remained. The subsequent batch that joined had merely 171, with 20 Lords falling prey to the invading monsters before the hour of waiting had elapsed. Although the second wave of Lords had learned from their predecessors and arrived armed with an arsenal of heavy weaponry, the results were far from satisfactory. The high-ranking Black Iron Hellhounds were impervious to ordinary handgun fire. Even automatic rifles required an entire magazine to eliminate a single Hellhound. As for the advanced Bronze Titans, their terror extended far beyond their mere size. Do not be deceived into thinking Lin Yu's prowess lay in the frailty of the Titans. Rather, it is his own power that far surpasses theirs. The advanced Bronze Titans, when confronted with standard firearms, were virtually invincible. Prior to the commencement of the second wave of attacks, Lords from other nations had already buried numerous landmines before their gates. However, as the assault began, the anticipated spectacle of Titans being obliterated by mines failed to materialize. The ordinary mines only managed to dispatch a few Hellhounds. Even when Titans trampled upon them, they were not launched into the air but merely hindered, their flesh torn asunder. Within 30 seconds of the second wave commencing, a multitude of Titans had surged to the gates, battering them with their massive hands. The bronze gates reverberated ominously, as if they were on the verge of collapse. "William," The lord of the Melee Kingdom stood atop the watchtower, gazing at the titans mercilessly pounding at the gates, a flicker of dread igniting within him. Must I resort to nuclear weapons now? He murmured, contemplating the dire consequences of deploying a nuclear bomb at this stage, knowing it would seal his fate in the subsequent wave. As a major power on Blue Star, the Melee Kingdom possessed an astonishing stockpile of nuclear arms. Thus, William had brought a small nuclear bomb with him to the battlefield, its blast radius limited to 1 kilometer, intended as a trump card. Little did he expect to be compelled to unveil it so soon in the second wave. Caught in indecision, the battlefield atmosphere shifted dramatically. Under the relentless assault of the Titans, lords soon began to fall. A global announcement rang out. The Lord of Dahan City, Qian Bugu, has perished. The Lord's residence has been breached. 10 Hellhounds and 18 Titans remain. Following the conclusion of the attack, punitive measures would ensue, and the lords would be randomly reassigned before the third wave commenced. The second Lord of Dahan City had fallen first, without even slaying a single Titan. It was a rather lamentable display of incompetence. Before long, another announcement echoed. The Lord of Yamato City, Yamamoto Taro, has perished. The Lord's residence has been breached. 2 Hellhounds and 10 Titans remain. Punishments were to follow, and the reassignment of lords would occur before the third wave began. Sequentially, a series of death announcements reverberated. Lin Yu, positioned before the gates of Jiuzhou, listened to the continuous toll of death and felt a twinge of compassion. Without the aid of the system, my fate might mirror theirs, Lin Yu contemplated. Observing the remaining 20 or so Titans and Hellhounds on the battlefield, his fury intensified. System. How many evolution points do I currently possess? Host currently has 100 available evolution points. System. Elevate my strength to the golden tier. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations. Host. For consuming 80 evolution points to acquire 80 of the Pangu Bloodline. Current strength level. Initial golden tier. As the evolution concluded, Lin Yu felt his internal power surge by more than tenfold. In that moment, he understood why ascending to the golden tier required such a significant expenditure of evolution points. He could distinctly sense that his life characteristics had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Whereas the silver tier represented individuals with extraordinary power, the golden tier transcended the human realm entirely. In terms of strength, genetics, and life form, a thorough transformation had occurred. The only unchanged aspect was his appearance. As Lin Yu reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through him, he regarded the towering titan before him as if it were but an insignificant insect. A disdainful smile graced his lips as he casually hurled his spear, pinning a hellhound to the ground. The silver tier weapon had become inadequate for his newfound strength. Subsequently, he began to levitate slowly, stabilizing himself mid-air. Flight. This was the hallmark of reaching the golden tier. Power coalesced around his fists, causing the air to warp. Lin Yu bellowed, delivering a crushing blow to a nearby titan. With a resounding crash, the titan's massive head shattered into fragments. In rapid succession, Lin Yu darted through the air, and within mere breaths, the remaining 7 titans were obliterated. He hovered in silence, coldly surveying the 10 or so hellhounds left on the ground, extending his hand to draw them in. The long spear returned to hand, followed by a powerful strike that cleaved the heavens and the earth. A radiant brilliance stretching hundreds of feet obliterated the remaining hellhounds, reducing them to mere fragments. Thus, the 36 hellhounds and 18 titanic beasts were annihilated. The populace of the 9 provinces gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. One could not help but feel that the divine being was even more ferocious than these titanic creatures. As the final hellhound fell to Lin Yu's might, a familiar announcement echoed once more. Global announcement. Lin Yu, the Lord of the 9 provinces, has first succeeded in vanquishing all attacking monsters, successfully repelling the second wave of assault. Following assessment, the 9 provinces stronghold remains unscathed, achieving an S-rank evaluation in just 3 minutes. After the offensive, rewards were distributed to the Lord of the 9 provinces and its citizens. Once again, they claimed the top spot. The citizens of the 9 provinces were left in a state of shock. The entire world was astounded. As the sole lord to wield cold weapons against monsters, Lin Yu had long captured global attention. Even the populace of other nations abandoned their own Lords Live broadcasts to witness Lin Yu's battle. Goodness, our divine being is truly formidable. With a single punch, he dispatches the whimpering monsters, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The divine being is astonishing. He previously relied on a spear, and now he has resorted to throwing punches. Moreover, it appeared that he had mastered the art of flight, having lingered in the air for some time. The divine being is exceptional. At this rate, he may truly ascend to divinity. Oh, Lin Yu, such a magnificent hexagonal war god. Why is he not from our great Yamato? How infuriating. To the little devils, abandon all hope. Your lord has already fallen. Yet you still wish to watch this live broadcast. Your demise as a nation is nigh. The little devils, having faced their downfall, bring great joy to many, including those from the repugnant Great Han nation, who always presumed the world belongs to them. Now, they are reaping what they have sown. How delightful. Humph. What is there to be smug about? Our William from the Miri nation has brought nuclear weapons as well, and he too can defend his city successfully. Merely a nuclear weapon, you say, as if we lack such means. Just wait until William exhausts his nuclear arsenal. We shall see how he meets his end. Lin Yu's unmatched combat prowess instilled a profound sense of confidence among the citizens of the 9 provinces. The people of the 9 provinces ardently mocked the spectators from other nations, viewing them as nothing more than garbage. In the battlefield of myriad races, William, the lord of the Miri nation, grimaced upon hearing the announcement of Lin Yu's successful defense against the second wave of attack. Damn it, it's that Lin Yu again. He cursed, regretting not having gone all out, allowing Lin Yu to seize the S-rank evaluation. Naturally, William possessed a method to annihilate all monsters at once by activating the nuclear weapon. However, once the nuclear weapon was deployed, he would have no trump card left. In the face of the impending third wave of attack tomorrow, his demise was inevitable. Yet at this moment, he made up his mind. Prompted not only by Lin Yu's provocation, but also by his dwindling defenses. Despite having brought a plethora of weaponry and ammunition, he could not endure the prolonged onslaught. At present, he had merely 3 magazines for his handgun left, 1 magazine for his rifle, and had exhausted all landmines. His only remaining munitions were a single rocket and the last resort, the nuclear weapon. Resolutely, William retrieved a small nuclear bomb from a nearby arsenal, setting it to detonate in 2 minutes with both time-triggered and pressure-triggered modes. Having successfully withstood the first wave of attack, he had earned an A-rank evaluation and a 20-point increase in his physical stats. 2 minutes was ample time for him to escape a kilometer from the explosion zone. As long as the city gates held for 2 minutes, he could reach safety. Should the gates be breached prematurely, he would perish alongside the monsters. He placed the nuclear bomb a meter from the city gates, then turned and fled in the opposite direction. A nuclear bomb is no jest. It is the most destructive weapon on Blue Star. Even a slight shockwave could lead to severe injury or death. Time trickled by, and as William neared the edge of the explosion zone, a thunderous boom resounded. The city gates were breached, and a Titan beast, towering 3 meters high, strode into the city. Its colossal foot crashed down upon the nuclear bomb, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that sent a towering mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward, claiming the titanic beasts and hellhounds first, incinerating them to ashes. The speed of the shockwave was ferocious, swiftly propelling William through the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. Once more, the global announcement reverberated. Global announcement. William, the lord of the Miri nation, has slain all attacking monsters, successfully repelling the second wave of assault. Following evaluation, the Miri stronghold suffered over 50 damage, taking 5 minutes and receiving a B-rank evaluation. After the offensive, rewards were distributed to the Lord of Miri and its citizens. The Miri nation became the second country, after the 9 provinces, to successfully repel the second wave of attack. However, while the stronghold of the 9 provinces and Lord Lin Yu emerged unscathed after vanquishing the monsters, Miri City lay in ruins, with Lord William's fate shrouded in uncertainty. The disparity was evident. Our divine being achieved what a nuclear bomb could accomplish through sheer human effort. The citizens of the 9 provinces believed that Lin Yu would undoubtedly withstand the third wave of attack tomorrow. William had exhausted all his weaponry. One could only wonder how he would defend himself in the upcoming onslaught. Living in the 9 provinces is such a blessing. I have no regrets in choosing to dwell here, and I wish to be reborn in a land of flowers in my next life. The emotions of the 9 provinces people erupted instantaneously, with the phrase "I have no regrets in choosing the 9 provinces. May I be reborn in a land of flowers" flooding the live broadcast chat. At the command center of the 9 provinces, Zhou Tai observed the barrage of comments with a smile of gratification. "Thank you, Lin Yu," he murmured softly. It was Lin Yu who elevated the pride and honor of the citizens of the 9 provinces to unparalleled heights. At this moment, the cohesion within the 9 provinces was stronger than ever. Zhou Tai sensed an essence he could only describe as the spirit of the nation slowly coalescing in the 9 provinces, waiting for the day when it would soar to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast to the jubilant state of the 9 provinces' citizens, the people of the Miri nation bore no smiles. Although their lord had successfully defended Miri City, William was gravely injured. Most critically, he had exhausted his ammunition, and nothing would remain intact after the nuclear blast. Thus, tomorrow's third wave of attack was destined to end in their defeat. At this moment, within the Miri nation's command center, David anxiously fixed his gaze upon the screen, where William lay sprawled on the ground, his head awash in blood. Eyes tightly shut. It was evident he was teetering on the brink of death. "Damn it, William, if you are to die, do so swiftly," David exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. The others in the command center averted their eyes, enveloped in solemn silence. Clearly, in their hearts, they believed that for William, living was far worse than a swift demise. After all, the city had successfully withstood the siege. The monsters would not invade the kingdom of Mealy. Only with William's death could the kingdom appoint a new lord and continue to carry a substantial arsenal of nuclear weapons. As for the prospect of a 10-year reduction in lifespan, David viewed it as a boon, a means to eliminate the frail and feeble. However, should William survive, he would possess no means to confront the dreadful creatures in the impending third wave of assault. At that time, innumerable monsters would manifest directly within the borders of Mealy. Thus, the man who was meant to be the hero of the kingdom of Mealy found himself forsaken by the very populace he had vowed to protect, who now eagerly awaited his demise. Only upon his death could they hope to survive. Such was the reality of Mealy. Chapter 14. The crisis of Blue Star and global nuclear catastrophe. Jojo City had successfully repelled the second wave of attack. Lord Lin Yu was currently engaged in clearing the battlefield. Mealy City had similarly withstood the second wave, yet its lord, William, lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. In the ensuing 2 minutes, no announcements were made regarding successful defenses. Rather, reports flooded in of fallen lords and occupied lordly estates. The first batch of surviving lords had succumbed early due to insufficient ammunition. As for the second group, despite being well equipped, they lacked the nuclear weaponry necessary for decisive victory against the towering titans. After a grueling 7 minutes of resistance, all 188 lords within the myriad battlegrounds, save for Lin Yu and William, were slain, their estates overrun by monsters. A global announcement reverberated. The second wave of assaults had concluded, with only 2 lords successfully defending their realms. The victors were tallied. Lord Lin Yu of Jojo City received an S rank, strengthening the physique of all citizens by 40, while Lin Yu himself gained double rewards, enhancing his own physique by 80. Lord William of Mealy City was awarded AB rank, fortifying his citizens' physique by 20, with his own enhancement totaling 40. The announcement continued with the grim news for the defeated. All citizens of the fallen cities faced a collective reduction in lifespan by 10 years and would soon contend with a monstrous invasion of unprecedented scale. Those nations that failed to defend would need to appoint new lords, to be transported to the myriad battlegrounds in 1 hour. Tomorrow, the third wave of assault would commence. The announcement echoed across the myriad battlegrounds and Blue Star. In the 120 nations yet to face annihilation, aside from Jojo and Mealy, monstrous phantoms suddenly materialized in their skies. Greater in number and size than the hellish three-headed beasts of the previous assault, they descended slowly, their ethereal forms solidifying upon touching the ground. Panic-stricken citizens scattered in terror. "Oh God, save your people. Send angels to vanquish these dreadful monsters. It's over. This time, it's truly over. God, who will save us? My poor child is only 3. I do not wish to die. I truly do not wish to die." Yet, before they could await their savior, they were mercilessly crushed beneath the feet of the titanic beasts. Countless lives were extinguished as the monsters wreaked havoc. The once mighty edifices that humanity had proudly erected crumbled before the titans, as even the sturdiest steel and concrete could not withstand their might. Across the globe, similar tragedies unfolded. Even the inhabitants of the peaceful realm of Jojo felt profound sorrow. Alas, the people of these nations are so pitiable. These monsters are far too terrifying. Conventional firearms are utterly useless against them. They are simply unfortunate enough not to have been born in Jojo. I wonder if our nation will offer assistance. Assistance? You jest. Who would dare confront the monsters that cannot even be felled by artillery? Unless it's nuclear weapons. Indeed, only nuclear arms can contend with these creatures. Lord William of Mealy City managed to annihilate the monsters using nuclear bombs. Only a handful of nations possessed such weaponry, while monsters roamed freely across the globe. Even with potential support, how effective could it be? Within the command center of Jojo, Zhoutai solemnly scrutinized the satellite feeds depicting the invasion of monsters across nations. Millions of creatures rampaged through human cities, leaving behind scenes of horror. Director, officials from several neighboring nations have sent requests for aid, an aide remarked. Aid? Zhoutai scoffed. What can we offer against hundreds of thousands of invading monsters? If I were to drop a nuclear bomb on their lands, would they consent? The aide fell silent. Understanding the catastrophic implications of such an action, the destruction wrought by a nuclear explosion would far exceed that of the monsters, and the radioactive aftermath would render the area uninhabitable for an extended period. Few nations would willingly accept such an outcome. Thus, even during the first wave of hellish three-headed beasts, Those nations possessing nuclear arms refrained from employing such devastating weapons. Zhou Tai paused briefly before continuing. Respond to them. We can offer assistance, but only if they are willing to accept the consequences of a nuclear bombardment. Zhou does not mind deploying a few nuclear bombs onto their territory, but sending troops is out of the question. Despite his reluctance to witness humanity being slaughtered, Zhou Tai was prepared to merely fly over and drop a few nuclear bombs, returning unscathed, as these titanic beasts and hellish creatures could not fly. Hence, he was willing to extend a helping hand to the neighboring nations. Quickly, the aide conveyed Zhou Tai's intentions to the officials of the neighboring countries. A similar scenario unfolded across the ocean, as David, the chief commander of Melee, received requests for aid from surrounding nations, such as the Northern Maple Leaf Nation and the Southern Silver Nation. In their hour of need, these nations set aside past grievances and turned to their powerful neighbor for assistance. Like Zhou Tai, David made the same decision. Nuclear support would be offered, but no troops would be dispatched. Furthermore, he imposed an outrageous condition. Any nation seeking Melee's nuclear assistance must relinquish its sovereignty, disband its government and administrative bodies, and integrate into the territory of Melee. Upon hearing this, the Silver Nation to the south rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation. For many years, the two nations have been embroiled in conflict. Even the prospect of annihilation would not compel them to accept being subsumed by the nation of Melee. In stark contrast, the northern nation of Maple readily acquiesced. What of sovereignty? Survival is paramount. After all, with its vast lands and sparse population, Maple could withstand the aftermath of several nuclear detonations. Thus, a consensus was rapidly forged among nations worldwide. Nuclear devices would cleanse the earth, employing humanity's most formidable weapon against these terrifying monstrosities. Almost simultaneously, the air forces of Kyushu and Melee embarked upon missions laden with an abundance of nuclear armaments destined for neighboring lands. Meanwhile, other nuclear-capable nations such as North Bear, India, and Sunset activated their own nuclear strike plans. Fortunately, while the number of monsters was considerable, their concentration made them vulnerable. Merely 2 medium-sized nuclear bombs would suffice to obliterate them entirely. As for the civilians unable to flee, they could only express their regrets. Apologies were offered, but for the safety of the nation, their sacrifice was deemed necessary. Thus, at that moment, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded in the annals of human civilization, a global nuclear detonation. Historical records would later recount that in the year 2030, humanity faced an invasion by millions of monsters, prompting the world's great powers to initiate nuclear strike plans. Under the bombardment of hundreds of nuclear warheads, all invading monsters were annihilated, yet human casualties exceeded 1 billion. Aside from Kyushu, no true victor emerged. Chapter 15. The second skill, Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth. Hundreds of medium-sized nuclear bombs detonated in succession within mere minutes. The cataclysmic explosions and shockwaves illuminated the entire blue planet. Nations situated along tectonic plate boundaries were further struck by a series of earthquakes and tsunamis. At a grievous cost, countries around the globe eradicated all invading monstrosities. Even those small nations that had been completely overtaken by monsters received a nuclear bomb from surrounding nuclear powers, obliterating the hellish Cerberus of the first wave of invasion. Such is the might of nuclear armaments. The visuals of the explosions were captured by satellites and transmitted in real time to news media across the globe. Countries hoped to use this as a warning to humanity. The citizens of Kyushu, witnessing the horrific scenes abroad, breathed sighs of relief. Expressing gratitude for the protection of the Divine Guardian, they vowed to offer daily incense to the Guardian and support it for generations to come. Without the Divine Guardian, there would be no peace in Kyushu. What is the Divine Guardian doing? It seems as if it intends to roast and consume these monsters. How revolting. Observers noted as Lin Yu gathered the corpses of the Titan beasts and Cerberus on the battlefield. He dismantled several wooden houses in the city and ignited a bonfire outside, skewering a Titan beast's arm on a long spear to roast it. However, Lin Yu had no intention of partaking in the consumption of these monsters himself. This feast was a reward for the duo, Zhu Ling and Yuan Sheng. Although these Titan beasts possessed no foul odor, their resemblance to humans instilled a modicum of discomfort in Lin Yu regarding the consumption of such humanoid monsters. I hope tomorrow brings forth non-humanoid monsters, he murmured. The life-giving spring water won't last much longer. He then glanced at the drooling Zhou Ling and Yuan Sheng. With a smile of satisfaction, he remarked, "You two performed admirably, slaying 20 Cerberus. I shall grant you 20 evolution points shortly." Zhu Ling and Yuan Sheng joyfully surrounded Lin Yu, leaping and cheering, devoid of the majesty befitting their lineage. Resembling exuberant children instead, Lin Yu tossed the roasted Titan beast's arm toward the 2 azure lions and shook the spear gently, causing the accumulated grease to fall to the ground. What a fine weapon, he mused, though it had begun to lag behind his growing strength. System. How many evolution points do I have remaining? Lin Yu inquired. Host currently has 136 available evolution points. 136, plus the 80 previously expended. It seems that slaying a Titan beast yields 10 evolution points. Lin Yu pondered. System. How many evolution points are required to upgrade the spear to the primary golden level? To evolve the Silver Tier Dragon's Eye Spear to the primary golden level, 40 evolution points are needed. Then why did I expend 80 evolution points to achieve the upgrade? Lin Yu questioned, harboring doubts about the system's integrity. The Pangu Bloodline is one of the most superior bloodlines across the myriad realms, which naturally necessitates more evolution points than enhancing other items. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yu as he nodded. Then I shall evolve the spear to the primary golden level. With 136 evolution points remaining and having promised Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng 20 points each, he still had 116 points available, ample for spear enhancement. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the primary golden dragon's eye spear, endowed with the skill, the ability to release a dragon soul phantom to attack foes. The once unadorned spear now bore a majestic dragon motif, and a fierce, imposing dragon head materialized at its tip. Lin Yu reveled in the warm power pulsing within the spear, exclaiming inwardly, a splendid weapon. System, display my personal panel. Host, Lin Yu. Power level, primary golden. Bloodline, 86-100 Pangu Bloodline. Skills, Heaven and Earth Creation, Intermediate Bronze, Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth, Advanced Black Iron. Evolution points, 96. Noticing the addition of the Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth skill, Lin Yu inquired, System, why has this new skill appeared? Evolution is filled with infinite possibilities. Great, just a vague answer, Lin Yu sighed, rolling his eyes. The system's message was unmistakable. The acquisition of skills depended largely on fortune. He opened the description of the Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth. Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth. This skill allows the user to transform into a Tinjong Tall being, doubling strength and defense, with the potential to evolve into the true form of Pangu at the divine level. Impressive. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The true form of Pangu. Regardless of the monsters or deities, he would crush them all with a single blow. System. How many evolution points are required to elevate the Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth to the primary golden level? To evolve the Celestial Law of Heaven and Earth to the primary golden level, 100 evolution points are necessary. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Perhaps I should hold off on that. My evolution points are too scarce for now. I can decide later. His power had reached the primary golden level, and the evolution points required for further advancement were substantial. Since he couldn't evolve at present, it would be prudent to conserve his points and assess the level of monsters in the upcoming third wave of attack. He then called over Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. Come here, you two. Lin Yu smiled. The evolution points I promised you are ready. The system granted 10 evolution points each to both Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. Evolution begins. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host's pet Jiu Ling for acquiring 1/10 of the Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng bloodline and gaining the skill Roar of the Lion, current strength level, intermediate silver. Congratulations to the host's pet Yuan Sheng for acquiring 1/10 of the Jiu Ling Yuan Sheng bloodline and gaining the skill Roar of the Lion, current strength level, intermediate silver. The two Azure Lions successfully advanced to intermediate silver, additionally acquiring the skill Roar of the Lion, emitting a wide-ranging sound wave capable of intimidating foes. After the evolution of Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, Lin Yu still had 76 evolution points remaining. He then proceeded to the East City Gate, expending 4 evolution points to elevate it to beginner silver. Subsequently, he replicated this process, evolving the remaining 3 city gates to beginner silver. Finally, he arrived at the Lord's Mansion, consuming 10 evolution points to upgrade it to advanced silver. After all, these were merely ordinary structures, requiring relatively few evolution points. Upon completing these actions, Lin Yu surveyed his remaining 50 evolution points and dismissed the thought of evolving other items. Most of the remaining items were auxiliary in nature, and their evolution would not significantly impact his strategy. It was wiser to reserve them for strategic purposes. After undertaking a series of preparations, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Mansion to recuperate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the myriad races battlefield, William, the Lord of Mealy City, awakened after fainting for nearly half an hour. The aftermath of the nuclear explosion had left him grievously injured. However, the swift conclusion of the attack allowed timely rewards from the system to alleviate his injuries, granting him a 40-point enhancement to his constitution. After resting for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, taking in the scene around him, which appeared unscathed. William murmured, I cannot believe I am still alive. Yet, upon recognizing his current circumstances, he sighed deeply. Living now feels worse than death. Chapter 16. a respected adversary. After regaining consciousness half an hour later, William gazed at the familiar surroundings, feeling as though he had been transported to another realm. He could not help but sigh. I would have been better off perishing in the explosion. Mealy City did not exhibit signs of devastation. After the second wave of attacks, it had been swiftly restored to its former state. Aside from the scattered remnants of monster carcasses and fragments of weaponry, everything appeared unchanged. William gradually rose, dragging his weary body toward the city gate. On Blue Star, at the command center of Mealy Nation, the chief commander David glared darkly at the screen displaying William, uttering his thoughts with exasperation. William, if you had any sense of self-preservation, you would do well to take your own life now. The staff members nearby averted their gazes, pretending not to hear. Most citizens of Mealy Nation shared David's sentiment. Why had William not perished alongside the monsters? With no weapons left at his disposal, what use was his continued existence? Indeed, was it not better to die now than to face the monsters unarmed tomorrow? If he were to die now, a new lord could take his place. One who might bring more nuclear weapons to obliterate all the monsters. They hoped William would recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, should the city fall tomorrow, Mealy Nation would face an invasion by the monsters. William, hurry and die. After all, I am only 20. I can afford to forfeit 10 years of my life. William, please just die? Countless messages expressing the hope for William's demise flooded the screen. Observers from other nations looked on in astonishment. Today was indeed an eye-opener. A nation's hero was abandoned by his own people. How selfish they were. William fought valiantly on the myriad races' battlefield to shield them from monsters. And now that he had barely survived, they wished for his death. However, one could not entirely blame them. William was devoid of weapons and sustenance, and it was clear he would perish regardless by tomorrow. Nevertheless, he remained a hero of Mealy Nation, and their actions lacked humanity. How disgraceful. Mealy Nation, aspiring to dominate the world, was merely dreaming. Enough of this. I shall not watch any longer, lest I lose my breakfast. The online debate regarding whether William deserved to die or not raged fervently. In other nations, with the exception of the Jojo Kingdom, cities had long since fallen, and new lords had been appointed. Some smaller nations even offered exorbitant sums to neighboring nuclear powers in a desperate bid to procure nuclear weapons, only to be met with cold refusals. Thus, they resolved to take reckless actions, reveling in the chaos. It was understandable why the nuclear powers rejected the requests for assistance from the smaller nations. While they might assist in exterminating the monsters within their borders, they would never sell them nuclear weapons. Who could guarantee that the weapons would not be used against them instead? Therefore, selling nuclear weapons was out of the question. At most, when the monsters invaded again tomorrow, they might drop a few nuclear weapons onto the territory of those nations. Such was the thinking of all nuclear powers. Consequently, the smaller nations yet to fall could only muster their most formidable weapons to entrust to their newly appointed lords, with the outcome dependent on fate. On the battlefield, William, dragging his exhausted form, slowly approached the city gate, then painstakingly climbed the city walls. He gazed at the familiar Mealy City behind him and the boundless battlefield ahead. William could not suppress his lament. I am unwilling to accept this fate. His exclamation encapsulated the helplessness he felt regarding his dire predicament. William was acutely aware of his lack of weaponry, food, and his continued weakness. There was no way he could withstand the impending third wave of attacks tomorrow. Even though his strength had marginally increased to intermediate black iron due to 2 rewards, a mere intermediate black iron was insufficient to contend with a typical hellhound of advanced black iron caliber. Death was inevitable. Perhaps those ruthless politicians back home secretly wished for his demise. In doing so, they could appoint a new lord while simultaneously eliminating the older generation. Truly a win-win scenario. William chuckled bitterly. As a former Special Forces soldier, he was all too familiar with the faces of those politicians. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. With a resolute glint in his eyes, William shouted, "What have I to fear from death?" He then retrieved a piece of metal he had found by the roadside. Twisting it into a conical shape, aiming it at his heart, he plunged it in with force, then withdrew it. Blood gushed forth from his heart, quickly staining the city walls crimson. Over 1 billion people remaining on Blue Star watched in horror as William took his own life. Unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief, William truly committed suicide. What is there to be surprised about? Whether he dies now or tomorrow, death is inevitable, early or late. He must face it. By dying now, he grants others a chance at survival. I never imagined that at the age of 80, I would find myself accompanying others to the grave in such a manner. Similarly, at the moment of William's suicide, a flicker of humanity awakened within a segment of the people of Mealy. William sacrificed himself for our nation. He is a hero of Mealy. William, thank you. We shall forever remember you. Even the people of Kyushu could not help but marvel. William was indeed a commendable adversary. In the command center of Mealy, David gazed upon the lifeless body of William, releasing a heavy sigh as the burden in his heart was momentarily lifted. You had the foresight to understand your fate. David scoffed lightly before instructing his assistant, make the necessary arrangements. Once the new city lord is elected, ensure he is located without delay, and this time, we must be adequately armed with nuclear weapons. Yes, Commander. Even while William was still clinging to life, Millie began preparations for the next city lord, a display of utter ruthlessness. On the battlefield of myriad races, atop the walls of Millie City, William, with a pierced heart, bled for a minute before succumbing to his injuries, his breath gradually ceasing. In his final moments, he gazed longingly at the distant sky, as if it were his homeland, where his wife and children awaited his return. The familiar announcement resonated once more. Global announcement. City Lord William of Millie has committed suicide. All citizens of Millie have collectively lost 10 years of life. Millie will select a new city lord, to be transported to Millie City in 1 hour. The announcement echoed across the battlefield and throughout the Blue Star. In the Lord's residence of Kyushu, Lin Yu also heard the announcement. William has committed suicide? Lin Yu exclaimed, incredulous. The news of William's suicide struck him as astonishing. After all, whether during the first or second wave of attacks, William had always managed to follow closely behind Lin Yu's successful defense of the city. To Lin Yu, it seemed William possessed ample weaponry support. He never anticipated that, merely half an hour after successfully fending off the second wave, he would take his own life. However, he recalled the previous announcement regarding William's defense, which indicated that Millie City had sustained over 50 damage. Perhaps he had run out of ammunition and was left with no choice but to end his life. Lin Yu sighed, surprised that Millie had such a true man among them. What a pity. As a fellow human, Lin Yu admired William's willingness to sacrifice his own life for the greater good of the nation. Even with differing allegiances, William remained a worthy opponent. Chapter 17. The final wave of attack, a new monster. An hour swiftly passed, and the lords of various nations were already prepared. Without any warning, the lords were enveloped in beams of radiant light, subsequently vanishing alongside their weapons. The second city lord of Millie was soon found. Coincidentally, the new city lord was none other than William's brother, Mike, who, like his brother, was an active soldier. David brought Mike into a storeroom brimming with nuclear weapons and various armaments and solemnly stated, Mike, your brother William sacrificed himself for the nation, and the country will bestow upon him a medal of honor. I hope you can carry on your brother's spirit and continue to safeguard Millie City. Yes, Commander. I will fulfill my duty. Mike responded with a solemn expression. The ensuing battles would rely on Mike. So David saw no harm in awarding William a medal of honor to soothe Mike's emotions, especially since such a medal held little intrinsic value. Half an hour later, it was Mike's turn. With a flash of light, Mike and half of the weapons in the storeroom vanished. Thus, all 108 remaining city lords of the Blue Star were in place, awaiting the first stage of the final wave of attacks scheduled for the following day. On the battlefield of myriad races, all the city lords wore solemn expressions as they methodically set explosives outside the city gates. Except for Lin Yu, who felt no concern regarding tomorrow's assault. His only worry was whether the monsters would take on human forms. He had been consuming the life spring water for 2 consecutive days and had lost his appetite. Moreover, the remaining life spring water would only suffice for 1 day's energy replenishment. If tomorrow's monsters were indeed humanoid, he would have no choice but to resort to cooking those titan beasts. The mere thought of it made Lin Yu feel a bit queasy. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed, hoping that the creatures were not overly grotesque, so he could roast them. Time slipped by quietly, as the sun on the Blue Star began to rise once more. Marking the start of a new day, the familiar voice echoed again. Global announcement. The third round of the first phase of the attack officially commences. This wave of attackers consists of 72 high-tier hellhounds of black iron, 36 high-tier titan beasts of bronze, and 18 high-tier flame armored dragons of silver. With the announcement concluded, the assault began in earnest. Lin Yu had already positioned himself outside the city gates early on, flanked by the imposing figures of Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. Flame armored dragons. Their name alone suggests they are not humanoid. It seems I shall be in for a treat today, Lin Yu chuckled softly, lamenting the lack of a pot for cooking, forcing him to resort to grilling. While other lords pondered how to fend off the oncoming monster assault, Lin Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of steaming versus braising. The atmosphere had clearly shifted. As per our usual arrangement, for every monster you slay, you shall receive an equal number of evolution points, Lin Yu informed Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. With their intermediate silver tier prowess, they would easily handle the high-tier black iron hellhounds and the high-tier bronze titan beasts. Lin Yu's focus was directed towards the newly emerged high-tier silver flame armored dragons. Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng understood Lin Yu's intent. After undergoing 3 rounds of evolution, they had reaped remarkable benefits. As long as they could slay enough monsters, They would resurrect the glory of their ancestral lineage. Not long after the announcement concluded, Lin Yu felt the ground tremble beneath him. From the depths of the black fog, a series of roars resonated, and the silhouettes of monsters gradually came into view. 72 hellhounds and 36 titan beasts. Where are the flame-armored dragons? Lin Yu pondered. Soon, a thunderous dragon's roar answered his query. In the sky, massive figures emerged, resembling the winged dragons of Western mythology. They measured over 100 meters in length and wingspan, their bodies covered in fiery red scales, occasionally unleashing bursts of flame. They were the 18 high-tier flame-armored dragons. Gazing up at the 18 colossal flame-armored dragons, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, wow, these creatures can fly. The ability of the flame-armored dragons to soar through the air was a revelation to Lin Yu. He had anticipated them to be more akin to earth-dwelling creatures, never expecting them to be winged beasts. Although he mastered the art of flight upon being promoted to the rank of Golden Junior, undaunted by these aerial monstrosities, the defensive capabilities of the city walls became rather inconsequential. What significance does the height of the walls hold when the creatures can simply soar directly to the Lord's mansion? Fortunately, he had previously evolved the Lord's mansion to Silver Advanced. Lin Yu reflected with gratitude on the vast expanse of Blue Star. Among the over 10 billion inhabitants of 108 nations, despair and terror surged in their hearts at the sight of the flaming-scaled dragon in flight. The Titan beast, towering 3 zhang high, had already proven impervious to gunfire, requiring nuclear ordnance to vanquish. Now, this flaming-scaled dragon not only dwarfed the Titan by a factor of 10, but also possessed the abilities to fly and breathe fire. Observing the grotesque red scales covering the dragon's exterior, one could only surmise its defensive capabilities were formidable. A disquieting question arose among the populace. Could a nuclear bomb truly obliterate such beasts? It seemed they were faced with an insurmountable challenge. This flaming-scaled dragon appeared exceedingly formidable, reminiscent of the legendary dragons. Was this truly a monster that humanity could confront? I doubt even a nuclear bomb could eradicate these creatures. I wonder if the divine god can withstand them. Yet, one can always place faith in the divine god, no matter how powerful the monsters are. I believe the divine god can strike them down with a single shot. Do you genuinely believe that the divine god can slay these beasts that even nuclear bombs might not defeat? This belief is futile. If the divine god were to fail, the consequences of these dreadful monsters appearing in the 9 provinces would be unimaginable. Indeed, the divine god has risen from disability to successfully defend the city twice. I have faith that he can work miracles once more. Although the people of the 9 provinces harbored concerns about the newly emerged monsters, they also brimmed with confidence in Lin Yu, for he had created miracle after miracle. At the command center of the 9 provinces, Zhou Tai observed the flaming-scaled dragons with a grave expression, a wave of worry washing over him. After all, these creatures appeared exceedingly powerful. Director, should we prepare ahead of time? An assistant prompted from beside him. Zhou Tai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Certainly. Even though Lin Yu is formidable, we cannot place all our hopes upon him. Inform everyone to hasten the evacuation of residents near Jiangqing Hospital. Notify the commanders of the various armed bases to pre-activate the nuclear weapons. As soon as the monsters appear, we must strike them down. Understood, Director. The assistant quickly departed upon receiving the orders. Based on the analysis of previous monster invasions in other nations, Zhou Tai concluded that each incursion occurred in proximity to the location where the city lord had vanished, never exceeding a distance of 100 kilometers. Thus, after the initial monster invasion of Blue Star, Zhou Tai had begun arranging evacuations. However, as Jiangqing was a provincial capital, nearly 100 million people resided within a 100-kilometer radius. The pace of evacuation was painfully slow, and now it was imperative to accelerate their efforts. Should Lin Yu falter, he would immediately initiate a nuclear strike against these flaming-scaled dragons, ensuring not a single one escaped. This burden weighed heavily on Zhou Tai's shoulders. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of all races, before the gates of the 9 provinces, Lin Yu gazed unflinchingly at the multitude of flaming-scaled dragons soaring above. An exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Prepare to meet your doom. My breakfast awaits. Lin Yu bellowed, charging towards the airborne dragons with his firearm in hand. Chapter 18. The Duel of the Twin Divine Dragons. Lin Yu, armed with a long spear, charged at the swarm of flaming-scaled dragons. To him, these dragons represented an opportunity for evolution and a delectable breakfast. As the saying goes, heavenly dragon meat is to be savored, while donkey meat is found below. While he had indulged in plenty of donkey meat, dragon meat had eluded him thus far. Though the appearance of the flaming-scaled dragon differed from the divine dragons of the 9 provinces mythology, it still bore the name dragon, and its flavor was surely worth a taste. Thus, he had no reason not to roast one for a meal. Lin Yu's assault remained straightforward yet effective. The spear, now a silver bright gun after several evolutions, possessed a sharpness and penetrating power that the silver advanced flaming scale dragon could not withstand. In a mere exchange, the hardened scales of the foremost flaming scale dragon were pierced by the spearhead. With a powerful thrust, Lin Yu carved a long gash into the dragon's abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth. The grievously wounded dragon let out a mournful wail before crashing heavily to the ground, its massive form crushing a nearby hellish three-headed hound. The remaining 17 flaming scaled dragons, witnessing the fate of their comrade, erupted in furious roars, intent on tearing the human apart. Yet, they also recognized Lin Yu's formidable prowess, and thus retreated several hundred meters with rapid wing beats. Soon, the 17 flaming scaled dragons congregated together, their crimson scales radiating an ominous glow. In unison, they opened their gaping maws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that coalesced in the air into a massive fire dragon. Stretching 100 zhang long, the fiery serpent bore a striking resemblance to the flaming scaled dragons. The intense heat from the flames scorched the surrounding air, and even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the oppressive warmth and terrifying energy emanating from it. Even the myriad monsters and the 9 spirits and Yuan saints on the ground swiftly distanced themselves from the fiery dragon, fearful of becoming charred. The moment the fire dragon manifested, it flapped its colossal flaming wings and charged towards Lin Yu. You dare to unleash your ultimate move? Lin Yu gasped in surprise, then chuckled coldly. Do not presume you are the only ones with trump cards. Come forth and reveal yourselves, my precious. With a flourish of his spear, Lin Yu shouted, as the silver bright gun radiated with brilliance. From the spear emerged a spectral dragon, equally spanning 100 zhang, a manifestation of the dragon soul attack skill acquired during his advancement to Golden Junior. This ethereal dragon bore a remarkable resemblance to the 5-clawed golden dragon of 9 provinces mythology, adorned with antlers, a bull's head, a serpentine body, fish scales, and 4 limbs, each boasting 5 claws, exuding an air of majesty. The dragon's soul roared defiantly at the approaching fire dragon, its thunderous roar stunning the hellish 3-headed hounds of the black iron rank below. It then surged forward to engage the flaming dragon, though it was not a true dragon. Witnessing the clash of these 2 dragon-formed energy entities was a first for Lin Yu. He then turned his gaze to the scene below, where the 9 spirits and Yuan saints were ruthlessly dispatching monsters, and he found himself delightfully at ease, pausing in midair to quietly relish this thrilling duel. Across the expanse of the 9 provinces, billions of citizens simultaneously bore witness to this awe-inspiring spectacle. Goodness, this is too extravagant. The divine dragon has emerged. Could it be that the divine god has truly ascended to divinity? Previously, they had thought the 100-meter-long flaming scale dragon was impressive enough. Little did they know the divine god could summon a divine dragon. Did those creatures even deserve to be called dragons? It is merely a slightly larger, flying lizard. However, one should not underestimate these creatures. The 100-meter-long dragon can unleash flames that span 100 zhang, clearly demonstrating formidable power. But what does it matter if its strength is considerable? Any monstrous apparition pales in comparison to the might of the cosmic deity. I genuinely admire how you all still have time to engage in idle chatter, even as 2 dragons collide. Before our eyes on the battlefield of myriad races, 2 divine dragons from the east and west collided at an astonishing speed, erupting into a brilliant blaze and a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the 2 colossal dragons quickly entwined in a fierce struggle. The flaming dragon drew energy from 17 high-ranking silver-scaled fire dragons. Its unleashed might already reaching the initial stages of gold rank. Truly astonishing combat prowess. In contrast, the dragon soul, despite possessing gold rank strength, was hindered by the fact that the bright silver spear was merely an inanimate object, incapable of providing continuous energy supply. Thus, after several rounds of combat, the dragon soul's ethereal form began to blur, showing signs of imminent dissipation. With a mere thought, Lin Yu commanded the dragon soul to withdraw from the fray, transforming into a streak of light and returning to the bright silver spear. Seeing the retreat of the dragon soul, the flaming dragon let out a deafening roar, as if to declare its victory. The populace of the Jojo kingdom watched in dismay as the dragon soul was vanquished by the flaming dragon. How could our Jojo divine dragon have lost? This is inconceivable. Is the cosmic deity on the verge of defeat? If such a terrifying dragon were to appear in Jojo, could even a nuclear bomb withstand it? Why fret? It is merely the summoned divine dragon that has been defeated. Perhaps it hasn't even matured yet. The cosmic deity has yet to make a move, so what is there to fear? This flaming dragon was summoned by the fire dragons behind it. Once we eliminate them, the flaming dragon will naturally fall apart. Did you not witness how the cosmic deity dispatched one with a single thrust? He remains utterly composed, Why are you all in a panic? Indeed, as long as we eliminate the fire dragons behind, the flaming dragon will inevitably collapse. What the ordinary citizens of Jojo can grasp, Lin Yu certainly understands. Thus, he merely smiled disdainfully at the ostentatious flaming dragon before him. How dare such a lowly creature act so arrogantly in my presence? Provoked, the flaming dragon roared at Lin Yu and flapped its 100-jong wings, charging towards him. Lin Yu, however, had no intention of entangling himself with an energy entity, nor did he possess an effective skill to disperse the flaming dragon. Instead, he skillfully dodged the fiery onslaught while maneuvering towards the distant 17 fire dragons. In a flurry of movements, Lin Yu swiftly approached the group of fire dragons. Before they could react, he executed a skillful blow that sent all 17 fire dragons flying. However, this technique, though powerful, was still only at the intermediate bronze level. Even with Lin Yu's initial gold rank strength, it failed to deliver a lethal blow to the high-ranking silver fire dragons. It merely scattered them. Lin Yu was not surprised, after all. His intention was not to slay the fire dragons, but to target the flaming dragon behind them. As anticipated, once the 17 fire dragons were disbanded, the flaming dragon, composed of flames, dissipated into the sky like a cloud of fire. Just as Lin Yu had surmised, the flaming dragon collapsed without a fight. The displaced fire dragons soon regrouped, attempting their previous tactic. Seeing this, Lin Yu smirked. Are they truly naive enough to think I lack patience? He afforded them no opportunity. In an instant, he soared above the cluster of fire dragons, targeting one among them. With a powerful thrust, Lin Yu's spear easily pierced the head of the fire dragon. Then, with a forceful tremor, he channeled his energy, crushing the fire dragon's skull before slamming it heavily down onto the first fire dragon beneath it, killing it outright. Thus, only 16 high-ranking silver fire dragons remained. So weak. I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already fallen. Lin Yu chuckled derisively. After the second fire dragon was felled by his spear, the remaining 16 fire dragons hesitated to confront Lin Yu head-on, scattering in all directions, hoping to engage him with fiery long-range attacks. Yet, reality dealt a harsh lesson to these fire dragons. In terms of speed, Lin Yu's initial gold rank agility outstripped that of the high-ranking silver fire dragons by an unfathomable margin. Often, before a breath of fire could reach him, Lin Yu's spear had already pierced the body of a fire dragon. Their once proud scales proved as fragile as tofu against the bright silver spear, failing to withstand Lin Yu's assault. In less than a minute, Lin Yu had dispatched over 10 fire dragons. If this were a typical monster invasion, with casualties exceeding half, they would surely retreat. However, these fire dragons were summoned creatures from a civilization evolution game, unbound by conventional logic. In their eyes, there existed only one objective: to eliminate Lin Yu and seize the Lord's residence. Witnessing Lin Yu's overwhelming prowess, the citizens of Jojo felt a wave of relief wash over them. I told you the cosmic deity could withstand them. Look, no matter how formidable these monsters are, they cannot withstand a single strike from him. The cosmic deity has truly become a dragon-slaying warrior. He is incredibly powerful. I wonder where he learned such skills. I am envious. Do not dwell on it. The cosmic deity clearly appears to be the reincarnation of a divine being, merely awakening the powers of his previous life. Powers that we cannot replicate. We may not attain the cosmic deity's abilities, but we can bask in his glory and reap rewards, perhaps one day reaching his heights. Indeed, the rewards from the previous 2 rounds enhanced all our physiques significantly. My 80-year-old grandfather can now perform chest-breaking feats. What is so impressive about that? My 80-year-old grandmother is considering having a 3rd child. Your great-grandmother is quite remarkable as well. As Lin Yu felled one fire dragon after another, the citizens of Jojo felt an immense relief. The comments in the live stream quickly veered off course as everyone began to boast about their impressive feats following their rewards. However, this lighthearted atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a series of announcements. Global announcement: the Lord of Dahan City, Jin Taichong, has perished. The Lord's residence has been breached, with 10 Titan beasts and 18 fire dragons remaining. Following the conclusion of the assault, penalties will be imposed. A new round of attacks will begin with a random selection of a new lord. With the demise of the Dahan City Lord, a chain reaction was set off. And in the ensuing moments, global announcements echoed incessantly. In just 3 minutes, a notification has been issued regarding the demise of over 90 city lords, alongside the occupation of their respective lordly abodes. It is imperative to note that there are merely 108 cities in the entirety of the myriad races battlefield. The sudden capture of nearly 90% of these strongholds has inevitably cast a pall of sorrow over the populace of Jojo. As inhabitants of the Blue Star, they share a profound connection with fellow humans. Should all other nations be obliterated, while Jojo may emerge as the sovereign power, it would be a solitary existence as the last bastion of humanity, a fate no one wishes to witness. Upon hearing the announcement of over 90 casualties, Lin Yu's playful demeanor was extinguished in an instant. To him, this might merely be an ordinary battle, a routine hunt. However, for the humanity inhabiting the Blue Star, it was a struggle for survival. A tide of unbridled fury swelled within him, compelling him to vanquish the last of the Inferno armored dragons before him. The colossal form of the creature crashed heavily to the ground, fortuitously joining the remains of the other 18 Inferno armored dragons, forming a grotesque mountain of flesh several dozen meters high. An abundance of blood stained the surrounding land crimson for hundreds of meters. Yet, Lin Yu paid it no heed, for his focus remained on the continuing battle. This wave of assault included not only the 18 Inferno armored dragons, but also 72 Hellhounds and 36 Titan beasts. Even with the prowess of the silver-tiered Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the adversaries rendered them somewhat beleaguered. Fortunately, a previous roar from the Dragon Soul had incapacitated some Hellhounds, alleviating the pressure on Jiu Ling and Yuan Sheng. At that moment, the two were cornered against the city wall, allowing them to confront only the Titans before them without fear of ambush from behind. Observing the dire situation, Lin Yu acted without hesitation, descending from the sky to sever the head of a Titan beast looming before Jiu Ling. He then positioned himself protectively in front of them, glancing at the panting blue lions. "Well done," he murmured. "Take a breather. I shall handle the remainder." He then turned his icy gaze towards the 20 or so Titan beasts encircling them. "Heaven and earth divide," he roared, unleashing a radiant beam from his dragon's bright silver spear. The awe-inspiring brilliance propelled all Titan beasts in its path away, cleaving through them effortlessly. With the might of a bronze-tier skill augmented by his gold-tier strength, facing off against the bronze-tier Titan beasts was a mere trifle. All 20 Titan beasts were bisected. Subsequently, Lin Yu turned his attention to the remaining incapacitated Hellhounds, dispatching them swiftly, one by one. With that, all 126 monsters lay defeated, and the immediate danger was abated. Lin Yu, relieved, settled down to meditate and regulate his breath, awaiting the announcement of his successful defense of the city. However, after 3 minutes of waiting, instead of a success notification, he was met with a barrage of failure announcements. Global announcement: the Lord of North Bear City, Vicano, has perished. The Lord's mansion has been breached. 8 Inferno armored dragons remain. Following this, another announcement echoed. Global announcement: the Lord of Miri City, Mike, has fallen. The Lord's mansion has been breached. 1 Hellhound remains. Stunned by the latter, Lin Yu pondered, were there not supposed to be Inferno armored dragons? Where did this Hellhound come from? His curiosity piqued. He opened his eyes to see a towering Inferno emanating from the grotesque mound of the 18 Inferno armored dragons' remains, which were now ablaze. The sight of the charred bodies engulfed in flames suggested something extraordinary was afoot. What is happening? Were they not dead? Lin Yu mused, bewildered. Could this be the reason Miri City still had a Hellhound alive? Determined not to remain passive, he seized his spear and unleashed another strike towards the fire. Yet, the brilliant beam was extinguished upon contact with the flames. Then, a colossal figure emerged from the inferno, prompting Lin Yu to exclaim in shock, "By the heavens! A gold-tier creature? With 9 heads?" The battlefield's dynamics had shifted dramatically. Lin Yu had anticipated that after vanquishing all monsters, the final phase of the first assault would conclude. Yet, the 18 seemingly deceased Inferno armored dragons had not perished completely. From the flames arose a 9-headed Inferno dragon of gold-tier strength. Just moments before, Lin Yu had been perplexed by the existence of a Hellhound in Miri City, but this revelation was far more alarming. The creature was evidently superior to the one in Miri, boasting 6 additional heads. Are you truly an Inferno dragon or a phoenix? When did you acquire the ability of rebirth through flames? Lin Yu thought, exasperated. The emergence of the 9-headed Inferno dragon was unforeseen not only for Lin Yu, but for all of humanity on the Blue Star. This was not the stipulated arrangement. The understanding had been that once the monsters were eradicated, the defense would be deemed successful. Instead, a creature of such immense size and power had appeared, 3 times larger than the previous Inferno dragon. Lin Yu, unsure if he could withstand such a behemoth, contemplated the prospect of Jojo enduring against this formidable foe. You may think of it as a deity, but if Miri City can produce 1,000 Hellhounds, Jojo will not falter. A mere 9-headed creature? Watch as I, Yu Shun, strike it down with a single thrust. In the preceding 2 waves of assault, Jojo had been the first to successfully defend, earning an S-rank evaluation, while other nations merely looked on enviously. However, this time, it was evident that all other nations had failed, including Miri City, which had previously managed to hold its ground. Yet Jojo remained steadfast in its defense. The sentiments of the crowd transcended mere envy. A profound jealousy and animosity permeated their hearts. Why should they, after all, be left in ruin while the realm of Jojo continued to struggle? It was their fervent wish that Lin Yu, the lord of Jojo City, be devoured by a monster in one swift bite. The sentiments were unanimous. If not, the ire and hatred directed at the monsters would inevitably be unleashed upon the citizens of Jojo. An overwhelming torrent of vitriol flooded the internet, spearheaded by the nation of Melee, inciting the populace of several other countries to embark on a campaign of condemnation against Jojo. They sought to seize this opportunity to forge a united front, ostracizing Jojo from the harmonious alliance of Blue Star. However, how could a dragon deign to associate with mere ants? Even if Lin Yu were to learn of such matters, he would scoff at them. In his eyes, nations like Melee were akin to grasshoppers after the autumn harvest, destined to be insignificant soon. Once Lin Yu ascended to the divine level, and every citizen of Jojo became as formidable as dragons, the nations of Melee would find themselves kneeling before Jojo, singing songs of submission. Both Lin Yu and the people of Jojo shared this unwavering confidence. On the battlefield, Lin Yu gazed upon the full form of the nine-headed flame-armored dragon before him, feeling a wave of pressure wash over him. Nearly 1,000 meters in length with an equal wingspan, its power had reached the pinnacle of golden rank. Lin Yu himself was merely at the initial stage of gold. Though there were only 2 minor levels separating them, the disparity in strength was immeasurable. This battle would not be easy, were it not for the system. Lin Yu might have contemplated self-detonation to vanquish the nine-headed dragon. System, what is my current tally of evolution points? Lin Yu inquired. Current available evolution points, 2,282. Such a bounty, Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, his evolution points had been in the mere tens, or just over 100. The sudden surge to over 2,000 filled him with elation. Slaying a high-ranking silver flame armored dragon grants 100 evolution points. The system promptly elucidated. Lin Yu quickly calculated this detail, realizing that perhaps this battle might not be as daunting as he had anticipated. His mood lightened considerably. With 2,282 evolution points as a foundation, Lin Yu could not fathom failing to defeat a nine-headed beast. True to his cautious nature, he would not recklessly expend his evolution points without consideration. Hubris could lead to disastrous consequences. System, elevate my strength to the high level of gold, Lin Yu commanded. Apologies. Insufficient evolution points. The system's mechanical voice responded. What nonsense. Over 2,000 points isn't enough. Lin Yu gasped. Before he could further explore the requisite evolution points needed to reach the high level of gold, the nine-headed flame-armored dragon grew impatient. Newly hatched, it sought to cleanse the shame of its past with Lin Yu's blood. Upon encountering an enemy, its eyes burned with fury. With a wingspan of 1,000 meters, it gently flapped its wings, unleashing a scorching whirlwind that hurled Jiuling and Yuanxing skyward, crashing heavily into the city. Lin Yu steadied himself with his spear, avoiding being swept away. After the dragon's tempest, the colossal creature lunged towards Lin Yu, its massive maw opening wide to devour him whole. Lin Yu swiftly dodged, retreating 100 meters. The nine-headed dragon pursued relentlessly, launching a barrage of flames, claw strikes, and tail swipes. Lin Yu barely evaded the onslaught, employing his agile movements to navigate the dragon's attacks. System, could you perhaps exhibit some intelligence? Even if I cannot evolve to high gold. Evolving to mid-gold would buy me some time. Lin Yu cursed angrily while evading. The system seemed rather dim-witted. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, for consuming 500 evolution points to obtain 1/500th of the Pangu Bloodline. Current strength level, mid-gold. The evolution completed in an instant. The power of mid-gold vastly exceeded that of initial gold, enhancing not only his attack and defense, but also his speed in flight. Prior to the evolution, Lin Yu had relied on his size and agility to barely avoid the dragon's strikes, and even his occasional thrust had failed to penetrate the dragon's defenses. However, upon evolving to mid-gold, his agility became increasingly refined, allowing him to weave effortlessly between the dragon's 9 heads and wings. With each evasive maneuver, he found he could pierce the dragon's scales and skin with his spear. Lin Yu felt reassured. This 9-headed creature was not nearly as fearsome as he had imagined. As he continued to evade, laughter erupted from him. System, evolve my spear to mid-gold. Evolution commencing. System, evolve the skill Heavenly Creation to mid-gold. Evolution commencing. System, evolve the skill Heavenly Manifestation to mid-gold. Evolution commencing. Without hesitation, Lin Yu expeditiously evolved both skills and his spear to mid-gold. Though his strength level still fell short of the dragon's high gold, he believed that with the unparalleled Pangu Bloodline, vanquishing a 9-headed insect would be a mere trifle. Chapter 21. Rending the 9-headed flame-armored dragon, the true war of the 10,000 races. As Lin Yu continued to evade the onslaught of the 9-headed flame-armored dragon, he simultaneously bolstered his own strength. In a mere moment, the system's alert chimed in his mind. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a mid-gold dragon head bright silver spear with the attached skill, size adjustment. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on elevating the skill heavenly creation to mid-gold. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on elevating the skill heavenly manifestation to mid-gold. The evolution concluded. Lin Yu accessed his personal panel. Host, Lin Yu. Strength level, mid-gold. Bloodline, 1/500th of the Pangu Bloodline. Skills, heavenly creation, mid-gold. Heavenly manifestation, mid-gold. Evolution points, 380. Having expended over 1,400 evolution points in one go, Lin Yu felt no remorse. The enhancement of his strength was of utmost importance. The mid-gold skills did not disappoint him. Heavenly creation allowed him to concentrate his power upon his weapon, cleaving a chasm 1,000 feet long and 100 feet wide. While advancing to divine level would enable him to split heaven and earth, heavenly manifestation transformed him into a towering figure, enhancing his power and defense fivefold, with the potential to manifest the true form of Pangu upon reaching divine level. After reviewing the latest skill descriptions, Lin Yu could not suppress a hearty laugh. At this moment, the 1,000-meter-long nine-headed flame armored dragon appeared no different than an actual insect to him. The skill heavenly manifestation activated instantaneously, as Lin Yu's stature surged from 5'8" to 10 feet, and then to 20. The spear in his hand grew larger with his form. However, Lin Yu's excitement was short-lived. A sharp crack echoed as his bronze-gray dragon-headed silver armor could no longer bear the strain and began to fracture. Damn it, Lin Yu exclaimed, realizing his oversight. He had been so focused on the method of enhancing his power that he had neglected to consider that his armor was merely of bronze grade, incapable of expanding alongside him. At this moment, the bronze-grade battle armor barely managed to fit his towering frame of over 20 meters. He hastily halted his growth, urgently commanding, "System, evolve the armor to gold grade. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired gold-grade dragon-headed silver armor, with the additional skill, Metamorphosis." Once the armor evolved to gold grade, the trend of cracking ceased, and the fissures healed instantaneously. Lin Yu deflected a stream of fire aimed at him with his spear, instantly retreating 100 meters. "You are not the only one who can grow," Lin Yu bellowed, invoking the spell once more. His stature surged from 20 to a staggering 100 meters within mere breaths, towering over the nine-headed flame-armored dragon sprawled on the ground. Across Blue Star, with other lords already fallen, all 108 nations and over 10 billion people crowded into Lin Yu's livestream. At that moment, nearly the entire world bore witness to Lin Yu's transformation. The sight of his 100-meter-tall figure left them in sheer astonishment. "What on earth am I seeing? How has the god of universe grown larger than that monster?" They gasped. "Am I hallucinating? How can the walls of Jojo City not even reach the height of the god of universe's shoe?" "You are not mistaken. He has indeed become a giant. He has truly ascended to godhood. This is utterly astonishing. He must be several hundred meters tall. The nine-headed flame-armored dragon appears no larger than a mere worm before him. I told you, the god of universe could crush the nine-headed long worm with a single step. You didn't believe me, did you? Now, look who's been proven wrong. Lin Yu is actually one of us from the Great Han Kingdom. He should become the lord of our Great Han City." Bah! The Great Han Kingdom remains as shameless as ever. In the Jojo Command Center, the usually composed Zhou Tai could not help but clap in excitement. "Bravo! You truly have a trump card." He then exhaled deeply, temporarily setting aside his worries. However, while some rejoiced, others were engulfed in despair. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The commander of the Melee Kingdom cursed thrice, venting his anger and fear. At the moment the nine-headed flame-armored dragon appeared, he had deemed Lin Yu doomed. To his shock, Lin Yu had an ace up his sleeve, rendering all his previous plans null. Had Lin Yu slain the nine-headed flame-armored dragon, David was certain that those small nations he had courted would immediately turn their allegiance towards Jojo. This was a result he could not tolerate, yet he felt utterly powerless, praying that Lin Yu would be devoured by the dragon instead. Alas, fortune did not favor him. As Lin Yu's height reached 100 meters, his strength and defense surged fivefold. He sensed that his power had already surpassed the high gold tier, although he had not yet attained diamond-level strength. It was more than sufficient to deal with a high gold tier, nine-headed flame-armored dragon. As he watched the enormous dragon tail swing towards him, a smirk played on his lips. He thrust his spear into the ground, swiftly extended his right hand, and grasped the tail, which was several dozen meters wide, firmly in his grip. The nine-headed flame-armored dragon, enraged at having its tail seized, roared ferociously. Its 9 massive heads opened their cavernous mouths, lunging to bite at various parts of Lin Yu's body. Yet, Lin Yu would not allow it to have its way. With both hands gripping the dragon's tail, he swung the colossal body of the nine-headed flame-armored dragon in circles, creating fiery rings in the air. The dragon's anguished roars echoed across the battlefield. After flinging the dragon around several times, Lin Yu aimed for the spearhead that jutted into the sky, delivering a powerful blow to the dragon's body. With a resounding thud, the dragon was pierced by the spear's sharp tip under Lin Yu's immense strength. The 9 dragon heads bellowed in fury, subsequently unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Lin Yu did not flinch, allowing the fireballs to strike him. With the protection of his gold-grade armor, the infernal fireballs capable of melting stone posed no harm to him whatsoever. He casually brushed off the sparks from his body and pulled on the tail of the 9-headed flame-armored dragon with great force. A deep gash tore open along its length, gushing blood profusely. Lin Yu continued to pull back step by step. The 9-headed flame-armored dragon, pinned by the dragon-headed silver spear, had no chance to resist. A minute later, Lin Yu tore the dragon's body apart, splitting it into a Y shape. He then seized the 2 halves of the dragon's carcass, yanking them with all his might until the creature was completely severed. The scene was gruesome and brutal. A few breaths later, the 9-headed dragon's heads gradually lost their vitality, and its 18 eyes slowly closed. Lin Yu gazed up at the gray sky, waiting in silence. Moments later, a familiar voice resonated. Global announcement: Lin Yu, the Lord of Jiuzhou Kingdom, has slain all attacking monsters, successfully repelling the 3rd wave of assaults. Assessment complete. Jiuzhou City remains unscathed, and Lord Lin Yu receives an additional recognition for slaying the mutated monster, earning an SSS rating. At last, it was over. Lin Yu exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he heard a voice echoing in his mind. Lord Lin Yu of Jiuzhou City, congratulations on achieving an S rating or higher in all 3 phases of the initial assault, granting you access to the internal test of the true war of all races. Lin Yu paused, furrowing his brow. What is the true war of all races? What is this internal test qualification? Chapter 22. Initiating the internal test. Lin Yu had anticipated that after the initial wave of attacks, the next phase would commence. However, it seemed he had triggered a hidden plot. The true war of all races and the internal test qualification were soon explained by the voice of the game rules. The monster invasions faced by various nations on Blue Star were not the actual war of all races. The true war of all races was infinitely more terrifying than the current battles. From countless realms and myriad races, only 10,000 could participate in the conflict. The rest would either face annihilation or submission. Ultimately, a single victor would emerge from these 10,000 races, marking the definitive end of the war of all races. By achieving an S rating or higher in all 3 assaults, you have successfully secured the internal test qualification for Blue Star. As long as any nation on Blue Star successfully passes the internal test, that nation will ascend to become the final race among the myriad. The true war of the myriad races shall then commence. Listen closely to the detailed introduction of the rules. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The situation appeared rather bleak. Are you saying that if any nation passes the internal test, it will become the last race among the myriad? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, came the response. Does that imply that 999 races have already succeeded in the internal test? Lin Yu pressed further. Correct. Throughout the extensive history of the myriad realms, 999 races have already emerged, awaiting the birth of the final race to initiate the war of the myriad races. What is the strength of these preceding 999 races? Lin Yu continued to question. Their strengths vary considerably. The most powerful races have already ascended to divine-level civilizations, capable of achieving divinity upon maturity. The weakest races can reach golden level upon adulthood. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. One can attain divinity upon maturity? As the strongest human on Blue Star, equipped with a system as an advantage, he had only reached the intermediate golden level thus far, akin to the strength of the weakest adult races. In terms of strength classification, what level do humans on Blue Star attain upon reaching adulthood? Lin Yu asked. Mediocre, was the blunt reply. Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Mediocre, falling short of even iron level. However, he quickly grasped the reasoning. After all, Blue Star was primarily a technological civilization, and individual strength was evidently lacking. Even the mightiest individual could be felled by a mere handgun. The term mediocre began to make sense. What is the overall strength level of Blue Star? Lin Yu inquired further. Golden level. That's a relief. Lin Yu exhaled, feeling somewhat reassured. The technological prowess of humanity was not entirely lacking. Otherwise, they would be outmatched even by the weakest of the myriad races. What a farce it would be to participate in the war of the myriad races. What is the success rate for passing the internal test? Lin Yu posed a crucial question. With billions of races across the myriad realms, and after countless years of development, only 999 races had emerged. The difficulty was evident. To date, over 100 million races have qualified for the internal test. Lin Yu was left speechless. That was less than 1 in 100,000. Even the fated ones would hesitate to gamble on such odds. What are the consequences of refusing to participate in the internal test? Lin Yu asked, mindful of representing the hundreds of billions of humans on Blue Star. He did not wish to act hastily. If you refuse, you will permanently lose the qualification to become a race among the myriad. When the true war of the myriad races commences, you will either face annihilation or be subjugated by the other races, the rules stated coldly. Well then, this is clearly coercing me into participation. Lin Yu felt overwhelmed. Yet, as the rules had mentioned, the strongest races achieve divinity upon maturity. Even with the system, he would struggle to contend against that, given Blue Star's current strength. Encountering an invading divine civilization would likely result in utter defeat. The battles among the true myriad races will have level restrictions, golden against golden, divine against divine. Lower levels may initiate attacks on higher levels, but higher levels are forbidden from targeting lower levels. Other races outside the myriad may engage freely. The implications were unmistakable. Participation in the war of the myriad races would confine them to combat only with races of equal standing. Conversely, opting out could invite a divine civilization to annihilate Blue Star without warning. After the rules were conveyed, a voice urged, Lord of Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu, do you wish to initiate the internal test for Blue Star? What does the internal test entail? Lin Yu asked as his final question. The strength of a race lies not in the prowess of a single individual, but in the collective might of its people. Only a race with a strong community is worthy of becoming the foremost race in the myriad realms. In the forthcoming trials, ordinary citizens from various nations will be tested. Each completed round will yield rewards far surpassing those of the initial phase. Should any nation complete 3 rounds, it will ascend to become the final race among the myriad. The introduction concluded, and the voice urged once more, Lord of Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu, do you wish to initiate the internal test for Blue Star? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu resolved without hesitation, very well, I consent to participate in the internal test. If he chose not to engage, Blue Star would likely face invasion from the myriad races. Should fortune turn against them and a divine civilization arrive, Blue Star could face utter destruction. Lin Yu, merely at the intermediate golden level, could not hope to defend the entirety of Blue Star and Jiuzhou. However, by participating in the war of the myriad races, he could at least ensure that no higher-level races would invade Blue Star. If it were merely golden-level races, Lin Yu felt confident. The moment he made his choice, the voice of the game rules resonated throughout Blue Star. The first phase of the invasion officially concluded, and nations would have 7 days to recuperate. After this period, the second phase of the internal test would commence, with challenges far exceeding those of the first phase. Nations succeeding in the trials would become the last race among the myriad realms. Each lord would be permitted to select 800 warriors from their populace to participate in the trials. Simultaneously, teleportation arrays between nations and cities would be activated, allowing for the transport of resources. Once the teleportation arrays were operational, only the lords could traverse freely between cities and nations, while the 800 warriors would be unable to return to their countries until the war of the myriad races concluded. As the announcement came to an end, 108 beams of light descended from the sky, precisely illuminating the locations where the lords of various nations had vanished. On the ground, a hexagram pattern covering an area of 1,000 square meters emerged, marking the teleportation array between cities and nations. The remaining population of over 10 billion on Blue Star simultaneously heard the rules of the game and witnessed the soaring beams of light. The teleportation array had truly manifested. What? We can take people up? We can also send supplies to the cities? Marvelous. Our previous failures were due to insufficient weapons and ammunition. Finally, we can supply the battlefield. In the forthcoming offensive, our nation of India will surely defend the city successfully, and we must select 800 people to ascend. Please don't choose me. I do not wish to perish outside. You cowardly wretch. Where are you? I shall cleave you in two. Please, choose me. I long to avenge my parents. Across every nation, there were both the cowardly and the heroic, with many eager to rush to the battlefield and slay monsters in revenge for their fallen kin. However, before their excitement could linger, a cold splash of reality doused their enthusiasm. The familiar voice rang out once more. The third round of the first phase of the offensive has concluded. We shall now proceed to the settlement. We're doomed. The monsters are once again invading Blue Star. The expressions of the people across various nations gradually morphed into terror, save for that of Jiuzhou. Chapter 23, The Crisis of Blue Star. Lin Yu returned home. The rules of the second phase of the internal test had instilled considerable hope in humanity on Blue Star, as they could now supply resources to the battlefield. The probability of successfully defending the city has significantly increased. However, reality dealt a harsh blow to everyone. To participate in the second phase of the internal test, one must first overcome the immediate challenges. The familiar sounds of the game rules echoed across the land of Blue Star. With the conclusion of the third round of attacks in the first phase, the results are now being tallied. Among 108 nations worldwide, 107 lords faced defeat in their defense, with only Lord Lin Yu of Jojo City emerging victorious. Now, we proceed to the settlement of the victors. Lord Lin Yu successfully repelled the monstrous invasion, slaying the mutated creatures and achieving an SSS rating. The rewards are as follows. The citizens of Jojo experience a 60-point enhancement in physical constitution and a 20-point increase in wisdom, while Lord Lin Yu receives double rewards, enhancing his constitution by 120 points and wisdom by 40 points. Now we move on to the settlement of the defeated. All citizens of the nations that failed in their defense face a collective reduction of 10 years in their lifespan, while an overwhelming number of monsters, 10,000-fold, invade their territories. The announcement concludes. In the skies above the 108 nations, a multitude of monstrous apparitions manifest. Gigantic flame-armored dragons, each measuring hundreds of meters, descend upon various nations. In the case of Melee Nation, a staggering 10,000 three-headed flame-armored dragons, each reaching 300 meters in length with a power level of early gold rank, have appeared. Unlike the Hellhound and Titan beasts, the flame-armored dragons possess the ability to fly. Once they touch down, their massive bodies soar into the sky, continuously unleashing torrents of flames upon the ground. The Inferno, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, swiftly melts the surrounding skyscrapers. The blazing fire ignites the entire Blue Star, resembling the apocalyptic end of the world. All armed forces across nations are mobilized. Thousands of fighter jets, laden with missiles, take flight from their bases. In that moment, the world faces an unprecedented calamity. It will not be long before more than 100 nations on Blue Star are entirely decimated. The citizens of various countries express their last words on the internet. The monsters are too terrifying. There seems to be no hope whatsoever. Our nation's nuclear arsenal is limited and wholly insufficient to eliminate such a vast number of creatures. It appears we cannot escape the fate of national ruin. No, we still have hope. Humanity still has hope. Lord Lin Yu of Jojo can slay these dreadful monsters. Didn't he just say that the Lord can traverse freely between cities and nations? We can request his assistance. Precisely. Now, apart from nuclear weapons, only Lin Yu can vanquish these horrific beasts. As some smaller nations face imminent extinction, they recall Lin Yu. The image of Lin Yu transforming into a towering giant and tearing apart the 1,000-meter-long, 9-headed flame-armored dragon is still vivid in their minds. If anyone can save them, it is undoubtedly Lord Lin Yu of Jojo. In an instant, the External Department and Battle Command Center of Jojo are inundated with frantic calls. Zhou Tai, overwhelmed by the incessant ringing of phones, feels a sense of anxiety, for Lin Yu has yet to return. In the Jojo live broadcast room, Lin Yu is still busily engaged at the gates of Jojo City. He has not activated the teleportation, leaving Zhou Tai unable to respond to these desperate pleas for help. Moreover, he is uncertain whether Lin Yu would be willing to assist other nations. After all, there are simply too many monsters invading. On average, each nation faces 500,000 beasts. Excluding Jojo, it is conservatively estimated that over 50 million monsters roam the globe. That number exceeds the total population of a small nation. Zhou Tai hesitates to make this decision on Lin Yu's behalf. Xiao Wang, prepare the helicopter. We will wait at the teleportation array for Lin Yu's return. Zhou Tai instructs his assistant. After a brief pause, he inquires, what is the current situation of Lin Yu's family? Director, Lin Yu's parents and sister are in their rural hometown. The assistant replies. Send someone to bring Lin Yu's parents and sister here to wait at the teleportation array with Lin Yu. Zhou Tai commands earnestly. Understood, Director. I will arrange for them to be brought over immediately. Zhou Tai has his own plans. To him, Lin Yu has become akin to a legendary deity. In his perception, deities are devoid of emotions. In the eyes of a god, all beings in the world are equal, be they human, animal, insect, fish, or even flora and fauna, merely different forms of life without distinction. He fears that Lin Yu may now resemble the gods of legend. Hence, he chooses to bring Lin Yu's family along, hoping that in case Lin Yu becomes cold and unfeeling, the bonds of kinship might awaken the humanity within him. If Lin Yu were to learn of Zhou Tai's thoughts, he would likely roll his eyes in disdain. What nonsense is this about lacking humanity? We evolved through external enhancements, not through the abandonment of emotions and desires for cultivation. Even if one day I were to attain divine status, I would still be a human endowed with divine strength, certainly not a cold, aloof deity. Compared to such a lofty and inhospitable existence, Lin Yu prefers to savor skewers in his left hand and a beer in his right. Thus, once the internal test commences, Lin Yu busies himself. He forcefully withdraws the towering spear embedded in the ground, and uses its sharp tip to dismember the 9-headed flame-armored dragon. The 9 massive heads are piled together, while a pair of wings stretching hundreds of meters lie stacked atop one another, and the legs, body, and tail are chopped into enormous chunks of meat. Done. Lin Yu claps his hands, gazing at the massive mound of flesh at the city gate with a satisfied smile. He intends to take this meat back to Jiuzhou. As resources in Jiuzhou City are exceedingly scarce, there isn't even any human available for seasoning the dragon meat, let alone beer. Lin Yu opens his personal panel and discovers that his evolution points have surged from 120 to 1020. It seems that the 9-headed flame-armored dragon has granted him 900 evolution points. Quite impressive. Lin Yu nods in satisfaction, then recalls that there should still be tens of millions of monsters on Blue Star at this moment. His eyes gleam with excitement. System. Will I also receive evolution points for killing the monsters on Blue Star? Lin Yu inquires. As long as the host slays foreign creatures, evolution points will be awarded, regardless of the location. That is truly marvelous. Lin Yu exclaims with enthusiasm. The monsters on Blue Star must be worth at least hundreds of millions of evolution points. With 7 days remaining, I should be able to eliminate quite a few. To the people of Blue Star, these monsters are terrifying entities that bring devastation and ruin. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, each of these horrific creatures represents a potential evolution point. System, evolve the white jade bottle to early gold rank. Lin Yu urges eagerly. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the early gold rank jade pure bottle, capable of storing 1,000 cubic units and containing living beings. Capable of containing living beings. Lin Yu rejoices. I can bring 9 spirits and Yuan Sheng back as well. Those 2 will be a significant help. Lin Yu opens the jade pure bottle and aims it at the colossal mound of meat at the city gate, his mind set in motion. The towering mass of flesh, reaching a height of hundreds of meters, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gruesome tapestry of blood. Subsequently, he summoned Jiuling and Yuanqing. Come in. I shall escort you home. The 2 azure lions transformed into streams of light and darted into the bottle. After tidying up the surroundings, Lin Yu returned to the inner city. Before the city lord's mansion lay a 6-pointed star teleportation array, sprawling across 1,000 square meters. With a gentle leap, Lin Yu positioned himself in the center of the array. Home. A flash of radiance enveloped him, and Lin Yu vanished from Jiuzhou City. Chapter 24. The State of the World, Restricted from Departure? Blue Star. Jiuzhou Nation. Before the inpatient building of the hospital in Yuanjiang City, a 6-pointed star teleportation array shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the brilliance dissipated, Lin Yu's figure materialized within the array. Have I returned? He murmured, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. To his astonishment, the scene differed drastically from the one he had departed. Although Lin Yu had only spent an hour on Blue Star before being transported to the battlefield of myriad races, he distinctly recalled being dispatched from a grassy area of a hospital. However, at this moment, the grass had been replaced by the intricate patterns of the teleportation array, and the hospital's visage was nowhere to be seen. Surrounding the teleportation array stood towering steel walls, soaring to a height of 10 meters. Numerous searchlights flickered atop the walls, resembling a miniature football stadium. Where's this? Is the teleportation location random? Lin Yu pondered in confusion. Regrettably, when he left, he was clad only in a hospital gown, without even a mobile phone to contact his family. After 3 days of battling monsters on the battlefield, Lin Yu had developed the habit of vigilance. In this unfamiliar environment, he had no intention of lingering, knowing he could easily take flight. Just as he prepared to ascend, he spotted a squad of fully armed soldiers rushing towards him. They appeared to be soldiers of the Jiuzhou Nation, yet Lin Yu still summoned his spear, assuming a combat stance. After all, he could not guarantee that Jiuzhou had not been besieged by other nations. Following 3 successive assaults, Jiuzhou remained the only sanctuary in the world. It was difficult to ascertain that those nuclear powers would not set their sights on Jiuzhou. Should Jiuzhou be overrun by allied foreign forces, it was entirely plausible for them to send operatives disguised as Jiuzhou soldiers. Moreover, within Blue Star, there existed weapons capable of inflicting harm upon him, such as nuclear missiles. He could not afford the luxury of invincibility. Thus, caution was paramount. Who goes there? Lin Yu pointed his spear and called out loudly. The squad of soldiers hastily halted, refraining from advancing any further. After all, Lin Yu's legendary feat of tearing apart a 1,000-meter-long dragon was witnessed by humanity worldwide. Such ordinary soldiers dared not approach him. Among the ranks, one individual stepped forward, removing his rifle and handing it to a comrade before taking off his helmet and slowly advancing towards Lin Yu. City Lord Lin Yu. I am Zhao Daong, a soldier from the armed base in Jiang City of Jiuzhou Nation. I previously delivered a handgun to you. Do you remember? Zhao Daong spoke cautiously. Lin Yu's prowess on the battlefield had bordered on the divine, and Zhao Daong could not guarantee that Lin Yu's disposition remained unchanged. Should he feel unsated from his time on the battlefield, a conflict here could spell disaster for their squad. A handgun? Lin Yu recalled the incident vividly. While still in a wheelchair during his teleportation, a soldier had indeed tossed him a handgun, though he had failed to catch it. Observing Zhao Daong's appearance, he confirmed it to be that of the same soldier. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief, yet still maintained his wariness. I remember you. Where's this? Is Jojo safe? Seeing that Lin Yu recognized him, Zhao Daong became remarkably excited. City Lord Lin Yu, this is the very hospital from which you departed. After your exit, Director Zhou Tai sealed this place off, and the residents within a 100-kilometer radius were evacuated. Pausing momentarily, Zhao Daong continued with fervor. Moreover, due to your successful defense of the city 3 times on the battlefield, Jojo has not suffered any monster incursions. Jojo is safe. Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Daong's eyes glistened with tears. He then stood tall and saluted Lin Yu with a precise military gesture. The soldiers behind him also stood at attention, offering Lin Yu a salute, for they revered him. It was Lin Yu who had safeguarded the land of Jojo, protecting 30 billion compatriots. Without Lin Yu, Jojo could very well have faced the same devastation as other nations under the onslaught of monsters, leading to ruin and despair. Lin Yu gazed at the tearful yet solemn faces before him, deeply moved. He sheathed his spear and returned a formal military salute. In that moment, he held no doubts regarding their identities, for spies could not possibly hold such reverence for him, the city lord of Jojo. Attire could be disguised, appearances could be altered. Yet the sentiments within one's heart, the love for the motherland, the deep-seated national pride embedded in one's very essence, could not be imitated. Zhao Daong and the soldiers behind him were undoubtedly true warriors of Jojo. Given that Jojo was safe, it followed that they had not betrayed him, nor were they agents of foreign nations. Lin Yu smiled gently. Zhao Daong, taken aback by the response, solemnly stated, "Rest assured, City Lord Lin Yu, in Jojo, there are only soldiers who die in battle, not those who surrender." "Indeed, I have faith in our Jojo warriors," Lin Yu replied earnestly. "However, I am curious. Currently, Jojo stands as the last bastion of purity in the world. Do other nations harbor no intentions? Have the people of Meili not allied with other countries to trouble Jojo?" Realizing that the city lord was concerned about this matter, Zhao Daong chuckled lightly. "In truth, City Lord, there is no need for concern. The people of Meili are currently too preoccupied to trouble Jojo." Following the conclusion of the third wave of assaults, Meili has also faced its first monster invasion, leaving them to fend for themselves, unable to muster the strength to cross the ocean and wage war against us. Furthermore, after the deaths of 2 of their city lords, the lifespan of their citizens has diminished by 20 years, resulting in the demise of many elderly politicians. Their internal governance has descended into chaos, with armed forces struggling to combat monsters while vying for power. I estimate that it won't be long before Meili either collapses as a nation or fragments entirely. Zhao Daong elaborated on the current state of Blue Star with a smile. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the disparity between nations. Had a similar situation unfolded in Jojo, he was confident that no factions would dare to attempt the disintegration of Jojo, due to the rich civilization that has flourished in the land of Jojo for over 5 millennia. Every individual residing within its vast expanse of millions of square kilometers regards this sacred ground as their singular home. A person's life may fade, but the sanctity of the homeland must endure. This sentiment epitomizes the unique national cohesion found in Jojo, a trait unmatched by any other nation upon Blue Star. How do the circumstances of other nations fare? Lin Yu inquired further. The situation in other nations is far from optimistic, Zhao Daong replied. The terrifying power of the Yin Jia Long poses a significant threat. Ordinary missiles can only inflict minor wounds, while only nuclear weapons can deliver a decisive blow. Yet, fewer than 10 nations on Blue Star possess nuclear capabilities, which leaves many countries struggling to mount an effective defense. Lin Yu had already surmised that only nuclear arms could counter the Yin Jia Long concerning the 3-headed Yin Jia Long in the Meili Kingdom. It is likely that only medium or large nuclear devices could suffice. Lin Yu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. If time permits, I shall see if I can extend assistance to other nations. However, Lin Yu was not driven by altruism. To him, those monsters represented a bounty of evolution points. With hundreds of thousands of monsters in a single nation, the potential evolution points could reach into the tens of millions, a thought that left him salivating with anticipation. Just as Lin Yu reveled in the prospect of accumulating millions of evolution points, the familiar announcement from the Wan clan battlefield resonated once more across Blue Star. An announcement declared that Lin Yu, the Lord of Jojo City, had returned to the Jojo Kingdom. The Lord is permitted only to traverse between Jojo City and the Jojo Kingdom, prohibited from leaving the borders or assisting other nations in slaying monsters. Each trial serves as an individual test for a nation. Success leads to evolution, while failure results in destruction. No outside interference is allowed, and those who dare to intervene shall face annihilation. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, Lin Yu's expression turned momentarily vacant, swiftly igniting a fury within him. He looked to the heavens and shouted, "Damn it! Return my evolution points." Chapter 25, Parents and Family, 800 Warriors. Lin Yu had anticipated that upon returning to Blue Star, he would be free to hunt down monsters from various nations at will, thus steadily increasing his evolution points. The prospect of attaining divinity seemed within reach. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. He found himself restricted from leaving the country. He could not even exit the borders of Jiuzhou. The evolution points were now unattainable, and the dream of becoming a deity was slipping away. Lin Yu lacked the courage and strength to challenge the rules of the game. The threat of annihilation was real. Even with the aid of the system, he doubted he would be saved. As for the idea of Jiuzhou expanding its territory by conquering neighboring nations to incorporate millions of monsters into its realm, Lin Yu quickly dismissed it. Not only would such blatant exploitation of the game's mechanics likely provoke the ire of the rules, but the very act of seizing territory was no simple endeavor. Given his inability to leave the borders, the prospect of conquering foreign lands without sustaining casualties was nearly impossible. He could not justify sacrificing the lives of Jiuzhou warriors for a handful of evolution points. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the outcome. After a torrent of curses, he vented his frustration and, feeling deflated, muttered, "Well, it seems cheating is out of the question. I shall return to the battlefield and slay monsters in earnest." Zhao Daong observed Lin Yu's wrath at being unable to venture abroad to vanquish monsters and felt an increasing admiration for him. The Lord was indeed a heroic figure, safeguarding Jiuzhou while also caring for all of humanity. With that said, he offered Lin Yu a respectful bow. "Ah, it is only right," Lin Yu replied, slightly embarrassed by the praise, breaking into an awkward smile. He did not possess such lofty aspirations. He merely lamented the lost evolution points abroad. The sight of them was agonizing when they were just out of reach. "Enough of this. Take me to see your superior," Lin Yu commanded. Before he could finish speaking, a familiar voice rang out in the distance, filled with joy. "Xiao Yu, is that you? Xiao Yu? Surely they must be addressing me." Lin Yu recognized the voice and turned to see a modestly dressed middle-aged woman hastening towards him, her face radiant with joy. As she approached, she cried out, "Xiao Yu, I've missed you so much." Lin Yu was enveloped in her embrace as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Xiao Yu, I was so worried about you. Fearing you might encounter peril up there," she said, caressing his face. "You've lost weight. Lost weight. Although I haven't eaten in 3 days. My power has at least evolved to mid-gold level. I cannot possibly be thin." Gazing at the familiar yet strange middle-aged woman, Lin Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness. Despite having merged with the memories of his former self, meeting his parents for the first time was disconcerting, as he had been an orphan in his past life. The sudden surge of familial affection was something he was not yet accustomed to. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Mom, I'm back." "Oh, it's good that you're back, it's good," his mother exclaimed with delight. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached Lin Yu, his expression filled with restrained excitement. "Xiao Yu," he called, his voice quivering. "Dad," Lin Yu responded softly. He then noticed a young girl, around 17 or 18, who smiled gently at him. "Little sister," he acknowledged. "Brother, you've finally returned safely. We were all so worried about you," she said, tears glistening in her eyes as she clung to his arm. "I'm sorry for making you worry," Lin Yu replied, his own eyes moistening with emotion. Having never experienced familial love before, he finally grasped the profound comfort of having family by his side. In that moment, he felt that all the sacrifices made on the battlefield were worth it. Coughing abruptly, a discordant voice shattered the tender atmosphere. "Lord Lin Yu, although I regret interrupting your reunion with family, we have only 7 days before the second wave of attacks begins, and we must promptly make arrangements," Zhou Tai stated gravely from the side. Lin Yu turned to the speaker. "And you are?" "I am Zhou Tai, the chief commander of the Jiuzhou Kingdom's combat command. All matters relating to the Wan clan battlefield fall under my purview." Zhou Tai introduced himself earnestly. "Lin Yu," came Lin Yu's succinct reply, omitting any grand titles such as Lord of Jiuzhou City, as he deemed such ostentation unnecessary. Moreover, as a Jiuzhou native, Zhou Tai had likely conducted his due diligence regarding him. Lin Yu recognized that this was not the time for family reunions. With numerous changes in the rules for the second phase of the internal test, he indeed needed to discuss the upcoming plans with the official in charge of Jiuzhou. "Dad, Mom, little sister, please take some time to rest. I need to discuss some matters with Commander Zhou," Lin Yu said gently. "All right, Xiao Yu. You focus on your discussions with Commander Zhou. Do not mind us. The well-being of Jiuzhou is of utmost importance," Lin Yu's father, Lin Damao, stated solemnly. Lin Yu's mother, Zhang Xiuji, appeared inclined to voice her thoughts, but was swiftly silenced by Lin Dumao's firm hand. Lin Yu extended his hand to wipe away the tears on Zhang Xiuji's face, offering comfort. Mother, everything will be all right. I shall return shortly. He then turned to Zhao Daong and requested, please take care of my family. Rest assured, Lord of the city, I will diligently protect your family, Zhao Daong replied solemnly. Having given his instructions, Lin Yu approached Zhou Tai. Let us depart. Subsequently, Zhou Tai led Lin Yu to the vehicle. Inside, they were alone, with Zhou Tai taking on the role of the driver. Throughout the journey, Zhou Tai remained silent, as did Lin Yu, who was not one to engage in idle chatter. The vehicles swiftly passed beyond the steel city walls, which were surrounded by a small armed base. Lin Yu observed the military vehicles traversing the area and the dozen or so armed helicopters stationed nearby, marveling at the scene. Your speed is quite impressive, Lin Yu remarked. To establish such a sizable base in merely 3 days. Upon hearing Lin Yu's praise, Zhou Tai felt a swell of pride. This is the speed of infrastructure development in the Jiuzhou nation, unparalleled globally. He then elaborated, since the conclusion of the first round of attacks, I cleared the vicinity of Jiangxing Hospital and quickly fortified this area. Our observations indicate that the landing sites of those monsters are predominantly located where the lord of the city vanished, with a smaller portion within a 100-kilometer radius. The residents within that 100-kilometer zone have been gradually evacuated. As soon as the monsters enter Jiuzhou territory, our missiles will strike without delay. Zhou Tai explained while detailing the official arrangements of Jiuzhou. Lin Yu smiled slightly upon finishing his explanation. It seems you do not trust me, believing I am incapable of defending Jiuzhou City? Initially, trust was lacking. After all, your arrival was rather extraordinary, Zhou Tai admitted. At this, Lin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Had he been in Zhou Tai's position, he too would have found it hard to trust his former self, a man rendered immobile, unfit to safeguard Jiuzhou. Zhou Tai paused for a moment before continuing. However, your subsequent performance has exceeded everyone's expectations, successfully defending against 3 waves of monster assaults and rendering Jiuzhou the only safe haven. This is all to your credit. This is merely my duty. Lin Yu graciously accepted the acknowledgement. However, as the leader of the Jiuzhou nation, I must be accountable for the welfare of all its citizens. Even if you possess great strength, I must prepare for the worst. This is not a matter of distrust, Zhou Tai asserted earnestly. I understand. I was merely jesting. No need to take it to heart. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Tai refrained from further elaboration. Soon, he parked the vehicle in front of a barack at the edge of the base. We have arrived. The heads of several armed bases are gathered here to discuss the allocation of the 800 warriors. However, as the lord of the city, the final decision rests with you. We can only present candidates. Very well, Lin Yu responded with gravity. I wish to see which 800 comrades you have arranged for me. Chapter 26. I believe in the people of Jiuzhou. The second phase of the internal test will no longer see Lin Yu fighting alone. He is to lead 800 warriors to the battlefield against the myriad races, assisting in the defense of Jiuzhou City. However, aside from Lin Yu, who can freely traverse between Jiuzhou City and the Jiuzhou nation, others will remain unable to return to the land of Jiuzhou until the war with the myriad races concludes. Thus, for these 800 warriors, this journey could very well be their only opportunity to return to Jiuzhou in their lifetime. Therefore, the character and quality of these 800 selections hold paramount importance. As for their abilities, Lin Yu was less concerned. He had ample evolution points at his disposal. Even if one were disabled, Lin Yu could help them defy fate and transform their destiny. Accompanied by Zhou Tai, Lin Yu entered the barack. Inside the 20-square-meter room, there were only a few simple tables, chairs, and communication equipment, along with 4 tall, formidable middle-aged men clad in military uniforms, presumably the heads of the various armed bases Zhou Tai had mentioned. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, the 4 immediately stood upright and saluted him with a standard military salute. Their demeanor reflected no disdain for Lin Yu's youth, for he was the guardian of all Jiuzhou. Lin Yu returned the gesture. Greetings, Lord of the City. I am Wu Yanzu, the head of the Jiangxing Armed Base. I am Peng Yuyan, the head of the Nanming Armed Base. I am Hu Zhiga, the head of the Baiwei Armed Base. And I am Lu Defa, the head of the Shishu Armed Base. Hello to you all, Lin Yu greeted each in turn, smiling. These were the most prominent figures in the Jiuzhou nation, whom he would have never encountered in the past. Zhou Tai invited the men to take a seat. Lin Yu got straight to the point, stating, I have heard that you have already determined the candidates for the 800 warriors. The 4 exchanged glances, and Lu Defa replied, after the global announcement concluded. We exchanged opinions and swiftly selected the 1,000 most exceptional warriors from our respective armed bases, totaling 4,000 candidates. We now await your selection of the final 800. After listening to Lu Defa's introduction, Lin Yu nodded inwardly. In a typical country, such an approach would be entirely reasonable, as they were indeed the finest warriors, excelling in both individual capability and loyalty to their nation. They could be sent to the battlefield to combat foes, and Lin Yu merely needed to choose the most suitable 800 from the 4,000. However, this did not align with the circumstances of Zhuozhou Nation or Lin Yu as its leader, for Lin Yu possessed an advantage. As long as loyalty was assured, ability was of little concern. What could enhance capability faster than evolution points? With a stroke of good fortune, he could unlock divine bloodlines, transforming them into formidable warriors of Zhuozhou City. Are all 4,000 of your selected candidates male? Lin Yu inquired. The 4 men were taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. Indeed, all 4,000 candidates are male. This selection did not include female soldiers, Lu Defa responded. After a moment's pause, Lu Defa added, with a strange expression, if Lord Lin Yu requires, we can arrange for 1 female soldier to join. I believe many would be willing. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned before erupting in fury, slamming his palm down on the table, shattering it to pieces. What do you take me for, Lin Yu? The aura of his golden intermediate strength radiated outward, overwhelming even the seasoned 4, who struggled to breathe under its pressure, unable to utter a word. Seeing Lin Yu on the verge of losing his temper, Zhou Tai hastily intervened. Lord Lin Yu, please do not misunderstand. They did not mean it that way. They were merely inquiring if you had any concerns regarding the personnel arrangements. Feel free to voice any issues. Zhou Tai was genuinely worried about inciting Lin Yu's wrath. No one present could contain him. After listening to Zhou Tai's explanation, Lin Yu felt he might have overreacted. He promptly retracted his imposing demeanor. The 4 heads of departments breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if granted a reprieve. I apologize, I was not clear in my expression, Lin Yu said. What I mean is, I would like these 800 individuals to comprise an equal number of men and women. After a brief pause, Lin Yu continued, moreover, I wish for these 800 individuals not to be pre-selected by any of you or myself. I hope that citizens nationwide can apply, and ultimately, we will select 800 from the applicants. What? Citizens nationwide can apply? Zhou Tai exclaimed, taken aback. With over 3 billion people in the country, the pool is far too vast. We would not be able to screen them all in just 7 days. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Who said we need all 3 billion to apply? We will restrict the age range to those between 18 and 50 years old. Then we will conduct background checks and academic qualifications. If we can end up with 1 million candidates, that would be remarkable. From that pool, you can select 10,000 to present to me, and I will finalize the 800. Lin Yu articulated his plan. The educational requirements would not be stringent. Either currently enrolled in or graduated from university would suffice. This would ensure that the intelligence level of these 800 individuals is adequate, steering clear of those who are lethargic or disinterested in learning. Furthermore, background checks are of utmost importance. Should spies from other nations infiltrate this group of 800, a single nuclear bomb could obliterate the Lord's residence, plunging Zhuozhou into an abyss of catastrophe. With this series of limitations, coupled with the official screening from Zhuozhou, presenting me with 10,000 candidates would be commendable. Selecting 800 from those 10,000 would take only a few hours. The remaining could serve as alternates. After Lin Yu laid out his considerations, Zhou Tai and the other 4 lowered their heads to deliberate. Zhou Tai then inquired, we can arrange this, but I still wish to understand the reasoning behind it. Lin Yu gazed at the perplexed quintet and began to explain slowly. Firstly, let me clarify why I want 400 men and 400 women. A great leader once stated that women can indeed hold up half the sky. Moreover, the battlefield of myriad races is not as straightforward as you envision. It is not merely about slaying monsters and defending cities. If Zhuozhou successfully passes the 3 rounds of testing in the second phase of the internal beta, it will become the very first race among the myriad to qualify for the battlefield of myriad races, thus initiating the true battlefield. At that point, Zhuozhou will face not just the invasion of monsters, but also the incursions of other civilizations. Only when a victor emerges from the 10,000 races will this game of civilizational evolution conclude. What? Extraterrestrial civilizations? Hujiga gasped. Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glance. Do not interrupt. Hujiga awkwardly smiled, falling silent. Lin Yu continued. Therefore, the battle of myriad races will not conclude in a mere year or 2. It could range from a century to even 1,000,000 years. Throughout this protracted conflict, not only combatants will be needed, but also medical personnel, scientists, farmers, and even tailors and chefs are indispensable. Likewise, I do not wish for these individuals to live out their days in solitude. I hope they can lead normal lives, even procreate, and carry the civilization of Zhuozhou forward amidst the battlefield. With this explanation, all 5 understood. The rules of the game limited them to bringing only 800 individuals. Yet the conflict would be an enduring one, requiring them to battle against other civilizations. If these 800 could multiply to 8,000 or even 80,000 during their time in combat, their chances of success would significantly increase. Then why must citizens nationwide apply? Zhou pressed on. Lin Yu smiled before turning away, exuding an air of superiority as he proclaimed, "The strength of a race does not stem from the power of an individual or a select few. I desire for every citizen of Juzhou to embody the spirit of a dragon, rather than merely surviving under the protection of a handful. I firmly believe that the people of Juzhou will willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of our homeland." Having spoken with fervor, Lin Yu moved the hearts of Zhou and the four heads of departments. The notion of every citizen embodying the strength of a dragon resonated with their beliefs. "Very well, I shall issue a nationwide announcement at once," Zhou declared, filled with excitement. "Rest assured, the people of Juzhou will not disappoint you. I trust in them." Chapter 27. The Sons of Juzhou Fear Not Death. With merely 7 days remaining until the second phase of the internal beta, time was of the essence. Zhou wasted no time in calling upon the promotional team to film his second video. He had initially intended to have Lin Yu join him in the video. Given Lin Yu's status as the Lord and his remarkable prowess in battle, which would undoubtedly amplify the call to action. However, Lin Yu declined. Firstly, he was not one for many words and lacked the talent for inspiring others. Secondly, he wished for the citizens of Juzhou to willingly and spontaneously defend their homeland without his presence as Lord prompting them to sign up. He feared that if they were to enlist on impulse, they might falter at the last moment, complicating matters. The video was swiftly recorded, titled "To the Citizens of Juzhou." In the footage, Zhou donned military attire, his expression solemn. "Greetings, citizens of Juzhou. I am Zhou. You are likely aware that the second phase of the internal beta begins in 7 days, at which point the Lord will lead 800 brave warriors to defend Juzhou City. Following discussions among the officials and Lord Lin Yu, we have decided to recruit 800 warriors nationwide. As long as you are a citizen of Juzhou, aged between 18 and 50 years, regardless of gender, and hold a bachelor's degree or higher, with no significant physical disabilities, you may apply. I must remind everyone that once you step onto the battlefield of myriad races, the risk of perishing is ever present. Even if you are fortunate enough to survive, you may never return. These 800 warriors will never again see their parents, spouses, or children, and after death, they can only be buried in foreign lands. Furthermore, once you apply and are selected as one of the 800 warriors, you will be a soldier of Juzhou and cannot withdraw. Any who attempt to flee will have their citizenship revoked and be expelled from the nation. This recruitment is entirely voluntary. No coercion will be applied. If you meet the criteria and are willing to sacrifice your life to protect the land of Juzhou, please send your personal resume to the official email. Within 7 days, we will select 10,000 candidates, from which Lord Lin Yu will choose the first batch of 800 warriors. The brief recruitment video was completed, and the promotional team quickly disseminated it across major media outlets in Juzhou. At that moment, regardless of whether it was a television program, a variety show, news broadcast, or live stream, all were halted. The video "To the Citizens of Juzhou" began to play on a continuous loop. All programming yielded to this recruitment video, and all traffic was concentrated on this 1-minute clip. Even a few oblivious radio stations, stubbornly airing frivolous entertainment shows, were promptly shut down, with the station managers facing the consequences of their defiance. Within mere minutes of the video's release, over 2 billion residents of Juzhou have witnessed the video titled "To the People of Juzhou." What? A nationwide recruitment? How splendid. At last, I have the opportunity to serve my homeland. You must select me. I am but a solitary soul, orphaned and without kin, no wife nor child. Allow me to contribute my final ounce of strength to Juzhou. No one shall deter me. I shall ascend to the battlefield, even if I were to perish in combat. What of it? Where one is buried matters not if it is beneath the Blue Mountains. To die for Juzhou, I would embrace death without regret. Indeed, the loyal bones lie buried beneath the verdant hills. Why should one require a horse's hide to wrap their remains? As long as I can safeguard Juzhou, what fear have I of death? The video proclaimed that there are no gender restrictions. We, the women, too, can lay down our lives for Juzhou. Who dare say that women are inferior to men? In Juzhou, there are heroines aplenty. How infuriating. If only I were 3 years younger, I would have already enlisted. I lament. Why did I not study diligently in high school, failing to gain admission to university, now lacking even the qualifications to apply? Hurry, prepare my resume for submission. Time is of the essence. Upon the video's release, it sparked a fervent response across the internet. At the Tsinghua Peking University Research Institute, Li Changsheng was among the first to view the video "To the People of Juzhou." Without a moment's hesitation, he gently set down his equipment, opened his nearby computer, and swiftly crafted his resume. Li Changsheng, 22 years old, an orphan, unmarried, with an IQ of 170, possessing dual PhDs in physics and chemistry from Tsinghua Peking University, and having participated in research on controllable nuclear fusion at the Jiuzhou Research Institute. He meticulously detailed all his scientific achievements in his resume. Furthermore, in a bid to enhance his chances of selection, he deliberately fabricated his family circumstances. In truth, his parents were alive, and he was not single. He had a childhood sweetheart named Yi Qingmei, who was also a doctoral student at Tsinghua Peking University. The two had plans to return home and marry by year's end. Yet at this moment, he chose to forsake his own life and resolutely sent his resume to the official Jiuzhou email. After dispatching his resume, he penned a heartfelt farewell letter. Dear Dad and Mom, I am sorry for being unfilial. By the time you read this letter, I may already be on the battlefield. In these tumultuous times, Jiuzhou faces an unprecedented crisis, and I cannot remain an idle bystander. Where there is no shelter, how can there be safety? You have always taught me that a man must stand tall and strong, so I must enlist as one of the 800 warriors to shield Jiuzhou from the monsters, ensuring they never breach our borders. Words fail to express my guilt towards you both. I am deeply sorry. If I should tragically fall in battle, please do not shed tears for me. For Jiuzhou, and for you, I fear not death. As he wrote, tears streamed down Li Changsheng's face, rendering him unable to continue. Bidding farewell to one's dearest is the most arduous task. He put down his pen and glanced at a cherished photograph on the desk, one capturing him and Yi Qingmei by the central lake at Tsinghua Peking University. Forgive me, Qingmei, he murmured. Unbeknownst to him, in another laboratory at Tsinghua Peking University, Yi Qingmei had undertaken the same course of action. Upon seeing the video, she too sent her resume to the official email, concealing her background in hopes of being selected. I am sorry, Changsheng. Let us be husband and wife in our next life, she wept, gazing at their photograph. This phenomenon was not confined to Tsinghua Peking University. At Jiangxing Central Hospital, a nurse completed her last patient's medication, secretly retrieved her phone, and edited her resume before swiftly sending it to the official email. In a nearby office building, an ordinary employee quietly took out a cherished Medal of Honor, closed his computer's report, and began working on his personal resume. In a bustling area, a barbecue restaurant owner gazed at the gold medal hanging on the wall and returned to his computer to draft his resume. Under the shade of a tree, a delivery worker, having just finished a meal delivery, also submitted his resume to Jiuzhou. In a classroom, a teacher. On the rice paddy fields, a scholar researching rice. In a rented room, a struggling web novelist. All were inspired to contribute. With over 500 million individuals holding bachelor's degrees or higher in Jiuzhou, within mere minutes, over 1 million resumes poured in, far exceeding Lin Yu's expectations. Lin Yu smiled with satisfaction. This is the Jiuzhou he aspired to protect. Every individual a dragon. Chapter 28, Scouring the Scriptures. Lin Yu gazed at the throngs of admirable individuals, deeply moved. This is indeed the Jiuzhou he vowed to safeguard, and it had not disappointed him. Rest assured, none of the 800 will perish, Lin Yu murmured. Armed with his system, it would be a simple matter to elevate these 800 warriors to silver rank, provided fortune favored them. With the aid of formidable modern weaponry, they could certainly hold their own, even against golden-tier monsters. Moreover, Lin Yu possessed the miraculous life spring water, capable of reviving the dead, as long as they were not reduced to ashes. Regrettably, the life spring water was nearly depleted. Only 200 to 300 milliliters remained. It seemed he would need to procure additional supplies. Looking toward Zhou Tai and the heads of the 4 armed bases within the room, Lin Yu inquired, "Do you have any funds? Lend me some." The group exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his request. Zhou Tai, puzzled, asked, "Lord Lin Yu, I can mobilize trillions at any moment. How much do you require?" Lu Defa, the head of the West Shu base, added, "Lord Lin Yu, if that isn't sufficient, the combined military funds of our 4 armed bases amount to several hundred billion." Trillions? Hundreds of billions? Lin Yu was at a loss for words. What would he do with such an exorbitant sum? With trillions, one could purchase a small nation. "I don't need that much," he responded, somewhat exasperated. "I merely wish to buy a few trivial items for Jiuzhou City, likely costing no more than a few thousand yuan. But alas, I am a pauper, with not a single cent to my name. This you should know." Zhou Tai nodded in agreement. Lin Yu was indeed a pauper, having graduated from university not long ago, and after being struck by a car shortly into his job. He had exhausted his funds on medical expenses for multiple fractures. Zhou Tai reached into his pocket and produced a standard bank card, handing it to Lin Yu. "This is my salary card. It contains 850,000. If that is insufficient, I can transfer more under the command of the headquarters." After a moment's pause, Zhou Tai continued, "Actually, if you need to purchase anything, you can simply tell us. We will prepare all the supplies for you. There is no need for you to handle it personally. Are you reluctant to part with your salary?" Lin Yu inquired with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Such trifling wealth, how could I possibly be attached? I would readily relinquish all my possessions if necessary. A mere salary is of no consequence, Zhou Tai replied with steadfast righteousness. All right, I was merely jesting. No need to be so serious, Lin Yu chuckled, continuing, please prepare the necessary weapons, equipment, medical supplies, and provisions. You possess far more experience in these matters than I do. I have some personal items I wish to procure. At this moment, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of Zhou Tai, recognizing him as a person of considerable integrity, albeit lacking in humor. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu added, I have another request. I need some ancient texts from the Taoist canon, as well as Buddhist scriptures. Additionally, please help me acquire some martial arts manuals, such as the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and the 9 Swords of Dugu. Upon hearing Lin Yu's requests, Zhou Tai wore an expression of bemusement. I can certainly procure the Taoist and Buddhist texts from temples and monasteries, and I assure you I will gather them all. However, as for the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and the 9 Swords of Dugu, those are mere fabrications from novels. Even if they existed, they would likely be poorly written and of no actual use. Regardless of their authenticity, I require them for their names alone, Lin Yu retorted. I want as many of those types of books as possible. Seeing Lin Yu's earnest demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, Zhou Tai nodded seriously. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will present you with all the Taoist and Buddhist texts from across the nation. As for the martial arts manuals, I will do my utmost to gather them. As the supreme commander during wartime, Zhou Tai held the authority to allocate all domestic resources, and no organization or individual dared to defy him. Moreover, since this was Lin Yu's request, no one would contest it. A mere mention of Lord Lin Yu requires Taoist and Buddhist texts would ensure that monks and priests would deliver their most treasured manuals. Should anyone attempt to withhold anything, Zhou Tai would swiftly teach them a lesson. As for why Lin Yu sought to collect the Taoist texts and Buddhist scriptures, he had his reasons. The stone lions at the entrance of the Lord's manor could transmute from ethereal to corporeal, evolving into creatures of divine lineage. It stood to reason that those texts, along with the fictitious martial arts manuals, could similarly be transformed into genuine skills. Lin Yu had always perceived martial arts as his Achilles heel. Although he currently possessed a formidable strength at the intermediate gold level, along with the skills of opening the heavens and manifesting the cosmos, his offensive capabilities were rather limited. Without the aid of martial arts manuals, it would be challenging to fully realize the potential of his intermediate gold strength. If fortune smiled upon him, and he could evolve a certain manual into a bona fide skill, his combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement. As for borrowing money from Zhou Tai, it was to acquire some peculiar little trinkets. Evolution held infinite possibilities. Perhaps a mere kitchen knife purchased from a supermarket could transform into a dragon-slaying sword, or a simple carp could evolve into a true dragon. I will leave the matter of the manuals to you. If there is nothing else, I shall go meet my parents, Lin Yu concluded. Very well, Zhou Tai replied. Summoning a soldier stationed at the entrance to escort Lin Yu to his parents' quarters, which were a mere 200 meters away from where they had been. Zhao Daong stood guard outside the quarters. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble at all. It is a great honor to protect the Lord's family, Zhao Daong replied earnestly. Lin Yu smiled faintly and entered the quarters, where his parents and younger sister were gathered around, engrossed in watching the recently released video titled, To Our Fellow Countrymen. Xiao Yu, you're back. Let me take another look at you. Have you lost weight? His mother exclaimed joyfully. His father stood nearby, beaming with pride. Lin Daomao had toiled in the fields his entire life and led an ordinary existence. He never anticipated that his son would become a great hero of the nation, elevating his status within the village. Even the village chief sought him out daily, bringing fine wine to curry favor. Meanwhile, those outside who sought to approach the Lin family were thwarted by soldiers stationed at the village's perimeter. Brother, I heard you're taking 800 brave warriors to the battlefield? Lin Yu's younger sister, Lin Meng, suddenly interjected. Indeed, did you not just watch the video? Lin Yu replied, puzzled. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Lin Meng said, her head bowed, her voice trembling with hesitation. Observing his sister's shy demeanor, Lin Yu questioned, Do you wish to go to the battlefield? What? Absolutely not. Before Lin Meng could respond, their parents immediately voiced their objections. Our son is already heading to war. That is an unchangeable fact. The last thing we need is for our daughter to join him. What if something were to happen? How could we possibly go on? They were resolute in their refusal. Lin Yu would never allow his sister to go to war. What are you thinking? Are you even of age? Do you possess a university degree? Do you have any idea what the battlefield entails? Lin Yu admonished sternly. Do you think slaying a dragon is as easy as it sounds? People can die on the battlefield. You should focus on your studies at home and abandon such thoughts. I will not take you with me. Lin Yu scolded her vehemently. Tears streamed down Lin Meng's face in distress. Feeling her heart soften, Their mother interjected, Xiao Yu, let it go. Don't scold your sister. She just wants to contribute to our nation. As long as I am alive, she will not set foot on the battlefield, Lin Yu declared. Pish posh. What nonsense about life and death? Their mother interrupted. Brother, I'm sorry, I will study hard, Lin Ming said. When I grow up, I will definitely help you develop weapons even more powerful than nuclear bombs. Now that's more like it, Lin Yu said, gently ruffling Lin Ming's hair. By the way, Mom, Dad, and little sister, I brought you some gifts. Gifts? What are they? Lin Ming exclaimed, her tears forgotten as she beamed with excitement. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had brought gifts, the atmosphere brightened instantly. Xiao Yu, aren't battlefields filled with monsters? How could you possibly bring back gifts? His mother, Zhang Xiuji, asked in astonishment. Lin Damao wore a puzzled expression as well. Lin Yu simply smiled and said nothing, taking his parents' and sister's hands and holding them together. In his heart, he commanded, System, expend 3 evolution points to evolve each of my parents and my sister once. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Lin Damao has advanced to bronze level 1. Evolution successful. Zhang Xiuji has advanced to bronze level 1. Evolution successful. Lin Ming has acquired a minuscule fraction of the Phoenix bloodline, currently at bronze level 2. The evolution was swiftly completed. His parents had merely advanced to the ordinary bronze level 1, a scenario Lin Yu had anticipated. Although everyone in the nation had undergone enhancement, his parents were of advanced age with limited potential, so it was entirely reasonable that they did not evolve a unique bloodline. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt no sense of regret. In any case, there was no expectation of sending his parents to the battlefield. As long as he could slightly enhance his strength and prolong their lives, that would suffice. However, the transformation of his younger sister, Lin Ming, far exceeded his expectations. She had unexpectedly awakened a trace of the primordial Phoenix bloodline, a lineage that stood atop the pyramid across all realms, second only to the Pangu bloodline. If she were to fully realize the primordial Phoenix bloodline, she would attain god-level powers upon reaching adulthood, securing her place in any realm. Was he truly going to send his sister to the battlefield in the future? Lin Yu pondered. Objectively speaking, the combat prowess of the primordial Phoenix bloodline was astonishing. With immense potential, it would indeed be a waste for her to remain in the 9 provinces. Yet, the thought of sending his sister into battle left Lin Yu with a sense of reluctance. Perhaps it would be best to leave such decisions for another time. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and resolved to take things one step at a time. After all, his sister was still underage, and the future was uncertain. Upon completing their evolution, his parents had not undergone significant changes in appearance. The few wrinkles on their faces had vanished, and their complexions had improved considerably, making them appear 20 years younger. In contrast, Lin Ming had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her height had surged from 1.60 m to nearly 1.70 m. Her overall demeanor had also shifted significantly, her previously delicate aura now radiating youthful vigor. The 3 of them distinctly felt the changes within their bodies. With a face full of excitement, Lin's mother pulled out her phone, using the front camera as a mirror. Upon seeing that all her wrinkles had disappeared and her skin had become smoother, she was utterly astonished. How have I become so youthful? I feel as if I've returned to my 20s. Zhang Xiuji exclaimed as she examined her reflection. Not just that. You are even more beautiful than you were at 20, Lin Damao chimed in with a grin. Unfortunately, his flattery backfired. Are you implying that I was not beautiful at 20? Zhang Xiuji shot him a disapproving look. Lin Damao, caught off guard, felt embarrassed and helpless. Casting a pleading glance at Lin Yu. Swiftly, Lin Yu intervened, stating, Mom, you have always been the most beautiful. At 20, you were as stunning as a fish sinking or a flower hiding. Now, you are like a celestial being descended to earth. His son's praise clearly resonated more than his husband's. Zhang Xiuji beamed, unable to contain her joy, and planted a hearty kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. My son has such sweet words. He truly is a wonderful son. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the affection, quickly changed the subject. So, how are you feeling? Little sister? Brother, I feel fantastic. Lin Ming replied, her face aglow with excitement. I sense a warm current flowing within me, so comforting, and I feel empowered all over. I just awakened your primordial Phoenix bloodline. Your current strength has reached the intermediate black iron level, Lin Yu informed her. Primordial Phoenix bloodline, intermediate black iron. Lin Ming gasped. She was well aware of the global rules regarding the classification of strength levels established by the Civilization Evolution game. Does that mean I can go to the battlefield now? She asked eagerly. Before their parents could voice their objections, Lin Yu firmly replied, the weakest monsters on the battlefield possess black iron advanced strength. You would only be walking into a death trap. After a brief pause, he continued, once your strength advances to the initial gold level, I will take you to the battlefield. Upon receiving this promise, Lin Ming joyfully exclaimed, thank you, brother. I will work hard to advance to the initial gold level. Observing his parents' hesitant expressions, Lin Yu reassured them, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I won't let my sister encounter any danger. Lin's father and mother reluctantly accepted his decision. Although Lin Yu was only in his 20s, it was evident that he had become the head of the family. His decisions were not to be contested by his parents. Mom, Dad, what I just gave you was merely the first gift. I have prepared a second one for you. Lin Yu said with a smile. What is it, brother? Lin Meng asked, gripping Lin Yu's hand with excitement. Follow me, Lin Yu replied with an air of mystery. He led his parents and sister outside the barracks. Zhao Daong was still steadfastly guarding his post. Daong, could you help me find an open space? Lin Yu requested. Of course, City Lord, please follow me, Zhao Daong responded. He then guided Lin Yu and the others to a nearby parking lot. The parking area spanned over 1,000 square meters, with only half occupied by dozens of military armored vehicles. Is this space sufficient, City Lord? Zhao Daong inquired. Yes, this will do, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu retrieved the jade bottle from his pocket. Before leaving the 9 provinces city, he had evolved the bottle to the initial gold level, granting it a storage space of 1,000 square meters. Inside, he had stored the meat of the 9 spirits, the primordial sage, and the 9-headed flame armored dragon. Lin Yu stepped forward, opened the bottle, and with a thought, summoned the 2 massive azure lions, 9 spirits and primordial sage, into the parking lot. As soon as the lions caught the scent of the fresh, free air outside, they let out exhilarating roars, inadvertently unleashing their lion's roar skill, causing the nearby parked vehicles to tremble. Their thunderous roars echoed like the monsters invading various nations. The base S alarm sounded instantly, and soldiers rushed to the parking lot, armed and ready. A multitude of armed vehicles and helicopters also sped toward the area. However, upon recognizing the creatures as the 2 enormous azure lions, the soldiers quickly relaxed. They had witnessed the lions fighting alongside Lin Yu at the city gates against those monsters and knew they were allies, not foes. Nevertheless, they remained on guard, as they were still beasts, and the consequences of a frenzy were unfathomable. Lin Yu hadn't anticipated that the arrival of the 2 azure lions would create such a commotion. Quiet down, he admonished. Understanding their blunder, 9 spirits and primordial sage lowered their heads and stood silently to the side. As Lin Yu observed the approaching soldiers and the heads of the 4 armed bases, he felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize for the noise. It was a bit overwhelming. The 4 leaders dared not blame him. No worries, Lu Defa chuckled. I didn't expect the City Lord's pets to be so formidable. They are merely untrained little rascals. Forgive the disturbance, Lin Yu laughed. You all arrived just in time. Allow me to treat you to a barbecue. With that, he unloaded the meat of the 9-headed flame armored dragon from the jade bottle, piling it up in the parking lot. The sight of the meat mound, towering like a small mountain, left the onlookers in awe. Lin Yu turned to his parents and sister. Mom, Dad, little sister, this is the second gift I prepared for you. Barbecued dragon meat. Chapter 30, The Dragon Meat Feast. Bug exploit. The massive dragon, once chopped into chunks, formed a meat pile 3 to 4 stories high, creating a truly spectacular scene. After Lin Meng evolved and awakened the Yuanfeng bloodline, her courage significantly increased. She gazed upon the mound of flesh before her without a trace of fear. Brother, is this the 9-headed flame armored dragon you slain on the battlefield? Can it be consumed? What cannot be eaten? Lin Yu replied with a chuckle. It's merely a larger beast, not unlike pigs, cattle, or sheep. He then used his spear to slice a chunk of meat weighing approximately 10 pounds, skewering it with the long weapon. Turning to Lin Meng, he declared, I haven't eaten in 3 days and am quite ravenous. Dragon meat from the skies is not something the average person gets to taste. Indeed, abroad, only the flame-armored dragon feasts upon humans. Whoever gets the chance to consume the flame-armored dragon, even if a flame-armored dragon were to be blown to bits, the remains would either be pulverized or contaminated by nuclear fallout, rendering them inedible. It is only within this base in the 9 provinces that one has the opportunity to savor dragon meat. Observing the soldiers gathered nearby, Lin Yu addressed Lu Defa. You all shouldn't be idle. I cannot consume all this meat alone. Let the soldiers partake as well. It's exceptionally nourishing. Thank you, City Lord. Lu Defa responded with a smile. I never imagined I would taste dragon meat in my lifetime. There's no need for such formality. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. When processing the dragon meat, be sure to collect the blood that hasn't drained away. We can use it to make tofu later. Oh, and I must remind you, the meat contains a trace of energy from the flame-armored dragon during its lifetime. Each of you should only consume a small piece. Too much might lead to an unfortunate explosion. Rest assured, we will be cautious. Lu Defa nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions, Lu Defa organized the soldiers to begin processing the pile of dragon meat. due to the hardness of the flame-armored dragon's scales. The soldiers could only slice it from the inside, while Lin Yu refrained from assisting, prioritizing his own feast. De Yong, fetch me some charcoal, a barbecue grill, utensils, and condiments from Li Minghua, he ordered. Understood, city lord. Please hold on a moment, Zhao Deong replied before hurrying off. Lin Yu then retrieved a table and several chairs from the adjacent barracks. Mom and Dad, please take a moment to rest. I will treat you soon, he said. Yes. Yes. I feel like we are enjoying your blessings, Zhang Xiuji replied with a contented expression. This is what sons ought to do. Before long, Zhao Deong and several soldiers returned with the barbecue grill, charcoal, and an array of seasonings. Lin Yu expertly ignited the fire, gripping his spear and giving it a vigorous shake, shattering the muscle fibers of the dragon meat. He then placed it on the grill, stoking the flames of the charcoal to their maximum. Within mere minutes, the tantalizing aroma of grilling dragon meat wafted through the air. Wow, it smells amazing, Lin Ming exclaimed, her mouth watering. Lin Yu sliced a pound of dragon meat and placed it in Lin Ming's bowl. She possessed intermediate black iron strength and the Yuanfeng bloodline, enabling her to digest the energy within. He then cut small portions for his parents as well. Mom and Dad, please have a taste and let me know how it is. Zhang Xiuji took a small bite, and her face lit up with satisfaction. Delicious. It's far superior to beef. Then when Lu Defa has processed the remaining dragon meat, take a few 100 pounds home, Lin Yu suggested. Won't you come back with us to see? Zhang Xiuji inquired. Aren't there still 7 days left? I have some matters to attend to first. I'll return to visit once I'm done, Lin Yu explained. Very well, make sure to come home once you finish, Zhang Xiuji urged. Don't worry, Mom. When have I ever deceived you? Lin Yu reassured her. The barbecue feast lasted over an hour. Having gone 3 days without food on the battlefield, Lin Yu was indeed famished. After consuming 9 pounds of dragon meat, he continued to grill dozens of pounds more, just to satiate his cravings. With his intermediate golden strength, he could easily digest all of it. After his hearty meal, Lin Yu called for Lu Defa. Could you please escort my family home first? Rest assured, city lord. I will ensure your family returns safely, Lu Defa replied solemnly. By the way, do you have a private vehicle? I'd like to drive out to buy some things, Lin Yu inquired. He preferred not to attract attention in the bustling city, and flying was impractical. Driving a military vehicle would be too conspicuous. City lord, I can have someone drive a military vehicle for you, Lu Defa offered. This base has secured a 100-kilometer radius, and most ordinary residents have evacuated. However, many supplies remain that haven't been moved yet. You can simply find a supermarket and take what you need. I almost forgot about that, Lin Yu realized. There's no need to trouble you. I'm familiar with Jiangqing, so I'll go myself. After bidding farewell to his family, he shot into the sky, disappearing from the base. Watching Lin Yu soar away, Lin Ming sighed with envy, wishing she could fly as well. Lin Yu reveled in his freedom above the city, cherishing this rare respite. Gazing down at the deserted streets, devoid of pedestrians and vehicles, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for the once bustling metropolis, as if it belonged to a different era. Having lived in Jiangqing for 5 years, Lin Yu was well acquainted with its routes and landmarks. Within minutes, he arrived at a large supermarket, its doors firmly shut and unguarded. With the doors closed, if I enter to take what I need, would it be considered theft? Lin Yu mused aloud. Oh well, Lu Defa sent me here, so he can take the blame. Relieved of his moral quandary, Lin Yu easily entered the supermarket. Due to the haste of the evacuation, the shelves were still stocked. Lin Yu wasted no time. Within a short span of just over 10 minutes, he filled the jade bottle with everything he deemed useful, occupying a full 100 cubic meters of space. Afterward, he raided several nearby craft shops. Before leaving, he left a note in each establishment and the supermarket, stating that any losses incurred could be claimed from Lu Defa at the West Shu armed base, solidifying Lu Defa's role as the scapegoat. Subsequently, Lin Yu made his way to his alma mater, Jiangqing University, home to the largest library in the entire city. He had come for the books within. Although Zhou Tai had already gathered the Taoist scriptures and Buddhist texts, Lin Yu also intended to acquire modern technology, history, and cultural literature from the 9 provinces to take with him to the battlefield. Books are the most vital carriers of cultural heritage. Without the transmission of culture, giving birth to countless children would be futile. Moreover, the myriad races battlefield is far removed from the 9 provinces. To foster a sense of belonging for the children born there to the 9 provinces, these texts are indispensable. Of course, books on the languages and literature of other nations were nothing but rubbish, mere waste paper. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. In a few days, it would be uncertain if those nations still existed. He was not foolish enough to perpetuate the cultural legacy of foreign lands. Spending a couple of hours selecting suitable books, Lin Yu promptly returned to the base. His parents had already been sent home. He then summoned the scapegoat hero and inquired, "Are there any fighter jets at the base? I wish to visit the border." Didn't the previous announcement state that you cannot leave the country? Otherwise, you would be erased, Lin Yu reminded him. His concern evident over Lin Yu's desire to venture abroad. If Lin Yu were to be eliminated, it would not only mean a collective 10-year reduction in lifespan for the people of Jiuzhou, but a failure in the second phase of internal testing would lead to Jiuzhou facing invasions from hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of monsters, just like other nations. He was resolutely determined to prevent Lin Yu from leaving the country at all costs. Rest assured, I have no intention of courting death, Lin Yu chuckled. I merely wish to see if I can exploit a bug from across the border. Exploit a bug? What do you mean? Luda asked, perplexed. You need not inquire further. You wouldn't comprehend, Lin Yu replied. Just find someone to escort me to the border. Recognizing Lin Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Luda refrained from pressing further. As long as Lin Yu remained within the country, there was little else to worry about. The base has two two-seater J-20 fighter jets. I will arrange for a pilot now, Luda stated. Very well. Luda led Lin Yu to the other side of the base, which differed significantly from the barracks area. Here lay a long runway, alongside which stood two of the latest model J-20 fighter jets. The sight of these formidable machines ignited Lin Yu's desire to pilot one himself. Shortly thereafter, Luda brought Zhao Daong to him. Lin Yu was quite surprised and asked, You can fly a plane? City Lord, prior to joining the Special Forces, I was a pilot in the Air Force, and I have flown this J-20 before. Zhao Daong replied with a sincere smile. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised, thinking, I didn't expect you to be so versatile, then you shall pilot it. Having spent some time with Zhao Daong, Lin Yu had formed a favorable impression of him and even considered bringing him to the battlefield. Moreover, although 800 warriors were being recruited nationwide, it was essential to include specialized commandos, with at least 100 being necessary. Otherwise, it would be awkward to bring modern weaponry without anyone to operate them. Tentatively, Lin Yu inquired, Do you have any family? My parents and a younger brother who is attending university, Zhao Daong replied candidly, not grasping Lin Yu's intention. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Was this not the perfect candidate? With a younger brother at home to care for their parents and being unmarried, he was indeed the most suitable choice. Have you registered yet? Lin Yu continued. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Zhao Daong vaguely sensed his intention and felt a surge of excitement. City Lord, I would love to register, but I haven't had the chance to change positions yet, he replied. Then there's no need for you to register. Consider yourself counted. Lin Yu said with a smile. Zhao Daong became even more exhilarated and saluted earnestly, stating, City Lord, please rest assured, I will protect Jiuzhou with my life. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, assuring him, none of you will perish. Thus, he officially accepted his first subordinate, feeling quite pleased. Together with Zhao Daong, he boarded the latest model J-20 fighter jet, which could reach speeds close to Mach 3, surpassing even Lin Yu's maximum speed. The flight to the nearest border would take just over 20 minutes. The aircraft took off swiftly and at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Yu gazed down at the thriving cities and majestic mountains and rivers below, a wave of emotion washing over him. This was the Jiuzhou he was sworn to protect, a beautiful and grand Jiuzhou, serene and unscathed at this moment. The jets soon arrived at an armed base in DX City, located at the Jiuzhou border. After switching to a military vehicle, they continued towards the border. Although DX City was merely a small 4th or 5th tier city, Lin Yu was puzzled to see no private cars on the streets. Only public buses and bicycles were visible, while those without bicycles opted to walk. Daong, why are there no private vehicles on the road? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. City Lord, since the first wave of attacks ended, the authorities implemented a vehicle restriction order. Zhao Daong explained. Private cars, whether fuel-powered or electric, are prohibited from the roads. The only vehicles allowed are public transport and bicycles. What is the reason for this? Lin Yu pressed further. Because, following the monster invasions in other countries, trade between Jiuzhou and the outside world has been completely severed. Many supplies cannot enter, and resources within the country are in severe shortage, hence the restriction on private vehicles, Zhao Daong elaborated. With this explanation, Lin Yu understood. As a graduate of a prestigious university, he recognized that while Jiuzhou was vast and rich, many resources were maintained as strategic reserves and were not mined regularly. A significant portion of supplies depended on imports, including essential commodities like oil, various minerals, and agricultural products, which cost hundreds of billions each year. As for other technological products, those were even less feasible. With countries around the world facing unprecedented crises, half had perished, and the remaining major powers were struggling to cope, leaving little time for trade relations. I had thought that by withstanding the monster invasions, the lives of Jiuzhou's citizens would remain unaffected. But I never anticipated such significant repercussions, Lin Yu lamented. City Lord, you have already done remarkably well, without your efforts. We cannot fathom how many lives would have been lost in Jiuzhou, Zhao Daong consoled him. As long as everyone can still live in peace, that is enough. If life is a little hard, we have endured hardship before, and we are not afraid of it. Lin Yu acknowledged Zhao Daong's words, but he still felt he had not done enough. Aside from the scarcity of resources, are there other unfavorable conditions? He inquired. Compared to other nations, we are faring quite well. Zhao Daong smiled, omitting the full truth. Indeed, compared to the scenes of destruction in other nations, Jiuzhou was considerably better off. However, compared to peacetime, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. The interruption in trade had led to a surge in unemployment, not to mention rising prices and currency devaluation. Every citizen in Jiuzhou was tightening their belts to make ends meet. Moreover, with the improvement in the physical condition of the populace, the demand for food was also increasing significantly, making it difficult to meet the appetites of the Jiuzhou people. If this continued, it would pose a hidden danger. Unless food production was increased, it remained uncertain what the evolved seeds would yield. Lin Yu mused. City Lord, what are you saying? Rest assured, before I leave, I will address the food crisis in Jiuzhou, and I will also seek solutions for the energy crisis as soon as possible, Lin Yu assured him. The food crisis is relatively easy to resolve. One simply needs to cultivate a new batch of seeds and gradually nurture them. However, the issue of energy remains perplexing for Lin Yu, who has yet to devise an effective solution. After all, resources such as oil and ores are consumables. Each use depletes their quantity. Unlike food, they cannot be cultivated or grown anew. Thus, one can only proceed step by step. Cursed be the flawed rules of this game. If only he could escape this realm, all problems would vanish. The more Lin Yu contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Cursing the game mechanics. If he could escape, he could effortlessly harvest hundreds of thousands of evolution points and subsequently annex the now-defunct nations into the territory of Jiuzhou. At that point, every crisis would dissolve. Yet, for now, Lin Yu could only vent his frustration through curses, for he lacked the power to confront the evolution game. The vehicle swiftly approached the national border, and Lin Yu halted 10 meters before the border marker, wary of the potential consequences of a misstep. He leapt into the air, hovering quietly at a height of 100 meters, gazing at the once thriving nation of Jiaoji across the river. What was once a bustling small city now lay in ruins. Jiaoji, with its feeble national strength, had been obliterated by monsters before the third wave of attacks had concluded. Presently, the land was ablaze, with scattered titans roaming about. And occasionally, one could spot a few flame-armored dragons soaring overhead. Despite its proximity to Jiuzhou, there was no sign of invasion. Under the game's rules, both humans and monsters were bound to comply. Lin Yu looked up at the sky and muttered softly, "While I cannot cross the border, it does not state that my attacks cannot." He produced the dragon head bright silver spear, summoning a spectral dragon soul. Following its upgrade, the dragon soul had grown significantly larger and more corporeal. "Go," Lin Yu commanded, and the massive dragon soul swiftly crossed the border, heading toward a nearby wandering titan. Chapter 32. A battle of wits against the rules, yielding 30,000 gene per mu. Lin Yu's ranged attack options were limited, aside from his own sky-opening skill. He relied solely on the dragon soul attack granted by the dragon head bright silver spear, which boasted a mid-gold standard. Eliminating some high-silver flame-armored dragons was a trivial task. The only constraint was the attack range of approximately 1 kilometer. Watching the dragon soul swiftly breach the border, Lin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, it was unaffected. The dragon's soul flew rapidly, reaching the titan's head in the blink of an eye. The titan, seeing the colossal figure above, emitted a furious roar, yet sadly, the disparity in raw power could not be compensated for with mere bravado. The dragon's soul clawed the titan to shreds. Lin Yu hurriedly opened the system panel, noting an increase of 10 evolution points. Indeed, it was effective. Elated, he looked disdainfully at the sky, saying, "You may have clever plans, but I possess a means to scale the walls." With his initial success, Lin Yu continued to direct the dragon soul to assault the titans wandering near the border, occasionally dispatching a solitary flame-armored dragon. In half an hour, he had eradicated all monsters along the 10-kilometer stretch of the border, accumulating a total of 1,080 evolution points. Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased and had already devised a plan to clear the entire 20,000 kilometers of Jiuzhou's land borders over the coming days. However, aside from the initial half-hour of success, the following hour yielded no further evolution points, even after Lin Yu had flown 100 kilometers west along the border. The few monsters he encountered were all more than 2 kilometers from the border. Even the flame-armored dragons soaring above showed no inclination to approach Jiuzhou. What could be the reason? Lin Yu mused. Have these monsters developed a fear of me? Unconvinced, he pressed on, flying several hundred kilometers west until he exited Province G. Yet still encountered no monsters. Once more, he gazed skyward, pondering, could they have heard me? Surely they wouldn't hold a grudge. Lin Yu harbored serious doubts that his earlier taunts had led to the game mechanics taking offense and subsequently directing the monsters away from the border. He continued westward for another 100 kilometers, yet still found nothing. Forget it. It seems I have been targeted, Lin Yu sighed. He was convinced that his exploits had been discovered by the game's rules. Continuing down this path would yield no fruitful results. Not wanting to waste any more time, he retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Dayong's number, stating, "You can return to the base. I will fly home myself." After hanging up, Lin Yu reflected on his earlier choice to fly here. Initially, he wanted to experience the thrill of piloting a fighter jet and perhaps indulge in a bit of laziness. However, his mood was now poor, and he longed for a battle against a 9-headed flame-armored dragon. Yet, circumstances did not permit it. So he opted for high-speed flight to alleviate his frustration. Moreover, Lin Yu's maximum speed reached an impressive Mach 2, hardly slower than a fighter jet, and it spared him the need for vehicle transport. He activated his phone's navigation, ensuring he was headed in the direction of home. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, creating a series of sonic booms. Lin Yu's hometown, a fertile region renowned for its abundant crayfish, lay over 1,000 kilometers from the border. In just half an hour, he returned to hover above his hometown. Even from 1,000 meters in the air, he spotted his 2-story house. Wisps of smoke curled from the chimney, indicating that his mother, Zhang Xiuji, was already preparing dinner. After confirming that the area was clear, Lin Yu swiftly descended into the courtyard, making his way to the kitchen. "Mom, I'm home," he whispered. Zhang Xiuji turned upon hearing the voice and was pleasantly surprised to see her son at the door. "Xiaoyu, you're back so soon," she exclaimed. "I thought you wouldn't return today." "I finished my tasks and came back," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "What delicious dish are you making?" In that moment, upon seeing his mother, all his worries dissipated. The evolution points were inconsequential. Nothing could compare to a meal prepared by his mother. "I made your favorite braised pork," Zhang Xiuji said with a smile. "Your father has gone to work in the fields. Why don't you call him back?" "All right," Lin Yu replied. Upon receiving Lin Yu's call, Lin Damao hastily abandoned his work in the fields and rushed home, while Lin Ming hurried down the stairs. The family of 4 reunited. On the 3rd day following the monumental changes in the world, a rare opportunity arose to savor a reunion meal. After dining, Lin Yu inquired, "Father, do we still have any grain seeds at home?" Lin Damao chuckled. "What a question. I've spent my entire life farming. How could we possibly be without seeds? But tell me, what do you need them for?" "I have my own grand plans," Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile. "Please, procure some grain seeds for me. Any kind will do." "Very well. Wait here while I fetch them from the granary." With that, Lin Damao set aside his bowl and chopsticks and made his way to the granary. "Brother, what do you need the grain seeds for?" Lin Ming inquired curiously. "You're not even learning to farm." "To resolve the impending food crisis," Lin Yu replied with a grin. "Food crisis?" Lin Ming was perplexed. Soon, Lin Damao returned with 2 baskets, filled with small containers of rice, wheat, corn, soybeans, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. It was the early days of summer, and such items were abundant in the countryside. "Xiaoyu, the seeds are here. What do you intend to do with them?" Lin Damao asked. "Just watch, father," Lin Yu replied with a gentle smile. In his mind, Lin Yu silently commanded the system, "Please consume 10 evolution points for each type of grain seed before me to evolve them." Insufficient evolution points. Are you jesting with me? Over 1,000 evolution points are insufficient? There are a total of 1,212 grains of seeds, requiring 12,120 evolution points for their evolution. Lin Yu was taken aback, unsure whether to question the system's intelligence or his own communication skills. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, he reiterated, "System, please consume 10 evolution points for each type of grain seed to evolve them." This should be clear enough. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained beginner-level black iron rice seeds, yielding 10,000 pounds per acre. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained intermediate-level black iron potatoes, yielding 30,000 pounds per acre. Evolution successful. All the grains evolved successfully, except for the potatoes and sweet potatoes, which advanced to intermediate black iron level, yielding 6 times more. The other grains only reached beginner black iron level, yielding 5 times more. All set, Lin Yu exclaimed, effortlessly resolving the food crisis that had plagued the Jiuzhou authorities. His spirits lifted. Lin Yu enjoyed a peaceful 2-day respite at home, relishing the fleeting holiday. However, after breakfast on the 3rd day, a call from Zhou Tai interrupted his tranquility. "City Lord, the nationwide recruitment has concluded, and we have selected 10,000 reserve members. Additionally, I have gathered the Daozong Buddhist scriptures you requested, which are now at the Jiangxing base." "Understood," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I will head over immediately." Upon hearing Lin Yu conclude the call, his parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, began to suspect the nature of his impending journey. "Xiaoyu, are you leaving?" Zhang Xiuji inquired. "Yes, the recruitment has ended. and I must select the final 800 warriors before heading to the battlefield, Lin Yu explained. But there are still 5 days left, right? Zhang Xiuji lamented. The remaining time will be spent organizing personnel and fortifying city defenses. We cannot afford any delays. Lin Yu clarified. Enough. Xiao Yu is going to protect Jiuzhou City. You, as a woman, should not hinder him, Linda Mao stated sternly. Xiao Yu, finish your meal and depart swiftly. Protect Jiuzhou City. We are your steadfast support. Rest assured, father, with me here, Jiuzhou shall remain safe. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Brother, please be careful. I will be watching your live broadcasts, Lin Meng said softly. Take good care of our parents at home, Lin Yu said, affectionately ruffling Lin Meng's hair before departing. Bidding farewell to his parents and younger sister, Lin Yu soared into the sky, hastening towards Jiangxing, where 800 comrades awaited him. Chapter 33. Pre-deployment oath ceremony. Lin Yu's hometown was a mere 200 kilometers from the Jiangxing base. In just 5 minutes, he reached the base's airspace. Unlike 3 days prior, the base was now bustling with activity. Military vehicles and trucks continuously transported supplies to the teleportation array. Lin Yu gently descended, making his way to the barracks where he had previously met with Zhou Tai and Lu Defa. Soldiers passing by greeted Lin Yu with excitement, and he reciprocated their admiration. Upon entering the barracks, Lin Yu found Zhou Tai and Lu Defa already present. Noting Lin Yu's swift arrival, Zhou Tai wasted no time and stated directly, City Lord. The list and resumes of the 10,000 reserve warriors are on the computer. Please review them. You all have been quite efficient, Lin Yu remarked. Speed is of the essence. I mobilized over 1,000 personnel and worked tirelessly for 2 days and nights to finalize this list, Zhou Tai replied. Lin Yu observed Zhou Tai's heavy dark circles, recognizing the truth in his words. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yu said as he approached the computer. The 1,000 resumes were meticulously organized, categorized by profession. Lin Yu simply needed to select the first batch of 800 most suitable warriors based on the information provided. Zhang Jike, national-level athlete, gold medalist. Accepted. Yuan Qingji, Ph.D., from the Agricultural Academy. Accepted. Li Changsheng, dual Ph.D., in physical chemistry from Qingbei University. Accepted. Yi Qingmei, Ph.D., in biology from Qingbei University. Accepted. Yi Hang, a renowned online author. Accepted as well, Lin Yu mused. The creativity and imagination of an online author might just lead to the evolution of a unique path. After advancing to intermediate gold level, Lin Yu's combat capabilities were unparalleled, and his brain had undergone profound development, allowing him to process information at a rate rivaling any supercomputer. He could sift through a resume in less than a second. Within 2 hours, he had reviewed all 1,000 resumes. I've selected 799 individuals. Let us include Zhao Daong as well, Lin Yu stated. When will these individuals arrive? All 10,000 reserve warriors have been transported to Jiangxing and are currently accommodated in the residential buildings surrounding the base, Zhou Tai answered. Excellent. Once they arrive, we will hold a deployment ceremony. It is crucial to broadcast this nationwide. They have sacrificed everything for Jiuzhou and deserve recognition, Lin Yu declared. Understood. I will take care of it immediately, Zhou Tai affirmed, preparing to leave. Wait a moment, Lin Yu interrupted. I brought you a gift. He then produced a basket of grain seeds stored in a jade bottle. Zhou Tai gazed at the baskets of seeds, puzzled. What is this? Yesterday, I heard Zhao Daong mention that the domestic situation is not favorable, with food and energy being scarce, so I cultivated some high-yield grain seeds at home. Lin Yu explained with a smile. High-yield grain seeds? Zhou Tai asked, intrigued. By how much has the yield increased? Not much, just 5 to 6 times the original output. Lin Yu replied with a light chuckle. What? 5 to 6 times? Zhou Tai exclaimed, quickly grabbing a handful of rice seeds to examine closely. The seeds indeed possess a slightly larger granule than ordinary ones. Yet are you truly convinced they can yield 5 to 6 times the output? Zhou Tai remained incredulous. 5 to 6 times the yield, wouldn't that translate to an astonishing 10,000 pounds per acre? And as for these potatoes, are you suggesting an acre could produce 20 to 30,000 pounds? If this holds true, what need would there be for a food crisis? Even if the population of Jiuzhou were to double, we could easily sustain them. I could even transform into a giant several hundred meters tall. What do 5 to 6 times the yield signify? Lin Yu retorted with exasperation. Zhou Tai was left speechless, recognizing the validity in Lin Yu's reasoning. Standing at 1.8 meters, Lin Yu could metamorphose into a towering figure of over 300 meters. Thus, enhancing food production 5 to 6-fold seemed entirely plausible. My lord, while old Zhou may doubt you, I place my faith in you, Lu Defa interjected. I shall instruct the agricultural scientists to plant these seeds at once. Very well. I have resolved the issue of food, but I find myself at a loss regarding the energy dilemma, Lin Yu admitted with resignation. Actually, There may be a solution. Zhou suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Lin Yu inquired, his expression one of confusion. The dragon meat you previously brought back has yielded several barrels of dragon blood after processing, Zhou explained, and we unexpectedly discovered that dragon blood is combustible. It burns. Indeed. Moreover, its combustion efficiency surpasses that of standard gasoline by tenfold. If you could procure more dragon blood, it would alleviate the energy crisis to some extent. Zhou asserted earnestly. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had intended to make blood tofu from the dragon blood, yet it could ignite. It appeared that blood tofu would no longer be an option. Understood. I shall endeavor to preserve the entire carcass of the flame-armored dragon and bring back the dragon blood for you. Thank you, my lord, Zhou beamed. If there is nothing further, I shall gather the 800 warriors. Very well. Zhou departed, leaving Lin Yu and Lu Defo with their 4 companions. Lin Yu suddenly asked. It has been 3 days. What is the current situation abroad? During his 3 days at home, he had merely shared meals and conversations with his parents and younger sister, idly playing mahjong, while also attending to the village's myriad relatives. He had paid little attention to the overseas scenario. The situation abroad is quite grim. Lu Defo replied solemnly. The initial waves of monsters were terrestrial, which some smaller nations could barely manage. However, the third wave, featuring the flame-armored dragons, possesses the ability to fly and breathe fire, wreaking significant havoc and resulting in substantial losses for the air forces of various nations. As of this morning, over 50 countries have been annihilated, leaving only 58 nations, including Jiuzhou. The global death toll has surpassed 12 billion. Major powers like the Mealy Nation and the Sunset Nation, after initiating several nuclear strikes, find themselves in a slightly improved position. Yet, they have begun constructing underground bases to prepare for guerrilla warfare against the monsters, Lu Defo concluded. The expressions of those present grew exceedingly grave. Lin Yu had not anticipated humanity's vulnerability in the face of such monstrous threats. The fate of other nations is beyond our control, Lin Yu reassured. What we must focus on is safeguarding the 3 billion compatriots of Jiuzhou. Should we falter, Jiuzhou's fate would mirror theirs. Come, let us meet our brave warriors of Jiuzhou. Lin Yu steadied his emotions and strode out of the barracks. At that moment, Zhou had assembled all 800 warriors in the parking lot, each clad in military garb, their expressions solemn, regardless of their previous identities, be they students or workers. Once they stepped onto the battlefield, they transformed into the valiant soldiers of Jiuzhou, deserving of the respect of every citizen. Zhou had prepared for a nationwide live broadcast. This was a rallying assembly of departure. It aimed not only to uplift the spirits of the 800 warriors, but also to ignite the indomitable will of the 3 billion citizens of Jiuzhou. Lin Yu approached the 800 warriors, surveying them with satisfaction. Just a glance revealed that these individuals were not those who feared for their lives. The ancestors of Jiuzhou had endured countless tribulations, their blood staining every inch of Jiuzhou's soil, achieving victory after victory to establish this beautiful and formidable nation. Now, the battlefield is besieged by thousands of monsters seeking to breach the defenses of Jiuzhou City and invade our homeland. Will you permit this? Lin Yu shouted with fervor. His resonant voice echoed throughout the base, reverberating across the entirety of Jiang City. We will not permit it. We will not permit it. We will not permit it. Not only the 800 warriors, but all soldiers present, alongside over 9,000 reserve warriors outside the base, roared in unison. Their thunderous cries rivaled Lin Yu's own. Observing the spirited 800 warriors before him, Lin Yu smiled with relief. The morale was palpable. Let us depart. Chapter 34. The Transformation of Jiuzhou City, the Golden Grade National Flag. Lin Yu lacked the gift of oratory. The passionate oath he had just delivered was learned spontaneously from a television drama. Fortunately, the outcome was commendable. The morale of the 800 warriors had been ignited completely. They marched with vigorous strides, closely following Lin Yu. Although their formation had only been established for a brief moment, it remained orderly, as they were all highly educated individuals. Their month-long military training during university had left an indelible mark upon them. Once donned in military attire, that long-lost familiarity allowed them to swiftly reconnect with the sensations of their training days, with Lin Yu as their guiding instructor. The unit of 800 traversed the entirety of the base step by step. Every soldier within the base halted their tasks and stood at attention, silently bidding farewell to the departing 800 warriors. Among these warriors were youthful men and women in the prime of their lives, as well as seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms. Regardless of their past identities, in this moment, they stood as the most courageous soldiers of Jiuzhou. They were about to depart from their hometowns, leaving behind parents, spouses, and children to defend Jiuzhou's gates, with the possibility of never returning. They merited the respect of every citizen of Jiuzhou. The 3 billion citizens of the nation, at this very moment, beheld for the first time the 800 warriors representing Jiuzhou. These are the warriors of Jiuzhou, our heroes. Heroes, may your journey be safe. We await your triumphant return in Jiuzhou. A man wields his sword for Jiuzhou, slaying all foreign beasts to protect his homeland. Warriors, please accept the reverence of countless compatriots of Jiuzhou. The spirits of the 800 warriors inspired the entire nation of 3 billion. At that moment, across the vast expanse of nearly 10 million square kilometers of Jiuzhou territory, innumerable individuals paused in their labors, whether gazing at the colossal screens in the square, or at their computers, or at their phones, bowing deeply. The base, though not extensive, was traversed swiftly by Lin Yu, leading the 800 warriors to the front of the teleportation array within 5 minutes. Observing the mountain-like pile of supplies atop the teleportation array, Lin Yu gently raised his hand and commanded, "Halt." At once, the 800 warriors came to a halt. Turning his head, Lin Yu smiled and addressed them, "Warriors, remain on standby. I will first transport the supplies." According to the regulations for the second phase of internal testing, the city lord could traverse freely between the city and the national home without any restrictions. Thus, Lin Yu instructed Zhou Tai to prepare as many strategic resources as possible. Zhou Tai was unreserved in his efforts, knowing well that in Blue Star, the weapons of the Jiuzhou would likely never see use again. Therefore, everything was sent to the battlefield of myriad races to obliterate those monstrous creatures. Consequently, an abundance of weapons, medical supplies, and daily necessities filled the teleportation array. Among the items, Lin Yu counted 10 nuclear bombs. Even more astonishingly, 2 armed helicopters were stationed atop the array. With a swift leap, Lin Yu arrived at the teleportation array, softly uttering, "Teleport." Immediately, a beam of light descended from the heavens, and Lin Yu, along with all the supplies, vanished from sight. On the battlefield of myriad races, in Jiuzhou City, amidst the flickering light, Lin Yu and the supplies materialized at the teleportation array in front of the Lord's mansion. As he surveyed the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Yu felt a surge of confusion. Why does Jiuzhou City feel different? He murmured to himself. Ascending to a height of over 100 meters, he surveyed the entirety of Jiuzhou City. No wonder it felt different. The city had expanded significantly, though whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. Lin Yu mused solemnly. Previously, Jiuzhou City spanned a mere square kilometer, but now, the distance between the eastern and western gates stretched an impressive 5 kilometers, with the overall area increasing more than 6-fold. The height of the city walls had also risen from the original 10 meters to a staggering 100. It was clear that more aircraft and armored vehicles needed to be transported, as well as communication equipment. While Lin Yu was exceptionally swift, he had to consider the practical situation of the 800 warriors. Without aircraft and vehicles, by the time they reached the city gates, the gates would likely have already been breached by the monsters. Having discerned the changes in Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu wasted no time and began relocating all the supplies from the teleportation array to a nearby open area. To facilitate the transport, Lin Yu employed his skill of manipulating the heavens and the earth, transforming into a giant. He then summoned both Jiuling and Yuan Sheng. Through their collaborative efforts, all the supplies were stacked neatly aside within mere minutes. After reverting to his normal size, Lin Yu returned to the teleportation array. Standing before the 800 warriors, he commanded, "All present, enter the teleportation array." The warriors promptly obeyed, marching in unison into the array. Lin Yu followed suit, reiterating, "This is my final reminder. Once you step onto the battlefield of myriad races, the danger of death looms at all times. Once teleported, there will be no opportunity for regrets. Are you prepared to sacrifice yourselves for Jiuzhou?" "For Jiuzhou, we would die 1,000 deaths without regret." The 800 warriors replied in unison, their voices resounding throughout the entire base. "All present, left face." Lin Yu continued to issue commands. The warriors collectively turned, and before them, 100 meters away, the flag of Jiuzhou fluttered high. It symbolized over a century of honor for Jiuzhou. "Salute." With a single command, all present, including Lin Yu, the 800 warriors, and the onlookers Zhou Tai, Lu Defa, and several hundred ordinary soldiers, stood tall and saluted the Jiuzhou flag with solemn reverence. "Teleport," Lin Yu whispered. Once again, a radiant light enveloped them, and Lin Yu, along with the 800 warriors, vanished from Jiuzhou. Before the screen, countless citizens wept silently for them. When the 800 warriors first appeared in Jiuzhou City, there was no commotion. Lin Yu felt quite satisfied with their reaction. "Zhao Daong, step forward." Lin Yu called. "Yes." Zhao Daong jogged out of formation. "Zhao Daong, you will lead the warriors to organize and store all the supplies, then move them into the Lord's mansion. I will return to Jiuzhou for a moment." Lin Yu instructed. "Understood, my lord," Zhao Daong replied, efficiently rallying the others to begin organizing the supplies. Lin Yu then returned to Jiangxing base. Upon seeing Lin Yu's return, Zhou Tai inquired, Did the Lord forget something? Indeed, Lin Yu had forgotten one item. He smiled and walked directly towards the flag. With one hand gripping the flagpole, he effortlessly extracted the nearly 30-meter-long pole. Grinning at Zhou Tai, he remarked, "I forgot this." Zhou Tai, seeing this, bore no resentment, saying, "It is indeed essential to bring the national flag. I had overlooked it earlier." "No matter," Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Jiuzhou City has undergone some changes. Its area has increased more than sixfold, so we will need a substantial number of vehicles, helicopters, and communication equipment. Very well. I will promptly arrange for them from various bases, Zhou Tai responded. All right, I will take my leave. I will return for supplies before the internal testing begins. Lin Yu stated, with 4 days remaining until the internal testing commenced, there was ample time. When Lin Yu returned to Jiuzhou City once more, the crowd looked on with excitement at Lin Yu, who held the national flag. With the symbol of Jiuzhou in their midst, even on the battlefield beyond their realm, they no longer felt like a solitary force. They had become an indomitable army with roots and a soul. Gazing at the soaring flag, Lin Yu had already formulated a plan. System, expend 10 evolution points to evolve the flag, flagpole, and rope collectively. Lin Yu had grown increasingly familiar with the system. Its powerful capabilities, however, were accompanied by a lack of intelligence, necessitating clear expressions during evolution. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the golden primary national flag. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the golden primary flagpole. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the golden primary rope. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the golden primary luck artifact. Where did this luck artifact come from? Lin Yu pondered in confusion. Chapter 35, The Golden Dragon of Luck. Lin Yu urges marriage. Lin Yu had not anticipated that a single evolution would yield 3 pieces of golden primary equipment. However, he was perplexed by the nature of this luck artifact. System, what is this luck artifact? Where did it originate? Lin Yu inquired. The luck artifact can suppress the luck of a race. Any race across the myriad realms, as long as their luck does not dissipate, will not be completely exterminated. The flagpole, national flag, and rope in the host's possession can be combined to form a luck artifact. Now Lin Yu understood. The set of 3 items he held had indeed combined into a cohesive ensemble. Lin Yu opened his personal panel in the system. Soon, the equipment section was located. Jiuzhou National Flag Set. Golden Primary Fortune Artifact. Capable of suppressing the fortune of Jiuzhou. Current fortune is a golden dragon, 100 zhong long. The Jiuzhou national flag suppresses the fortune of the entire Jiuzhou nation and Jiuzhou City. Upon its emergence, the golden dragon of fortune stretches an impressive 100 zhong, symbolizing the flourishing fortune of the Jiuzhou nation. Lin Yu gazed up at the flagpole and national flag in his hand, originally standing at nearly 30 meters. The flagpole had now risen to almost 300 meters. The national flag itself measured over 20 meters in both length and width, fluttering majestically in the wind. The surrounding 800 warriors were not surprised by this transformation. After all, Lin Yu had transformed into a being over 300 meters tall, making a flagpole of 200 to 300 meters quite reasonable. Lin Yu approached the Lord's mansion, flagpole in hand. The area that once held 2 stone lions was now reduced to 2 stone pedestals. With a swift kick, Lin Yu toppled the pedestals and firmly planted the national flag into the ground. Instantly, an invisible wave rapidly spread outward, soon enveloping the entirety of Jiuzhou City. The wave passed through the teleportation array, reaching the vast expanse of Jiuzhou. Over 3 billion people across Jiuzhou suddenly heard a resounding dragon's roar echoing in their minds. What just happened? Did I hear a dragon's roar? Yes, I heard it too. Without a doubt, it was the work of the God of Universe. I heard the sound the moment he planted the national flag. Regardless of what the sound is, anything produced by the God of Universe must be something extraordinary. If someone were to gaze down upon Blue Star from outer space at that moment, they would see flames erupting across the entire planet, smoke billowing everywhere. Yet, above Jiuzhou, a delicate golden membrane enveloped the sky, with 100 zhong long golden dragon phantom gliding gracefully above, keeping all the smoke at bay. With the national flag firmly in place, Lin Yu clapped his hands in satisfaction before seeking out Zhao Daong. How is the inventory check progressing? Lin Yu inquired. City Lord. The inventory has been completed, Zhao Daong replied with a respectful bow. Aside from the aircraft and large weaponry, all remaining supplies have been moved to the Lord's mansion. Excellent. Lin Yu responded with a smile. Gather everyone. I have matters to discuss. Before long, all 800 warriors had assembled. Lin Yu surveyed the spirited and determined faces before him and smiled gently. There is no need to be so solemn. I am not a stern instructor. Let us all relax a bit. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the tension in the crowd noticeably eased. Lin Yu, observing this, playfully asked, Do you know why I called for a nationwide recruitment, and why I chose 400 males and 400 females? The crowd exchanged glances, remaining silent. Only Zhao Daong, who was more familiar with Lin Yu, spoke up. City Lord, why? Lin Yu shot Zhao Daong a satisfied glance. Exactly. You possess the potential of a good supporting character. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward for me to speak alone. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu continued, as you know, each city lord can only bring 800 warriors to the battlefield of myriad races. Unless someone falls in battle, we cannot replenish our ranks with fresh blood. However, the battles ahead will last for decades, even centuries. The enemies we face will not only be those colossal monsters, but also the myriad races from countless realms. Relying solely on 800 individuals is utterly insufficient. Therefore he paused, a slight smile adorning his lips. A great man once said, if you wish to prosper, first build roads. Having more children is akin to raising pigs. While we may not raise pigs, as for children, as I reviewed your resumes, it appears many of you stated that you are single, divorced, or widowed. Surely, no one has fabricated their circumstances, right? Upon hearing this, reactions among the crowd varied. Some looked enlightened, others appeared shocked, and some were indifferent. City Lord, we came to the battlefield to slay monsters, not to have children. A young woman exclaimed loudly. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the speaker. You must be Mao Bai, a nurse, if I recall correctly, he said with a smile. Mao Bai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Yu recognized her instantly and even remembered her profession. Feeling flattered, she defiantly replied, City Lord, I was a nurse before coming here, but now, I am merely a warrior. I am here to slay monsters and protect Jiuzhou. My parents pressured me to marry back home. And now here I am being urged again. Her voice trailed off, overwhelmed with emotion. Rest assured, Lin Yu reassured her, in Jiuzhou City, outside of defending our territory, no one will compel you to do anything against your will. As for marriage and having children, you may choose to unite with someone you admire, and I will officiate your wedding. If, amidst all these people, you find no one to your liking, I shall not force you. I am not one to impose such matters upon others. However, he believed that after enduring numerous life and death battles, it was inevitable that sparks of love would ignite between these young men and women. Hence, he held no concerns regarding this issue. Upon Lin Yu's conclusion, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. At that moment, among the throng, Li Changxing's eyes brightened as he stole a glance at Yi Qingmei, who sat less than 10 meters away. Yi Qingmei sensed Li Changxing's gaze, smiled gently, and then shyly lowered her head. At that moment, a bold girl shouted, City Lord, can I bear your children? The crowd erupted into playful cheers. Agree to her. Agree to her. Agree to her. Not only the 800 assembled warriors, but also countless citizens from Jiuzhou, watching the live broadcast, echoed the sentiment. Agree to her. Agree to her. Lin Yu, having never faced such a public declaration, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Silence. Do not interrupt. Lin Yu feigned authority. Why am I being dragged into your discussions about marriage and children? I have no time for such things. City Lord, that is not fair. You encourage everyone to marry and have children, yet you do not set an example. It's hard to gain respect like this. Indeed, City Lord, you should lead by example. Only after you marry and have children can everyone else follow suit. After the earlier commotion, the crowd had set aside their reverence for Lin Yu. The once lofty figure, akin to a deity, now resembled a longtime friend. Moreover, with mostly young people present, the hierarchical distance was less pronounced. The atmosphere quickly shifted to one of camaraderie, as though they were at a gathering rather than a battlefield. Lin Yu welcomed their openness and lightheartedness, choosing not to intervene. After a round of laughter, Lin Yu redirected the conversation. The matter of having children is entirely voluntary. Now, let us discuss serious business. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention serious matters, the crowd promptly ceased their playful banter, their expressions turning grave as they focused intently on him. Among your group of 800 individuals, aside from 100 elite special forces soldiers and 50 female warriors, the remainder are ordinary people. Therefore, over the next 4 days, I shall instruct these soldiers to train all of you, ensuring that by the end of this period, you will have mastered the usage of all weaponry. Furthermore, there will be training in close combat and the art of wielding cold weapons. Report. Zhao Daong suddenly interjected. Speak. Lord City. Although our physical prowess has significantly improved after 3 enhancements, in close-quarter combat using cold weapons, we are unlikely to match those monstrous foes, Zhao Daong continued. Thus, I believe we should primarily focus on the training of modern weaponry. You make a valid point, Lin Yu replied. Given your current physical condition, it is indeed challenging to confront the monsters directly. After a brief pause, Lin Yu shifted his tone. But, do you not aspire to become as formidable as I am? What? Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement. Chapter 36. Evolution of all, Supreme Bloodlines of the Worlds. Lin Yu's power was beyond question. Whether it was cleaving a 100-jong abyss with a single shot or transforming into a towering giant to rend a colossal dragon. Alongside his abilities to soar through the skies and summon dragon souls, he was revered as a being akin to ancient deities in the eyes of the 800 warriors. Yet now, Lin Yu proclaimed that one day, they too could attain such strength as his. How could this not stir their excitement? Lord City, is it true? Can we truly become as powerful as you? Asked the previously dissenting Mao Bai, her voice brimming with eagerness. Absolutely. Lin Yu smiled. However, I can only grant you an opportunity. The extent of your growth will ultimately depend on your own fortunes. Lin Yu had 10 evolution points left. And after giving each person one evolution, he would still have 210 remaining. That was more than sufficient. As for their subsequent paths of evolution and cultivation, that would indeed rest on their individual destinies. Upon receiving Lin Yu's affirmative response, everyone was filled with exhilaration. No one yearned for power more than in this perilous realm of warfare among myriad races. All present, stand at attention. Lin Yu boomed. When I call your name, step forward to receive your starter gift pack. Zhao Daong. Present. Zhao Daong marched in precise steps before Lin Yu, extending his hands. Lin Yu placed his hands upon Zhao Daong's calloused palms, silently invoking. System, expend 1 evolution point to evolve Zhao Daong once. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Zhao Daong has acquired 1/1000th of the ancient Saint Body Bloodline. Current level, Black Iron Beginner. The holy body of the Sun Emperor, quite impressive. Another formidable warrior gained. Lin Yu thought with joy, inquiring. How do you feel? Lord City, I feel an eruption of power within my veins. My strength has increased tenfold or more. Zhao Daong clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. I have just activated a trace of your ancient Saint Body Bloodline. If you can awaken the entirety of the Holy Body Bloodline, you could contend with an emperor. Lin Yu declared. An emperor? Zhao Daong's face reflected astonishment. Though he did not fully grasp the difference in combat prowess between an emperor and this evolution game, he was certain it was formidable. Zhao Daong bowed earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord City, for your guidance. Very well, you may step back. Lin Yu waved his hand. Next, Mao Bai. Though Mao Bai had previously opposed him, Lin Yu held a favorable impression of her. Mao Bai swiftly approached Lin Yu, extending her hands with eager anticipation in her eyes. Lin Yu placed his hands atop hers. System, expend 1 evolution point to evolve Mao Bai once. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Mao Bai has acquired 1/1000th of the Earth Mother Ancestor, which bloodline, current level, Black Iron Beginner. How intriguing. No wonder she dared to challenge Lin Yu. It turns out she harbored the bloodline of the Ancestor Witch. The Ancestor Witch embodies a fearless spirit, unyielding to heaven or earth. Apart from the Father God Pangu, she regards none. With her possessing the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch bloodline and myself the Pangu Bloodline, could I not consider myself her father? Lin Yu mused. How unexpectedly I have gained a daughter. His gaze towards Mao Bai softened with warmth as he patiently elucidated the formidable aspects of the Ancestor Witch bloodline. Subsequently, Mao Bai returned to her formation, her face radiating excitement. Following this, the 800 warriors stepped forward one by one to claim the starter gift packs prepared by Lin Yu. After completing the evolution for 100 warriors, Lin Yu felt the process was becoming somewhat time-consuming. Reluctantly, he abandoned the ceremonial aspect and conducted a collective evolution for the remaining 700 individuals. Soon, a series of successful evolution notifications echoed in his mind. Had he not possessed great strength, he might have been rendered dizzy by the system. Fortunately, the results of the evolution were quite promising. Perhaps bolstered by the auspicious presence of the 9 provinces Golden Dragon, the fortune of all present was commendable. Many evolved into unique abilities, some more powerful than others. For instance, Li Changsheng evolved the Sun Body Bloodline, Yi Qingmei obtained the Moon Body Bloodline, and Yuan Qingji acquired the Shinong Bloodline. Beyond these supreme bloodlines, several individuals manifested special abilities. A young man named Wan Qi gained the power to manipulate magnetic fields, while another named Richard developed telepathy. Surprisingly, a middle-aged scholar named Zhang Shizhong even took strides towards evolving into a mechanical life form. What astonished Lin Yu the most was a network writer named Yi Hang, who evolved the ability of corpse control. It was uncertain whether this struggling writer hailed from Xiangxi. Lin Yu envisioned the future scenario of the 9 provinces embarking on campaigns across the myriad realms. Leading the charge would be legions of zombies, perfectly matched against the monstrous foes. Lin Yu even approached Yi Hang, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and earnestly stated, Yi Hang, the task of cleansing the battlefield shall henceforth be entrusted to you. Yi Hang immediately felt a sense of discomfort akin to constipation. Others had either top-tier bloodlines or elemental control abilities, while he was bestowed with the ability to control corpses. The mere thought of dealing with corpses daily sent shivers down his spine. Yihang dejectedly replied, Lord City, I understand. Do not be so disheartened, Lin Yu consoled. Among all present, I have the utmost confidence in you. Consider this, when battling the monsters, if you command an army of thousands of zombies, you could annihilate all foes single-handedly. How magnificent is that? Yihang's eyes brightened at this realization. Indeed, while others must engage directly in combat, I need only control the zombies, ensuring both safety and ease. A wave of positivity washed over Yihang. With such a potent ability, and the Lord City placing such trust in him, what more could he desire? Until Lin Yu approached another individual, he continued to encourage, do not be disheartened. Among all present, I have the utmost confidence in you. The expression on Yihang's face shifted rapidly between joy and sorrow. My lord, I am right beside you. Could you not deceive the people in such a public manner? He exclaimed. Who would believe such words spoken before so many? Lin Yu, however, paid no mind to their belief. What mattered to him was that he believed it himself. He held each individual present in high regard. After elucidating their respective abilities, he proceeded to categorize them into groups based on their skills, the combat group and the logistics group. The combat group comprised a total of 608 individuals, while the logistics group consisted of 192. The combat group was further divided into 4 smaller factions, each corresponding to one of the city gates, whereas the logistics group was segmented into 5 smaller units based on differing functions. Zhao Daong was appointed as the leader of the combat group, while Yuan Qingji, whose Shinong bloodline was ill-suited for battle, was designated as the leader of the logistics group, where he could cultivate farmland and medicinal fields within Jiuzhou City. Lin Yu also brought along a small number of evolved food seeds, which were perfectly suited to be entrusted to him. During the assignment of duties, a minor incident occurred. Following the awakening of her Tuzu witch bloodline, Mao Bai became bolder and more combative, audaciously challenging Zhao Daong for the leadership of the combat group. Regrettably, despite both possessing top-tier bloodlines and equal strength levels, the combat experience of a seasoned soldier far surpassed that of an ordinary nurse. With a single move, Mao Bai was brought down. Rising again, she issued a defiant proclamation, I shall challenge you again. To this, Lin Yu did not object. He welcomed competition as a catalyst for progress and was pleased to witness such positive rivalry. Once the personnel arrangements were complete, Lin Yu stepped before the formation. The novice gift packs have been distributed. Only 4 days remain until the second phase of the internal testing. In the ensuing 4 days, Zhao Daong and the various group leaders would oversee their training, which would encompass the use of modern weaponry and close combat techniques. Zhao Daong, the forthcoming training is entrusted to you. Yes, my lord. Zhao Daong replied with robust enthusiasm. Lin Yu, lacking any knowledge of training, deemed it prudent to leave it to the professionals. As for participating in the learning process, he echoed an old saying of Lao Li's, learn? What nonsense. Modern weaponry held no utility for him, and conventional combat techniques failed to pique his interest. He believed that the time spent learning could be better invested in devising his own martial arts and skills. Having concluded the training arrangements, Lin Yu made his way to the Lord's Manor. Upon opening 2 large chests according to the supply list, he found them filled with weathered books. He casually picked one up, which happened to be the Yin Fu Jing. Chapter 37 detailed martial arts secrets and practical simulations. The history of Jiuzhou, spanning over 5 millennia, is rich with cultural heritage, from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors establishing moral order to the unification of the realm under Qin's rule, culminating in the advent of modern technological advancement. Throughout the ages, a plethora of classical works have emerged. The Yin Fu Jing, authored by the ancient Yellow Emperor, begins with the principles of observing the celestial way and concludes with the techniques of yin and yang. The entire text comprises merely over 3,000 words, elucidating the ways of heaven, earth, and humanity, an unparalleled treasure of Jiuzhou culture. Lin Yu mused, I wonder what form this book will evolve into. System. Expend 1 evolution point to enhance the Yin Fu Jing. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the bronze-level primary martial art, Yin Fu Jing. Yin Fu Jing, bronze-level primary martial art. Mastery at the level of bronze primary is achievable. A surge of excitement filled Lin Yu's heart. He hastily opened the Yin Fu Jing, which had transformed from a slim volume of over 3,000 words into a significantly thicker tome. The newly added content elaborated on the path of cultivation, detailing the communication with the elemental energies of heaven and earth, the inhalation of qi into the body, and the strengthening of oneself, with explicit descriptions guiding practitioners from the rudimentary level to black iron and ultimately to bronze. It was a remarkably balanced and harmonious martial art. Anyone with a primary school education could comprehend it, and anyone could cultivate it as long as there was access to the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Although the highest attainable level was bronze, This was inconsequential. As long as evolution points were available, it would inevitably evolve into a divine-grade martial art. Lin Yu then selected over a dozen classics, including the Tao Te Ching, I Ching, and I Jin Jing, and evolved each one, reaping immense rewards. The Tao Te Ching evolved into a bronze-level primary martial art for cultivating the path of yin and yang. The I Ching transformed into a bronze-level primary martial art for deducing heavenly secrets. The evolution of the I Jin Jing was the most satisfying for Lin Yu, evolving into an auxiliary martial art capable of condensing bloodline density and enhancing one's aptitude, perfect for the 800 warriors. After all, Lin Yu lacked the surplus evolution points to upgrade each individual, but with the aid of the I Jin Jing, they could fortify their own bloodlines, eventually culminating in the manifestation of complete top-tier bloodlines. At that point, leading hundreds or even thousands of beings with top-tier bloodlines possessing divine and imperial combat prowess across the realms would no longer be a dream. Having resolved matters related to martial arts, Lin Yu then perused various martial arts manuals and modern foundational weaponry instructional books, yielding further gains. Techniques such as the bronze-level primary dragon subduing 18 palms, the bronze-level primary cloud ladder, and the bronze-level primary Luo family spear were all exceptionally suited to him. He then selectively chose suitable martial arts for the 800 warriors, expending a total of 20 evolution points. Next, Lin Yu opened a chest filled with medical supplies, which contained 100 bottles of glucose solution. He had not forgotten the days of relying on the life spring water to subsist in Jiuzhou City during the first phase. This box of glucose solution served as the raw material for evolving life spring water. System: expend 100 evolution points to evolve all 100 bottles of glucose solution at once. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 98 bottles of bronze-level primary glucose solution and 2 bottles of golden-level life spring water. Bronze-level primary glucose solution cures all ailments. Lin Yu gazed at the description of the item, feeling a wave of exasperation. While he held no doubts about the authenticity of the system's products, the phrase cures all ailments sounded all too much like a fraudulent advertisement. With 90 evolution points remaining, Lin Yu exited the Lord's Manor and upgraded the city gate, which had previously been at the Silver Primary level, to Silver Advanced. He then enhanced the 20-kilometer perimeter of the city wall to Silver Advanced as well. Finally, he allocated the remaining 18 evolution points as rewards to Jiuling and Yuanqing, elevating the levels of the 2 blue lions to Silver Advanced. Thus, Lin Yu had completely exhausted all of his evolution points, leaving not a single one behind. Arriving at the square, he observed Zhao Daong leading the various group leaders in training the crowd. The current training regimen focused on the operation of modern weaponry, including rifles, machine guns, as well as the launch of various mortars and rocket launchers. Lin Yu observed for quite some time, unable to restrain himself any longer. Zhao Daong, you cannot solely impart theoretical knowledge. Live ammunition training is imperative. Yes, City Lord, I shall arrange for live-fire exercises immediately. Zhao Daong replied. However, we may not have sufficient ammunition. What is there to fear regarding a shortage of ammunition? Aside from those few nuclear warheads, you may manufacture as much ammunition as you require. Once it is completed, I will return to the homeland and provide you with whatever quantity you desire, Lin Yu assured. Zhoutai will not be stingy. With that, he offered a knowing smile toward the void. At the Jiangxing base within the Jiuzhou Kingdom, Zhoutai gazed at Lin Yu on the screen, understanding that Lin Yu was conversing with him from afar. He called over his assistant. How is the transportation of weapons and equipment from various armed bases progressing? Zhoutai inquired. Director, the first batch of supplies has arrived. While the second batch is still en route, the assistant replied. Too slow, too slow. Urge them to expedite the process. Zhoutai insisted. Understood, Director. The assistant hurriedly departed. This was also the rationale behind Zhoutai's initial plan to deploy only special forces. The special forces possessed extensive combat experience and required no training. They could engage the enemy directly upon entering the battlefield. However, Lin Yu had his own considerations. If only special forces were selected, the result of evolution would likely yield 800 warriors charging into battle, rather than the current diversity of capabilities, including control over objects, corpses, fire, and water, as well as healing, telepathy, and mechanical life forms. Ensuring individual diversity would greatly broaden the scope of evolution. On the battlefield of myriad races, having received Lin Yu's consent, Zhao Daong felt liberated and commanded his men to fill the ammunition supplies. City Lord, do you know if there is a suitable shooting range within the city? Zhao Daong inquired. Daong, you are still holding back, Lin Yu sighed. As I said, we must simulate real combat. The more authentic, the better. Move the weapons to the city walls, and I shall find 2 monsters for a mock siege. But the internal test has not yet begun. Where will we find monsters? Zhao Daong asked, bewildered. The warriors beside him shared the same puzzled expression, uncertain of where the monsters would come from. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, glancing at the nearby Jiuling and Yuansheng, who were frolicking and laughing. Are there not two right there? Suddenly feeling a chill, Jiuling and Yuansheng noticed Lin Yu and several hundred people gazing at them with ill intent. The two immediately felt a tightening sensation and let out a startled cry. Bolting away. Do not run. Lin Yu shouted. You both are at the advanced silver level, with tough skin and ample flesh. A few shots will not harm you. Jiuling and Yuansheng possessed silver-level strength, comparable to that of the flame-armored dragon, and with their superior bloodlines, they would not perish unless nuclear weapons were employed. Ordinary rifles and missiles would merely tickle them, making them ideal live targets for practice. Although Jiuling and Yuansheng were not afraid of gunfire, they were understandably reluctant to be shot for no reason. They were not foolish. Thus, at that moment, two 100-meter-tall blue lions were dashing about within the Jiuzhou city. Lin Yu leisurely pursued them from behind amidst a cacophony of chaos. The billions of citizens across the Jiuzhou lands witnessed this comical scene. Haha, those two little lions are so unfortunate. They are to be used as live targets by the God of Universe. You call those two little lions? They would not even fit in your gap between teeth. The God of Universe is quite wicked. Those little lions are so pitiful. Those two are formidable. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them, or else the God of Universe would not use them as live targets. After chasing for a while, Lin Yu saw that Jiuling and Yuansheng had created enough commotion. He transformed into his 100-foot form and pinned them to the ground. Behave yourselves. You two will play with them, Lin Yu reassured. The rewards from earlier were not given in vain. Jiuling and Yuansheng emitted pitiful whines, but could only begrudgingly nod in agreement. Chapter 38. Could there be no whine? Despite Jiuling and Yuansheng's advanced silver-level strength and towering stature, they were no different from two huskies in Lin Yu's grasp. Lin Yu held the napes of their necks and marched them toward the eastern city gate. Then with a forceful fling, tossed Jiuling and Yuansheng onto the open ground outside the gate in a rather crude manner. Before long, Zhao Daong arrived at the city gate with over 100 warriors, bearing a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition. All of them possessed black iron-level strength, making it effortless to carry such equipment. Why did you bring only such a small number of people? Lin Yu inquired. City Lord, since this is a drill, we must thoroughly consider every possible approach for monster invasions, Zhao Daong explained. Thus, I have stationed personnel to defend all 4 city walls and 4 gates. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu acknowledged the validity of Zhao Daong's reasoning. Although monsters had consistently invaded through the eastern gate during the first phase, the prompts from the Evolution Games rules indicated that the difficulty of the second phase internal test would significantly increase. After all, the area of the city had expanded 6-fold. It was reasonable to anticipate that the number of monsters would multiply as well, potentially attacking all 4 gates. Zhao Daong's arrangements were therefore not misguided. Lin Yu nodded. Well arranged. I have already informed Jiuling and Yuansheng. They will only passively evade and defend, not truly attack. This drill aims to train your coordination in combat, proficiency in weapon operation, and accuracy in shooting. Yes, City Lord. Ultimately, this was merely a drill, and Lin Yu would not allow Jiuling and Yuansheng to truly attack. Otherwise, the silver-level city walls might not withstand the onslaught. Should any damage occur, Lin Yu had no surplus evolution points for repairs. Zhao Daong and his men worked quickly, setting up all the machine guns and ammunition within a few minutes. Fire! Zhao Daong commanded. Instantly, the weapons of over 100 warriors erupted in a hail of bullets and shells directed at Jiuling and Yuansheng. The 2 blue lions evaded in a panic but were still struck by several bullets and shells. However, after the explosions subsided, aside from their singed fur, Jiuling and Yuansheng sustained no injuries. Upon realizing they were unscathed, Jiuling joyfully spun in place, then turned its rear toward the crowd on the city wall, provocatively flicking its tail. Though the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. Observing this, Zhao Daong exclaimed, Brothers, Jiuling is looking down on us. Continue firing. Jiuling's provocation ignited the warriors' competitive spirit, and a barrage of artillery continued to rain down upon Jiuling and Yuansheng. This time, Jiuling and Yuansheng chose not to endure the onslaught, for their singed fur was not aesthetically pleasing. The 2 azure lions twisted their massive bodies, deftly evading the barrage of cannon fire while gradually advancing towards the southern city gate. Zhao Daong led a contingent of half the troops in pursuit along the city wall. After a relentless chase spanning 25 kilometers, the task was entrusted to the team guarding the southern gate to continue the assault. Thus, over the course of the next half hour, the 2 azure lions, Jiuling and Yuansheng, leisurely circled around Jiuzhou City 3 times. With all ammunition expended in the process, the exercise was declared concluded. Although there remained some high-damage weaponry, it was deemed unsuitable for the drill. Having observed the exercise from above for half an hour, Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased with the results. Likewise, Zhou Tai had been glued to the screen for the same duration, but his countenance bore a frown. "Director, what troubles you? You seem rather unwell," inquired his assistant with concern. "Nothing," Zhou Tai replied, his discomfort palpable. He was distressed. In a mere half hour, over 200 million worth of artillery rounds had been obliterated. No matter how affluent the Jiuzhou nation might be, it could hardly sustain such extravagant expenditures at the hands of Lin Yu. Zhou Tai resolved to address this with Lin Yu the next time he came for weaponry. Otherwise, following this method of drills, the second round of internal testing might see the base's supplies completely depleted before it even commenced. Lin Yu found great satisfaction in the outcomes of the exercise. The warriors, who had previously been ordinary individuals, exhibited remarkable improvements in both weapon handling skills and shooting accuracy after a round of practical combat. They were no longer inferior to regular soldiers. During their time in the Jiuzhou nation, they had undergone 3 enhancements to their physical abilities and 1 enhancement of their intellect. Coupled with Lin Yu's assistance in awakening their inner bloodlines, they were learning at an astonishing pace. Lin Yu summoned the 2 azure lions and couldn't help but chuckle at their bare appearances. He casually tossed them 2 bottles of elementary bronze glucose solution to send them on their way. Subsequently, he gathered the 800 warriors in the square. "Your performance just now was commendable, and I am quite satisfied," Lin Yu declared with a smile. "We shall now conclude our training with modern weaponry and proceed to close-quarters combat training. For this, I have specially prepared some cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals for you." He then produced several tomes and handed them to Zhao Daong and a few group leaders, continuing, "These techniques, once mastered, can elevate you to the elementary bronze level, while the Yi Jing will aid you in consolidating the power of your bloodlines. All must learn this. For the other techniques and martial arts, feel free to select those that appeal to you." The techniques evolved by the system came with detailed explanations, comprehensible even to elementary school students. So Lin Yu harbored no fears of them misapplying the knowledge. As for himself, during the observation of the exercise, he had already committed all techniques and martial arts to memory. The crowd, accustomed to Lin Yu's extraordinary capabilities, did not express much surprise at the presentation of the manuals. To them, Lin Yu was undoubtedly a reincarnation of some ancient deity from the myths and legends of Jiuzhou, perhaps even the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, Yangjian. Considering the striking resemblance of their weapons, it was entirely normal for him to produce such manuals. Due to time constraints, Lin Yu had not been able to retrieve all the manuals for printing in Jiuzhou. So Zhao Daong was left to read the contents aloud for the others to memorize before they practiced together. The scene mirrored that of a teacher reading a text in front of the class, with students eagerly trying to memorize it below. Training was arduous, especially since Jiuzhou City lacked the natural rhythm of day and night. Lin Yu organized the training schedule according to the time displayed on his phone, allocating all but 8 hours a day for essential needs like eating, drinking, and sleeping to rigorous training sessions. He assured them that they need not fear injury during training. As long as they had breath in their bodies, he could revive them. Consequently, the training field often witnessed the sight of bloodshed as warriors awakened their combat talents engaged in fierce battles. Those with special abilities and the logistical warriors maintained a more conventional training regimen, devoid of such brutality. On the 5th day in Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu glanced at his phone. It was 6 in the evening, and only 1 night remained until the second phase of internal testing. At that moment, a warrior named Lu Xiu, who had awakened the ability to control fire, was preparing dinner before battle, roasting dragon meat. This had been Lu Xiu's primary focus during the past few days of training. As he assumed the role of the barbecue chef, Lu Xiu's mastery over flames had significantly improved. After consuming the dragon meat infused with a trace of the fire dragon's power, the 800 warriors experienced marked progress in their cultivation. As the enticing aroma of the roasted dragon meat wafted through the air, Lin Yu boisterously declared, "Zhao Daong, fetch some wine." "Lord City Master, our supplies only include alcohol. We have no wine," Zhao Daong replied. "In ancient times, armies would drink before departing for battle. Tomorrow, you will face your first battle against monsters. How can we do so without wine? Wait here, I shall procure some for you." With that, Lin Yu leapt into the teleportation array and vanished. Chapter 39. The Situations of Various Nations and New Weaponry. Upon Lin Yu's arrival at the Jiangqing base, the patrolling soldiers were unfazed by his appearance. Over the 5 days of training, Lin Yu had returned to Jiangqing daily to transport weaponry and various supplies to Jiuzhou City. Becoming quite familiar with the soldiers, they greeted him warmly with salutes, to which Lin Yu responded in kind. He then made his way to the command center with ease. To facilitate communication and provide logistical support, Zhou Tai had relocated the original combat command center here. Upon entering the command center, Lin Yu plopped down onto his designated sofa, languidly stating, "Old Zhou, you know why I'm here, right?" After several days of camaraderie, They had become friends who shared everything, and their banter was now more relaxed. Of course, Zhoutai chuckled. Take a seat. I've already sent someone to fetch it. It's all specially supplied fine wine. I didn't expect you to be so generous. Lin Yu teased. Zhoutai's expression turned pained as he retorted, how can I not be generous? How many artillery shells have you obliterated during these exercises? At least worth 500 million, right? Just as I praised you, you become stingy again. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Those shells would be of no use left on Blue Star. No one is asking you to bomb anything. Zhoutai was momentarily speechless, acknowledging the irrefutable logic. Artillery shells are meant for combat, yet across the entirety of Blue Star, it seemed no nation had the qualifications to stand as Jiuzhou's adversary. For instance, to the southwest, the country of Shindu had seen a significant decline in its overall national strength after the demise of 3 city masters. Once again, a relentless invasion by hundreds of thousands of monsters has ensued. Although the kingdom of Shindu possesses nuclear weapons, their limited stockpile means that, after exhausting all available warheads, they have only managed to eliminate half of the monstrous horde. Furthermore, numerous high-ranking officials and affluent citizens from Shindu have fled overseas with substantial resources. Consequently, dozens of factions within the kingdom have begun to fight amongst themselves, teetering on the brink of national collapse. To the north lies the Bear Kingdom. Despite the demise of 2 city lords, its staggering arsenal of nuclear weapons, combined with the astute and resolute leadership of Commander Vladik, has allowed for a strategic evacuation of all civilians within a 100-kilometer radius prior to the 3rd wave of monster attacks. Those refusing to evacuate were summarily executed. Subsequently, hundreds of nuclear warheads were buried within that same perimeter, showcasing an unwavering resolve. The results were striking. As the monsters touched down, the warheads detonated, obliterating countless inferno dragons before they could even draw their first breath of the blue planet's air. Except for the destruction of a single city, the Bear Kingdom suffered minimal casualties, preserving its strength relatively intact. The Bear Kingdom and the Kingdom of Kyushu have long enjoyed a cordial relationship, further solidified by the presence of Lin Yu, a figure of almost divine stature, which deterred any notions of hostility from the Bear Kingdom. Commander Vladik even personally visited Kyushu to express a desire for enduring friendship. The Kyushu government graciously accepted this overture. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, the Kingdom of Meili has faced dire straits. Despite possessing military capabilities comparable to the Bear Kingdom, the populace's veneration of freedom and democracy hindered the government's ability to promptly evacuate civilians. Thus, burying nuclear weapons underground or launching them upon their own citizens was simply unfeasible, resulting in a significant loss of initiative in combat. When 10,000 three-headed inferno dragons descended, they swiftly ravaged the Kingdom of Meili, wreaking havoc and destruction. David, the overall commander, had no choice but to relocate the base to an underground fortress, leveraging the mountainous terrain to launch long-range attacks against the airborne threats. Other nations, such as the Sunset Kingdom, Gallia, and Yamato, emulated this retreat after suffering significant setbacks against the monsters. They hastily relocated their wealthy and powerful to underground bases, living like vermin while those remaining on the surface struggled to fend off the monstrous incursions. The population dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, teetering on the verge of extinction. In response, Lin Yu merely smiled. A nation devoid of cultural unity and lacking in national cohesion would always prioritize self-preservation in times of crisis. Asking them to sacrifice for their homeland? A futile dream. How many, like William, would willingly embrace death for their country? Have the lords of other nations ascended? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Not long after you arrived in Kyushu, the lords from other nations began to come in succession, Zhoutai replied. As of this morning, 58 lords from various countries have returned to the battlefield of myriad races. 58. Does this imply that 50 nations have fallen? Lin Yu questioned, recalling that after the conclusion of the 3rd wave of attacks, 108 nations remained. He was astonished to learn that within just 5 or 6 days, another 50 had met their demise. Indeed, and the remaining 50-odd nations are not faring well. Zhoutai elaborated. With the exception of the Bear Kingdom, nearly all other nations have relocated their citizens underground. The Bear Kingdom's Vladik is doing relatively well. Lin Yu chuckled. As for David of Meili, Zhoutai also smiled faintly, taking a seat beside Lin Yu. Vladik, the commander of the Bear Kingdom, acts decisively and wields ultimate authority, unimpeded in his operations. Anyone who dares obstruct him faces execution. However, David of Meili lacks such authority, rendering him powerless in many decisions. By the time he receives directives from his superiors, the monsters have already fled. Indeed, they have grown accustomed to freedom, Lin Yu mused. By the way, are you certain you do not wish to bring more nuclear weapons? Zhoutai inquired. Both the Bear Kingdom and Meili have transported hundreds of warheads. While you are only taking 10, That seems rather insufficient. After a brief pause, Zhou Tai continued, you may trust that our stockpile of nuclear weapons is considerable. We can procure as many as you desire. What would I need with so many nuclear weapons? Lin Yu replied, I have no intention of utilizing those 10 warheads. In truth, he had already placed all 10 nuclear warheads within the Lord's mansion. Only if he and the 800 warriors were to fall would these weapons be activated, annihilating all monsters in their wake. This was merely a strategic arrangement. Lin Yu was confident that, regardless of the challenges in the upcoming internal tests, he would successfully defend Kyushu City, ensuring that not a single monster would breach the Lord's mansion or invade the land of Kyushu. Lin Yu and Zhou Tai conversed for an extended period, analyzing the situation of various nations on the Blue Planet and discussing changes in the lives of their own citizens. After half an hour, Zhou Tai's assistant hurried back. Lord, Director, the specially supplied Maotai liquor has been placed on the teleportation array, he announced. Well done. You've worked hard, Lin Yu said, patting the assistant on the shoulder with a smile. The assistant, taken aback by the praise, replied excitedly, it is my duty. All right. It's getting late. I must take my leave, Lin Yu declared. Are you not going home to visit? Zhou Tai asked. Your mother called earlier, saying you should return home when you have the chance. Lin Yu halted, momentarily lost in thought. No, the 800 warriors are still waiting for me in Kyushu City. They have not returned home, so I have no right to do so. Zhou Tai fell silent for a moment before responding. Understood. I will convey your sentiments. By the way, I have prepared the latest weapons developed by the Weapons Research Institute for you, and they have been placed on the teleportation array for you to take along. All right, I understand, Lin Yu waved dismissively. No weapon can compare to my spear. Chapter 40. The fate of Kyushu remains undecided. Personal affairs are of little concern. Upon returning to Kyushu City, Lin Yu found everyone eagerly awaiting him at the teleportation array. Throughout the 5 days of training, this had become a routine. Each time he returned to the kingdom, he brought back a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, which they then transported to the city walls. The 10-meter-wide walls of Kyushu City were stacked high with weaponry and ammunition. 100 missile launching platforms had been erected along the walls, with one positioned every 200 meters, transforming Kyushu City into a veritable fortress. Addressing the 800 warriors surrounding him, Lin Yu proclaimed, I have brought back liquor for you all, special Maotai, 1 bottle per person. First, let us arrange the weapons and ammunition, and then we shall drink together. Upon hearing of the fine liquor, the tension among the warriors visibly eased. The high-intensity training over the past 5 days had kept their nerves taut. Such a state may hold little significance for seasoned veterans. However, for those embarking on the battlefield for the first time, excessive anxiety can prove perilous. This is precisely why Lin Yu made a special trip back home to bring back these several hundred bottles of liquor. He summoned Zhao Daong. And as he was about to depart, Zhou Tai mentioned that he had also included some of the latest weaponry developed by the Weapons Research Institute inside, advising him to take a team to examine them later. Lin Yu reminded him, the latest weapons from the Weapons Research Institute? Zhao Daong's eyes sparkled with realization, and he exclaimed joyfully, thank you, City Lord. He then rallied the others to begin transporting the weapons. Lin Yu observed Zhao Daong's exuberance, akin to that of a groom on his wedding day, feeling utterly perplexed. Are these weapons truly that formidable? You weren't this excited when moving nuclear bombs. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless of their power, no weapon could possibly surpass the utility of his own spear. Whether facing a titan beast on the ground or a flame-armored dragon in the sky, even the mightiest of monsters would be pierced through with a single thrust. If one strike was insufficient, then another would surely suffice. Before long, the group had successfully transported all the weapons onto the city wall. Lin Yu instructed everyone to receive their dinner, a pound of roasted dragon meat, accompanied by a bottle of Mutai liquor for each person. After receiving their rations, the crowd gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation, waiting for him to say a few words. Noticing their expectant looks, Lin Yu smiled slightly and remarked, why are you all staring at me? The purpose of this liquor is to help you relax, not to rally the suicide squad. I have nothing to say. So just take a seat, unwind, and enjoy your food and drink. Consequently, the 801 individuals sat directly on the ground, forming several layers of circles around the fire. Where's Lucio? Lin Yu suddenly inquired. City Lord. Right here. A slender young man raised his hand from the crowd and jogged over to Lin Yu. Lu, please gather around the fire. Let us have a bonfire party, Lin Yu instructed. Thus, the fire control sorcerer Lucio once again found himself relegated to the role of a mere tool. Flames erupted, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Lin Yu, watching the crowd indulging in their food and drink, felt a wave of frustration. Could it be that the training over the past few days had rendered these individuals completely dull? Not a single person was stepping up to enliven the atmosphere. With a sigh, Lin Yu lamented, does no one wish to showcase their talents? Singing, dancing, or performing a comedic skit would be wonderful. As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice rang out, "I will." A stunning young woman with a fiery figure and a chic short haircut approached the bonfire, gazing deeply at Lin Yu. She softly declared, "I will sing a song for everyone, titled The One I Love Is You." Oh, wow. A chorus of murmurs spread through the crowd, with many exchanging mischievous glances at Lin Yu. He felt a tinge of embarrassment, as this was the very girl who had boldly suggested on the first day that she wished to bear his child. Her name was Zhang Qian, and her evolved abilities were remarkably potent. She could conjure a healing holy water from within her body, capable of treating most injuries almost instantaneously, whether for external application or internal consumption. Lin Yu had tested it. Although it was slightly less effective than the initial grade glucose solution, its potential was immense, and he held her in high regard, though he did not harbor romantic feelings for her. Zhang Qian retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket, and to everyone's surprise, the accompaniment began to play softly. Who knew where she had procured the music in this place devoid of a network? Zhang Qian began to sing, "In the Land of Love," a heartfelt confession song. Her genuine performance deeply moved everyone present. In the crowd, Li Changsheng and Yi Qingmei sat side by side. Suddenly, Li Changsheng grasped Yi Qingmei's hand and whispered, "Once the beta test concludes, let us get married." Yi Qingmei turned her head, surprised by his sudden proposal amidst such circumstances. Perhaps influenced by the romantic ballad, she paused for a moment before softly replying, "All right," resting her head gently on his shoulder and savoring the rare moment of tenderness. As Zhang Qian concluded her heartfelt rendition, thunderous applause erupted throughout the gathering. "Agree to her! Agree to her! Agree to her!" The crowd cheered enthusiastically, reveling in the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless individuals were dining while watching Lin Yu's public declaration of affection, irrespective of whether he could see it or not, as the live stream flooded with comments. "Agree to her. A girl professes her love before billions. How could you refuse? Come on, you got. Don't hesitate. If you don't accept her, I'll lose respect for you. Bro upstairs, I'm on your side this time. A real man doesn't hesitate. Just do it. Haha, you got." Who encouraged others to marry and have children, is now hesitating when it comes to himself. Zhang Qian is beautiful and has a great figure. What are you waiting for? You got? Are you not capable? Don't slander my you got. With a single shot, he can take down a flame-armored dragon. Who dare say otherwise? In stark contrast to the lively scene in the 9 provinces, in the underground command center of the Melee Nation, Commander David scowled as he observed the jubilant bonfire party in Jojo City while glancing at the dismal situation within his own Melee City. 3 days had passed, yet the newly appointed city lord, Alice, had still failed to win over her 800 subordinates. Every command she issued was met with subtle defiance. The fact that Alice was a woman complicated matters further. Coincidentally, she was also the sister of the previous 2 city lords, William and Mike, who had received favorable treatment by the rules of the game. At this moment, Alice could only tenuously rely on the prestige of her 2 brothers to maintain some semblance of order among the soldiers. Although some of these soldiers had come to the battlefield for money or family, it was no easy task to command them to heed a woman's orders. David, observing the stark differences between Jojo City and Melee City, cursed vehemently, "FCK, a bunch of self-serving bastards." He drew his pistol and shattered the 2 screens before him. Back in Jojo City, Zhang Qian stood by the bonfire, awaiting Lin Yu's response. Lin Yu, gazing at Zhang Qian's hopeful expression, felt a weight of indecision. He could not simply acquiesce without due consideration. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu approached Zhang Qian, a look of regret on his face as he said, "Thank you for your affection, but I cannot agree at this time. The crisis in Jojo has yet to be resolved, and as city lord, I cannot afford to be distracted. I hope you can understand." Zhang Qian's expression dimmed instantaneously, and the crowd murmured in disappointment. To publicly reject a young woman's kind intentions stirred within Lin Yu a sense of reluctance and guilt. He felt he could no longer remain there. Thus, he turned to Zhao Daong and said, "You take charge of the bonfire party. Once everyone has finished their drinks, they should return to rest. We will gather here promptly at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Following our usual pattern, the offensive will commence at 10 o'clock. Lin Yu allocated 4 hours for preparation. "Very well, City Lord," Zhao Daong replied, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu executed the cloud ladder technique, swiftly returning to the city lord's residence. He then began to meditate and cultivate. Matters of romance were far too troublesome. Cultivation was far more practical. Lin Yu channeled the Ein Symbol Sutra to connect with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Chapter 41. Internal testing begins, uncertain factors. Throughout the entire night, Lin Yu devoted himself to practicing the I Ching Jing. After all, this text was the only one capable of condensing bloodline power without requiring evolution points. However, It was regrettable that the technique's level was too low. The Pangu Bloodline was among the most superior in all realms. After an entire night, he had not managed to gather even a trace of the Pangu Bloodline. To cultivate this bloodline, he would need to either upgrade the technique or allow time to refine it. Enough, Lin Yu sighed as he opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. At this rate, he might be cultivating until the next lunar year. Slaying monsters seemed far more suited to him. Observing the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Lin Yu slowly rose and stepped outside the city lord's residence. The 800 warriors had already assembled, patiently awaiting Lin Yu's inspection. Upon reaching the front of the formation, Lin Yu greeted, "Good morning, warriors." With a smile, "Good morning, city lord." The 800 warriors responded in unison, seeing their spirited demeanor. Full of vigor and devoid of any tension or signs of intoxication, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that everyone had rested well the previous night. "There are just a few hours left until the second phase of the monster assault begins," Lin Yu announced. "You now have 1 hour for breakfast to replenish your energy. In 1 hour, I expect to see each of you at your respective posts. Do you understand?" He bellowed. "Understood." The warriors' voices soared into the sky in perfect unison. Subsequently, Zhao Daong began organizing the group to roast dragon meat. The great archmage Lu Xiu also took the rare opportunity to rest for a day. Lin Yu wandered to the other side of the square, where Jiuling and Yuansheng lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Their once bald heads were now adorned with a lush mane, returning their majestic appearance. "Get up, still pretending to sleep?" Lin Yu shouted, having made such a ruckus. He did not believe these two could still be unaware. Jiuling and Yuansheng immediately sprang up at the sound, obediently standing to the side to listen to Lin Yu's instructions. "When the monster assault occurs, you two will guard the west and north gates. If any flame armor dragons enter the city, it will be your responsibility to eliminate them," Lin Yu instructed. "You need not concern yourselves with the battles outside the city." Jiuling and Yuansheng had long since learned to comprehend human speech and were delighted at Lin Yu's decision to keep them within the city. They recalled the last battle vividly. The ordinary flame armor dragons were on par with their current power level, silver advanced. Furthermore, they could both fly and breathe fire. The only skill they possessed was a lioness roar. If they ventured outside the city, they would be almost certainly doomed under the assault of a dozen flame armor dragons. Lin Yu's arrangement for Jiuling and Yuansheng was a necessary compromise. 2 silver advanced green lions would not contribute significantly to the battle outside and could easily be mistakenly harmed by their own side. It was far wiser to keep them inside the city to intercept any flame armor dragons that breached the inner defenses. With their 100-meter height, they would have no trouble dealing with 1 or 2 flame armor dragons. Wildcats on Blue Star could catch birds flying low, and as members of the feline family, Jiuling and Yuansheng could certainly take down flame armor dragons. As for the east and south gates, Lin Yu could defend one himself, while the other would require additional firepower. After arranging Jiuling and Yuansheng, Lin Yu settled atop the gatehouse of the east gate to quietly meditate, awaiting the start of the internal testing. Time trickled by, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning on Blue Star. The familiar announcement echoed across the myriad races battlefield and the entirety of Blue Star. Global announcement. The first round of the second phase internal test officially begins. The attacking forces consist of 720 high-grade Hell 3-headed hounds, 360 high-grade Titan beasts, and 180 high-grade flame armor dragons. This internal test is initiated by Jiuzhou City, which will additionally face 1 flame armor dragon king. As the announcement concluded, the citizens of Jiuzhou were thrown into uproar. What? Jiuzhou has 1 more flame armor dragon king than others? This is unfair. Why? Is it simply because of the God of Universe that our difficulty has increased? Shut up there. Without the God of Universe, you'd have perished long ago. Ha! Heaven has finally opened its eyes to punish you, Jiuzhou. Even if my great harmony country faces annihilation, you Jiuzhou shall not fare better. Humph. Let Jiuzhou gloat. This time, my mealy country shall surely triumph. Among the remaining 58 countries, apart from Jiuzhou, which thrived under the auspices of the auspicious Golden Dragon, the others were largely engulfed in turmoil. Even the relatively intact Beixiong country was not immune to the repercussions. Upon hearing that Jiuzhou City would gain an additional flame armor dragon king, they all erupted in applause, forming groups to mock Jiuzhou's live stream with scornful remarks. Jealousy is indeed the original sin. Yet, a remark from the Jiuzhou populace struck back. I'm enjoying hot pot in an air-conditioned room. What about you? Hiding in some rat hole to survive? With your nation facing ruin, you still concern yourselves with Jiuzhou? Truly absurd. In an underground base of mealy country, David slammed his hand on the stainless steel table in fury, deforming it. Rat hole? Wasn't that referring to them, the ones who had relocated to underground bases? At this moment, he even entertained the thought of launching an intercontinental missile at Jiuzhou. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Mealy country was now too weak to provoke Jiuzhou. Otherwise, with thousands of three-headed flame armor dragons within and the combined assaults of Jiuzhou and Beixiong without, Melee Country would truly face annihilation. Given Melee Country's current capabilities, facing thousands of three-headed flame armor dragons was not without its chances. If annihilation were indeed imminent, he would ensure that everyone accompanied him into the grave. David thought fiercely, having made up his mind. If Melee Country truly could not withstand the onslaught of the thousands of monsters, he would unleash all missiles upon Jiuzhou and Beixiong. If they were to die, they would die together. At the speed of 20 Mach, no one could intercept them, not even that godlike man. In Jiuzhou Nation, at the Jiangxing base, Zhou Tai wore a heavy expression. Although he had anticipated an increase in the difficulty of this internal test, he never imagined it would escalate tenfold. Moreover, the emergence of an unpredictable factor, the Flame Armored Dragon King, added to the uncertainty. Lin Yu, I hope you can hold your ground, Zhou Tai said solemnly. Director, will the latest batch of weapons be capable of vanquishing those flame armored dragons? An assistant inquired, prompting Zhou Tai to falter. The researchers at the Weapons Institute claimed their creations could rival nuclear arms, yet he himself had no experience with their actual efficacy. Zhou Tai remained silent. The assistant continued. I wonder if the city lord can defeat the flame armored dragon king. What if what? Why do you have so many questions? Zhou Tai, growing impatient, retorted angrily, go run 20 laps around the base, and don't return until you've completed it. Yes, Director, the assistant replied, sensing Zhou Tai's genuine anger and promptly accepting his punishment. Not long after the global announcement concluded, the air around Jiuzhou City stirred with thunderous footsteps and roars emerging from the mist beyond its walls. The ground trembled under the weight of the approaching beasts. Lin Yu summoned his spear and armor, soaring to an altitude of 200 meters. His primary targets were the 180 flame armored dragons and their king. The remaining monsters would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the fortified silver walls and gates, especially with Jiuzhou's cutting-edge weaponry. Thus, Lin Yu felt no concern regarding their incursion into the city. On the city walls, 800 warriors were fully alert, their fingers poised on the triggers. Should the monsters reveal themselves, a deluge of artillery fire would rain down upon them. As the footsteps and roars drew nearer, over 1,000 monsters emerged from the mist. Revealing their forms, Lin Yu circled above, surveying the creatures with a cold gaze, refraining from attacking immediately, for the formidable flame armored dragon king had yet to appear. Chapter 42, Direct Confrontation, Overwhelming Suppression. The moment over 1,000 monsters materialized, the 800 warriors sprang into action. Those controlling the 100 missile launchers were the first to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 missiles shot forth towards the airborne flame armored dragons. The missiles flew with remarkable speed, and given the vast size of the dragons, they had no time to evade. Each missile struck true, resulting in a series of intense explosions. Though the force of the explosions was insufficient to slay these towering dragons, the shockwaves sent them staggering back several meters, some even crashing heavily to the ground. Yet soon, they found themselves in further peril, for the ground was laden with a plethora of hidden landmines. As the Titan behemoths and hellhounds entered the minefield, the warriors controlling the detonators swiftly activated the explosives. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening blast resonated once more around Jiuzhou City. The bronze-tier titans were hurled away by the explosions, while they did not perish on the spot. They were left grievously injured. In contrast, the 720 hellhounds trailing behind the titans fared far worse. With their black iron-tier strength, they had no chance of resistance against such a multitude of explosive devices. In a single encounter, over half of the hellhounds perished in the devastation of this initial assault. In this first round of direct confrontation, Jiuzhou City achieved a decisive advantage. Observing this scene, countless citizens within Jiuzhou erupted with jubilation. Is that it? I expected something more formidable. The great Yushun hasn't even made a move, and these monsters are already falling. Jiuzhou is formidable. We must annihilate these beasts. However, not all were swept up in blind optimism. A few, including Zhou Tai, contemplated the battlefield's dynamics with a measured sense of caution. Why hasn't he made his move yet? Zhou Tai murmured. Is he waiting for the flame armored dragon king? Lin Yu had refrained from engaging in the initial skirmish for two reasons: to locate the hidden flame armored dragon king and to gauge the true combat prowess of the warriors. Moreover, during his training the previous night, he had perfected his basic bronze-tier skill, elevating his flight speed from Mach 2 to approximately Mach 3. He could reach any location within Jiuzhou City in a mere 5 seconds, allowing him to remain unconcerned about potential complications. As Lin Yu gazed into the depths of the mist, he mused, could it be lurking within? Do even the great bosses possess such peculiar tendencies? His confusion regarding the flame armored dragon king's behavior led him to question the very existence of this so-called entity. At that moment, the explosions on the ground subsided. leaving only the smoldering flames and the carcasses of some hellhounds. In the sky, as the dust settled, the 180 flame armor dragons prepared to launch their second offensive. Flame. This technique had been employed during the third wave of their first phase assault, where 17 flame armor dragons unleashed a torrent of fire that coalesced into a fire dragon of gold tier strength, overpowering Lin Yu's dragon soul attack. However, this time, their flames did not amalgamate into a fire dragon. Instead, they surged towards the 100 artillery platforms, intent on obliterating these defenses. Yet Lin Yu would not permit their success. He resolved to act. The prolonged absence of the flame armor dragon king was no longer something he could tolerate. Although he had prepared contingencies, they did not guarantee absolute safety. The destruction of the artillery or any warriors being struck by flames were outcomes he could not accept. With a sweep of his spear, the 1,000-meter-long shadow of his dragon's soul erupted from the gleaming silver spear. The immense figure stretched across 1/5 of the city wall. The sight of an old foe rekindled the dragon's soul's fury. Having previously suffered defeat against the fire dragon, it now confronted its past adversary with unbridled wrath. With a roar aimed at the distant flame-armored dragons, it swung its tail, intercepting all the flames directed at the eastern city gate, and then surged forth towards the flame-armored dragons. The flame-armored dragons, undaunted, responded with a chorus of furious roars, charging in unison towards the dragon's soul. Meanwhile, on the western, southern, and northern city walls, dozens of artillery emplacements faced the onslaught of the Inferno Dragon's flames. The speed of the flames was formidable: 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters. When the flames approached to within 300 meters of the city walls, the command was given. With a decisive order from the leaders of various squads, the artillery instantly launched their assault. However, this time, it was not missiles that were fired, but sonic cannons. This was a strategic preparation made by Lin Yu to counter the fiery attacks of the Inferno Dragon. Beneath each artillery platform lay a sonic cannon, a meter in diameter and resembling a large cauldron. While this sonic cannon might lack the lethality required against such colossal monsters, it was more than sufficient to neutralize the fiery onslaught. Drawing inspiration from a certain film, where a formidable green giant was once repelled by such sonic weaponry, it was evident that dismantling a mere flame attack would be a trivial task. Thus, as over 100 flames approached the city walls, 100 sonic blasts resonated simultaneously. The terrifying flames were halted upon contact with the sonic waves, gradually dissipating without a trace. The second wave of the Inferno Dragon's assault was once again intercepted. A fervent cheer erupted throughout the land of Jojo. Although the ultimate victory had yet to be secured, both waves of the Inferno Dragon's attacks had been thwarted by Jojo City, and astonishingly, Lin Yu had scarcely lifted a finger. This battle instilled immense confidence in the citizens of Jojo. Jojo is formidable. Merely relying on modern weaponry to withstand the initial assault of the monsters was beyond their expectations. Initially, some even thought the large cauldrons beneath the artillery were merely for receiving signals. Brother, you truly have me in stitches. What signals could possibly be received on an extraterrestrial battlefield? Moreover, such weaponry was hardly rare. Numerous nations possessed it. Indeed, did you not observe the defensive arrangements of other countries? They are identical to ours in Jojo, utterly shameless. Bah, shameless, a bunch of plagiarism hounds. Due to the unique nature of the second phase of the internal test, the city lord could freely traverse between the city and the nations. Consequently, after Jojo City established its defensive layout, other nations hastily followed suit, regardless of reason. Imitate first, question later. After all, to this day, Jojo's power remained unparalleled. Thus, nations such as Millie, Northern Bear, Gaul, and Sunset all filled their city walls with missile platforms and sonic cannons. Particularly exaggerated was Northern Bear City, boasting an impressive 200 artillery positions, double that of Jojo City. Hence, in this internal test, where difficulties had escalated tenfold, remarkably, no casualties had been reported among the great powers. Only some weaker nations, constrained by their weaponry, found themselves unable to replicate the strategy, leading to the collapse of one or two city walls. At this moment, within Jojo City, the 800 warriors had successfully repelled 2 waves of monstrous assaults, their confidence soaring. It appeared these monsters were not so formidable after all, many mused inwardly. Yet, Lin Yu held a different perspective, as an even greater hidden boss had yet to reveal itself. Suddenly, from the depths of the mist came a thunderous roar. Over 100 Inferno Dragons, upon hearing the sound, surged forward toward Jojo City with the fervor of an intoxicated throng, heedless of the missiles exploding around them. Lin Yu, observing the source of the commotion, grimaced. You finally deigned to show yourself. Chapter 43, The Humanoid Demon King, the Super Electromagnetic Cannon. You finally deigned to show yourself. Lin Yu coldly remarked, gazing into the depths of the fog. He could not fathom why the Inferno Dragon King felt the need to maintain such a lofty demeanor. Why wait for his minions to finish before confronting him directly? Why prolong the conflict and force him to remain on guard? Lin Yu silently grumbled. But upon witnessing his warriors evenly matched against the Inferno Dragons, he chose not to assist at other city gates. After dispatching several Inferno Dragons at the East Gate alongside Dragon Soul, he paused to survey the carnage. Yihong, can you control the bodies of these Inferno Dragons? Lin Yu inquired. Yihong, the once unsuccessful online writer, had gained the ability to manipulate corpses following Lin Yu's evolution. City Lord, I apologize. But these Inferno Dragons are too high in level for me to control. Currently, I can only manage 3 Hellhounds. Yihong's voice crackled through the wireless earpiece. Understood, Lin Yu replied. To facilitate communication, both Lin Yu and the 800 warriors wore the latest wireless headsets, boasting an effective transmission range of 8 kilometers. Drawing from a certain film's climactic battle, it seemed nearly everyone was equipped with a wireless headset, a battlefield essential. Recognizing that the bodies of the Inferno Dragons could not be utilized for his side, and to prevent any chance of them mutating into multi-headed Inferno Dragons, Lin Yu ordered Dragon Soul to tear the corpses apart and scatter them at the city gate. He then resumed his watch toward the source of the Inferno Dragon King's roar. Moments later, the mist began to swirl, parting to reveal a passage, from which emerged a figure, or rather, a humanoid demon king. Utilizing the system, Lin Yu discerned the true strength of the humanoid demon king. Inferno Dragon King, diamond level, initial stage. This was a genuine dragon king, far superior to the previously encountered mutated Inferno Dragons. Lin Yu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. This humanoid Inferno Dragon King was indeed a full rank above him. Does a demon beast achieve transformation upon reaching diamond level? Lin Yu pondered internally. Ordinary demon beasts can morph upon advancing to gold level. The greater the potential, the more challenging the transformation. Some demon beasts may only achieve transformation at god level. So, that was the case, Lin Yu mused. It appeared the Inferno Dragon King possessed only a modicum of potential, and the situation was not entirely dire. At this moment, Lin Yu could only hope that the humanoid demon king would continue to maintain its facade, waiting until its minions had perished before entering the fray. By then, Lin Yu would have amassed ample evolution points to elevate his own level to high gold, or even diamond level. Armed with the unparalleled Pangu Bloodline, Lin Yu was confident, invincible among his peers. Once again, the goddess of fortune smiled upon Lin Yu. The humanoid demon king did not initiate an attack, remaining still in the air, locked in a standoff with Lin Yu. This was due to its uncertainty regarding Lin Yu's true strength. With the system's innate shielding ability, no one could discern Lin Yu's level of power. Moreover, his ability to fly indicated at least a gold level. However, whether he was diamond level or even king level remained an enigma to the demon king. In its eyes, since the true strength of the opponent remains obscured, it implies that their capabilities are at least on par with one's own. Thus, the fiery armored dragon was commanded to launch a desperate assault akin to a suicide squad. With just a few more attempts, Lin Yu would be able to ascertain the genuine prowess of his adversary. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in countless battles. As a demon king endowed with considerable wisdom, he comprehended this principle well. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the moment the humanoid demon king manifested, a wave of astonishment swept over the populace. What? Are there other human beings capable of flight on the battlefield? What sort of intelligence is displayed from above? It's evidently the fiery, armored Dragon King. The monsters on television can transform into human forms. So it is entirely reasonable for the fiery, armored Dragon King to do the same. Indeed, look at the hair of that humanoid Demon King. It is a vivid crimson. Who but a punk or a demon would possess such hair? One wonders if Yu Shun can contend with this humanoid demon. Nonsense. Yu Shun is the reincarnation of Erling Shun, an invincible entity. Ignoring the shock of the citizens of the 9 provinces, Lin Yu and the Demon King remained locked in confrontation above the city. Lin Yu was awaiting evolution points, while the Demon King was awaiting demise. For Lin Yu had just discovered that even the monsters slain by the 800 warriors could still yield evolution points for him. After consulting the system, he learned that any being that underwent evolution at his hands, be it human, beast, or object, would establish a master-servant relationship with him, becoming his laborers. Every monster they vanquished would contribute to Lin Yu's tally. Thus, he patiently awaited the moment when the 800 warriors would slay enough monsters to elevate his own strength to diamond level, at which point he would unleash a devastating assault on the humanoid Demon King. Meanwhile, the Demon King, still posturing in the heavens, remained blissfully unaware that its life was already on a countdown. The efforts of the 800 warriors had not disappointed Lin Yu. Even as over 100 fiery armored dragons charged wildly toward the city of the 9 provinces, they were staunchly repelled by the warriors. This was due to the first 100 elite soldiers, led by Zhao Daong, activating the latest equipment developed by the Weapons Research Institute, the super-energy electromagnetic cannon, a weapon whose power rivals that of a nuclear bomb. This is not hard science fiction, so do not argue. Not only does it possess immense destructive capability, but it also focuses energy efficiently. Its sole drawback is the slow charging time, requiring 10 seconds to recharge, and it could only unleash 1 attack per charge. Therefore, precision in shooting was paramount. This is why seasoned soldiers like Zhao Daong were entrusted with its operation. Under the expert marksmanship of these veterans, a single shot could create a gaping hole several meters wide in the massive form of a fiery armored dragon. The dragons in the sky were struck down, some losing balance and crashing to the ground, others mortally wounded, and some even obliterated at the head, dying on the spot. The third wave of the fiery armored dragon's assault ended in utter failure, with catastrophic casualties. The formation was utterly disrupted, with only a few scattered dragons managing to breach the electromagnetic cannon's defenses to reach the city walls. One such dragon breached the southern wall, unleashing a fiery breath toward the warriors stationed there. The situation was fraught with peril, causing the citizens of the 9 provinces to shut their eyes, unable to witness the horrific fate of their warriors engulfed in flames. What to do? A fiery armored dragon has breached the defenses. This is infuriating. Why is there an additional fiery armored dragon king due to this flawed beta test rule? If it weren't for that wretched dragon king, Yu Shun would have already annihilated all these worthless fiery armored dragons. Must the warriors of the 9 provinces perish here? Alas, 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 what have I just witnessed? Is this even possible? Suddenly, the tone of the live stream's Barav shifted dramatically from anger and resentment to sheer astonishment. At the southern gate of 9 provinces city, the fiery armored dragon, which had been spewing flames from the sky, abruptly closed its eyes and tilted its head, crashing heavily against the city wall, unconscious. Chapter 44. The Emergence of Telepathic Powers. The ordinary fiery armored dragon measures over 100 meters in length, weighing in at tens of thousands of tons. At this moment, the dragon that breached the southern gate inexplicably closed its eyes, its head drooping, crashing down against the wall. Fortunately, the nearby warriors managed to evade in time, preventing any casualties. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens of the 9 provinces were left bewildered, with only Lin Yu and the 800 warriors having a rough idea of what transpired. Over the days of training, each warrior had become acutely aware of their teammates' capabilities. A young man, slightly balding, approached the massive head of the fiery armored dragon, gently stroking it. This individual was Richard, the young man who had evolved the ability of telepathy. Despite his power level still being at the black iron initial stage and the fiery armored dragon being at the high silver stage, one must not forget that a beast remains a beast. The intelligence of the fiery armored dragon was akin to that of a border collie from Blue Star, and its soul was equally fragile. How could it possibly withstand such an indefensible assault as telepathic control, if it weren't for the dragon's exceptionally hard scales, which somewhat mitigated the effectiveness of the telepathic control? Richard could have controlled these fiery armored dragons from a kilometer away. Referencing a certain film featuring a bald professor in a wheelchair, who, at the height of his power, could control the entirety of humanity on the planet, altering their memories, or even turning everyone into imbeciles, Richard, with his black iron initial telepathic ability, controlling a low-intelligence fiery armored dragon already seemed to tarnish the reputation of telepaths. However, others did not share this perspective. Impressive, Richard. You seem so refined, yet you managed to control this behemoth. Lu Xiao praised sincerely, giving him a thumbs up. Not at all. The mental defenses of this fiery armored dragon are relatively weak. I merely have the upper hand over it, Richard humbly replied. Your fire control ability is remarkable. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits earlier. Too kind. Too kind. Lu Xiao waved his hand, smiling. It's just average. At this moment, the citizens of the 9 provinces finally understood that the fiery armored dragon that had just fallen was under the control of this brave warrior, Richard. Incredible. I wondered how the fiery armored dragon fell. It turns out Richard possesses telepathy. This telepathic ability is truly formidable, capable of achieving victory without bloodshed. If Richard continues to grow, he alone could stand against an army. Additionally, Lu Xiao was no slouch either. His fire control skills were indeed superb, even capable of redirecting the fiery attacks of the armored dragon. Truly, the 9 provinces are blessed with an abundance of talent, possessing such extraordinary abilities. You are mistaken. It is not the abundance of talent in our Jiuzhou that brings forth greatness, but rather the presence of the celestial God that has bestowed upon us such exceptional individuals. Indeed, These valiant warriors were mere mortals before they stepped onto the battlefield, yet after only a few days of training with the celestial god, they awakened extraordinary abilities. Alas, I was not chosen previously, otherwise, I too could have awakened my powers and torn these beasts asunder. The prospects beyond the realm seem bleak. Let us hope there remains a chance here on Blue Star. Within the Jiangqing base, Zhou Tai's countenance radiated exhilaration. You indeed have the power to create miracles. The era of Jiuzhou, where everyone is as formidable as dragons, shall commence under your aegis. If Zhou Tai had previously harbored any reservations regarding Lin Yu's decision to enlist ordinary individuals for combat, all discontent dissipated the moment Richard subdued a ferocious flame-armored dragon. Zhou Tai vividly recalled that Richard was but an ordinary psychologist prior to the battle, yet after Lin Yu's training, he remarkably awakened the ability of telepathy. Lin Yu, you truly can elevate all of Jiuzhou to greatness. Overcome with excitement, Zhou Tai envisioned the ultimate victory of Jiuzhou. Xiao Wang, fetch me a bottle of wine. He bellowed with mirth. However, after a protracted silence, he remembered that his assistant, Xiao Wang, had been sent to run laps as punishment. Xiaoli, summon Xiao Wang back. He need not run any longer, Zhou Tai instructed. Yes, director. Yet, amidst joy, there remained sorrow. If there were one person who wished to see Jiuzhou weakened, it would undoubtedly be David. As the commander of the Mealy nation, he aspired for his country to surpass Jiuzhou in every aspect. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Under Lin Yu's leadership, Jiuzhou continued to achieve victory after victory. Now, even a mere young man from Jiuzhou was capable of subduing a terrifying flame-armored dragon. It is worth noting that in melee, it often required the sacrifice of several soldiers and a medium-sized nuclear weapon to eliminate a single flame-armored dragon. Moreover, the super-energy electromagnetic cannon presented by Jiuzhou left him utterly astonished. Although melee possessed standard electromagnetic cannons, their power could not possibly compare to one that rivaled a nuclear bomb. At best, they were akin to conventional missiles. In melee, research on the super-energy electromagnetic cannon had barely advanced beyond the blueprint stage, achieving less than 50% completion. While Jiuzhou had already produced a finished product and commenced mass production. Could it be that melee is truly lagging behind? David couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Jiuzhou's pace of advancement was astonishingly swift. Ultimately, he had to concede that Jiuzhou had long surpassed melee, maintaining a low profile and eschewing ostentation. Contemplating this, David felt deflated. Akin to a deflated balloon. It dawned on him that the technology he had once prided himself on was merely outdated in the eyes of others. Casting a glance at the screen displaying the situation in Mealy City, he noted that despite having ample weaponry, a monstrous creature had already breached one of the city gates, rendering the situation dire. David inadvertently glanced at the map of Blue Star, and a wild notion rose once more in his mind. On the battlefield of the myriad clans. In Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu remained steadfast in his confrontation with the Demon King. He remained unfazed. After all, his evolution points were steadily increasing. If the Demon King wished to flaunt its power, Lin Yu would not interfere. Meanwhile, on the southern wall, Team Leader Li Wei could no longer tolerate the commercial banter between Richard and Lu Xiu. Enough of your chit-chat. You too, Li Wei interrupted. Lu Xiu, extinguish that fire quickly. Turning to Richard, he added, Richard, well done. Keep that beast under control and prevent it from awakening. Team Leader, I have lulled it into a deep slumber, Richard replied with a grin. Even if we bombard it now, it won't wake up. Excellent. Can you manage to control the other flame-armored dragons? Li Wei inquired. Team Leader, the scales atop this flame-armored dragon interfere with my abilities. I can only control them when I am within 10 meters of it, Richard lamented. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. All right. I will have Lin Xiuyue and Wan Qi accompany you and Lu Xiu to assist with the western and northern gates. At this time, both the western and northern gates had seen a flame-armored dragon breach their defenses. Although no casualties had been reported among the warriors on the walls, the two flame-armored dragons were now heading towards the city lord's mansion, the very heart of Jiuzhou City, which could not afford to be compromised. Chapter 45. The banner of Jiuzhou displays its might. The Demon King moves. Wan Qi, a young man who had awakened the ability to control magnetic fields, and Lin Xiuyue, a young woman with the power of storms, were among the few, apart from Lin Yu, who possessed the capability of flight. Of the 800 warriors, nearly half had awakened unique abilities. While these abilities may not rival the top-tier bloodlines such as the Yuan Phoenix, the Ancient Sacred Body, or the Yin Yang Sun, their effectiveness in the early stages of combat far outweighed that of bloodlines. Soon, Li Wei summoned Wan Qi and Lin Xiuyue. Time was of the essence, and the two wasted no words. Lin Xiuyue utilized her wind abilities to control her and Lu Xiu's movement, while Wan Qi conjured a metal plate for himself and Richard to stand upon. The four swiftly soared towards the west and north. As they approached, they beheld the two flame-armored dragons, having breached the city walls, unleashing torrents of flames upon the structure before flapping their massive wings towards the city lord's mansion. At this juncture, both missile launchers and super-energy electromagnetic cannons were unable to adjust their aim in time. The warriors on the walls could only seize nearby RPG rocket launchers, firing a volley of rockets at the two flame-armored dragons, but to little effect. As the beasts soared further away, the team leaders at the western and northern gates hastily descended from the walls, for below awaited JoJo's latest model of armed helicopters. These helicopters were similarly equipped with super-energy electromagnetic cannons and missiles, capable of inflicting devastating damage upon the flame-armored dragons. The two flame-armored dragons roared triumphantly towards the sky, as if victory was within their grasp. Suddenly, a massive, furry claw descended upon one of the flame-armored dragons, sending it crashing to the ground. 5 long, sharp claws sparked against the dragon's scaly hide. The owner of the enormous paw was none other than the 9 spirits, who had been vigilantly guarding the western gate. As soon as the flame-armored dragon attempted to breach the western gate, the 9 spirits identified its target, yet did not immediately strike. As a skilled hunter, it understood the significance of a decisive blow. Only when the flame-armored dragon was engaged in its triumphant roar did the 9 spirits act decisively. With a single strike, it brought the airborne flame-armored dragon crashing down. Once on solid ground, the 9 spirits were in their element and would not allow the dragon a chance to ascend once more. With swift strides, they charged forward. With a swift bite, it sank its teeth into the immense wing of the flame-armored dragon. The creature roared in pain, unleashing a series of furious bellows, and retaliated with a searing breath directed at Jiuling. Not wishing to further tarnish his handsome visage, Jiuling began to tactically evade. Meanwhile, the 4 supporting allies were still en route from the skies. Observing the unfolding scene, Richard urged, "Old Juan, accelerate. We must hasten to Jiuling's aid and subdue that injured flame-armored dragon." He then addressed Lin Yu. "You and your team head north to support Yuanxing." "Understood." Lin Yu resolutely redirected her course with Lucio. Wan Qi let out a hearty laugh. "Oldly, brace yourself. The veteran driver is about to speed up." With that, the iron board beneath them surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to the battlefield between Jiuling and the flame-armored dragon. At that moment, the flame-armored dragon had lost a significant portion of its left wing, blood gushing forth, rendering it unable to fly. It could only attempt to escape while hurling flames at Jiuling. Jiuling nimbly dodged the fiery onslaught, while occasionally taunting the dragon with roars. Upon witnessing this, Richard shouted, "Jiuling, let me ride on your back. Take me within 10 meters of the flame-armored dragon." Both Richard and Wan Qi were psychics with relatively weaker physical capabilities and low power levels. Approaching the dragon recklessly would spell certain doom for them. Only by taking refuge on Jiuling's back could they draw close enough to subdue the beast. Jiuling turned to see Richard and, without hesitation, leaped toward them. For Richard was the only human, aside from Lin Yu, with whom it could communicate soul to soul. Having come to regard Richard as a friend, Jiuling sprang towards him. Richard leaped onto Jiuling's back, landing securely amidst its thick mane. "Charge!" Richard proclaimed. Jiuling, no longer holding back, unleashed a lion's roar attack directed at the wounded flame-armored dragon. The sudden sonic wave disoriented the dragon, interrupting its fiery breath. Seizing the opportunity, Jiuling dashed forward. And before the dragon could react, its massive neck was clamped in Jiuling's jaws. Richard, perched on Jiuling's back, instantly launched his attack, sending an invisible wave of psychic energy crashing into the dragon's mind. Within moments, the flame-armored dragon's eyes rolled back, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing the dragon completely incapacitated and failing to resist, Jiuling assumed it had successfully subdued the creature and let out a triumphant roar, joyfully prancing on the dragon's body. "Jiuling, your mate is still being assaulted. Can you not focus?" Richard reminded. At this, Jiuling glanced northward, where Yuanxing was still entangled with another flame-armored dragon, enduring a barrage of fiery breaths and desperately dodging. Fortunately, Lin Yu and Lu Xiu had arrived just in time, redirecting the flames with their powers of wind and fire, preventing Yuanxing from being struck. Upon witnessing this, Jiuling's fury ignited. How could it bear to see its mate bullied? It took off towards the north. The northern flame-armored dragon, observing its companion incapacitated, realized it stood no chance against 2 opponents and sought to flee, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky. The dragon climbed higher, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, just as it neared the edge of the 2 blue lines' lethal range. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon phantom, stretching 100 feet long, materialized above Jojo City, ensnaring the flame-armored dragon with its massive tail. With a powerful sweep, it slammed the dragon back to the ground. and the golden dragon phantom gradually vanished. This divine dragon represented the fortune of the Jiuzhou nation, having evolved from the national flag's auspicious artifact. Before the city lord's mansion, the towering Jiuzhou national flag billowed in the wind, releasing an invisible wave that enveloped the entirety of Jiuzhou City's airspace. This was the might of the primary level fortune artifact. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers within Jiuzhou and Richard, Wanqi, and others were utterly astonished. What was that dragon just now? Was it summoned by the cosmic deity? Of course. It must have been the cosmic deity, though we've never witnessed it before, and it was significantly smaller than the dragon's soul outside the city. Regardless, as long as it belongs to Jiuzhou, it suffices. If the cosmic deity hasn't intervened, these monsters are as good as defeated. Do not rejoice too soon. There remains a humanoid demon king yet to act. One wonders how long they will remain at a standstill. The longer, the better. Soon the demon king's minions will be wiped out. One wonders if these bosses are mentally sound, so fond of posturing. Within Jiuzhou City, following the flame armor dragon's fall at the hands of the fortune golden dragon, Yuanxing seized the moment, swiftly darting forward to bite down on the dragon's neck. Moments later, Jiuling and Richard also arrived, with Richard employing his previous tactic to subdue this flame armored dragon as well. Thus, the 3 flame armor dragons that had invaded Jiuzhou City were subdued by 800 brave warriors, their pets, and artifacts, all without Lin Yu's intervention. Outside Jiuzhou City, the flame armored dragon king, who had been at a standoff with Lin Yu for some time, gazed upon the golden dragon figure within the city, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It was indeed a fortune artifact, having coalesced into a 100-foot-long golden dragon. If it could devour this fortune dragon, the prospect of further evolution thrilled the king. Consequently, it soared towards Lin Yu, knowing it must first eliminate the human obstructing its path to the fortune dragon. Oh, so it's finally ready to strike? Lin Yu scoffed. Too bad. You've missed the prime moment to attack. Silently, Lin Yu accessed his system panel, noticing he had nearly 7,000 evolution points. System, elevate my strength to the initial level of diamond. Apologies, evolution points are insufficient. I can elevate the host's strength to the advanced level of gold. Very well, proceed with the evolution, Lin Yu decisively commanded, urgency overtaking him, leaving no room for reprimanding the system. Evolution commencing. Chapter 46. Charging into the depths of the mist. The Flame Armor Dragon King had been locked in a standoff with Lin Yu for quite some time, refraining from action while its minions were ruthlessly slaughtered by the warriors. Yet, upon witnessing the Golden Dragon of Fortune, it could no longer contain itself. Fortune was essential for the evolution of every race and civilization. As one of the kings of the Flame Armor Dragon clan, devouring that 100-foot golden dragon would allow it to ascend further. The only obstacle now was the enigmatic man before it. Thus, it resolved to eliminate the man standing in the way, ensuring no one would interrupt its consumption of the fortune dragon. The Flame Armor Dragon King's speed was astonishing, covering the distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. Devoid of any flashy or extravagant moves, the Flame Armored Dragon King, relying on the formidable strength of his corporeal form, unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Yu's strikingly handsome visage, rivaling that of the most illustrious figures. Lin Yu, observing the clawed and scaled fist hurtling towards him, offered a derisive smile. Had you acted a mere second earlier, you might have had a chance, but now, a second in time. For someone of Lin Yu's prowess, now elevated to the intermediate level of gold, was ample to accomplish a multitude of feats. After expending 2,000 evolution points, his strength surged to the advanced level of gold in an instant. Subsequently, he upgraded both the Sky and Earth skill and the Dragon Head Gleaming Silver Spear to the same advanced tier, consuming an additional 5,000 evolution points. Although still a rank below the Demon King in terms of power, the might of the Pangu Bloodline was formidable, even without the cultivation of any body-refining techniques. Lin Yu's physical resilience and strength were far beyond what the average Flame Armored Dragon King could easily vanquish. As the grotesque fist of the Flame Armored Dragon King loomed perilously close, Lin Yu decisively retaliated, launching his own fist towards the Demon King's face. With 2 resounding crashes, Lin Yu was propelled backward 100 meters, his body crashing into the city wall, while the Flame Armored Dragon King staggered back 50 meters, hovering silently in the air. In this initial clash, the Flame Armored Dragon King held a slight advantage. Witnessing this, the warriors atop the eastern city wall gasped in astonishment. Lord City Master, are you alright? Perhaps you should retreat to the city and utilize the super-energy electromagnetic cannon for defense. The citizens of the vast Jiuzhou, equally shocked, regarded Lin Yu as an indomitable force. Except for his initial incapacitated state, he had never faced a disadvantage in battle. Yet now, he appeared to be on the back foot. This flame-armored Dragon King is utterly monstrous. Even the divine you cannot best it. If you were to fall, would Jojo not be doomed? Nonsense. How could you ever be defeated? Have faith in you. He is forever an invincible being. He still possesses untapped divine powers. The cacophony of jeers from the citizens of foreign nations echoed against Jojo's walls. You deserve this. Jojo must face its reckoning. So many nations have fallen. Why should you remain unscathed? I await you in hell. This battle shall surely see the triumph of my mealy nation. Once this conflict concludes, we shall swiftly reclaim our place atop the world. So brace yourselves, Jojo. Amidst the taunts, the citizens of Jojo retorted defiantly, what audacity. Do you even know what the sun looks like in these times? The sweetness of Jojo's air? The fullness of our moonlit nights? A group of individuals, barely surviving in their rat holes, dared to mock the deities above. The sheer absurdity of it all was astounding. These soon-to-be-defeated souls had the gall to intrude upon our Jojo's live stream, barking like madmen. Such shamelessness was unprecedented. At this moment, those keyboard warriors, seemingly useless in times of peace, found an unexpected purpose in this unique situation, rendering the foreign critics speechless. The live stream grew noticeably quieter as the clamor subsided. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Yu swiftly emerged from the shattered wall, casting a furious glance back at the large hole created by the Dragon King's assault. The silver advanced city wall I painstakingly evolved has been marred by your attack. You shall pay for this. Upon seeing the flame-armored Dragon King's mocking expression, Lin Yu's rage ignited. Grasping his spear, he charged towards the Dragon King, his form rapidly enlarging as he flew. Realizing Lin Yu's transformation, the flame-armored Dragon King retreated swiftly, revealing his true form. In an instant, a colossal flame-armored dragon, measuring over 2,000 meters in length and sporting 4 wings, materialized before the gates of Jojo. Lin Yu's spear soon found itself poised before the Dragon King. Underestimating Lin Yu's power, the Dragon King casually extended his right claw to seize the weapon. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Yu's spear remained relentless, surging forward with immense force despite being gripped by the Dragon King's talon. The Dragon King, sensing imminent danger, swiftly dodged, using his wings to bat Lin Yu away. He retreated several hundred meters, half of his massive form concealed within the mist. At that moment, the Dragon King was taken aback. How is this possible? So powerful. My combat strength is merely 8,000, yet this boy exceeds 10,000. Why has his strength increased so dramatically? After regaining his true form, the Dragon King's power had only doubled, while Lin Yu seemed to have augmented his might by more than 5-fold. As the next clash commenced, the Dragon King swiftly discerned Lin Yu's true capabilities. Recognizing Lin Yu's superiority, the Dragon King's colossal eyes narrowed, fixating on the Jojo flag radiating waves of fortune. A cunning plan took shape in his mind. If he could consume the golden dragon of fortune, then enduring a couple of Lin Yu's strikes would be worth the trade. True to his diamond-level status, the Dragon King exhibited a higher intellect than the often irrational citizens of Melee. Faced with a foe stronger than himself, he promptly devised a new battle strategy, trading injury for the chance to seize the golden dragon of fortune. Without hesitation, his massive form launched into the air, heading towards the heart of Jojo. Lin Yu, recognizing the Dragon King's intent to assault Jojo, could not allow such a plan to unfold. Sheathing his spear, he grasped the Dragon King's tail and forcefully hurled him into the depths of the mist. Given the Dragon King's immense size, continuing their battle near Jojo would spell disaster for the fragile city. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to shift the battlefield. Meanwhile, the conflict within Jojo proceeded favorably. The second round of electromagnetic cannons had completed charging and had already felled dozens of flame-armored dragons. The ground-dwelling titans and hellhounds were reduced to mere fodder, obliterated by landmines and missiles, with only a scant few remaining, incapable of breaching the defenses of the silver advanced city gates. Lin Yu felt assured in his pursuit, but to ensure safety, he decided to implement some contingency measures. System: elevate the strengths of Jiuling and Yuansheng to the initial level of gold, and simultaneously utilize 1 evolution point for each of the 800 warriors. With that, he took up his spear and surged into the depths of the mist, his speed remarkable. In an instant, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Immediately, the live broadcast room of Jojo City became enveloped in a hazy obscurity, rendering everything indistinct. What is happening? Where is the network administrator? I demand to see the 4K high-definition stream. Who is this murky image meant for? If the foreigners next door catch a glimpse, they might think I cannot afford a decent phone. Damn it. We want to see the God of the universe. God of the universe. God of the universe. The Jojo live chat was inundated with fervent messages. At that moment, an announcement echoed once more. A global notification declared that due to the city lord of Jojo entering the depths of the fog, the broadcast image would be blurred. Until Lin Yu returned to Jiuzhou City, the broadcast would instead feature the perspective of 800 warriors. With the announcement concluded, the populace of Jiuzhou found some solace. What a ridiculous and shoddy evolutionary game. Can't they even afford a high-definition camera? A mere fog can obscure the view. Oh well. If we cannot see the god of the universe, we might as well watch our 800 warriors. Honestly, after witnessing the invincible god of the universe daily, I have grown somewhat weary. It would be refreshing to observe our skilled warriors instead. At this moment in Jiuzhou City, following Lin Yu's disappearance, significant changes unfolded. Firstly, the two azure lions, Juling and Yuansheng, had undergone a transformation after advancing to the initial stage of gold. Their size remained largely unchanged, but they sprouted an additional head, thus becoming two-headed azure lions. Each of the 800 warriors also exhibited changes. A single evolution point was sufficient for a bloodline evolver to manifest a trace of further evolution. Simultaneously, the alterations among the extraordinary beings were even more pronounced. Among them, Richard stood out. His once thinning hair had receded further, nearing the vortex at the crown of his head. Lucio, standing nearby, jested, "Old at this rate, you'll soon be completely bald." He snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame that danced at his fingertips, and continued, "Shall I just burn it all off for you?" With that Mediterranean look, you won't attract any girls. Lin Yu beside them nodded in agreement. What a shame. Such a handsome young man, and he's already balding at such a young age. She lamented before shaking her head and rejoining the battle against the flame-armored dragon. Richard, already irritated by his baldness, found Lucio's mockery even more aggravating. He cursed. "Get lost." Lucio quickly made his exit. Once calm, Richard channeled his indignation into strength and approached the flame-armored dragon still perched on the eastern city wall. Instantly, his psychic connection activated, and the previously closed eyes of the flame-armored dragon snapped open. Richard commanded in a fierce tone, "Go and eliminate all of your kind." He had not only lost his hair, but had also grown stronger. After evolving once more, he could now control these flame-armored dragons from a distance of 100 meters. The controlled flame-armored dragons swiftly soared beyond the city, launching a ferocious assault on their brethren. It was not just Richard. The abilities of the other warriors had also seen significant enhancement. Thus, with the aid of the two initial stage golden azure lions, the warriors pushed the monsters back relentlessly. Victory was within reach. Meanwhile, the city's lord, Lin Yu, upon entering the depths of the fog, found his vision obscured by the surrounding gray mist. This fog was unlike the ordinary smog found on Blue Star. Without special abilities, it could not be dispelled. At this moment, Lin Yu could see nothing, and he dared not recklessly pursue. What if the enemy executed a diversion and made off with his home base, leading to a catastrophic explosion? He could hardly fathom the scenario of 10,000 flame-armored dragon kings appearing within Jiuzhou's territory. In such a case, no matter how formidable the external support, Jiuzhou would be doomed. Lin Yu felt a surge of anxiety. The hidden enemy posed the greatest threat, with the potential to strike a fatal blow at any moment. "System, is it possible to evolve my eyes independently?" Lin Yu suddenly inquired. Yes. Upon receiving the affirmative response from the system, Lin Yu's heart soared with delight. He glanced at his remaining evolution points, still a substantial 10,000. After a brief calculation, deducting the 5,000 points he had spent on his own evolution and the 1,000 points for the 800 warriors, it became apparent that there were creatures within Jiuzhou City worth 6,320 evolution points left. This indicated that the number of flame-armored dragons had dwindled to mere dozens. Lin Yu smiled with relief, realizing that the warriors' battle was nearing its conclusion. He no longer needed to worry. His sole focus now was to defeat the flame-armored dragon king. And then the first round of internal testing would come to an end. "System, expend 1,000 evolution points to evolve my eyes," Lin Yu commanded. With the remaining 10,000 points, there was no need for frugality. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced gold skill, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Eye of Breaking Illusions, capable of discerning falsehoods and revealing truths. As the evolution concluded, Lin Yu's eyes shimmered with golden light. The surrounding gray fog instantly transformed into clarity. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, astonished to discover a battlefield littered with the remains of various creatures. There were small canine corpses measuring a few meters long, alongside the massive skeletons of dragons. In the distance, he even spotted a colossal skull with a diameter of 1,000 meters, the origin of which remained a mystery. The ground was strewn with an unsettling multitude of bones, sending chills down his spine. Could this truly be the battlefield of myriad races? Lin Yu pondered. Until now, his journey had been remarkably smooth, effortlessly acquiring evolution points, overcoming challenges, and achieving victory in the first phase. He had even secured Blue Star's qualification for internal testing, leading to a sense of pride and self-satisfaction. However, upon witnessing the vast expanse of bones, he genuinely grasped the terrors of the war among the myriad races. Had it not been for the flame-armored Dragon King's arrogance, Jojo might have met a similar fate, Lin Yu murmured. The pretentious flame-armored Dragon King had afforded Lin Yu ample time to grow. Had the Dragon King opted to strike immediately, Lin Yu's intermediate gold strength would have been utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. In hindsight, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Shaking off his disordered thoughts, Lin Yu activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions and began to scout the area. Soon, he detected the presence of the flame-armored Dragon King 2 kilometers to his left. At that moment, the flame-armored Dragon King had transformed back into human form, using the scattered bones to conceal itself while stealthily advancing toward Jojo City. As a diamond-level Demon King, the flame-armored Dragon King possessed the ability to pierce through the fog. Suddenly, sensing a tightening sensation, the Dragon King turned to see Lin Yu staring intently in his direction. Realizing the precarious situation, he thought, "Oh no, the wind is picking up." Hastily altering his course, he soared into the depths of the dense fog, seeking to evade Lin Yu's relentless pursuit. He intended to detour to Jojo City to devour the fateful Golden Dragon. Lin Yu, witnessing the flame-armored Dragon King attempt to flee once more, erupted in exasperation. Damn it. He then transformed back into his true form and swiftly pursued the flame-armored Dragon King. However, the speed of the flame-armored Dragon King far exceeded Lin Yu's. In no time, the figure of the flame-armored Dragon King dwindled to a mere speck. Were it not for the Eye of Illusion, Lin Yu would have lost sight of his target long ago. System, expend 1,000 evolution points to evolve the cloud leaping technique. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the advanced golden skill, Golden Light Evasion. Golden Light Evasion, capable of instantaneous movement over 10 miles. The evolution concluded, and Lin Yu was elated. An instantaneous speed of nearly 15 Mach, 5 times faster than before. Spotting the flame-armored Dragon King just 10,000 meters away, Lin Yu immediately surged to maximum velocity. In mere moments, he closed the distance, activating the Sky and Earth transformation skill to become a giant towering 10 zhang high, seizing the humanoid flame-armored Dragon King with ease. Chapter 48, Self-Destruction. Other races. The flame-armored Dragon King found himself ensnared in Lin Yu's grasp. In his humanoid form, the flame-armored Dragon King's power was nearly equivalent to Lin Yu's at that moment. He quickly broke free from the restraints and transformed back into his original form, a colossal four-winged dragon stretching 2,000 meters in length. Observing this, Lin Yu also transformed, becoming a giant 500 meters tall, brandishing his spear as he charged toward the flame-armored Dragon King. Although his bronze-level spear technique was not particularly sophisticated, sheer strength could shatter all techniques. With the enhancement from the Sky and Earth transformation skill, Lin Yu's power now surpassed that of the flame-armored Dragon King. A single thrust of his spear forced the flame-armored Dragon King to retreat. Realizing he was outmatched, the flame-armored Dragon King retreated, unleashing torrents of fiery dragon flames from his maw. A total of 81 blazing dragon flames wove together into a massive fiery net, hurtling toward Lin Yu. The intense heat of the blazing net dispersed much of the surrounding fog, but soon it was shrouded once more by fresh mists. Faced with the diamond-level fiery net, Lin Yu did not dare to be reckless. He swiftly shrank down and utilized Golden Light Evasion to nimbly evade the flames. Not a single corner of his attire singed amidst the inferno. As he maneuvered closer to the flame-armored Dragon King, he seized the opportune moment. The Sky and Earth transformation activated instantaneously, and with a single thrust, he pierced the left wing of the flame-armored Dragon King, lifting it with force and unleashing a torrential rain of blood. The fiery net dissipated as well, gazing at the dragon's blood pooling on the ground. Lin Yu lamented the waste of such a splendid energy source and ingredient. The flame-armored Dragon King, recognizing Lin Yu's brutality, flapped his wings and retreated swiftly. Even in peak condition, he could not escape Lin Yu's pursuit, particularly while injured. Lin Yu quickly closed the distance, leaping onto the back of the flame-armored Dragon King. He aimed for the other uninjured wing and thrust again, eliciting a pained wail from the dragon. Its massive form plummeted from the sky, shattering the bones below. What did it matter if he was diamond level? With sheer strength, he could break through all defenses. In the realm of martial arts, nothing could withstand speed. Thus, Lin Yu, despite only holding advanced golden strength, comprehensively overwhelmed the flame-armored Dragon King in power and velocity. Even with a lower level, he could still decisively defeat the flame-armored Dragon King. As he observed the flame-armored Dragon King struggling on the ground, Lin Yu raised his spear high, poised to pierce the beast's skull. Wait, The flame-armored Dragon King suddenly spoke. "Spare me, and I promise not to attack Jojo City again." Lin Yu paused, taken aback. This creature spoke the language of Jojo? He lowered his spear, pressing it against the dragon's head. "How do you speak the language of my Jojo nation?" "I do not speak your Jojo tongue," the flame-armored Dragon King explained. "In the battlefield of myriad races, all languages are mutually comprehensible." Noticing Lin Yu's silence, he pleaded, "Please let me go, and I swear to lead my subordinates in retreat." Lin Yu regarded the flame-armored Dragon King, pinned beneath him and pleading desperately. With a cold snort, he plunged his spear into the dragon's skull. The flame-armored Dragon King's eyes widened in fury. "You young man lack martial virtue. You offer no room for negotiation." Lin Yu would not be foolish enough to parley with a monster, especially one sent to invade Jojo as part of the game's rules. Thus, he acted without hesitation. Yet the flame-armored Dragon King, a true diamond-level beast, did not perish immediately even with a hole through its head. Its massive dragon eyes glared at Lin Yu, emitting a thunderous roar. Then, using its damaged wings, it embraced Lin Yu tightly. Lin Yu was taken aback. What did this mean? Did it wish to embrace him in its final moments? Surely not. However, he soon realized that the flame-armored Dragon King was not seeking a tender farewell, but rather a mutual destruction. Its body began to heat up intensely, the crimson scales igniting in flames. Lin Yu thought urgently. This creature intends to self-destruct, but in its final moments, the flame-armored Dragon King unleashed a tremendous surge of power, locking Lin Yu in a tight embrace. For a moment, Lin Yu found it difficult to break free. In a critical situation, he instantly exited the sky and earth transformation state, reverting to his original height of 1.8 meters. Within mere breaths, he retreated several dozen miles. With a resounding boom, the immense body of the flame-armored Dragon King erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the terrifying force rivaling that of a nuclear bomb rapidly radiating outward. Even at a distance of several dozen miles, Lin Yu felt the shockwave from the explosion. Fortunately, he was far from the epicenter, otherwise, he would have been gravely injured. If not killed, he lightly brushed off an unidentified bone that had fallen onto him and shook off the dust. The battle concluded. It was a pity that the remains of the flame-armored Dragon King were obliterated. Otherwise, he could have collected some blood or flesh, fine ingredients indeed. But now, he could only concede defeat. Seeing the flame-armored Dragon King dead, Lin Yu contemplated returning to Jojo City. Suddenly, a glimmering silhouette shot out from the explosion center, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Although Lin Yu did not know what this silhouette was, it was evidently connected to the flame-armored Dragon King. He hurriedly pursued. This shadow moved with remarkable speed, several times faster than the flame-armored Dragon King's former pace. Lin Yu could only rely on the eye of illusion to lock onto the target, resolutely maintaining his pursuit. A thrilling chase unfolded amidst the swirling mists, as shadows danced nimbly through the gaps of skeletons, exploiting their size advantage. Lin Yu barreled through the chaos from behind. After a few minutes of relentless pursuit, he finally discerned that the elusive light was, in fact, a gem the size of a fist. Could it be a Dragon Ball? Lin Yu mused, quickening his pace to continue the chase. The distance diminished rapidly. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 50 meters. Lin Yu swiftly closed in, seizing the gem in his grasp. At this moment, the once vibrant gem had begun to lose its luster. Through its translucent surface, he could faintly make out the silhouette of a four-winged dragon gliding languidly. Indeed, it was a Dragon Ball, Lin Yu exclaimed with astonishment. This object was remarkably resilient. Even such a violent explosion had failed to destroy it. This little dragon must be the remnant soul of the flame-armored Dragon King. Although Lin Yu harbored a fondness for such formidable foes that could yield equipment even in death, he lamented that this Dragon Ball held no utility for him. After some contemplation, Lin Yu summoned the dragon soul from his bright silver dragon spear. In an instant, a five-clawed divine dragon erupted forth from the spear. Holding the Dragon Ball, Lin Yu addressed the dragon soul. This gem contains the remnant soul of a Dragon King. Would you care to consume it? The dragon soul, akin to the spirit of the bright silver dragon spear, possessed considerable wisdom. It scrutinized the Dragon Ball for a moment before nodding eagerly. Lin Yu smiled gently. Take it then, and tossed the gem into the dragon soul's mouth. The dragon soul swallowed the Dragon Ball in one gulp, letting out an exhilarated roar before shrinking in size and swirling around Lin Yu's form. All right, that's enough. Return now, Lin Yu chuckled, retracting the dragon soul back into the spear. At last, it was over. He should be able to return now. Lin Yu stowed away his spear and communicated with Zhou Ling and Yuan Sheng through the system. Soon, he pinpointed the location of Jojo City, which was over 1,000 kilometers away. I must fly back alone, he sighed. Perhaps I should find an eagle to evolve. Who knows, I might end up with a golden-winged rock. making my travels much more convenient. After musing to himself, Lin Yu prepared to head back to Jiuzhou City. Suddenly, he caught sight of a small city standing amidst the fog, approximately 10 kilometers away. It bore a striking resemblance in size to Jiuzhou City from the first phase. Could it be that other races from different worlds were also undergoing the first phase of trials? Lin Yu pondered, glancing again toward Jiuzhou City. A daunting distance of over 1,000 kilometers away. Never mind. I shall first investigate this place and gather information about other worlds, he resolved. Swiftly soaring toward the small city. Chapter 49. Extraterrestrial Civilizations. The first round of tests concluded. In the blink of an eye, the 10 kilometers vanished as Lin Yu hovered at the boundary of the mist, scrutinizing the city before him. The city resembled Jiuzhou City in its initial phase. Inscribed above the eastern city gate were the characters, Baiyun. A young man atop the city wall was wielding a bow to slay the hellish three-headed canines outside the gates. What use is a bow against monsters that require a rifle to defeat? Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Just then, the lord of Baiyun City drew his longbow to its full extent. With a swift release, an arrow flew forth, striking true with a resounding thud as it pierced the head of a hellish three-headed dog, which collapsed lifelessly. Lin Yu was taken aback. Such a diminutive bow possessed such formidable power? Its lethality surpassed even that of modern rifles. Lin Yu turned his attention to the lord of Baiyun City. He was small in stature, likely still in his youth, and his appearance was unremarkable. His strength barely reached the initial level of black iron. Yet he wielded a longbow of silver tier. This piqued Lin Yu's curiosity further. How could someone of such limited strength draw a silver tier bow? Lin Yu decided to intervene, intending to assist the young man in dispatching the hellish three-headed dogs and gather some intelligence. Just as he was about to act, a warning resonated in his mind. Lin Yu, lord of Jiuzhou City, during the trials of other races, no interference is permitted. Those who dare to intervene will be obliterated. The familiar voice echoed once more. Lin Yu quickly halted his advance, retreating 10 meters. Damn, I almost forgot about that, he sighed in relief. On Blue Star, he had been warned before about refraining from interfering with the trials of other nations, which subsequently restricted him to the territories of Jiuzhou. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself with no choice but to wait. He did not wish to miss the opportunity to learn about other civilizations, especially since Baiyun City was merely over 1,000 kilometers from Jiuzhou City. It was possible they might cross paths in the future, though he held no fear. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial for victory in 100 battles. Lin Yu was not one to engage in unprepared conflicts. With the aid of the silver tier weapon, the lord of Baiyun City swiftly dispatched all the hellish three-headed dogs. The announcement echoed appropriately. Announcement to the entire continent. Yi Guqing, lord of Baiyun Nation, has successfully slain all monsters and repelled the first wave of attack. After evaluation, Baiyun City's integrity stands at 95 with a time of 5 minutes, earning an A grade. Following the conclusion of the attack, rewards were distributed to both the lord of Baiyun City and the citizens. From the announcement, Lin Yu gleaned a crucial piece of information. Baiyun Nation hailed from a continent. Unlike a technologically advanced planetary civilization, it resembled a realm steeped in cultivation. Shortly thereafter, another announcement echoed. The first wave of attacks has concluded. A total of 20 lords across the continent have successfully defended their cities, with 3 lords achieving S-grade evaluations, far surpassing the performance of Blue Star's first phase. As the announcement came to an end, Lin Yu boldly emerged from the mist, soaring directly toward Baiyun City. At that moment, Yi Guqing was still atop the city wall, resting. Upon noticing Lin Yu approaching, he wasted no time in drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, a sharp arrow flew toward Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu extended a hand gracefully, catching the arrow effortlessly, and promptly appeared before Yi Guqing, pressing the arrow against his throat. I mean no harm. Can we speak civilly? Lin Yu offered a warm smile. You say you mean no harm. Yet one more step forward and my throat would be pierced, Yi Guqing thought indignantly. Yet he was intimidated by Lin Yu's prowess, so he complied. Very well. Lin Yu returned the arrow to Yi Guqing, grinning as he declared, You answer my questions. If I find your responses unsatisfactory, I shall end your life. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Who is the most powerful being on your continent? And what is their strength? The mightiest being of our Valen continent is my great ancestor of nature. Yi Guqing, filled with pride, lifted his head and declared, My esteemed ancestor ascended to the diamond tier a year ago. With that, he cast a provocative glance at Lin Yu. His meaning unmistakable. Should Lin Yu attempt to eliminate him, his ancestor would seek vengeance. Lin Yu merely smiled in response, unperturbed by the diamond status. How many diamond tier individuals exist on the Valen continent now? And how many gold tier warriors? He inquired further. There is only my ancestor at the diamond level. While there are at least 100 gold tier warriors, Yi Guqing replied with haughty confidence. After hearing this, Lin Yu gained a clearer understanding of the overall strength of the Valen continent, at least 100 formidable gold-tier warriors. As for the veracity of Yi Guqing's claim regarding his ancestors' diamond status, it remained to be seen, though it held little significance. A mere diamond-tier warrior was hardly a deterrent. He could be dispatched with ease. In a broader perspective, the Valen continent's strength appeared to surpass that of Blue Star considerably. 100 humanoid nuclear weapons posed a far greater threat than 100 nuclear superpowers. Moreover, judging by the results of the initial round, it was highly likely that this continent would soon commence internal testing. The current situation in Jiuzhou demanded urgency. They needed to seize the moment and become the first among all races to secure a place in the myriad. With the two nations' territories so closely situated, a genuine battle among the myriad would inevitably ensue. Lin Yu gazed at Yi Guqing, suppressing the impulse to silence him permanently. Who could say whether slaying this lord would constitute interference with the test? Should he be obliterated by the game's rules, the cost would outweigh the benefit. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Yu chose not to linger and set his sights on the direction of Jiuzhou City. Activating his golden light escape skill, he vanished from Baiyun City, leaving Yi Guqing in a state of bewilderment. Within mere minutes, Lin Yu beheld the grandeur of Jiuzhou City once more. At this moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with only 2 flame-armored dragons left outside the city, locked in a deadly struggle. Lin Yu felt a tinge of surprise. But upon seeing Richard atop the city walls, he surmised the situation. This fellow seemed to grow stronger with every hair lost, Lin Yu thought with a quiet chuckle. He then summoned his lance and, with a forceful throw, impaled both flame-armored dragons against the city wall. A proclamation echoed forth. Global announcement. City Lord Lin Yu of Jiuzhou City and 800 warriors have slain all monsters and successfully passed the first round of the second phase of internal testing. Upon assessment, Jiuzhou City's integrity exceeds 99, with no casualties among personnel, earning an SSS rating. Following the assault, rewards were distributed to City Lord Lin Yu, the 800 warriors, and the citizens of Jiuzhou. The warriors atop the walls erupted into jubilant cheers. Lin Yu gracefully descended onto the battlements, where the surrounding warriors immediately gathered around him. City Lord, we have triumphed. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yu inquired, is anyone injured? A few comrades sustained minor injuries. They have been sent back to rest, Zhao Daong replied. What of the other nations? Lin Yu continued. Apart from Meili and Beixiong, all have failed, Zhao Daong stated. No sooner had his words settled than another familiar announcement resounded. Global announcement. City Lord Alice of Meili City and 800 warriors have slain all monsters and successfully passed the first round of the second phase of internal testing. Upon assessment, Meili City's integrity is below 1, with 800 casualties, earning a D rating. After the assault, rewards were allocated to City Lord Alice and the citizens of Meili. Lin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this announcement. Meili City had managed to hold its ground. Although they had not deployed an additional flame-armored dragon king, they still had a considerable number of ordinary flame-armored dragons, enabling them to successfully defend the city. Most crucially, Meili City had lost 800 lives. Aside from City Lord Alice, all 800 warriors had perished. What could have transpired? As discussions erupted among the crowd, the announcement sounded once more. Global announcement. City Lord Olaf of Beixiong City and 800 warriors have slain all monsters and successfully passed the first round of the second phase of internal testing. Upon assessment, Beixiong City's integrity is below 1, with 800 casualties, earning a D rating. Beixiong City had also successfully defended itself, with the same number of casualties. The crowd was astounded, yet began to anticipate what rewards would be bestowed, perhaps physique enhancements, or wisdom, or something else entirely. Richard scratched his gleaming bald head, pondering. Chapter 50. The Awakening of Spiritual Energy and New Rules. The first round of testing in the second phase of the internal assessment had concluded. Only 3 nations from Blue Star had passed, while all 55 others had failed. The announcement reverberated across the lands of Blue Star and above its cities. Global announcement. The first round of internal testing has concluded. Congratulations to Jiuzhou, Meili, and Beixiong for passing the test. While the remaining 55 nations have failed and will lose their eligibility for the second round of testing. Now, we will proceed with the settlement for the victors. Jiuzhou City receives an SSS rating, awarding all citizens of Jiuzhou with the Silver Beginner Breathing Technique, Tai Chi Breathing Method. City Lord Lin Yu's cultivation aptitude is increased by 100, while the citizens of Jiuzhou receive a 50-point increase in cultivation aptitude. Meili City receives a D rating, granting all citizens of Meili the Bronze Beginner Breathing Technique, Mighty Bull Breathing Method. City Lord Alice's cultivation aptitude is increased by 20. While the citizens of Meili receive a 10-point increase in cultivation aptitude, Beixiong City also receives a D rating, awarding all citizens of Beixiong the Bronze Beginner Breathing Technique, Mighty Bull Breathing Method. City Lord Olaf's cultivation aptitude is increased by 20. While the citizens of Beixiong receive a 10-point increase in cultivation aptitude, no penalties will be imposed on the nations that failed the test. Upon the announcement, the citizens of nations such as Riss, Gaul, and Yamato were overwhelmed with joy and tears. It was finally over, though there were no rewards. Their lifespan would not be deducted, nor would they face a monster invasion. Although their homeland still suffered from monstrous rampages, there was now a glimmer of hope for survival. At that moment, the announcement echoed once again. Spiritual energy has been detected as absent on Blue Star. Thus, we are initiating the awakening of spiritual energy, rewarding Blue Star with 1,000 spiritual veins, 500 within the borders of Jiuzhou, 100 within Meili, 100 within Beixiong, and the remaining 300 randomly distributed across Blue Star. With this announcement, the citizens of Jiuzhou were filled with unparalleled excitement. Spiritual energy? Cultivation? Breathing techniques? Could I too have a chance at immortality? Haha, I will cultivate. I aim to become an immortal, to grasp the stars and pluck the sun and moon. There shall be none like me in this world. With 500 spiritual veins, coupled with a 50-point increase in aptitude, my son Wang Lang also possesses the potential for greatness. This reward ignited the dreams of countless individuals yearning for cultivation and transcendence. They envisioned a day when they would stand atop the world, gazing down upon all realms. But as they raised their gaze, suddenly, Lin Yu discovered himself standing on the upper tier, gazing down upon the multitude. The announcement had yet to conclude, and the voice continued to resonate. The nations of the Blue Star, namely the Jiuzhou Kingdom, the Meili Kingdom, and the North Bear Kingdom, were set to embark on the second round of testing. The rules of the test were as follows. Centered around Jiuzhou City, all cities within a radius of 1 million kilometers would be the targets. Should any of Jiuzhou City, Meili City, or North Bear City succeed in unifying the entire realm, they would pass the test. Conversely, if all 3 cities were to be destroyed and their inhabitants annihilated, the test would be deemed a failure. The ultimate victor would claim all resources from the defeated races, while weaker factions could opt to become vassals of stronger ones. During this testing period, all teleportation arrays between cities and national forces within the designated territory would be opened, allowing each city lord to bring 800 warriors into the battleground of myriad races. Simultaneously, all monsters on the Blue Star would be released from regional restrictions, permitting countries to purge them at their discretion. This round of testing bore no time limit and would commence in one day. Upon the announcement's conclusion, a colossal map appeared above each city, meticulously marking the locations of all cities within the million-kilometer territory. Notably, Jiuzhou City, Meili City, and North Bear City were highlighted with red dots, rendering them conspicuous targets for hundreds of surrounding cities. Instantly, the world erupted in uproar. Every city within the million-kilometer expanse received the announcement's echo. What? We are to be the targets for testing by other races? How infuriating! I shall return and summon our ancestors. We must obliterate these 3 cities. I will sever the heads of their city lords to serve as night pots. Countless city lords seethed with indignation, realizing they had become mere pawns in the schemes of other races. How much can one endure? Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Yu's expression darkened. This was indeed a grand game being played. No wonder, throughout the endless epochs, only 999 races had emerged in the myriad realms. This internal test was nothing short of perverse. To unify all cities within a million-kilometer territory was a task as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Even Qin Shi Huang's conquest of the 6 kingdoms was not this arduous. At least he could form alliances to gradually weaken his adversaries. Yet now, Jiuzhou stood as a beacon in the night sky, a lighthouse in the sea, becoming the target of all races. Lin Yu had already mentally excluded Meili City and North Bear City from consideration. Henceforth, Jiuzhou City would stand alone against hundreds. It was either the annihilation of all races or their own destruction. As for subjugating other races, Lin Yu held no illusions. After all, bending the knee to other races only required contending with Jiuzhou City alone, whereas submission to Jiuzhou would necessitate facing hundreds. A fool could discern the wiser choice. Unless Jiuzhou could sweep through the multitude of cities with an overwhelming force, it would be a futile endeavor. However, from the intelligence he had gleaned from Yigu City, he knew that merely the Valen continent boasted over 100 golden tier warriors, each comparable to a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Aside from Lin Yu, these warriors could likely not contend with even the mightiest of weapons. No matter how great the power, it would be useless if it could not reach the target. The 800 warriors surrounding him, too, bore heavy hearts. The initial thrill of potential rewards quickly dissipated in the face of the looming pressure from hundreds of races. Observing the despondence around him, Lin Yu admonished, "What are you all doing? Is it merely a few hundred races that terrify you? For over 5,000 years, Jojo has faced countless trials and tribulations. Each time, we have forged a path through adversity. More than a millennium ago, foreign tribes invaded, causing the central plains to sink and leaving devastation in their wake. Yet our forebears rebuilt the civilization of Jojo amidst the corpses and blood. 800 years ago, 400 years ago, even a century ago, foreign invaders sought to breach Jojo, all of whom were expelled by our ancestors. And now, a mere few hundred outer world civilizations can instill such fear in you? You might as well leap off these walls. Jojo needs no cowards. Lin Yu's fiery rebuke struck at the very souls of the 800 warriors, reigniting their spirit and fervor. Zhao Daong bellowed, "We are no cowards. What our ancestors accomplished, we too can achieve. Indeed, our forebears repeatedly rescued Jojo from the brink. We can do the same. Regardless of how many races stand against us, they shall either submit or perish." Concurrently, the spirit and fury of the Jojo citizens were ignited. A mere few hundred races? What is there to fear? They might just be primitive savages who can be felled with a single shot. Do not forget, our enemies are not just from beyond. We have foes within Blue Star as well. Indeed, whether it be the Millie Kingdom or the North Bear Kingdom, they shall bow beneath Jojo's feet. Finally, we may have the opportunity for vengeance. It is time to settle the scores of a century past. On Jojo City, Lin Yu observed the warriors regaining their confidence and spirit. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips. "Excellent, I believe in you all," Lin Yu stated solemnly. "With only one day remaining until the test commences, prepare yourselves. I must return to my homeland." He then addressed Yi Hang amidst the crowd, saying, "Yi Hang, as previously mentioned, the task of cleaning the battlefield is entrusted to you. See if there are any suitable corpses for you." After delegating responsibilities to several team leaders, Lin Yu stepped into the teleportation array, returning to the base in Jiang City. Chapter 51. The Attitudes of Millie and North Bear, Diamond Tier Techniques. Upon returning to the Jiang City base, Lin Yu hurried to the command room, where he found Zhou Tai engaged in a video conference with the leaders of the four armed bases. He approached directly, inquiring, "What is the current situation at the Jojo border?" The second round of testing has altered the rules. Monsters previously confined within national territories have all been released. There are a staggering 14 nations bordering Jojo. Aside from the North Bear Kingdom, the Batai Kingdom, and the Sindu Kingdom, the remaining 11 nations have been annihilated. The monsters within their territories number in the millions. If they were to go berserk and assault Jojo, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Tai, upon being questioned by Lin Yu, responded, "For now, it remains relatively safe. The monsters near the border are few. The ordinary hellhounds and titanic beasts are unlikely to approach us anytime soon. Our main concern now lies with the flame-armored dragons, with their flight capabilities. They could easily breach Jojo's airspace. Moreover, in light of the new rules, we must be particularly vigilant against the other dozens of nations." Zhou Tai concluded, his expression laden with worry. "What? Do Millie and North Bear still wish to make the first move?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his tone. "Not just yet," Zhou Tai replied. "However, I attempted to communicate with the North Bear Kingdom's commander, Vladik, but was met with refusal. They are likely on guard against us." "I anticipated this," Lin Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Given the nature of those from the North Bear Kingdom, it is impossible to compel their submission. The same likely holds true for the Millie Kingdom. Indeed, David from the Kingdom of Mealy has likewise rejected my call," Zhou Tai remarked, expressing his frustration towards what he perceived as a group of short-sighted individuals. "The true adversaries of Blue Star are the several hundred extraterrestrial races. If we do not unite, they too shall face annihilation at the hands of other factions." Zhou Tai's indignation grew as he spoke. In his vision, despite the occasional frictions among the great powers, they were all still humans of Blue Star. It would be more prudent to first join forces to vanquish the extraterrestrial races before determining who advances to the third round of tests. Whether through diplomatic means or martial confrontation, it is essential to confront the formidable foes from beyond before settling the score. This approach would likely enhance the chances of success and mitigate casualties. However, it was apparent that both Vladik and David did not share this sentiment. David had long regarded the 9 provinces as a thorn in his side, yearning for its swift downfall. As for Vladik, although he harbored no malice towards the 9 provinces, having even visited to express a desire to maintain friendship, he could only offer camaraderie. Submission to the 9 provinces was a bridge too far for him. Even if he consented, the multitude he represented would not acquiesce. Thus, they both tacitly chose to ignore Zhou Tai's call. Yet, not all news was grim. Zhou Tai interjected suddenly. "Oh, is there any good news?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile, eager to hear more. "The nation of Body in the West has expressed its willingness to submit and become a vassal of the 9 provinces," Zhou Tai stated. "A mere small nation. Hardly worth celebrating," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, "We will still need to allocate resources to protect them." Zhou Tai elaborated, "Body has been our ally for many years, and their territory is rich in coal, oil, and other resources. That might be somewhat acceptable," Lin Yu conceded. "The average populace's livelihood still relies heavily on these resources. I have no objections to accepting Body." Zhou Tai queried, "So you have agreed to their request for submission?" "Yes, let us accept them. It is preferable to their annihilation." Lin Yu responded indifferently. "Very well, I shall inform them at once," Zhou Tai declared, promptly making a phone call. Although Lin Yu consented to accept Body, he made it clear regarding the nations of Yamato, Sunset, and Gaul, even if they wished to come to the 9 provinces as mere dogs. "I shall not grant them that opportunity. Not every matter shall fade with the passage of time." Lin Yu resolved to adhere to the rules of the game. Those deserving of extinction must indeed meet that fate. After dealing with the nations of Blue Star, there were still hundreds of races awaiting him on the battlefield of myriad clans. However, unifying Blue Star was no simple task. The kingdom of Mealy and the Northern Bear Nation possessed substantial nuclear reserves. Should they provoke a desperate retaliation from the 9 provinces, launching nuclear strikes, Lin Yu, though unafraid, understood that the populace of the 9 provinces would suffer grievous losses. Thus, meticulous planning was essential, requiring a gradual approach. Lin Yu once again opened his personal system panel. Host, Lin Yu. Power level, high gold. Bloodline, 0, 2586 Pangu Bloodline. Cultivation methods, Tai Chi breathing technique, silver beginner. Yin symbol classic, bronze beginner. Yi Jin Jing, bronze beginner. Skills, heaven and earth opening, gold intermediate. Law of heaven and earth, gold advanced. Eye of breaking illusions, gold advanced. Golden light escape, gold advanced. 18 dragon subduing palms, bronze beginner. Luo family spear technique, bronze beginner. Evolution points, 16, 320. The diamond level flame armor dragon king only yields 2,000 evolution points. How stingy. Lin Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. System, can you combine my 3 current cultivation methods into one? Affirmative. Merge my existing 3 methods into one. Then evolve it to diamond beginner, Lin Yu instructed. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the diamond beginner cultivation method, Yin Yang Tai Chi Classic. Current available evolution points, 13, 320. Yin Yang Tai Chi Classic, a diamond beginner cultivation technique that channels the powers of Tai Chi's Yin and Yang to strengthen oneself. Capable of consolidating bloodline power and achieving mastery, can reach diamond beginner level. With the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star and the emergence of 500 spiritual veins within its borders, the path towards a civilization of cultivation was inevitable. A superior cultivation method was indispensable, which is why Lin Yu was willing to invest heavily in the evolution of this tome. He took up pen and paper, deftly inscribing the Yin Yang Tai Chi Classic with both hands. Before long, Zhou Tai and the commander of Body finished their phone conversation and noticed Lin Yu fervently writing. "What are you writing?" Zhou Tai inquired. "Today's reward was merely a silver beginner technique, which is rather inadequate. I made some modifications," Lin Yu replied casually while writing. "Modifications?" Zhou Tai asked, puzzled. "What is its current level?" "Barely diamond beginner," Lin Yu stated. "What? Diamond beginner?" Zhou Tai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Diamond beginner. Does that mean it is of the same tier as the Flame Armor Dragon King? If everyone in the 9 provinces can cultivate this technique to its fullness, would they not all possess the strength akin to that of the Flame Armor Dragon King?" Although the combat prowess of the Flame Armor Dragon King was not overtly impressive, and he had been vanquished by Lin Yu, Zhou Tai vividly remembered its colossal form exceeding 2,000 meters in length. Had it not been for Lin Yu, the city of the 9 provinces would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of the Flame Armor Dragon King. Zhou Tai began to envision the day when all of the 9 provinces would soar as dragons, truly dragons, and even dragon kings. "Do not rejoice too soon," Lin Yu cautioned. High-level techniques are not something everyone can cultivate. Although the citizens of the 9 provinces have seen a 50 increase in their cultivation aptitude, I estimate that no more than 10 million will be able to practice this technique. Lin Yu remarked, "Ordinary individuals should suffice with the silver beginner breathing technique. That is more than enough. 10 million is already a significant number," Zhou Tai enthused. After a moment, Lin Yu set down his pen and stacked 2 piles of A4 paper together, handing them to Zhou Tai. "This is the complete cultivation manual. It is now yours. Make haste to print and disseminate this manual throughout the nation," Lin Yu instructed. "I will arrange that immediately," Zhou Tai responded, though he hesitated for a moment. "What if it spreads too widely and the technique leaks abroad?" "Let it leak. It is of little consequence. Those other nations will either submit to the 9 provinces or face annihilation. Even if they learn it, it will be futile," Lin Yu replied indifferently. It is merely a manual. Even if you manage to cultivate it to diamond level, what then? It would simply yield a humanoid creature of the same value as the Flame Armored Dragon King, which is worth 2,000 evolution points. By the way, prepare another batch of cutting-edge weaponry such as the super electromagnetic cannon, fighter jets, and nuclear bombs. I will help you improve them before I depart, Lin Yu added. Excellent. I will arrange that immediately, Zhou Tai replied, elated. Well then, I shall take my leave. Contact me if anything arises, Lin Yu concluded. Employing golden light escape to soar towards the borders of the 9 provinces. Time was of the essence. Only a single night's time. Gather as much as one can. Chapter 52. The most beautiful reverse warriors, stars of the future. After employing the golden light escape technique, Lin Yu's speed could reach an astonishing Mach 15. He arrived at the border city of DX in less than 5 minutes. The once tranquil and harmonious border town now appeared somewhat tense and bustling. On the roads leading out of the city, a multitude of private vehicles were orderly fleeing into the countryside, while on the other side, armed military vehicles hastily advanced towards the border. In the sky, helicopters armed for battle soared towards the front lines. They were the most beautiful reverse warriors of the 9 regions. Whether faced with natural disasters or man-made calamities, be it war, floods, or diseases, there exists a group of the most beautiful reverse warriors who bravely confront adversity, embracing danger for themselves while ensuring safety for the populace. Over 20 years ago, Lin Yu's hometown was struck by a catastrophic flood. At that time, the flood had completely submerged the farmland before his home, inundating the entire ground floor. Had it not been for the firefighters who lifted the young Lin Yu over their heads to safety, he might not have survived. Every New Year's Eve, his parents would recount this incident during their family reunion dinner, reminding him never to forget who saved his second life. Although he now considered it his third life, Lin Yu remained filled with respect for these admirable individuals, just as they honored themselves. Together with 800 valiant warriors, Lin Yu stood firm against the invasion of monsters on the battlefield of myriad races, safeguarding the tranquility of the 9 regions. It was precisely this dedication that allowed 3 billion citizens of the 9 regions to enjoy a peaceful and harmonious existence. However, this tranquility was now at risk of being shattered. The monsters had been unshackled, free to launch their reckless assaults on the 9 regions, forcing the citizens of border cities to temporarily flee their homes, seeking refuge either in the heart of their homeland or with distant relatives and friends. As Lin Yu lingered in the air, lost in contemplation, a series of dragon roars echoed from the distant sky. He focused his gaze and saw 18 flame-armored dragons forming into a squadron, soaring toward the city of DX from 2 kilometers away. Without hesitation, Lin Yu blinked and instantly appeared before one of the flame-armored dragons. At that moment, he remained in his normal human form, standing at a mere 1.8 meters tall, dwarfed by the 100-meter-long, 10,000-ton beast, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Yet, this seemingly diminutive ant struck with such force that it obliterated the dragon's head, which was the size of a house, sending a spray of blood into the air, with flesh and blood raining down upon the park, devastating countless flowers and plants. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The flame-armored dragon displayed a complete lack of civic responsibility, carelessly littering even in death. Not only did it pollute the environment, but it also posed a risk to children. Even if it did not harm any children, damaging the flora was equally unacceptable. Moreover, the scattered blood and chunks of flesh would undoubtedly increase the workload for sanitation workers. Lin Yu gazed at the remaining 17 flame-armored dragons with an increasingly menacing glare. He casually tossed the headless corpse of the slain dragon across the river, discarding it within the already fallen nation of Jiaoji, then scoffed. Today is a perfect opportunity to hone my skills and test the techniques of the great Xia. In an instant, accompanied by a resounding orchestral score, 18 golden dragon soul phantoms surged forth from Lin Yu's being. These were the evolved manifestations of the dragon subjugation 18 palms, obtained from a street stall, now transformed into a bronze-level skill. Although the skill level was not exceedingly high at this moment, Lin Yu's own prowess at a high golden level was more than sufficient to deal with the relatively weaker silver-level flame-armored dragons. While the 18 golden dragon soul phantoms may have appeared diminutive, their power was formidable. They charged towards the 17 flame-armored dragons, sending them staggering backward. Realizing their inferiority, the flame-armored dragons quickly regrouped, unleashing torrents of flame to coalesce into a massive fire dragon in the sky. As the first phase of their third assault commenced, Lin Yu chuckled coldly. Here it comes. He summoned a spear, from which a silver dragon soul over 1,000 meters long erupted. After devouring the dragon pearl of the flame-armored dragon king, the dragon's soul expanded dramatically, spanning the entire park. At this moment, the remaining onlookers, who had yet to flee, looked upward in astonishment at this breathtaking spectacle. Previously, they could only witness such a 1,000-meter-long divine dragon through live broadcasts, but now, it appeared right before their very eyes. How could they not be awestruck? Mom, what is that long thing? Show, my dear. That is the guardian dragon of the God of You. Mom, is the God of You the hero on TV who battles monsters? Indeed. The God of You is our protector in the 9 regions. Thanks to him and the 800 brave warriors, we can live in peace. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be like the God of You, fighting monsters to protect you in the 9 regions. Be good, my child. In that instant, as the crowd beheld the 1,000-meter-long divine dragon, they simultaneously recognized Lin Yu. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them, halting their flight. They paused at the roadside, munching on seeds while enjoying the aerial battle. More than a few spectators whipped out their phones to record the clash of giants, certain that the footage would garner millions of likes online. Though the airborne battle appeared fierce, it was, in reality, a one-sided affair. The dragon souls harbored an ingrained animosity toward the flame-armored dragons, attacking without restraint. A single bite decapitated one dragon, blood splattering in all directions. Observing this, Lin Yu expressed his dissatisfaction. I summoned you to give you a chance for vengeance, not to turn it into a bloody spectacle. Try to leave a complete corpse and toss it over to the other side of the river. The flame-armored dragons were treasures in their entirety. Their scales could be fashioned into armor, their bones used for construction, their flesh consumed, and their blood converted into energy. Naturally, it would be best to minimize waste. As for the already fallen nation of Jiaoji across the river, it could serve well as a refuse site. The dragon's souls, heeding his command, moderated their ferocity. They swung their lengthy tails, sending the flame-armored dragons crashing to the opposite bank of the river, swiftly following to ensure all were dispatched within the territory of Jiaoji. Facing silver-level nuisances with his high golden level might was akin to child's play. After neutralizing all the flame-armored dragons, Lin Yu instructed the dragon souls to guard the perimeter before gliding down to the ground. As he landed, a fervent applause erupted from the crowd. Divine Yu, thank you for saving us once again. Divine Yu is truly formidable. The fire-armored dragon seems no more than a mere reptile before him. Indeed, those beasts are merely flying lizards. The dragon of Divine Yu is the true dragon. The excitement was palpable. They had finally laid eyes on the living embodiment of Divine Yu. Have you ever encountered a deceased Divine Yu? Pish-posh. Lin Yu was certainly not descending merely to show off. He spoke earnestly. Comrades, the monsters may launch another attack at any moment. You should depart the city promptly. Do not linger. Upon hearing Lin Yu's directive, the crowd complied without hesitation, reluctantly boarding their vehicles to leave. Lin Yu intercepted a mother and her son, greeting them. Hello there. The woman appeared somewhat anxious. Hello, Divine Yu. The young boy, however, responded with charming boldness. Hello, Uncle Yu. What is your name, little one? Lin Yu inquired kindly. My nickname is Xiao Feng, and my full name is Zhang Sanfeng, the boy replied. Very well. Didn't you just say that when you grow up, you want to hunt monsters like your uncle? Lin Yu asked warmly. Yes, when I grow up. I want to protect my mother and defend Jiuzhou, just like my uncle, the boy declared with determination. Forgive me. Children often speak in jest. The boy's mother chuckled awkwardly. I believe Xiao Feng is not jesting. I have high hopes for him, Lin Yu remarked. His future achievements could be boundless. While in the skies, Lin Yu had noticed this mother and son. After hearing Xiao Feng's somewhat naive yet grand aspirations, he scrutinized the boy closely and was unexpectedly struck by the realization that Xiao Feng possessed astonishing cultivation potential. Without undergoing Lin Yu's evolution, he had awakened a unique bloodline. This prompted Lin Yu to deliberately seek out this pair of mother and son. Xiao Feng, may I present you with a gift? Chapter 53, The Innate Tao Body and Lin Meng's Transformation. Zhang Sanfeng, the 5 or 6-year-old boy, had independently awakened the Tao Body, a special constitution. Without undergoing Lin Yu's evolution, it seemed that the reward for enhancing his aptitude by 50 had already begun to manifest its effects. According to the system's introduction, a complete Tao Body could effortlessly cultivate to the level of a monarch. Should he advance further and awaken the innate Tao Body, attaining divine level would merely be a matter of time. Although the difference between Tao Body and innate Tao Body is but 2 words, the disparity in potential between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Thus, Lin Yu had intentionally halted them, wishing to explore the possibility of helping Zhang Sanfeng evolve into an innate Tao Body. If successful, Jiuzhou would gain an additional divine guardian. Even if it were not to come to fruition, it would lay a stronger foundation for this aspiring protector of Jiuzhou. Hence, Lin Yu had mentioned a gift for Zhang Sanfeng. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the boy's mother was instantly elated. Who is Lin Yu? The only true godlike existence in Jiuzhou. Could the gift he offers be anything trivial? Those who had fought alongside Lin Yu on the battlefield had awakened unique abilities, becoming superhuman in nature. Therefore, when Lin Yu expressed his intent to present a gift to Zhang Sanfeng, she had no reason to refuse. Without hesitation, Zhang Sanfeng's mother quickly agreed on behalf of her son, urging, Xiaofeng, don't forget to thank Uncle Yu. Zhang Sanfeng, upon hearing his mother's affirmation, joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle Yu. He then gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Lin Yu smiled and ruffled Zhang Sanfeng's hair, internally resolving, System. Expend 1 evolution point to enhance Zhang Sanfeng's Dao body. Unlike other warriors who were akin to blank slates, Zhang Sanfeng already possessed a unique constitution. Lin Yu did not wish for him to awaken any chaotic abilities, thus he targeted the enhancement specifically at Zhang Sanfeng's Dao body. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Zhang Sanfeng has acquired 2 billionths of the innate Dao body. Current strength, intermediate black iron. The evolution was complete. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Fortune was on their side. They had successfully awakened the innate Dao body, with a greater enhancement than the 800 warriors who had undergone evolution. It appeared that a solid foundation indeed facilitated more substantial growth. How do you feel, Xiaofeng? Lin Yu inquired softly. Uncle Yu. I think I see many little stars in the air, Zhang Sanfeng replied cheerfully. They're swirling around me. Remarkable. Truly, the innate Dao body, Lin Yu mused. Although not fully realized, it still indicated a formidable talent for cultivation. The little stars Zhang Sanfeng spoke of were the spiritual energy and a faint aura of the Dao swirling around him. These little stars will become your friends. Be sure to treat them well, Lin Yu smiled. He then asked Zhang Sanfeng's mother, Where are you headed next? I plan to take Xiaofeng back to my family home in H City. Lin Yu refrained from inquiring about Zhang Sanfeng's father, respecting their privacy. Very well. Please travel safely, Lin Yu advised. The territory of Jiuzhou was quite secure, thus there was no need to arrange for escorts. After waving farewell to Zhang Sanfeng, Lin Yu swiftly approached the border. Gazing at the scattered corpses of the fire-armored dragon across the river, he looked up at the sky and declared, The trials in other nations have concluded, and the monsters have been unleashed. There is no reason I should not cross the border as well. Indeed. A sudden voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, the very voice of the game rules. Elated, he wasted no time and dashed across the border to commence a sweeping purge, voraciously harvesting evolution points. The kingdom of Jiaoji, a small nation with an area of merely over 300,000 square kilometers, had existed as a vassal state of Jiuzhou for much of history. However, in recent times, it had exhibited ingratitude. Thus, Jiaoji was rightfully obliterated by the fire-armored dragon. The neighboring nation of Batter, on the other hand, had preserved its existence with the aid of Jiuzhou's Eastern Wind Express. Lin Yu swiftly swept through a 100-kilometer radius from the border, slaying over 100 fire-armored dragons within mere minutes. He then continued to fly westward, maintaining his clearance of monsters within that 100-kilometer range. Given that Jiuzhou's land border stretched over 20,000 kilometers, coupled with an additional 10,000 kilometers of coastline, Lin Yu faced a total of 40,000 kilometers to cleanse. Thus, it was impossible to advance too deeply in one location. He could only rapidly scour the entire border within a 100-kilometer perimeter. Fortunately, Lin Yu's speed was unparalleled, reaching Mach 15, combined with his ability to eliminate fire-armored dragons effortlessly. Within 5 hours, he had thoroughly cleared the entire border of Jiuzhou. As dusk approached, Lin Yu took a brief respite, beginning to meditate for recovery. He accessed his personal system panel, reflecting on his recent spree of cleansing. The evolution points have surged from the previous tally of 13,319 to an impressive 221,450, over 220,000 points. This figure is merely derived from the monsters within a 100-kilometer radius of the border. If Lin Yu were granted ample time to eradicate all the monsters across the entirety of Blue Planet, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of evolution points he would accumulate. Would it be 10 million or even 100 million? Perhaps he might ascend to divinity. Regrettably, there are only a little more than 10 hours remaining until the onset of the second round of testing. He has numerous tasks to orchestrate and cannot afford to endlessly cleanse Blue Planet of monsters. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yu swiftly flew homeward. Soon, the entire world of the flame-armored dragons would be liberated, oblivious to the multitude of monsters poised to invade the land of Jiuzhou. After all, Jiuzhou boasts the highest population and the most abundant resources on the entire Blue Planet, rendering it exceptionally enticing to the flame-armored dragons. Moreover, he must remain vigilant against potential aggression from the North Bear Nation and the Miri Nation. Lin Yu could not neglect to prepare his family, as human nature is inherently self-serving. Within mere minutes, he returned home. "Mom, I'm back," Lin Yu announced as he pushed open the door. His mother, Zhang Xiuji, exclaimed in delight, "Xiao Yu, you're finally back. It's been ages since I last saw you." She rushed over to embrace him tightly. The earnest Lin Damao interjected awkwardly. Haven't you seen Xiaoyu on television every day? It's not like it's been so long. At most, only half a day. Mind your own business, Zhang Xiuji retorted. What do you know about my son? It was then that Lin Yu noticed the television was broadcasting live footage from Jiuzhou City. At that moment, he was not in Jiuzhou City. The screen displayed scenes of 800 warriors undergoing training. Jiuzhou City had already been cleared by the warriors, who were now gathered in the square, meditating and cultivating. Naturally, some exceptional ability users did not need to engage in such monotonous training. Dad, Mom, do you watch the battlefield live broadcasts every day at home? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, Xiaoyu. How could I not watch while you're on the battlefield? Zhang Xiuji replied. Actually, there's another reason, Lin Damao added. The government has pulled all entertainment programs off the air. Those young idols and vulgar shows have been shut down, leaving your mother with nothing else to watch. Lin Damao's revelation instantly ignited Zhang Xiuji's ire. She released Lin Yu and began to argue with her husband. Lin Yu merely smiled at this exchange, knowing that such trivial disputes did not disrupt familial harmony. He refrained from intervening, quietly closing the door behind him to step outside. It was better to wait until they finished their quarrel. With a sigh, Lin Yu ascended the stairs, discovering Lin Meng engrossed in writing at the table, with previously recorded battlefield videos playing on her computer. What are you writing? Lin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Meng jumped in surprise. Brother, you're back, she exclaimed joyfully. Brother, how do you plan to deal with the Miri Nation and the North Bear Nation? Lin Yu was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Lin Meng. Is this something a high school student should be pondering? Chapter 54. They are all ruthless. 3 at the initial golden level. Lin Yu looked at Lin Meng in astonishment. If Shoutai had asked him how he would handle the North Bear Nation and the Miri Nation, he would not have been surprised. However, Lin Meng, still in high school, displaying concern for national and ethnic matters was indeed unexpected. Why do you ask this? Lin Yu queried, puzzled. Brother, I'm just curious. Lin Meng pouted. Besides, this concerns every citizen of Jiuzhou. It's not like telling me is a breach of confidentiality. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu conceded that she had a point. Nothing is decided yet. Zhou Tai and the others hope to resolve matters peacefully. But the Miri and North Bear nations have already begun to prepare against Jiuzhou. Those two nations have always harbored ambitious designs and are unlikely to accept a peaceful resolution. Lin Yu explained. Moreover, their newly appointed city lords are both ruthless individuals who will not easily submit. Lin Yu stared at Lin Meng, astonished. Was this still the sweet and obedient little sister he knew? How do you know they are ruthless? He asked. I just watched their first round test video, Lin Meng replied. Brother, didn't you see it? Lin Yu awkwardly smiled. He indeed had not had the time to watch it, only knowing the final outcome. In addition to the 2 city lords, a total of 600 warriors from both cities had perished, and the battle had been exceedingly brutal. However, they barely passed the first round of testing. Do tell, Lin Yu encouraged. Lin Meng pulled Lin Yu to the computer screen. Look, brother. The defensive layout of Miri City has almost entirely copied ours from Jiuzhou. Aside from lacking the superpowered electromagnetic cannons, they have installed 200 missile launch pads. And their sonic weapons and high-explosive landmines outside the city are all accounted for. Most importantly, they have installed dozens of nuclear bombs within the city lord's mansion. Lin Meng played the recorded video, dragging the progress bar to the final minutes. At that moment, the sky above Miri City was filled with flame-armored dragons stretching 100 meters long. Although the turrets on the city walls were valiantly attempting to fend off the assault of the flame-armored dragons, they struggled to inflict fatal damage. After all, the Miri Nation lacked superpowered electromagnetic cannons. In this regard, the Miri Nation had once again fallen behind Jiuzhou. As the video reached its final minutes, the number of flame-armored dragons within Miri City increased exponentially. The city lord, Alice, decisively abandoned her 800 teammates and hastily fled the battlefield in an F-15 fighter jet, escaping at a speed of 2 Mach. Once all the flame-armored dragons had entered Miri City, she activated the nuclear detonation button, annihilating all the flame-armored dragons, along with her 800 comrades and the entirety of Miri City. Aside from the teleportation array, which remained intact, the entire Miri City was reduced to ruins. Lin Meng then played the footage from the North Bear City, which faced a similar fate. However, unlike Alice, the city lord of North Bear City was forcibly escorted onto a plane by the warriors. The warriors fought valiantly to intercept the flame-armored dragons, assisting Olaf in escaping from the epicenter of the explosion. Ultimately, the 800 valiant warriors of the fighting nation perished alongside the flame-armored dragons in the nuclear blast. Lin Yu felt a wave of emotion wash over him after watching. This woman named Alice was indeed ruthless, obliterating both the flame-armored dragons and her 800 teammates. All right, you're still quite young. You shouldn't concern yourself with such matters, Lin Yu advised. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Mom and Dad should be done arguing by now. Let us go downstairs. The two then made their way to their parents' room, where the earlier commotion had quieted. As expected, Lin Damao and Zhang Xiuji had reconciled. Mom, Dad, I'm about to leave, Lin Yu announced. Zhang Xiuji grasped Lin Yu's hand, her face a mask of reluctance. Xiaoyu, do make sure to return and visit your mother often. I shall do my best, Lin Yu replied. Before I depart, I will enhance your abilities. The realm of Jojo will not remain tranquil for long. The three of them had all undergone their first evolution, thus they were not overly astonished. Lin Yu silently commanded the system, elevate my parents' and younger sister's powers to the initial stage of gold. He reflected that his own evolution to the initial stage of gold had cost him 86 evolution points, even considering his family's slightly lesser aptitudes. Spending 100 or 200 points would be quite sufficient. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Lin Damao has acquired the bloodline of the 200 Basya, current level, gold initial. Remaining evolution points, 221, 250. Evolution successful. Zhang Xiuji has acquired the bloodline of the 200 Xian bird, current level, gold initial. Remaining evolution points, 221, 050. Evolution successful. Lin Ming has acquired the bloodline of the 102 Yuan Phoenix, current level, gold initial. Remaining evolution points, 220, 930. Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the results of this evolution. His parents had both evolved into possessing unique bloodlines, significantly enhancing their strength. As long as they refrained from recklessly confronting nuclear attacks with their physical bodies, survival was virtually assured. Lin Ming, feeling the powerful energy coursing through her, exclaimed with excitement. Brother, can I go to the battlefield now? Absolutely not, Lin Yu decisively rejected. The number of participants on the battlefield is fixed, unless one of the 800 warriors falls. I cannot bring anyone else. All right, Lin Ming replied, somewhat dejected, though she wished to join the battlefield and slay foes. She could not bear the thought of doing so at the expense of others' lives. Seeing Lin Ming's gloomy disposition, Lin Yu comforted her, do not be too disheartened. The battlefield is not confined to external realms. Suddenly, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. You're right. Although I cannot venture beyond our dimensions, are there not monsters aplenty on Blue Star? I can still defend our homeland here. Lin Yu continued. Regarding matters with the Northern Bear Country and the Millie Country, you need not concern yourself. Focus on safeguarding Jojo while ensuring your own safety. Matters between nations will be handled by Zhou Tai and his team. And you too, Mom and Dad. Rest assured. We will not cause you any trouble, Lin Damao said solemnly. Lin Yu then relayed further instructions to his parents, advising them to consult Zhou Tai directly should any issues arise. Skipping dinner, he hurried to the Jiangxing base. Upon arrival, the Jiangxing base was ablaze with lights. Lin Yu sought out Zhou Tai, inquiring, have you prepared the weapons I requested? Follow me, Zhou Tai directed, leading Lin Yu to the teleportation array, which was piled high with cutting-edge weaponry including super-energy electromagnetic cannons, missiles, and nuclear arms. At present, we can only amass this much, Zhou Tai expressed regretfully, as the border defense requires a considerable amount of arms and munitions. I understand, Lin Yu acknowledged, then asked, what is the current production capacity of the super-energy electromagnetic cannons? With continuous operation, 24 hours a day, we can produce less than 15 units, Zhou Tai indicated, gesturing at the stack of super-energy electromagnetic cannons. We have only 100 units available for now. Make do with these. Who said I require them for myself? Lin Yu chuckled. Are you not bringing them to the battlefield? Zhou Tai queried, puzzled. Why else would you have me prepare these weapons? These are prepared for your use, Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile. As I mentioned, I am merely helping you improve them. The domestic need for these items exceeds that of Jojo City. The vast territory of Jojo makes it difficult to ensure its complete safety without such weapons. Gazing at the pile of arms before him, Lin Yu could not help but reflect. This is the foundation upon which the Jojo nation stands on Blue Star. A great man once stated, truth lies only within the range of a missile. That sentiment rings true. However, this is still insufficient. System, evolve all these weapons to the initial stage of gold. Host, a portion of this equipment has already reached the initial stage of gold and cannot be further evolved to that level. Lin Yu was taken aback. Some equipment had already attained the initial stage of gold. However, he quickly recalled the game's rules stated during the internal testing qualifications. The overall strength of Blue Star had reached the gold level, which must refer to these cutting-edge weapons. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to adopt a different evolution approach. Chapter 55, the strongest individual weapon, new type of nuclear bomb. Although the array of super-energy electromagnetic cannons and nuclear weapons before him had all achieved the initial stage of gold, capable of annihilating high-level silver and even initial stage gold monsters with a single shot, significant drawbacks remained. Whether regarding their inherent defensive capabilities, attack precision, charging duration, or the nuclear radiation left in the aftermath of an explosion, these devastatingly powerful weapons struggled to unleash their full potential. Therefore, Lin Yu's goal for this evolution was to rectify these shortcomings, allowing them to genuinely exhibit the prowess of gold-level weaponry. Approaching one of the super-energy electromagnetic cannons, he pondered for a moment. System, expend 1 evolution point to enhance the material strength of this super-energy electromagnetic cannon. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. The material strength of the super-energy electromagnetic cannon has been increased by 100. The evolution concluded. Although the external appearance of the super-energy electromagnetic cannon remained unchanged, Lin Yu, utilizing his Eye of the Void, distinctly perceived that the cannon had become significantly more robust. Yet, it was still inadequate. Even with a doubled strength, it could not withstand an attack from a bronze monster. This exemplified the current technological shortcomings of Blue Star's weaponry: immense power, yet equally fragile. Any damage to a single component rendered these initial stage gold weapons no more valuable than scrap metal. More reinforcement was necessary. System, expend 20 evolution points to further enhance the material strength of this super-energy electromagnetic cannon. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Vibranium Super-Energy Electromagnetic Cannon. Vibranium Super-Energy Electromagnetic Cannon, capable of absorbing and storing attack energy below the gold initial level. To test the strength of the Vibranium Super-Energy Electromagnetic Cannon, Lin Yu restrained his power to high-level silver and struck the cannon's barrel with a palm strike. The entire cannon trembled, yet no damage occurred, and the charging indicator reached 50. Seeing this, Lin Yu struck again, bringing the charge directly to 100. Zhou Tai, observing nearby, was left in awe. Witnessing someone enhancing their capabilities firsthand was a rarity. Previously, he could only watch Lin Yu provide boosts to warriors via livestream. He never anticipated that even modern weaponry could undergo such enhancements, achieving such heightened strength that even Lin Yu's strike could not harm it. Though it seemed Lin Yu was not using his full power, it was sufficiently demonstrative of the extraordinary strength of the Vibranium Super-Energy Electromagnetic Cannon, a rarity indeed. However, the enhancements were far from over. Lin Yu was not merely satisfied with an increase in defensive capabilities. Weapons are ultimately weapons, designed for the purpose of vanquishing foes. The paramount consideration remains the enhancement of lethality. With prior experience in mind, Lin Yu felt a sense of confidence regarding the evolution of such modern weaponry. System, expend 50 evolution points to augment the lethality of the Vibranium Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Evolution commences. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Vibranium Plasma Fission Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Vibranium Plasma Fission Super Electromagnetic Cannon, Gold Intermediate, capable of eliminating Gold Intermediate and lower-tier beings. Gold Intermediate. A surge of joy filled Lin Yu's heart. With merely 50 evolution points, the lethality had ascended a level. Yet, it was still insufficient. Although there were currently no gold advanced entities in Blue Star, there was no guarantee against their future emergence. Lin Yu could not afford to perpetually update these weapons. Thus, he decided to evolve it to gold advanced in one fell swoop, effectively resolving all potential troubles. Consequently, he expended another 200 evolution points to elevate the lethality of the Vibranium Plasma Fission Super Electromagnetic Cannon to gold advanced. He then proceeded to enhance its energy storage, endurance, and operability through multiple evolutions. After ultimately consuming 500 evolution points, a brand new gold advanced weapon was birthed in Lin Yu's hands. He bestowed upon it a new name, the Super Divine Electromagnetic Cannon. This formidable weapon not only boasted astonishing lethality, but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities, enduring longevity, and remarkable portability. The once cumbersome Super Electromagnetic Cannon had been reduced to the size of a grenade launcher, weighing less than 50 kilograms. Upon being fully charged, it could unleash 10 powerful assaults. It had transformed from a stationary artillery piece into the most potent individual combat weapon. Now, the Super Divine Electromagnetic Cannon could enable an ordinary soldier to obliterate an entire nation. The investment of 500 evolution points was undoubtedly worthwhile. Lin Yu meticulously examined the Super Divine Electromagnetic Cannon in his hands, unable to discern any further avenues for evolution. Satisfied, he nodded, concluding that it should suffice. Zhou Tai approached, inquiring, "Is this little gadget the Super Electromagnetic Cannon from earlier?" Lin Yu chuckled in response, "Do not underestimate it. This contraption's power is at least tenfold that of nuclear warheads, capable of piercing through asteroids with a single shot." Wow! Even the composed Zhou Tai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Lin Yu handed the Super Divine Electromagnetic Cannon to Zhou Tai, who accepted it with utmost caution. Fearful that a mere slip could trigger the launch button, resulting in the annihilation of the entire Jiangqing base. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining 99 super electromagnetic cannons and proceeded to replicate the process. After expending 500 evolution points, all super electromagnetic cannons were evolved into super divine electromagnetic cannons. Yet, Lin Yu's work was far from over. A plethora of aircraft, tanks, missiles, and nuclear warheads awaited his evolution. Several hours later, the clock struck the late hours of the night. All weaponry before the teleportation array had been successfully evolved. All fighter jets had transformed into their vibranium counterparts, ensuring that no more instances of destruction and loss of life would occur. Every tank had been upgraded to a vibranium version, capable of trundling forward even when ammunition was depleted. The lethality of all standard missiles had been enhanced to gold beginner level, rivaling that of conventional nuclear warheads. Additionally, the lethality of all nuclear warheads had been elevated to gold advanced, achieving the capability to obliterate an entire city with a single strike. Most importantly, nuclear radiation had been eradicated. Previously, the nuclear radiation resulting from detonated warheads would inflict catastrophic pollution over a vast radius, leaving the environment barren for decades or even centuries. However, through Lin Yu's evolution, not only had the radiation been eliminated, but the storage of such weaponry had also become significantly more manageable. Furthermore, they could now generate a shockwave that purges nuclear radiation. This revelation astonished Lin Yu. After all, Blue Star had suffered severe environmental degradation following numerous nuclear explosions. With only the Jiuzhou region, under the protection of the auspicious Golden Dragon, remaining unscathed, the global environment had deteriorated to alarming levels, compelling even the North Bear Nation, devoid of monsters, to contemplate relocating underground. Thus, with the advent of nuclear warheads capable of purifying global nuclear radiation, the environment of Blue Star would gradually improve. Naturally, this could only be realized after the unification of Blue Star under the Jiuzhou Nation. Upon concluding the evolution, Lin Yu meticulously briefed Zhou Tai on the functions of each weapon. Zhou Tai was profoundly astonished upon hearing about the nuclear warhead, dubbed the Cleaner. He expressed a fervent hope that Lin Yu would transform all nuclear warheads in Jiuzhou's arsenal into cleaners. However, upon surveying the remaining 100,000 evolution points, Lin Yu suggested a moment of respite. The over 1,000 nuclear warheads in Jiuzhou would require no less than several 100,000 evolution points for complete transformation. Lin Yu could not afford such an expense at present, especially since there were 800 warriors in Jiuzhou also in need of evolution points. Initially, he had intended for them to cultivate independently, but the excessively brutal nature of the second round of testing rendered that impossible. If the warriors were to wait until they reached gold level, Jiuzhou would have perished long ago. Lin Yu had no choice but to continue facilitating their evolution. Recalling the 800 warriors, Lin Yu suddenly inquired, "Does the base have any swords?" Chapter 56, He is cheating again. The swords were intended for the 800 warriors of Jiuzhou. In Lin Yu's vision, each warrior would wield a super divine electromagnetic cannon in their left hand and a dragon-slaying sword in their right. Deities would fall before them, and even Buddha would be vanquished. Whether they faced a titan beast or a flame-armored dragon, they would first endure 10 shots from the super divine electromagnetic cannon. If that did not suffice, he had the dragon-slaying sword to follow up. One strike, 999. Are you afraid? Thus, he inquired of Zhou Tai about the availability of swords. Zhou Tai was momentarily taken aback. Swords? What kind of swords do you require? Military daggers, large cleavers, bayonets, kitchen knives, or even nail clippers. The base has a variety. Lin Yu responded, I suppose I'll need something more conventional, like military daggers and cleavers. Please gather 800 of them. He added, no need for kitchen knives. I already have some. During the conclusion of the first phase, Lin Yu had scavenged numerous kitchen knives and some unsharpened restricted blades from supermarkets and craft stores, accumulating a decent collection of about several dozen. Zhou Tai chuckled, rest assured, in such a vast base, do you really think I would fall short of 800 swords? Just wait here. With that, he strode away toward the weapon depot. Zhou Tai's efficiency was commendable. In under 10 minutes, he returned, driving a vehicle loaded with 4 large crates. Here are the swords you requested, Zhou Tai announced. These 2 crates contain the latest models of military daggers, totaling 800 pieces. He pointed to the other 2 crates. These 2 contain the latest printed copies of the Yin Yang Taiji Classic, with a total of 800 books. Excellent, Lin Yu replied. Zhou Tai was indeed reliable. Lin Yu had not yet broached the subject of the manuals. He thoughtfully delivered 800 volumes of secret manuals. Henceforth, the warriors need not wait for Zhao Daong to read them aloud before their training. Lin Yu, accompanied by the soldiers, carefully transported aircraft, tanks, missiles, and nuclear warheads from the teleportation array, subsequently placing 2 crates of daggers in their stead. It was then that Lin Yu addressed Zhou Tai, saying, the 9 provinces are entrusted to you. Remain vigilant against the Northern Bear Kingdom and the Mealy Kingdom. After a brief pause, Lin Yu continued. I still advocate for a preemptive strike. These two nations will not easily acquiesce. I understand, Zhou Tai responded earnestly, but should we initiate an offensive against the two nations? Their current military capabilities could inflict significant damage upon us, ultimately endangering the common folk of the 9 provinces. Lin Yu recognized Zhou Tai's concerns. Winning a war is not the arduous part. The true challenge lies in preventing the suffering and loss of innocent lives. Meanwhile, the citizens of the 9 provinces continue to lead blissful lives, while nations like Mealy have already reached the end of their rope. Exchanging lives for lives seems an unwise proposition. What is your plan then? To merely drag this out? Lin Yu inquired. After thorough analysis and calculations, the most optimal approach at present is to wait for the fiery armored dragon to annihilate the Northern Bear and Mealy kingdoms, and then we shall clean up the aftermath. Zhou Tai stated. How can you guarantee that the fiery armored dragon will indeed obliterate those nations? Lin Yu questioned skeptically. Thus, it remains merely an ideal solution. Zhou Tai replied. There exists a second method, which hinges upon you. What do you mean by that? Quite simply, eliminate the 2 lords of the Northern Bear and Mealy kingdoms, Zhou Tai stated coldly. Their respective nations have already lost 2 lords, resulting in a 20-year reduction in the lifespan of their populace. Should 4 or 5 more lords meet their demise, both nations will crumble without a fight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement, calculating based on the average lifespan of over 70 years in both nations. The death of 5 more lords would effectively lead to the extinction of their citizens, leaving only a handful of feeble children behind in this chaotic world, who would inevitably face a similar fate. However, he pondered whether the rules would shift with the commencement of the upcoming test. Moreover, there exists the possibility that, upon their downfall, these nations might launch all their nuclear warheads into the 9 provinces, resulting in a mutual destruction scenario. Lin Yu found this predicament exceedingly troublesome. Nuclear weapons possess an overwhelming deterrent effect. One may be significantly stronger than their opponent, yet the fear of reckless engagement looms large. Should the adversary manage to deliver their nuclear arsenal to one's doorstep, even a victory could result in unbearable losses. If only we could gain control over their nuclear launch systems, Lin Yu mused. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Among the 800 warriors, there was a middle-aged man named Zhang Shizhong, a former professor of computer science at Qingbei University before he was transformed by Lin Yu's evolution point into a mechanical life form. He had begun to exhibit certain robotic capabilities. If he could be fully evolved into an advanced robot, could he not develop a sophisticated program to control Mealy's network? Lin Yu speculated inwardly. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, he resolved, and without delay, he moved forward. With matters in the 9 provinces nearly settled, Lin Yu bid farewell to Zhou Tai and leaped into the teleportation array, returning to the city of 9 provinces. Standing upon the teleportation array, Lin Yu observed the valiant warriors of the combat team patrolling the city walls, while the logistics team diligently prepared for impending challenges. Unlike the previous game rules, the only threats were fixed monster invasions. However, the second round of tests, which would pit them against other races, was on the horizon. They could not ascertain whether other races were lurking in the mists, necessitating constant vigilance. Lin Yu approached Zhao Daong, who was patrolling the eastern city wall. Zhao Daong noticed Lin Yu approaching and greeted him respectfully, "My lord." Lin Yu returned the gesture and commanded, "Gather everyone at the training ground." "Yes, my lord." In a mere 10 minutes, all 800 warriors had assembled. Lin Yu gazed upon the spirited and determined faces before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brothers, I bring you gifts once more." A wave of joy washed over the warriors. Anything deemed a gift by Lin Yu was certain to be of great value. Their superior bloodlines and extraordinary abilities, along with the formidable electromagnetic cannons atop the city walls, were invaluable assets. Lin Yu opened 4 crates, pointing to 2 of them filled with books. "I am aware that you have all mastered the basic silver-level Taiji breathing technique, but it is rather inadequate. Even if perfected, it would not suffice against the fiery armored dragon. What use is it? Thus, I have slightly modified the silver-level Taiji breathing technique into a diamond-level breathing method. You may lack a clear understanding of the strength of the diamond level, but I assure you, the previous humanoid fiery armored dragon king, a colossal dragon measuring 2,000 meters in length, embodies the power of the diamond level." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The same dragon that could effortlessly smash the lord into the city wall was of the diamond level? No wonder it was so formidable. How powerful, then, must the lord be? Diamond intermediate or advanced? Otherwise, how could he have ultimately vanquished the fiery armored dragon king? Of course, not everyone could practice diamond-level techniques. Lin Yu continued, "If you can practice, then do so. If not, do not force yourselves. Especially for those warriors who have awakened their extraordinary abilities, such as Richard, Wan Qi, and Yi Hang. Treat these manuals as references. But prioritizing the cultivation of your unique powers is paramount. Among the crowd, Richard nodded silently, fully aware of his strengths. As long as he evolved his telepathic abilities to a sufficient level, even the diamond level would be powerless against him, merely a puppet to his will. With that, Lin Yu instructed his men to distribute the 800 manuals to each warrior. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene, David, the commanding officer of the Mealy Kingdom, furiously slammed his palm onto the stainless steel table before him, warping its surface. Damn it! Damn it! That Lin Yu is cheating again. My Mealy Kingdom has only just acquired the bronze-level breathing method, and he unveils the diamond-level breathing method. What sort of nonsense is this? David seethed, impotent with rage. Oh, my foolish David, are you throwing another tantrum? A voice laced with disdain interrupted. David's expression darkened as he turned to face Alice. Chapter 57. Alice's 5 Days. Yi Hang's Dilemma. David glared at Alice, his eyes brimming with fury and frustration. Alice chuckled lightly. Don't look at me with those eyes. I'm not interested in you. You old coot. David, incensed, lunged forward and seized Alice by her collar, exclaiming, You foolish woman, can you not think before you speak or act? Abandoning your comrades on the battlefield, even causing the deaths of both allies and monsters alike. How am I to find you another 800 men now? David's ire was not solely directed at Alice's disrespect. It stemmed from her reckless and selfish actions on the battlefield. Initially, he had felt concern for her. After all, it is indeed a formidable challenge to command 800 unruly soldiers, especially for a woman. In the city of Miri, Alice's orders have consistently struggled to be effectively communicated. However, David never anticipated that this deranged woman would resort to such vindictive tactics against her own comrades. Now, it is common knowledge that Alice, the Lord of Miri, is one who stabs her allies in the back. Who would dare to stand alongside her in the defense of Miri City? The more David pondered, the more infuriated he became. He recalled William and Mike, both of whom were valiant heroes who sacrificed their lives for the nation. How could their own sister devolve into such a selfish and petty individual? Gritting his teeth, David exclaimed, You have tarnished the honor of your 2 brothers. Upon hearing this, Alice's previously jovial demeanor darkened instantly. She forcefully shook off David's frail hand. Honor? Are you referring to these worthless copper medals? Alice retorted, pulling out 2 medals from her bosom and flinging them at David's face. My brothers paid with their lives for victories, and you present me with these mere tokens. They fought for the chance to combat the monsters, yet you cower at the whims of those pig-headed politicians. She continued, Look at the North Bear Nation. Despite their failures, they unleashed their nuclear arsenal without hesitation, ensuring no monsters ravaged their homeland. And what have you accomplished? You tremble at the thought of a handful of politicians, allowing them to turn you into a lapdog. The more Alice spoke, the more her fury escalated. And what of the 800 brutes you have chosen? Do you know what those beasts did to me within the Lord's manor? 5 days. 5 days. Do you have any idea how I endured those 5 days? Do you? Alice roared, her neck veins bulging, her eyes ablaze with rage that seemed capable of consuming David whole. As David listened to Alice's accusations, he instantaneously surmised the sordid deeds those 800 had inflicted upon her. He was greatly shocked, but felt powerless to refute her, for they were his selection. He had initially believed that a reward of 10 million in cash, along with 100 of his most trusted soldiers, would enable Alice to seize control of the situation. Yet, to his dismay, even his most trusted 100 could not uphold the final defense. Ultimately, David found himself defeated. With a resigned sigh, he murmured, I owe you an apology. Alice scoffed, You need not apologize to me. I have already avenged myself. You owe an apology to the wives of my 2 brothers. And to their children. I will dispatch someone immediately to bring them to the underground base, David hastily replied. It is no longer necessary, Alice said with a desolate smile. David paused, suddenly comprehending her meaning. Although there were numerous troops battling the monsters on the surface and actively relocating the citizens of Miri, the population exceeded 600 million, with fewer than 100 million having been relocated to the underground base. This was made possible only by the extensive underground fortifications built decades ago in anticipation of potential conflicts with the North Bear Nation. However, these efforts had primarily benefited the upper echelons of Miri society, while ordinary citizens remained at constant risk of becoming breakfast for the 3-headed flame-armored dragons. I hope those 3-headed dragons fly to the 9 states, David sighed. Currently, only the 9 states possesses sufficient strength to confront these beasts. We must acquire the technology for those super electromagnetic cannons, as well as the basic diamond breathing technique. David resolved to send operatives to procure these technologies, especially since there were many individuals of Asian descent in Miri who could be dispatched for the task. He then turned his gaze to Alice, this woman who evoked both hatred and pity, and softly stated, Rest assured, I will swiftly assemble an additional 800 comrades for you. I do not expect you to find me another 800 useless individuals to win this war, Alice replied nonchalantly. Do you have an alternative plan? David inquired curiously. With the strength of the 9 states and Lin Yu, do you believe you can contend with him? My inability to confront him does not imply that others cannot. Alice retorted with a derisive smile. Are you suggesting the extraterrestrial races? David exclaimed in shock. Do you intend to enlist them to combat the 9 states? Only to benefit from the aftermath? After pondering for a moment, he added, but this test is specifically targeting us, Miri, North Bear, and the 9 states. How could those extraterrestrial civilizations not turn on us after conquering the 9 states? In this world, there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Alice declared, it depends on whether you choose to submit to the 9 states or to those extraterrestrial races. What? David gasped in disbelief. He might be a cold and ruthless person, but he was certainly not one to bow down to other nations and civilizations. The notion that Alice would consider subjugating herself to extraterrestrial civilizations left him both shocked and enraged. Not long ago, Miri was the mightiest nation on Blue Star, with invincible armies across continents and oceans. Yet, in the span of less than half a month, was Miri to become a slave to extraterrestrial civilizations? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, shattering the dreams he had fought a lifetime to achieve. Despair washed over his already aged face, leaving it devoid of hope. Observing David's despondence, Alice disdainfully remarked, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will negotiate with those extraterrestrial races myself. You would do well to gather more cannon fodder. Such trash is always needed on the battlefield. With a wicked smile, Alice departed the command room, leaving David in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the training square of the 9 states, Lin Yu distributed the diamond-grade primary techniques to each warrior. He issued a stern reminder. If you can master this technique, do so. If not, do not force yourself, or you may end up in a state of madness, exploding your own body, and become merely a puppet of Yi-Hang. Upon hearing this, the 800 warriors simultaneously cast their gazes toward Yi-Hang. To become this fellow's puppet? That would be akin to the repugnant hellhounds lurking in the corners. A shiver ran through them at the thought. Yi-Hang, however, wore an innocent expression. What have I done to deserve this? I never wished to awaken the ability to control corpses. Moreover, if you simply refrain from practicing recklessly, you will be fine. Why is it that you all distance yourselves from me? Yi-Hang gazed at Lin Yu with a look of betrayal. Lord, please do not continue to berate me. Controlling those hellhounds is already nauseating enough. If this continues, I shall have no friends left, and as for a girlfriend, that will be a distant dream, destined to remain single for life. Lin Yu paid no heed to Yi-Hang's feelings. Could a necromancer find their own corpse puppet repulsive? That simply would not do. In other tales, necromancers were depicted as sharing their beds with corpses, lacking such psychological fortitude. How could one hope to evolve their necromantic abilities to their utmost potential? Thus, Lin Yu occasionally needed to challenge Yi-Hang, urging him to swiftly acclimate to, and even embrace, the presence of corpses. Lin Yu continued, the techniques have been bestowed upon you. Now I shall allocate weapons. With a flourish of his hands, 800 standard military daggers hovered in midair. It was time to witness a miracle. Chapter 58, Golden Level Robot. The 800 military daggers floated silently before them. Lin Yu mused, system. Expend 10 evolution points for the evolution of each of these 800 daggers. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Silver Advanced Dragon Slaying Blade. A supreme weapon of the martial world, it commands respect and obedience across the land. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Silver Advanced Bloodsucking Blade, capable of devouring the blood of enemies. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the Silver Advanced Immortal Slaying Flying Knife, capable of decapitating foes. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained the Silver Advanced Green Dragon Crescent Blade, a weapon that felled the mighty Huaxiong. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Silver Beginner Embroidered Spring Knife, perfect for a well-dressed expedition, leaving no trace behind. Chimes echoed as the system confirmed the evolution of all 800 daggers. Among them, for transformed into Silver Advanced weapons, while over 600 evolved into Silver Beginner Embroidered Spring Knives. The remaining 100 took on various forms, their ranks ranging from Silver Beginner to Silver Intermediate. The 800 warriors gazed longingly at the floating weapons. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu made his arrangements. With a gentle wave of his hand, the divine blades gracefully flew into the hands of their most suitable masters. Zhao Daong received the Silver Advanced Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Although he possessed the sacred bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor, making his physical form the mightiest weapon, Lin Yu hoped he would embody the valor of the martial sage Guan Yu once more. Li Wei, the leader of the second combat group, was bestowed the silver advanced dragon-slaying blade, a fitting match for his awakened beast god bloodline. The blood-sucking blade and the immortal-slaying flying knife were allocated to Lu Chuanfeng and Yin Hua, the leaders of the third and fourth groups, respectively, both of whom awakened to formidable powers akin to those of deities. The remaining 700 warriors received embroidered spring knives and a variety of uniquely shaped weapons. Lin Yu glanced at his personal panel, noting that he still had over 90,000 evolution points, an ample reserve. The evolution would continue. System: expend 20 evolution points for each warrior to enhance their bloodlines or extraordinary abilities. Targeted evolution would minimize the risk of uncontrollable mutations. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. As the system's notifications concluded, the 800 warriors completed their evolutions. The allocation of 20 evolution points was sufficient for them to awaken additional bloodlines and elevate their extraordinary abilities, raising their overall strength to above silver level. The warriors became acutely aware of their transformations and understood that it was Lin Yu who had empowered them once more. They saluted in unison. "Thank you, City Lord." Lin Yu gestured for them to rise, smiling. "There is no need for such formality. This is your due. The enemies you will face will only grow stronger. Enhancing your strength is my duty. However, you must not place all your hopes upon me. Diligent cultivation is the foundation of true power." After Lin Yu's words, the 800 warriors responded in unison, "Yes, City Lord," with satisfaction. Lin Yu observed the somewhat tattered military uniforms worn by the warriors and decided to upgrade their gear. System: expend 10 evolution points for each warrior to enhance their military attire and footwear. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. As the familiar notifications sounded once more, the warriors' uniforms and shoes underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously worn garments morphed into a variety of forms, some resembling the silver armor akin to Lin Yu's, while others became robes or long gowns. Each individual's attire evolved into the most suitable form based on their abilities and fortunes. Lin Yu regarded the now empowered 800 warriors with a nod of approval. With their enhanced strength and upgraded equipment, even facing a beast like the flame armor dragon would no longer leave them at a disadvantage. Confronting some special extraordinary beings and defeating them would also no longer be an insurmountable challenge. For instance, Richard, who could control silver advanced flame armor dragons even at the iron level, would now, having evolved to silver beginner, likely command dozens or even hundreds of such dragons. Lin Yu sought out Richard and Zhang Shizhong among the crowd, summoning them forward. He chuckled at Richard's shiny bald head throughout the continuous enhancement of his abilities. Richard's hair had progressively thinned. It wasn't until he could no longer bear his Mediterranean hairstyle that he had Lu Xiao, with his precise fire control, burn away all his hair roots, resulting in his current appearance. As for Zhang Shizhong, he was, in essence, a half-robot. At this moment, his left side remained human, while the right side had transformed into a robotic form, creating a rather uncanny sight. "How do you feel?" Lin Yu inquired with concern. Returning to the City Lord. "I feel absolutely fantastic," Zhang Shizhong replied excitedly. "Since becoming part robot, the entire world appears different to me. Everything has transformed into streams of data, including in Jiuzhou City and our 800 warriors." "Oh, and how do I appear in your data?" Lin Yu asked, intrigued. "Apologies, City Lord, but I cannot access your data. It is all question marks," Zhang Shizhong responded. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. With the system at his disposal, it was only natural that his data would be concealed from scrutiny. He pulled out his phone and typed a line of text, handing it to Zhang Shizhong. Taking a look, Zhang Shizhong read aloud. "Can you develop a virus program to control the military networks of the Millie Kingdom and the Northern Bear Kingdom?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, "Yes, but it will require 5 hours." 5 hours? That's too long," Lin Yu remarked. "Allow me to expedite the process." System: expend 100 evolution points to enhance Zhang Shizhong's mechanical life form. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Zhang Shizhong has advanced to a golden beginner mechanical life form. With the notification completed, the transformation was set in motion. Zhang Shizhong has become the first among the 800 warriors to ascend to the golden level. His physique underwent yet another transformation as the mechanical components on his right side rapidly spread to the left. Before long, his flesh and blood entirely vanished, replaced by a figure resembling a complete automaton. The other warriors looked on in astonishment. It was indeed a bizarre sight. A carbon-based organism instantaneously transformed into a silicon-based entity. In their eyes, Lin Yu now bore an uncanny resemblance to a creator. Observing Zhang Shizhong's metamorphosis, Lin Yu inquired, "How long will it take?" Immediately, a mechanical voice responded. Zhang Shizhong then slowly extended his mechanical hand, placing a black USB drive into Lin Yu's palm. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Yu pocketed the drive, choosing not to elaborate. For he was acutely aware that the people of the Melee Nation were undoubtedly observing everything that transpired here. Words, he knew, could befall misfortune. Turning once more to Richard, Lin Yu typed on his phone. Is it possible to control the flame armor dragon on Blue Star? Richard pondered momentarily before shaking his head. What if your power were to be elevated to the golden level? Lin Yu pressed. Again, Richard shook his head in refusal. Accepting this, Lin Yu resigned himself to the situation. Mental telepathy differed from computer viruses, without a suitable host, even through a teleportation array. Controlling the monsters across the entirety of Blue Star was unfeasible. It appeared that he would need to seek out a few individuals on Blue Star for experimentation. Lin Yu murmured. His gaze then shifted to the 100 super electromagnetic cannons atop the city walls. Evolution must not cease. Chapter 59, The Guardian of Jiuzhou. The super electromagnetic cannons represented the pinnacle of technology within the Jiuzhou nation. Their destructive power rivaling that of nuclear weapons and utterly overshadowing the conventional electromagnetic cannons of the Melee nation. After Lin Yu expended 500 evolution points, they transformed into the invincible golden grade super divine electromagnetic cannons. At this juncture, Lin Yu had 67,900 evolution points remaining. Upgrading all 100 super electromagnetic cannons to super divine status required merely 50,000 points, a more than sufficient amount. Drawing from his experiences at the Jiangqing base, Lin Yu swiftly completed the evolution of all the super electromagnetic cannons, subsequently storing them within the jade cleaning bottle. The bottle, initially with 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, was now nearly full, having accumulated these 100 super divine electromagnetic cannons alongside other resources. Determined to upgrade the jade cleaning bottle, Lin Yu realized that this vessel would be crucial for transporting supplies during future campaigns to other cities. System, evolved the jade cleaning bottle to golden grade. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a golden grade jade cleaning bottle with a storage capacity of 1 million cubic meters, capable of containing living beings. Current remaining evolution points, 66,900. Having consumed 1,000 evolution points, the storage capacity soared from 1,000 cubic meters to 1 million, forming a cube measuring 100 meters on each side. All miscellaneous items and super divine electromagnetic cannons were neatly stored in one corner, occupying no space at all. Not bad, Lin Yu remarked with satisfaction as he returned to the training square, distributing the 100 super divine electromagnetic cannons among the warriors. Are you curious about this weapon reminiscent of Garlanth? Lin Yu smiled slightly, declaring, allow me to enlighten you. These are the 100 super electromagnetic cannons from the city walls, transformed through my modifications into their current form, now named super divine electromagnetic cannons. Upon hearing Lin Yu's introduction, the crowd felt a flicker of surprise but was not overly astonished. Lin Yu sensed their disinterest and was momentarily disheartened. It seemed he had been casting glances at the blind. These individuals had been subjected to so many shocks that they had grown numb. Nevertheless, he continued to explain. Do not underestimate these super divine electromagnetic cannons. Their power exceeds that of nuclear weapons by an astounding tenfold. Even the diamond-grade flame armored Dragon King would suffer grave injuries, if not death, after a few blasts from these. Such might. Only then did the crowd grasp the weapon's formidable nature, realizing it could obliterate diamond-level monsters. Moreover, Lin Yu continued, the current super divine electromagnetic cannon requires just 1 second to charge and can unleash 10 attacks once fully energized. What? The crowd exhibited renewed astonishment. Previously, the super electromagnetic cannons required 10 seconds to charge and could only fire once, appearing cumbersome. This had allowed numerous flame armored dragons to breach the city walls and invade. Now, with these super divine electromagnetic cannons, even tenfold the number of flame armored dragons posed no threat. The astonishment did not cease there. Lin Yu smiled and elaborated. These super divine electromagnetic cannons are not merely long-range weapons. They can also be employed in close combat. The material used has transformed into a special vibrating metal, which is not only highly durable, but also capable of absorbing and storing energy. Even if you deplete your energy on the battlefield, you can use it to absorb the energy from enemy attacks for your own use, provided the attack does not exceed the golden level. To demonstrate the might of this divine artifact, Lin Yu took one of the super divine electromagnetic cannons, aimed it skyward, and expended its energy. Grasping the cannon with his left hand, he used his right hand to unleash a series of strikes upon its body. The energy visibly surged at an astonishing rate, and within mere seconds, it was fully charged once more. The 800 warriors watched in awe. This weapon was truly extraordinary, capable of absorbing enemy attacks and converting them into one's own energy before retaliating. It felt akin to wielding an unfair advantage. After showcasing the capabilities of the super divine electromagnetic cannons and witnessing the warriors' astonished expressions, Lin Yu finally smiled with satisfaction. His ostentation had indeed succeeded. Given the current perilous state of Jiuzhou, the production of super electromagnetic cannons is limited to a mere dozen each day. Therefore, I cannot yet allocate one to each of you. Once stability is restored within Jiuzhou, I will equip each of you with a super divine electromagnetic cannon. City Lord, we understand. Zhao Daong and the others replied earnestly. The safety of Jiuzhou is paramount. Indeed, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. As long as you comprehend this, I have provided all that you need. The rest is up to you. Diligence in your training is imperative. I eagerly anticipate the day when each of you attains the diamond level. Yes, City Lord. The crowd responded in unison. Lin Yu gazed upon the formidable and awe-inspiring 800 warriors before him, a surge of ambition swelling within him. With such an invincible force at his disposal, even in his absence, and regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, Jiuzhou would be safeguarded. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled that this invincible team lacked a formal name. Much like the Great Qin Tiger Army, the White Robe Army, the Yu Family Army, and the Qi Family Army throughout Jiuzhou's history, all of which were renowned. Undefeated legions, this group of 800 warriors deserved a name of their own. The combat prowess far exceeds that of the Qin and Han dynasties. Throughout history, both ancient and modern, no force has been able to rival it. Thus, there exists no reason to refrain from adopting a name that resonates with power and grandeur. Lin Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, and soon an idea emerged. He then proclaimed, "Warriors, in the battles to come, our adversaries will be numerous extraterritorial civilizations. Therefore, I have resolved to bestow upon our unit a resounding name, the Jiuzhou Guard. Jiuzhou Guard. Our purpose is to protect Jiuzhou, vowing to vanquish all enemies of Jiuzhou. I want every foe to tremble at the mere utterance of the name Jiuzhou Guard. I intend for this name to echo across the myriad realms. Can you achieve this?" Lin Yu's impassioned roar reverberated throughout the skies of Jiuzhou City. 800 warriors, or rather, 800 members of the Jiuzhou Guard, were all moved by Lin Yu's fervor. Jiuzhou Guard, Jiuzhou Guard, Jiuzhou Guard. The thunderous cries of the 800 Jiuzhou Guards rivaled the intensity of Lin Yu's voice. One could foresee that in the near future, the renown of the Jiuzhou Guard would indeed resound across the heavens, instilling terror in all enemies and extinguishing their fighting spirit upon hearing the name Jiuzhou Guard. Across the expanse of Jiuzhou, even at the late hour of night, the number of viewers watching the live broadcast exceeded 100 million. Countless citizens were similarly inspired, rising to shout, "Jiuzhou Guard! Jiuzhou Guard! Jiuzhou Guard!" The earth-shaking roars spread through every city. In Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu surveyed the 800 Jiuzhou Guards before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had done all that was necessary. Now it was up to the Jiuzhou Guard to forge their own illustrious reputation. Every legend is born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He then stated, with less than 6 hours remaining until the second round of tests. Make the most of your training. Dismissed. The 800 Jiuzhou Guards dispersed, some to cultivate their techniques, others to assess their abilities, and some to engage in profound dialogue with their puppets. Lin Yu too needed to hasten back to Jiang City. Besides delivering the computer virus to Zhou Tai, he aimed to seize another wave of evolution points during the remaining time. However, before that, he had more pressing matters to address. To master a craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Lin Yu had refrained from evolving himself, fearing he might run out of evolution points or time. But now that the warriors had completed their evolutions, it was finally his turn. System, elevate my power to the initial level of diamond. Evolution initiated. Chapter 60. Advancing to diamond level. 9 transformations of mystical arts. At long last, he was about to ascend to the diamond level, and Lin Yu was filled with anticipation. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 0.5 of the Pangu Bloodline, current power level, diamond initial. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the diamond initial body refinement technique, 9 transformations of mystical arts, volume 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the diamond initial soul cultivation technique, chaos visualization method, volume 1. Current available evolution points, 11,900. The evolution concluded. Radiant light enveloped Lin Yu, illuminating the entirety of Jiuzhou City like a human sun. An unmatched aura swiftly radiated outward. The hundreds of Jiuzhou Guards nearby, engrossed in their cultivation, immediately sensed the extraordinary phenomenon, casting astonished glances towards Lin Yu. Is our city lord becoming a deity? The commotion is immense, exclaimed the grand sorcerer Lu Xiao in astonishment. The city lord is truly magnificent, Zhang Qian remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The city lord is, after all, a reincarnation of an ancient deity. There is no need for surprise, Zhao Daong declared. Let us all strive in our cultivation. One day we too shall reach the heights of our city lord. Though Zhao Daong spoke thus, the crowd remained, captivated by the spectacle. Across Jiuzhou, countless citizens were equally astonished by Lin Yu's transformation. Dear, wake up. The god of Yu has ascended. Still sleeping? Enough of that. I want to cultivate. I too shall become a deity. Jiuzhou has 500 spiritual veins and cultivation techniques. I refuse to believe I cannot achieve immortality. You lot are all mere amateurs. Right beneath my house lies a spiritual vein, and I am on the verge of reaching bronze level. At the pinnacle of immortality, I shall reign supreme. As long as I, Lon, exist, there will be heaven. One day, I will trample all monsters beneath my feet. Humph. Though I am older now, my son Wang Lang possesses the potential of an emperor. The extraordinary spectacle of Lin Yu's evolution further solidified the resolve of the Jiuzhou populace to pursue cultivation. If Lin Yu could ascend to godhood, so too could they. After the evolution concluded, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot forth from his eyes, creating a massive opening in the distant city wall. The integrity of Jiuzhou City was restored to full. Lin Yu swiftly retracted his overwhelming aura, feeling the boundless power coursing within him. He was confident that if he were to encounter a demon king akin to the Flame Armor Dragon King again, he could obliterate it with a single punch, even without employing the skill of heaven and earth manifestation. Moreover, this was without even having cultivated the 9 transformations of mystical arts. Should he refine the 9 transformations to the diamond level and combine it with the skill of heaven and earth manifestation, slaying demon kings would be as effortless as dispatching dogs. This evolution had yielded significant gains. With a satisfied smile, Lin Yu noted that not only had his power ascended to Diamond Initial, but he had also acquired techniques for body refinement and soul cultivation, effectively addressing his previous shortcomings in training. Glancing at the remaining evolution points exceeding 10,000 and some glaringly inadequate skills of Golden Intermediate and Bronze Initial levels, he deemed these skills unworthy of his current prowess. System: elevate the skills of Heaven and Earth Creation, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and Luo Family Spear techniques to Golden Advanced. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Advanced skill, Heaven and Earth Creation, capable of cleaving a chasm 2,000 zhong long and 200 zhong wide. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Golden Advanced skill, True Dragon Treasure Technique, a secret technique of the True Dragon clan, capable of slaying true dragons. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Advanced skill, Wind and Thunder Spear Technique, swift as the wind and fierce as thunder, capable of killing foes in an instant. Current available evolution points, 900. Lin Yu's combat capabilities received yet another enhancement. He then cast a glance at the city wall, which he had just damaged. System: evolve the City Lord's Mansion, the 4 city gates, and the city walls to Golden Advanced. Evolution initiated. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The City Lord's Mansion has evolved to Golden Advanced. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The 4 city gates have evolved to Golden Advanced. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. The 4 city walls have evolved to Golden Advanced. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Advanced 4 Symbols Sacred Beast Formation. The 4 Divine Beasts Formation, centered around the Lord's Manor, it evolves from the 4 city gates and walls, manifesting the 4 sacred beasts, perpetual and resilient, embodying both offense and defense, with immense power. Current available evolution points, 100. What a delightful surprise! Lin Yu exclaimed with joy. He had been anxiously concerned about the defenses of Jiuzhou City. Although the walls soared to a height of 100 meters, they still proved inadequate against flying monstrosities. Now, not only had Jiuzhou City evolved to a high gold level, but it had also acquired the formidable 4 Divine Beasts Formation, an impeccable protective array that harmoniously integrates offense and defense, perfectly suited to safeguard Jiuzhou. Ascending above Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu employed the Eye of Breaking Illusions to gaze downward. He beheld the faint silhouette of a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon materializing above the eastern gate. A majestic vermilion bird with a wingspan of 1,000 meters appearing over the southern gate, a 1,000-meter-long white tiger emerging over the western gate, and a colossal black tortoise manifesting above the northern gate, the very forms of the 4 sacred beasts. In the heart of Jiuzhou City, a golden dragon of fortune, stretching 100 zhong, gracefully swam through the air. Instantly, Lin Yu transformed Jiuzhou City into an impregnable stronghold. Henceforth, even if he were to venture against other races, he need not fear being raided. With the protection of this high gold level 4 Divine Beasts Formation and the auspicious Golden Dragon, only a diamond level powerhouse would pose a threat. Otherwise, success would be utterly unattainable. Moreover, even for a diamond-level opponent, they must consider whether they could withstand a barrage of super-divine electromagnetic cannons. Lin Yu surveyed the fortified Jiuzhou city beneath him and nodded in satisfaction. His future endeavors would be worry-free. He had little faith that a mere second-round test could bring forth a powerhouse of kingly caliber. However, with only 100 evolution points remaining, it was imperative to accumulate more. After all, encountering unforeseen circumstances could prove disastrous. Glancing at the time, with over 5 hours remaining, he resolved not to delay further and swiftly transported himself to the Jiangqing base. Zhou Tai was still diligently commanding the defenses within Jiuzhou, and upon Lin Yu's return, he inquired directly, "Have you devised a solution?" Lin Yu nodded, noticing Zhou Tai's heavy dark circles. Curiously, he asked, "How many days have you gone without sleep?" Zhou Tai chuckled lightly. "I've lost track. Since this so-called civilization evolution game commenced, I haven't enjoyed a decent night's rest." "This won't do," Lin Yu admonished. "If you collapse, where will I find another reliable logistics officer like you?" Having collaborated with Zhou Tai for several days, Lin Yu was quite satisfied with his efficiency and integrity. He did not wish to replace him with someone else should he suffer a sudden demise. "Don't worry," Zhou Tai replied with a smile. "Since my physique has been enhanced, I feel much better. I can go a week without sleep without issue." Recognizing Zhou Tai's stubbornness, Lin Yu ceased his attempts to persuade him. "Very well, I shall gift you something," Lin Yu declared suddenly, "to prevent you from collapsing one day." "A gift?" Zhou Tai inquired, puzzled. Suddenly recalling the 800 Jiuzhou guards who had awakened various abilities after receiving Lin Yu's gifts, he felt a surge of excitement. Was his turn finally at hand? Chapter 61. The Unity of Three Clears? A second telepathic connection. To date, Lin Yu had evolved many individuals, his parents, younger sister, the 800 Jiuzhou guards, Zhang Sanfeng, and even the 2 Qing lions, Juling and Yuansheng. He had expended considerable evolution points to elevate their strengths. Yet, he had overlooked Zhou Tai, the commander of Jiuzhou, who had silently supported him without complaint. It dawned on Lin Yu, upon seeing Zhou Tai's fatigue, that he had perhaps been somewhat neglectful of his steadfast ally. Casting a glance at the remaining 100 evolution points, he resolved not to withhold them. System: expend 100 evolution points to evolve Zhou Tai once. Evolution commenced. Evolution successful. Zhou Tai has advanced to initial gold level, gaining the ability to create 3 clones, each possessing 50 of the main body's strength, remaining for 24 hours. Current available evolution points, 0. Lin Yu's evolution points were entirely depleted, yet the results were remarkable. Zhou Tai had successfully advanced to the initial gold level. The clone ability astonished Lin Yu. Was this not a simplified version of the Unity of Three Clears? "Zhou, let me see your clone ability," Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. At Lin Yu's request, Zhou Tai emerged from his astonishment, transforming to produce 3 identical figures. Lin Yu marveled at the 4 identical Zhou Tais before him, teasing, "You needn't find players for Mahjong anymore." Zhou Tai chuckled awkwardly. "This ability is quite beneficial. I can allocate more energy to manage Jiuzhou's affairs." "I knew you wouldn't be able to resist," Lin Yu chided playfully, then presented 2 vials to Zhou Tai, bronze-level glucose solution, a remedy for all ailments. "This is for you. Drink a sip when you feel weary, and you'll be revitalized." Zhou Tai accepted it earnestly, expressing gratitude. "No need for thanks. You deserve this," Lin Yu waved dismissively. With the gifts concluded, we must now discuss business. Lin Yu produced a black USB drive and handed it to Zhou Tai. "This contains a computer virus crafted by Zhang Shizhong. Upload it online, and you'll be able to control the military networks of the Mary Nation and the Northern Bear Nation." "Really?" The 4 Zhou Tais looked on in shock. "It should be legitimate," Lin Yu assured. "Try it out. If it fails, I can have Zhang Shizhong refine the code." "Understood. I will arrange for computer experts immediately." Zhou Tai's main body replied earnestly. "Yes, that's just the first part," Lin Yu continued. "Jiuzhou faces threats not only from foreign nations, but also from monstrous creatures. Do you have a solution?" The 4 Zhou Tais eagerly asked in unison, prompting Lin Yu to feel a sense of uncanny intrigue. Nevertheless, he pressed on. "While I cannot guarantee a solution, it is worth attempting. Richard was merely a psychologist while in Jiuzhou. After I awakened his telepathic ability, he could control a silver-level flame armor dragon at the black iron level. Therefore, I propose gathering all psychologists nationwide, along with Richard's family, to see if we can awaken another telepathic individual. If we can awaken even one, we may slowly undermine the flame armor dragon from within." Zhou Tai's eyes lit up with understanding. "Excellent. I will promptly bring Richard's family and all psychologists to the Jiangqing base." "Yes, the sooner, the better," Lin Yu affirmed. "Understood." Then, one of Zhou Tai's avatars strode away. After bidding farewell to Zhou Tai, Lin Yu did not linger but swiftly headed towards the border. He found himself devoid of any evolution points, akin to having no savings at all. Anxiety gnawed at him, an overwhelming sense of dread. All he desired was to ruthlessly slay those monsters and simultaneously harvest a bounty of evolution points. This time, Lin Yu did not make his way to the border with the Jiaoji kingdom as he had previously. A lengthy defensive line had already been established on land, capable of holding for the moment. However, the coastal defenses were somewhat lacking. Moreover, over 100 kilometers from the shore lay a large island, still part of the Jiuzhou territory, home to tens of millions of its citizens. Zhou Tai had just informed him that many flame-armored dragons were flying toward the island from both the northeast and southeast. Although Zhou Tai had dispatched fighter jets equipped with divine electromagnetic cannons for rescue, their speed could not compare with Lin Yu's. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated his golden light escape and swiftly flew southeast. Covering a distance of over 1,000 kilometers in just 3 minutes, he arrived at the island. By this time, several flame-armored dragons had already begun to appear. Fortunately, they had not caused significant destruction yet. When faced with the flame-armored dragons, Lin Yu showed no mercy. Boom, boom. With 2 powerful punches, he obliterated the heads of 2 flame-armored dragons that had just reached the island. Then, with a wave of his hands, their corpses were stored within the jade purification bottle. With the current storage capacity of the bottle, accommodating 100 flame-armored dragons posed no challenge. Lin Yu swept around the small island, successfully slaying over a dozen flame-armored dragons. Then, he noticed 10 fighter jets approaching from a distance, with 10 divine electromagnetic cannons suspended beneath them. Seeing the reinforcements had arrived, Lin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. After dispatching a few more flame-armored dragons, he entrusted the defense of the area to the arriving combat troops. He still needed to rush to other borderlines of Jiuzhou. Over the next few hours, Lin Yu frantically harvested evolution points, sparing no monsters, whether they were flame-armored dragons, titan beasts, or hellhounds. By the time dawn broke, he had successfully gathered over 120,000 evolution points, cleansing the monsters along Jiuzhou's defense line before returning to the Jiangqing base. Inside the base, Zhou Tai remained busily engaged. Lin Yu approached and said, "I'm heading up. Jiuzhou is in your hands now. Don't rush off just yet." Zhou Tai replied, "I found Richard's family for you. As for the other psychologists, they won't gather until noon today." "So soon?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Richard is originally from Jiangqing. His family was previously relocated to the nearby Jingqing, not far away, Zhou Tai explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly said, "Actually, you can allow the citizens of Jiangqing to return home." Noticing Zhou Tai's hesitant expression, Lin Yu continued, "The situation has changed. The second round of testing is unrelated to the monsters, so there is no need to keep a 100-kilometer nuclear blast zone." Zhou Tai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I will expedite the return of Jiangqing's citizens." "Good," Lin Yu replied. "Let us go meet Richard's family." Richard's family was a large clan. Zhou Tai had gathered all those related to Richard by blood, men and women, old and young. A total of 95 individuals were seated in the basis square. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, the 95 individuals erupted in excitement. "Ah, it's the God of Universe. No wonder we were summoned in the middle of the night. The God of Universe is so handsome. I wonder if I could take a photo with him." Observing this, Lin Yu addressed the crowd, "Comrades, please quiet down. The reason for your gathering is to request your assistance with a task." One elderly man promptly stood up, saying, "The Lord has a command. Our Li family will not hesitate to comply." Another elder also rose, stating, "The same goes for the Wang family." The Wang family was from Richard's maternal side and also consisted of dozens of members. Lin Yu smiled, "Please, both of you, take a seat. It's not a major matter. I merely wish to see if any of Richard's family members possess abilities similar to his. Please remain seated, and do not be startled by what follows." After calming everyone, Lin Yu counted carefully and confirmed there were indeed 95 individuals. System: expend 95 evolution points to evolve each of these 95 individuals once. Evolution commencing. Evolution successful. Li Wei has acquired a trace of the powerful bull demon bloodline. Evolution successful. Wang Defa has obtained spatial abilities. Evolution successful. Li Qin has gained telepathic abilities. This looks promising. Lin Yu's expression brightened. In an instant, all 95 of Richard's relatives underwent evolution. Except for a few elderly individuals with insufficient potential, most awakened various potent bloodlines and abilities. What pleased Lin Yu the most was Li Qin's telepathic ability, followed closely by Wang Defa's spatial abilities, which held substantial growth potential in the later stages. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Li Qin, a young girl with a ponytail. He waved at her. "Li Qin, come forward." Li Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jogged over to Lin Yu, her face a mix of shyness and nervousness. "God of Universe, you called for me?" Lin Yu smiled gently. There's no need to be so tense. You're aware that you have awakened telepathic abilities, correct? Yes, I can sense it, Li Qin replied. Is it similar to my cousin Richard's abilities? Indeed, Lin Yu confirmed. Richard also possesses telepathic abilities and has performed admirably on the battlefield. After a brief pause, Lin Yu continued, I would like to assign you a task, and I wonder if you would be willing to accept. Upon hearing the prospect of a task, Li Qin resolutely replied, I am willing. Excellent, Lin Yu said with a smile of reassurance. Your cousin Richard was able to control a high-ranking silver flame armor dragon at the black iron level. I will elevate your telepathic abilities to the gold level. And I hope you can control the flame armor dragons that enter Jojo's territory, using them against their own kind. Do you understand? I understand, Li Qin affirmed. I saw my cousin use it in Jojo City. He controlled one flame armor dragon to slay another. Very good, Lin Yu nodded. Li Qin was a clever girl, worthy of cultivation. He had no concerns about hastily enhancing a young girl's power to the gold level. He trusted that as long as he existed, these superpowered individuals would harbor no ill intentions. Should they dare to make any move that could endanger Jojo, he would swiftly deal with them without hesitation. System. Elevate Li Qin's telepathic abilities to the initial gold level. The evolution commences. Evolution successful. Li Qin's psychic abilities have ascended to the initial level of gold. Current available evolution points remaining, 121,250. Evolution concluded. Lin Yu had been closely observing the transformations in Li Qin. Fortunately, she had not followed in her brother's footsteps. Her hair remained lush and vibrant. Li Qin also felt her powers growing increasingly potent, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, Thank you, Divine Yu. Well then, for matters ahead, heed Zhou Tai's arrangements, as he will assign personnel to ensure your protection, Lin Yu replied, subsequently entrusting Li Qin to Zhou Tai. He had faith in Zhou Tai's capability to maximize the utility of Li Qin's abilities. At the same time, he instructed Zhou Tai to revoke the summons for psychologists and to provide additional compensation to each individual. Once all instructions were conveyed, he turned and leapt into the teleportation array, arriving once more in Jojo City. At this moment, Jojo City was on high alert. Members of the combat team, armed with divine electromagnetic cannons, guarded the city walls, their gazes fixed intently on the depths of the fog. Should any disturbances arise, they would be the first to unleash the wrath of the divine electromagnetic cannons upon the intruders. Lin Yu cast a glance at the national flag standing before the city lord's manor. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to enhance the flag. The Jojo national flag symbolized the collective fortune of Jojo and warranted more than mere initial gold status. System. Evolve the Jojo national flag set to the initial level of diamond. With an abundance of evolution points at his disposal, Lin Yu was generous in his undertaking. Evolution commences. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the diamond level national flag. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the diamond level flagpole. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the diamond level rope. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have attained the diamond level fortune artifact. Jojo national flag set. Diamond level fortune artifact. Capable of suppressing the fortune of Jojo. Current fortune, Golden Dragon, 200 zhong. Under the influence of this fortune, the combat power of all citizens within Jojo is enhanced by 10. Current available evolution points remaining, 101,250. Evolution concluded. The fortune Golden Dragon, which had been soaring above Jojo City and the realm, instantly doubled in size. The golden membrane enveloping Jojo City and its surrounding territory thickened considerably. At that moment, whether among the 800 Jojo guards or the more than 3 billion citizens of Jojo, everyone felt as though they had ingested a stimulant, their strength significantly amplified. I don't know why, but suddenly I feel much stronger. Do any of you feel the same? I do. I do. No need to ask. It must be the work of the Divine Yu. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the Divine Yu's doing. Being born in Jojo is exhilarating. Even idling brings strength. You can idle, but I'm off to train. Wait and see. One day I shall trample all the celestial bodies beneath my feet. Another frenzy erupted. The second round of testing was about to commence, leaving no time for training. As the hour approached 10, the familiar announcement echoed once more. Attention, all battlefields. The second round of tests targeting Jojo, the Mealy Nation, and the Beixiong Nation officially begins. The training races comprise 208 races from the Valen continent, the Big Dipper planet, and the Nine Bodies planet. Each race condenses a fortune gold medal, representing the fortune of their respective race. Different races can devour each other's fortunes to grow stronger. Cities may be destroyed, and races that are devoured will face elimination. Meanwhile, the territory of the devoured race will experience a depletion of spiritual energy, plunging into an age of desolation, or they may opt to become vassal races of others. Before fortune is devoured, if the city lord of any race is slain, a new city lord must be chosen within an hour. Fortune gold medals cannot leave the battlefield of all races. This testing is not time-limited. As the announcement ceased, a golden token materialized in Lin Yu's hand. It bore an ancient design, intricately carved with a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, identical to the Fortune golden dragon above Jiuzhou City. Instantly, the Fortune golden dragon above Jiuzhou City and that above the realm soared into the golden token. No matter how Lin Yu attempted to cast his spells, he could not extricate Jiuzhou's Fortune golden dragon. It appeared that the fortunes of each race had been firmly locked. Lin Yu murmured, "It's either devour or be devoured." How cruel indeed. After being devoured, a race would enter an age of desolation. The outcome was all too apparent. Lin Yu attempted to store the Fortune gold medal within the jade bottle, but it resisted entry. In resignation, he had no choice but to keep it in the pocket of his armor, ensuring it was close at hand. Lin Yu ascended into the skies above Jiuzhou City. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the fog outside Jiuzhou City had vanished, revealing a battlefield littered with countless corpses. Lin Yu was unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. However, the 800 Jiuzhou guards, witnessing this grim sight for the first time, were overwhelmed with shock. The same could be said for the Jiuzhou citizens, who had always lived in peace. What in the world is this place? A mass grave? Such alarm. How could the battlefield of all races be devoid of corpses? The endless expanse of bones is terrifying. And what is that in the distance? Is it a mountain or a skull? How could such a dreadful creature exist? War has always been a realm of blood and fire. Those who have never experienced it can hardly fathom the horrors of the battlefield. Is this truly the battlefield of all races? It's utterly terrifying. With 208 foreign races, plus Meili and Beixiong, without the Divine Yu, I wouldn't know how to win this war. If the Divine Yu were to falter, those corpses would signify Jiuzhou's fate. The Divine Yu will not falter. I believe in the Divine Yu's ability to create miracles, and I trust the 800 Jiuzhou guards to defend Jiuzhou City. Invincibility has always been synonymous with Lin Yu. In the hearts of the Jiuzhou citizens, even against 210 races and civilizations, Lin Yu remains unparalleled. Chapter 63. Return to Baiyun City, Ancestor Yi Liangchen. Lin Yu stood serenely above Jiuzhou City, scanning the horizon. Noticing no enemies approaching, he felt a measure of relief. It seemed that, for the time being, none were foolish enough to initiate an attack. Naturally, he could not remain passive. A great author once stated, "The best defense is a good offense." Lin Yu resolved to take the initiative and probe the strengths and weaknesses of the other races. He raised his gaze to the battlefield map, where the expanse of 1,000,000 kilometers centered around the three cities of Jiuzhou, Meili, and Beixiong. Jiuzhou lay to the left, Meili to the right, and Beixiong above, presenting a tripartite stalemate. Surrounding them were 208 racial civilizations from 3 planets and continents. To the left of Jiuzhou City were 70 races from the Valen continent. To the right of Meili City were 69 races from the Nine Bodies planet. Above Beixiong City were 69 races from the Big Dipper planet. Observing the distribution of power on the map, Lin Yu engaged in a brief analysis. Deciding to first venture to Baiyun City, the closest city to Jiuzhou City, Lin Yu had his reasons. Firstly, he had prior encounters that provided him with a general understanding of the opponent's strength. Secondly, the proximity was compelling, merely over 1,000 kilometers away. In contrast, even the cities of Milich and Beixiong, both part of Blue Star, were situated over 5,000 kilometers from Jiuzhou City. Moreover, unless the threats on Blue Star were thoroughly eradicated, Lin Yu would not recklessly assault Beixiong and Milich. A cornered dog may jump over a wall, and one could only imagine the repercussions of engaging with 2 formidable nations. As for the races from Beidou and Jodi planets, if they possessed any sense, they would likely prioritize conquering Beixiong and Milich rather than launching a distant attack on Jiuzhou City. After all, the extraterrestrial civilizations were still oblivious to who truly held dominion over Blue Star. Thus, he communicated through his wireless earpiece, "Brothers, I intend to scout Baiyun City for intelligence. The rest of you shall defend Jiuzhou City and remain vigilant against any incursions from other races." "Yes, City Lord," responded the leaders of several groups. Suddenly, Zhao Daong inquired, "City Lord, should we arrange for someone to gather information on other races?" "Not for now," Lin Yu replied. "I will assess the strength of the other extraterrestrial civilizations first." Approaching the eastern city gate, Lin Yu found Zhao Daong. "Daong, hand me your earpiece," he instructed. Without hesitation, Zhao Daong removed his wireless earpiece and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu accepted it, taking off his own earpiece in the process. This model was the latest from the Jiuzhou Kingdom, boasting an effective signal transmission range of up to 8 kilometers. While this had sufficed during previous incursions, the battlefield had now expanded to a realm of 1,000,000 kilometers, rendering it somewhat inadequate. Concerned that a diamond-level powerhouse might emerge to invade while he was away, Lin Yu resolved to enhance the earpiece's capabilities. System: consume 100 evolution points to upgrade the signal transmission range of these two wireless earpieces. Evolution initiating. Evolution successful. Congratulations. Host: on acquiring the golden level wireless earpiece. Effective signal transmission range of 1,000 kilometers. Current remaining evolution points: 101,050. A range of 1,000 kilometers was still insufficient for the distance to Bayun City, let alone for the entire battlefield. Lin Yu, dissatisfied, proceeded to further evolve the wireless earpieces multiple times, ultimately expending 20,000 evolution points to elevate them to diamond level. With the effective signal transmission range now reaching 100,000 kilometers. In the early phase of combat, this would suffice. Returning Zhao Daong's earpiece, Lin Yu stated. This earpiece now has a signal transmission range of 100,000 kilometers. If Jiuzhou City encounters any danger, notify me immediately. Yes, City Lord, Zhao Daong affirmed. After giving his instructions, Lin Yu employed his golden light escape, vanishing from Jiuzhou City in an instant. Suddenly, the voice of the game rules resonated once more. An announcement echoed across the battlefield. Attention all, the City Lord of Jiuzhou, Lin Yu, has departed Jiuzhou City. 2 live streaming rooms have been opened, one from the perspective of City Lord Lin Yu, and the other from that of 800 warriors. Other city lords will have similar functionalities activated upon their departure from their respective cities. As the announcement concluded, everyone within the vast battlefield of 1,000,000 kilometers was made aware of Lin Yu's exit from Jiuzhou City. In midair, Lin Yu could not help but curse. Damn. I intended to infiltrate discreetly for intelligence, but now everyone knows. This complicates matters. All cities will be on guard. It seems I must proceed directly. Meanwhile, the lords of Beixiong City, Olaf, and Millich City, Alice, were thrown into a state of alarm upon hearing the announcement, fearing Lin Yu might be flying toward them. Before their ascension to city lords, they had witnessed Lin Yu's unparalleled prowess. If he were indeed approaching, they would stand little chance of withstanding him. Olaf hurriedly organized his subordinates to commence constructing defensive fortifications, while Alice directed her 10 subordinates to pilot aircraft eastward, herself piloting a fighter jet in the northwest direction. In Bayun City, just a few hundred kilometers away, within the council hall of the Lord's mansion, an elder with a youthful visage and white hair sat in a position of authority. He, too, had heard the announcement, and, stroking his beard slowly, chuckled. This city lord of Jiuzhou is rather impatient. The game has only just begun, and he cannot wait to leave his city. A general seated in the lower left rose and said, Elder, it is highly likely that Lin Yu is heading toward Bayun City, given our proximity to Jiuzhou. The elder, upon hearing this, scoffed with disdain. Let him come. I shall bring this game to an early conclusion. At that moment, a young man seated in the lower right stood up, saying, Elder, I believe I have encountered Lin Yu before. Oh, the elder replied, intrigued. Pray, elaborate. Yes, elder. The young man bowed respectfully. Just yesterday, after I successfully defended against the first wave of attacks, I witnessed a young man flying from the mist toward Bayun City. His strength was formidable. My attacks were effortlessly neutralized. When he stood before me, I could muster no will to resist. He exuded an aura reminiscent of yours, elder. It is likely that his power has reached the diamond level. What? Upon hearing that Lin Yu might possess diamond level strength, the assembly gasped in astonishment. The elder chastised, silence. A mere diamond level is nothing. I attained that level a decade ago. It remains undetermined whether he truly possesses diamond level strength. Even if he does, I am confident in my ability to vanquish him. Besides, a Cheng's assessment may not be accurate. It is possible that this individual is merely at the golden level. You need not worry. The elder stroked his beard, speaking with assuredness. Seeing the elder's unwavering confidence, the others quickly felt reassured, believing that if catastrophe were to strike, a stalwart figure would stand to confront it. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the elder himself harbored a degree of trepidation. He had only recently ascended to the initial diamond level, and his vitality was already waning, rendering him incapable of sustained combat. Should Lin Yu indeed be of diamond caliber, the odds were that he would not prevail. Just as the elder wrestled with his inner turmoil, a soldier rushed in to reporting, Elder, a person is approaching from outside, claiming to be an old acquaintance of our city lord, wishing to meet him. The assembly turned their gazes towards the young man who had just spoken. He was none other than Yi Guqing, the city lord of Bayun City. Meanwhile, the elder seated in the main position was Yi Guqing's ancestor, the invincible legend of Bayun Kingdom, Yi Liangshen.